When he came out of Yuanyang Tower, Su Guang also saw the blood mist rising into the sky. His expression changed slightly, and before he had time to think about it, he whistled, and then he saw a big bird flying towards him. He commanded, and the letter L flew away again. He breathed a sigh of relief, but still rushed towards the square. Then I saw a group of organized red-eyed people appearing from the streets and alleys, and they walked towards the square with purpose. This is. Su Guang thought of the living dead parasitized by alien insects. Huang Tianjiao is activated. But Su Guang became more and more certain that he was just a chess piece. Maybe if he didn't show up that day, Yangsha wouldn't be able to safely sit on the position of ruler, and someone would challenge him. Because Duanju needs to give people a chance. Luanyun Tower. Wang Ning held a knife in one hand and protected all his family members behind him. His eyes were bloodshot with murderous intent. Let's go into the inner city. The knife in his hand had already turned red. The blood cooled in his mouth and turned into a sticky and greasy substance that stuck to his palm, but he didn't care so much. Xiao He lowered his body and protected Ji Xiaolu, giving the girl a sense of security. Ji Xiaolu was restless and looked in the direction of the ring from time to time. Brother Guang hasn't come back yet. Changde was protecting Chang Lianer and was also among the crowd. She comforted Ji Xiaolu, don't worry, Su Guang is a bit stronger than uncle now. He will be fine. Ji Xiaolu held Su's mother's arm anxiously. Boom! A blood-eyed immortal monster was kicked away by Su Guang. He came in front of everyone, looked at his family, and showed a smile. Let's go home. Master Su, what happened outside? Yes, I saw that the 3 guards in the city suddenly mobilized, and there was that terrible explosion and the blood cloud above their heads. What happened? Many people saw Su Guang showing off his power on stage just now, and they naturally recognized him and asked quickly. However, there are also many Feiyun Guard soldiers around who are already on guard. Although they are not Su Guang's subordinates, they will not allow anyone to approach Su Guang. Don't worry, everyone, just wait and see. Su Guang looked at Chang Lianer and Chengde who were helping Wang Ming, clasped his fists and whispered, "Thank you, Miss Chang." Chang Lianer had a good feeling for Su Guang, but Su Guang's always eager to distance himself from her made her feel uncomfortable, so she snorted rather coldly and left quickly with Chang Da. Su Guang didn't say much, just kept this feeling in his heart, and then stood there, as if waiting for something violent. Shilulu, with the sound of horses neighing, a carriage stopped under Luanyun Tower. The cart was pulled by a huge green horse, which was a bit bigger than the average horse. Under the blue-white hair, the extremely strong muscles were covered with mysterious patterns, as if there were a layer of fine scales. Su Guang said seriously to the family members behind him, "Let's enter the inner city first." Everyone looked at the sudden arrival of the carriage with some surprise. This horse was so splendid. Feiyun guardsmen boasted that they had seen the world, but such good horses were rare in the army. Maybe it was a gift from the city guard. I can only sigh in my heart, no wonder he can become the governor. Su Guang didn't care what others thought. He took his family into the carriage, then he stood up and sat on the shaft of the carriage, and drove away. The task assigned to him by the city guard has been completed, and he has also taken revenge. What he has to do now is to protect his family. The green horse walked on the street, and the little black one ran wildly, tearing apart the red-eyed man next to the horse. Suddenly, Su Guang turned around. But all I saw was that the surrounding buildings were already crowded with people. Someone is watching me. Su Guang was sure of his intuition. There were constant sounds of killing on the road, and the words "kill people, run quickly and eat people" were everywhere. Even though the green horse was already a strange beast, comparable to a skin masterpiece, it was still difficult to drive on a road full of corpses. Su Guang was anxious, so he could only wave his big gun and shake the corpses away. Fortunately, it was very close to the inner city, and the carriage quickly arrived at the gate of the inner city. It's just that at this moment, there is already a sea of people in front of the inner city gate, and Feiyun Guard will not let people in at will. Wang Ming sat on the other side and asked in a low voice, "Erlang, what should I do?" Su Guang's expression became heavy. "Let's take a look first and then talk." It was just that the Feiyun guards guarding the city gate refused to let everyone in. The sea of people in front of him made him understand that unless he killed all these people, he would not be able to squeeze in. But he is not a demon, so he would not be so cruel. Moreover, Su Guang suddenly had a thought in his mind, is the inner city really safer? He turned the horse's head, thinking of Duanju's confidence, and said to Wang Ming, "Let's go find the city guard." Wang Ming's expression changed and he said quickly, "I saw the city guard leaving the inner city this morning. He should be over there." Su Guang drove in the direction he pointed, while silently thinking about the search engine in his mind and entering the terms. Search keywords, Feiyun City Incident. Related words, quick, detailed. Search range, Feiyun City. Current display results, 2. Searching, 5%. Estimated time consumption, 1 day. Yes/no cancel. It had been too long in 1 day, and he was stunned. After choosing to cancel, he modified the related entries and changed them from detailed to brief. The time became 3 hours. He breathed a sigh of relief. 3 hours is still acceptable. When the carriage passed by a forest, Subwang suddenly stopped. Because a person appeared in front of him, it was Song Tao. He was covered in blood. When he saw Subwang, he knelt down on one knee. Ming Gong. Subwang dismounted and quickly helped him up, whispering, "Why did you come back?" Han Po was originally reserved for him, but he was too pretentious. Song Tao's face was solemn. There has been a big change outside the city. I don't know if Zhang Qing used magic. The mountains moved, the Wei River changed its course, and countless demons came out of nowhere. The outside of the city has now completely reduced to disorder. Zone, too many people died. Subwang's expression changed drastically. What did you say? Song Tao spoke again and carefully explained the changes outside the city. That blood cloud was bigger than Subwang imagined, covering almost 100 miles around Feiyun City. According to Song Tao, about half an hour ago, on a barren mountain on the east coast, a gap opened in the sky and earth, ink clouds rolled, the sky and earth seemed to be darkened for a moment, and a breath of death fell down like a curtain. A dense and terrifying aura spread from the east coast. Then there were loud noises, and a tombstone suddenly stuck out of the water. The towering tombstone, like a sharp arrow, shot straight into the sky at an incredible speed after appearing, looming in the sky, and then blood waves rose into the sky, triggering landslides and tsunamis, and making loud noises. After that, countless twisted, weird and deformed bugs crawled out of the self-defense water. They bit and chased everyone they met. The most important thing was that these strange bugs seemed to be able to be controlled by people. There are even some demon-like things appearing. Song Tao fought his way back to the city at a great cost. Subwang's face was solemn. He hated the feeling of putting his life in the hands of others. The road back to the square was destined to be bloody, but what made Subwang and Wang Ming look at Song Tao's performance was Song Tao's performance. This man had sarcoma on his ribs and could spew poisonous mist. Even a red-eyed man parasitized by alien insects would, after inhaling the poisonous mist, he quickly collapsed. Subwang couldn't help but be surprised that Song Tao's bloodline power was really like a killing machine. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fear towards things like poison. He was a little surprised when he saw no one from the Huangtian sect while fighting all the way. Thinking of Duanju's confidence before, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived under the tall building where Duanju was. Subwang took the lead, the big gun in his hand shook, and the air vibrated in circles, creating ripples. No one could get close within 3 feet. The people of Feiyanwei almost surrounded the place, fearing that Duanju's safety would be compromised. Subwang finally relaxed and became a little tired after fighting all the way. Fortunately, I finally have a safe place. The person who came down to greet them was Nai Yu. Su Dutong. Subwang clasped his fists and said, "Nai Dutong. Duan Chengxiao knew you were coming and asked you to go up and rest." Nai Yu said softly. "Rest?" Subwang was stunned. He originally thought that after he came over, Duanju would let him go out to kill the enemy. After all, his current strength was not weak in Feiyun City. Nai Yu smiled and said, "Your task is to clean up Yuanyang Tower. Of course you can rest." Before leaving, he seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, the city guard asked me to tell you that Bengzi camp is under your command. From now on, you can do whatever you want. I have already asked them to come." Subwang was speechless, once again feeling Duanju's kindness. He didn't say that he actually didn't trust Li Xiao and the others. Led by a soldier, several people walked upstairs and found a room to rest. Through the window, one can see the chaos in the city, especially the several masters moving around among the tall buildings and fierce fighting breaking out. There are 3 main battlefields that attracted Subwang's attention, just because these people have heroic fighting power. One is the battle between Vajra Dianzuo and a young man in white. The young man in white should be from the Xianhe sect. One is a battle between a masked man wearing a smiling face and a middle-aged man holding a horizontal sword. This is a person from Han Dao sect. The last part, what worries Subwang the most, is Li Zongkang's battle. Li Zongkang also used a gun, and his gun was longer than Subwang's. With his naturally long arms, it seemed like he could pierce the sky and the earth with a swing. But the man in black opposite him seemed to have the ability to predict the unknown, and he actually defeated Li Zongkang's moves several times before he made his move. The speed of these people was very fast. It only took a few breaths to kill them far away. It was also at this time. The results of the search panel finally came out. Current search results are as follows. 1. Huang Tianjiao drives the Han and Lu families to stir up Feiyun City. 2. The Huangtian sect gave out 2 grand ceremony seats, and one of the admirers entered the city and stole the official seal from Duanju. Subwang couldn't help but scold his mother. The search engine was such a piss-poor thing. After a short time, it turned out that nothing useful could be found. But he once again saw a level in the Huangtian sect, Yang Jun, whose status should still be above Dianzuo. Helpless, he could only continue searching. He had to be careful and cautious. However, after meeting Duanju, I felt a lot more at ease. At least Huang Tianjiao would not be able to attack Feiyun City this time. But at this moment, Su Guang suddenly felt the voyeurism again, and the tingling sensation on his back made him feel irritable. He stood up suddenly and looked outside, with a hint of anger in his eyes. It's just that there are too many collapsed buildings everywhere, and there are too many blind spots in the field of vision. It's impossible to see where the prying eyes are coming from. He raised the big gun in his hand, a look of caution in his eyes. At the same time, silently used the search engine to search for the source. Wang Ming noticed his nervousness and walked over and asked in a low voice, "Erlang, what's wrong?" Su Guang shook his head. "Brother-in-law, go and rest." "Okay, I'll change it later," Wang Ming whispered. Fortunately, Li Xiao returned with his army at this time, and the security of this building was once again strengthened. Although there was chaos in the city, Duanju remained motionless, sitting as peacefully as a mountain. Su Guang had a vague feeling that the heavenly monument mentioned by Song Tao was related to the city guard. Li Zongkang never came back. In a house, the 4 commanders of Feiyun Guard, including Li Zongkang, surrounded him. "Han Sui, you deserve to die." Following Li Zongkang's concise penalty, the entire Feiyun Guard army attacked. Even though Han Sui had already taken half a step beyond seeing the gods, he was still practicing his visceral skills. Facing the almost invincible Li Zongkang, he had almost no power to fight back. Then Han Sui Yangtian shouted, "Zhang Qing is a dog thief." His body crashed to the ground. All this, neither the 4 commanders of Feiyun Guard nor the ordinary soldiers of Feiyun Guard showed any emotion. This is the strength that Li Zongkang should have. In the final analysis, Han Sui and his like were just pawns used by Zhang Qing to test Duanju's trump cards. This point can actually be seen from the fact that Yang Jun did not arrive during the plot, but the Han and Lu families were in the middle of the game and did not know the details of Duanju, so it was normal for them to lose. Later, the entire Feiyun Guard army gathered in the building where Duanju was located. Duanju finally showed up, looking at the devastated square and the fallen corpses in the square, with grief on his face. For one day, explosions continued to occur in Feiyun City, and there were flames everywhere. This building has been standing majestically here. Only a few people can get close to it, but they are quickly killed by Feiyun guards. Early the next morning, Su Guan looked at the content on the panel and felt a little more at ease. He suddenly thought of another use of the searcher. He first searched for Huang Tianjiao's backup, and then searched for Feiyun City's backup. The former took 20 years, and the latter took 15 years. Feiyun City can survive. Duan never lied to him, and the turmoil was quickly quelled. One of the 2 great leaders of Huang Tianjiao died, and the other fled, while the Yangjun wounded Li Zongkang and escaped unharmed. Su Guan was a little shocked and once again had some estimate of Huang Tianjiao's strength. Of course, he was also surprised by the strength of Feiyun City. At least he could see that Feiyun City did not exert its full strength. For some reason, Huang Tianjiao didn't seem to have any intention of attacking the city on a large scale, as if he was cooperating with the performance of the Han and Lu families. I wonder if Duanju has any other background. He was able to completely control the situation in such a difficult situation. Did he underestimate the background behind the 3 guards in the city? He thought to himself. The next main purpose is liquidation. Less than 1/10 of the soldiers of the 3 guards were killed or injured, but the 2 Hanlia families who cooperated with Huang Tian's uprising were all killed, and only a small number of those who slipped through the net were wandering in the city. The foundation of the Han and Lu families in the city was destroyed. Of the 3 major families in the inner city, only the Chen family survived until the end, but they also suffered heavy losses. Only then did Su Guang know that Duanju was the adoptive father of the head of the Chen family. He suddenly understood that no wonder the Chen family had climbed to the same level as the Han and Lu families in just over 10 years. However, the Chen family has a good reputation and treats the people well. When the refugee crisis was at its worst, the Chen family was the first to open a warehouse and release grain to help the victims. On this day, Su Guang and his family moved into the city guard's mansion. On the way, Su Guang felt spied on again, but this time, he saw someone. Su Guang sat on the shaft of the car, squinting his eyes and looking at a figure in the distance, then turned around and said to Wang Ming, "Brother-in-law, I remembered something that I need to report to the city guard. You can take Xiaolu and the others back together first. Lu Shan, lead the way." "Yes, this is a captain of 10 men under Li Xiao, who temporarily serves as Su Guang's personal guard." After saying that, Su Guang didn't wait for Wang Ming to stop him, turned around, jumped out of the carriage, and rushed into an alley with his gun in hand. Just when he was about to leave, suddenly there was a sound breaking through the air in the distance. A black arrow was shot in his direction. Su Guang's expression changed slightly, and there was a murderous look on his face. The big gun instantly shook off the black arrows. There was a murderous intent on his face, and all kinds of emotions such as nervousness, worry, and anger surged into his heart. He could block this arrow, but the family members on the carriage could not block it. Fortunately, someone came to kill him, but he didn't dare to pursue him anymore because he was worried about the people on the carriage. Su Guang forced himself to calm down, his face sinking like water. Although I didn't see the person's face, all the spying in the past few days came from that person. But the search engine's search was over, and he already knew who it was. Chang Shan. Did he escape? He heard that Chang Shan was taken away by the city guard before, so he ignored this person. Unexpectedly, Su Guang returned to the carriage, and Wang Ming quickly asked in a low voice, "Is everything okay?" He calmed down his emotions and nodded. Wang Ming felt relieved. Su Guang hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, when we enter the inner city, you can ask the eldest sister to live with us first. The village in Tutong is very big." Wang Ming was not polite at all. He nodded directly and said, "Okay, when the time comes, my son Wang Wen can also be a second-generation government official." These words caused Su Chun to curse loudly in the carriage, and Ji Zila couldn't help laughing. There were no surprises along the way, which also calmed Su Guang's restless heart. Once you know where the threat comes from, it is no longer a threat. He is confident that with his current strength, he can kill Chang Shan. The inner city also suffered raids by rioters. There were corpses all over the place, and the large lake in the distance was a bit bloody. The manor arranged by the city guard Duanju for Su Guang was very large, with an area of more than 10 acres, which was more than enough for both martial arts training and living, and he was very satisfied with it. There is no need to leave horses or anything else in the outer city. This is Su Guang's third move in a year. Su's mother seems to have gotten used to it, but Ji Zila was a little nostalgic and reluctant to leave. In a few days, when the city becomes stable, we will go to the shanty town to move things back. Ji Zila leaned on Su Guang's shoulder and nodded gently. On the one hand, she was reluctant to give up, but on the other hand, it was because Zhuangzi was so big that she had to hire a maid. Originally, Su Guang thought that Duanju would not let him take action again. Unexpectedly, Li Xiao would bring someone over to look for him in the afternoon. Su Dutong, something happened. Since Feiyun City was closed yesterday, the remnants of the Han and Lu families have nowhere to escape. Now they have jumped over the wall and massacred the younger generation of the 3 guards in the city. They all have missions. The city guard wants to invite you go out and bring back the younger generation of Sanwei who are scattered in the outer city. Li Xiao said in a deep voice. Su Guang looked a little stunned. Unknowingly, he had separated from the younger generation and became the older generation in Feiyun City. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. But he did not agree wholeheartedly, but asked in a deep voice, "What does the city guard say about the things outside the city?" Li Xiao also showed a strange look and said hesitantly, "The city guard said not to pay attention. Zhang Qing is busy with other things now and will not enter the city." Zhang Qing is busy with something and won't go into the city? Su Guang was surprised. After Li Xiao left, he called Song Tao and asked carefully about the appearance of the tombstone outside the city. Song Tao followed his expression and combined with what he had searched for at noon, he seemed to understand something. Huang Tianjiao's goal has never been Feiyun City, but the monument. Monuments have many functions, mostly commemorating people and events. Is that monument outside the city for worship, a tombstone, or for observation? If it were a tombstone, who could bury a person with such a hand that shocked the world? Who was buried? A series of questions emerged. Su Guang couldn't figure it out, so he simply handed it all over to the search engine. Just as he expected, the origin of the tombstone and the time consumed by the search were beyond his expectation. They are all at least 10 years old. Obviously, the things inside were beyond what he could know by practicing Zhang cultivation. What could it be? However, the current task is to go to the outer city to pick up the juniors. By the way, he also has some things to deal with. After leaving the inner city, Su Guang felt the sense of spying again. He asked Li Xiao and others to wait where they were, and then walked naturally into an alley, his face as sinking as water. "Come out, Uncle Cheng." The wind blew slowly, blowing the dust caused by the continuous wars in the past few days into the sky, and the alley gradually became covered with a layer of gray. As the wind stopped, a figure slowly walked out. It was indeed Chang Shan. Su Guang's eyes were dull and he just looked at Chang Shan quietly, the big gun in his hand flashing with a buzzing sound. "Su Guang, let me ask you again, did you kill Pang Hong?" Chang Shan's beard and hair were spread out, looking like a madman. Su Guang shook his head decisively, "No. How to prove it? How can I prove that I didn't kill someone? How about Uncle Cheng proving that I did?" Su Guang laughed angrily. Chang Shan was silent, with powerful murderous intent bursting out of his body. Then the two of them rushed towards each other with great tacit understanding. Chang Shan felt that he was a veteran Zhang practitioner, while Yangsha was only famous for being the founder of the black market outside the city, but he was only in the first Zhang realm. Su Guang broke through by chance, and killed Yang Shi just because of the power of martial arts. But Chang Shan also has the will to fight. Chang Shan, person, combat power, elite level internal organs training realm. The winds suddenly picked up. The big gun shook like a dragon's roar, and Chang Shan finally took out his own weapons, 2 8-sided maces. Chang Shan politely said softly, "Ben Lei Gong, Chang Shan." Su Guang said nothing. Ever since Chang Shan shot an arrow at him yesterday, he no longer wanted to talk nonsense about martial ethics with him. The big gun shook, accompanied by gusts of wind, and the surrounding walls were continuously pierced. The maces in Chang Shan's hands were like thunder, and they kept colliding with the big gun in the air. "Okay, no need to test, use your martial will." Chang Shan shouted loudly, and then his temperament suddenly changed, and the energy around him stagnated around him. Like a treasure bottle, the murderous intention slowly solidified. Su Guang's face was dull. He just stretched out his arm and grabbed the tail of the gun. The big gun shook and turned into a long dragon, letting out a roar. "Catch you! If it's not you, I won't kill you." Following Chang Shan's loud shout, the ground beneath his feet exploded instantly. The others were like phantoms, spinning several times in midair, like thunder falling from the sky, rushing towards Su Guang with rolling thunder. The 2 maces danced in the air and turned into 2 golden dragons, exuding a terrifying aura. Su Guang kicked the big gun in the middle. The big gun shook, and the force traveled up his arms, converging on the spear, and a little golden light appeared on the tip of the spear. Damn! The weapons made contact in the air, making a terrifying explosion sound, and the walls on both sides of the alley fell down in an instant. Dust is everywhere. The figures of the 2 men were hidden in it, and only the sound of the clash of weapons could be heard continuously. Boom! There were some earth-shaking collisions, and then circles of air waves exploded. Chang Shan moved his arms forward and back, with a little blood on his maces. Su Guang was holding a big gun, with the tail of the gun supporting the ground, and his body was a little shaky. "That's all, you are no match for me. I ask you, did you kill Pang Hong, and did you pass on the 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra?" His beard and hair were spread out, looking like a wild lion. Su Guang still shook his head. "It's really not me. If you don't eat the toast, you'll have to drink wine as a penalty." Chang Shan took a step forward. What followed was countless crashing sounds like raindrops. Dang 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 dang. The 2 men fought at lightning speed, with swords and fists exchanging each other. In just a few breaths, the 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves. Chang Shan made a strange flash of movement and appeared on the left side of Su Guang. He swiped the golden mace in his hand towards Su Guang's waist. In a flash, he avoided Su Guang's gun, appeared on his right side, and threw out another golden mace. Wave after wave of powerful force continued to penetrate into Su Guang's body through the vibration of the big gun. Su Guang looked cold and became somewhat interested in Chang Shan's movements. "What kind of movement are you doing? Old man Zhao is famous for his pace, and my pace in the Thunderbolt technique is not bad either. It's getting more and more interesting that your martial intention is actually pace." Su Guang looked calm and glanced at his injured shoulder, but no blood was gushing out. After a fight with Chang Shan, he was surprised by Jin Liu's pace. The application has gained some experience. Chang Shan is worthy of being a strong man comparable to Zhao Min. He sighed. "Why don't you believe me? Why? You are causing trouble for me over a dead man." He shouted loudly, and then an extremely fierce aura suddenly erupted around his body. As he walked, his body suddenly expanded in a circle, exuding a bloody and ferocious sense of power. 5 skills blood and bone state. This is the first time he has entered such a state after practicing dirty. He also wants to know how strong he is. Chang Shan's expression changed slightly. He noticed something was wrong and retreated quickly. But it was too late. Su Guang stepped forward. The big gun in his hand was like a bird entering the forest, twisting and turning several times in the air, and then stabbing Chang Shan at an incredible angle. Chang Shan turned sideways to avoid it, and the huge power carried by the big gun violently poured into the crumbling wall, suddenly erupting. Boom! Like triggering dominoes, a series of walls collapsed instantly. There was a thunder at the foot of Changshan Mountain, and stone slabs were trampled to pieces. One hand suddenly grabbed the barrel of the big gun, trying to compete with Su Guang. Su Guang's arms suddenly exerted force, and the upper muscles bulged high. At the same time, he took a step forward, his body continued to rotate, and the two began to fight around the big gun. Boom! The two people's legs met in the air, and black spots appeared on Su Guang's legs. Click! Chang Shen screamed. Boom! There was another loud noise, and Chang Shen lost his balance. Su Guang lifted his arms into the air, and he kicked the big gun. Buzz buzz! The big gun stood up straight. It's over! Chang Shan's arms and legs were grabbed by Su Guang, and he suddenly smashed towards the tip of the gun. Phew! Chang Shan's eyes were distracted, he was vomiting blood, and a big hole was ripped open in his chest by the ferocious tip of the big gun. Blood is gushing. Su Guang asked softly as he watched Chang Shan's body sliding down the gun. Is it worth it for a dead man? Chang Shan's breath was weak and he couldn't even stand up. He looked at Su Guang with a bright face. After all, I still underestimate you. Su Guang stopped listening to his words, stretched out his hand to hold the big gun, and blood essence surged out, born from the blood eyes. But at this moment, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly leaned back before he had time to draw out the big gun. Boom! Chang Shan's body exploded instantly like a bomb. In an instant, dozens of meters of surrounding walls collapsed, as if they had suffered an inhumane explosion. Da-da-da! The sound of footsteps kept coming, and then Li Xiao led his people to arrive. He looked at the ruins in front of him, and his heart was broken. Su Dutong. Bang! There was a long roar from the ruins, and then a figure covered in smoke and a bit embarrassed jumped out of the ruins. Su Guang looked ugly. He didn't expect Chang Shan to be so cruel. If he hadn't been able to connect with the ejected magic weapon after practicing his internal organs, he wouldn't have even noticed the changes in Chang Shan's body. This kind of self-destruction that turns the heart into a bomb is not something ordinary Zhang practitioners can have. This seems to be Chang Shan's own speciality. Chang Shan's origin made him curious again. It's a pity that he once asked Zhao Min, and Zhao Min didn't know much about Chang Shan's origins. The two were just barbarians from outside the Great Wall of Yuzhu who entered the country in the past and fled to Feiyun City together. His face was heavy. There were so many heroes in the world like the Crucian carp crossing the river. He just had better luck. Su Dutong, are you okay? Li Xiao's voice was filled with awe. Although he didn't know who Su Guang was fighting, the ability to cause such huge destructive power was obviously beyond his imagination. Su Guang shook his head and said to him, "It's okay. Find some clothes for me and we'll pick him up." Yes. The 300 Feiyun guards plus Su Guang were able to act almost unscrupulously in the city. But Li Xiao still acted very seriously. Su Guang used 2 extremely violent battles to prove his strength, which was enough to compete for the top 3 positions. Some of the small thoughts in his mind disappeared without a trace. Perhaps, following this youngest commander will be a good thing in the future. Moreover, Su Guang was originally a mercenary, and he was considered one of his own. Becoming the governor was just an unconventional promotion. In the past, such extraordinary promotions were only from related households. Now that Su Guang, a powerful person, has been replaced, nothing. Li Xiao thought about this and became more respectful to Su Guang. Su Guang was keenly aware of this change, but did not say much. Time passed slowly. For 3 days, Su Guang took Li Xiao and picked up 13 disciples from the 3 major forces, including the most beautiful woman from Hondeo clan. He finally knew this woman's name. Su Yuchen. It was a nice name and a very touching beauty, but Su Guang just took one look at it and stopped looking at it. He saw the ambition in the eyes of the woman in front of him, especially her fighting power, which shocked him even more. The hero-level internal organs training realm was a rare existence in Feiyun City. He could clearly feel that this woman had not reached the state where the 4 internal organs could not rest and the chi of the whole body could be restrained, but she couldn't feel anything. If it weren't for my own miraculous observation with my heavenly eyes, I really wouldn't have discovered her hidden realm. This is not an easy person to get along with, so I can't help but stay away from him. Su Yuchen seemed not to feel anything and sat on the carriage from beginning to end. Within 3 days, they encountered fierce resistance from the masters of the Han and Lu families. Su Guang was attacked and killed countless times by Su Guang without risking his life. Among them, 2 dirty masters attacked and killed him. The disciples of the 3 major forces were all shocked by Su Guang's strength. How could this be compared to the strength of the younger generation? When did such a monster appear in Feiyun City? 3 days later. Inner City. Su Guang, Li Xiao, and the disciples separated after entering the city guard's mansion. Upstairs in Kangmang, a table of diners saw this scene, and one of them looked playfully. It seems that the Su Dutong is not simple. He is so simple that Li Xiao, a prick, is convinced. Haha, but to gain a foothold in Feiyun Guard, just recovering one Li Xiao won't do. You can't say that. Although Su Guang has a bad background, he can be regarded as the leader of the capital because he fought one battle after another. He has completed the tasks assigned to him by the city guard very well, and he can be regarded as a character. What Brother Du said is true, but after thinking about it, those commanders of Feiyun Guard probably don't want to have such a foreign commander. Before going home, Su Guang washed away the smell of blood outside and then walked in the door wearing a brand new white robe. Xiao He seemed to have been waiting for him. After seeing him, he turned around and ran towards the courtyard. Su's mother, Ji Xiaolu, Su Chun, and Wang Wen came out soon. They had been waiting for him. Song Tao is also there. He has nowhere to go. He has recognized Su Guang as his master. Now that the Han family has been destroyed, he does not need to hide around. Su Guang looked at his family with a smile, but suddenly knelt down at the door. Mother! Su Guang was unfilial and his father died out of resentment. It took my son 7 years to take revenge. Su's mother's eyes were moist, looking at Han Qing's head held in Xiao Hei's mouth. She suddenly turned around and walked into the backyard. Su Guang knelt on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. He has been waiting for this day for too long. Backyard. Song Tao, the Han family has been destroyed, and Han Po was killed by my own hands. Your revenge has been avenged. You and I are also people with the same disease. I will give you a Zhang Zhang Kung Fu book. If you want to leave, just go there. Su Guang stood in the courtyard, reached out and stroked Xiao Hei's head, and said to Song Tao, who walked in behind him. Song Tao looked startled, then suddenly knelt down on one knee and said, Song Tao is willing to follow Duke Ming. Su Guang turned around, looked at the fat man in front of him, and smiled. Since you don't want to leave, then stay. You and I, brothers, will be together in life and death. Obey the public order. To the east of Wei River. Zhang Qing knelt on the rosette on the high platform, his eyes full of strange colors, and the mysterious light shone, as if attracting the thunder of heaven and earth. Archmage, why did we suddenly stop? As long as you give the order, Feiyun City is at your fingertips. A Yangjin who had been standing beside him asked softly, representing all the senior leaders of Huangtian sect, asking the doubts in his mouth. For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at Zhang Qing on the rosette. A smile appeared on Zhang Qing's ordinary and friendly face. I underestimated the city guard in Feiyun City. What a good trick. He looked in one direction and seemed to be able to see through the main hall the towering, black sky monument that appeared above the Wei River overnight. The chaos in the city quickly subsided. At least the remaining Han and Lu remnants did not dare to take action at will. The 3 guards in the city were out and patrolling almost day and night. Everything seemed to be back to normal. As for the changes outside the city, it seems that people have selectively ignored them. Su Guang went out of the city one day to take a look. He could not see anyone alive under his eyes. It seemed like overnight, the outside of the city had completely become a no man's land. But Duanju seemed to have expected everything. Many people outside the city moved to the south of the city. There was a barren mountain there, and now there were many thatched houses. Su Guang is convinced that the sky monument is indeed related to Duanju. What method is this? Huang Tianjiao's reaction was also very strange. It stands to reason that Feiyun City has undergone major changes and it is a good time to attack. Why did Zhang Qing not move? Even after the raid that day, Huang Tianjiao has not sent anyone into the city. It was just his previous estimation that gave him some hope for Feiyun City, and after breaking through Zhang training, his strength once again entered a period of rapid growth, and he needed a stable environment to practice. I am also happy to see the results of the current situation. At night, Su Guang and another person were sitting at the table. There was a lot of food and wine on the table. Brother Guan came as soon as he came. Why should he be so polite? Guan Shen laughed loudly. Brother Su and I hit it off as soon as we met, and we felt that we were friendly before. Now, only a year has passed, and Brother Su has achieved such an achievement. I really envy Guan. As the saying goes, a good match is a good match for a hero. This bloody rhinoceros is forged. The bone heterogeneity is extremely powerful. Brother Su might as well try it. His tone was genuine and emotional. Su Guang smiled, picked up the wine bottle, and drank the wine in one gulp. It is now late autumn, the night wind is sluggish, and the willows are floating in the courtyard. Su Guang was a little surprised by Guan Shan's arrival. He had previously escorted the younger generation of the 3 major forces back to the inner city. Although he had met Guan Shan a few times, that was all. As for the feeling of falling in love at first sight in Guanshan Pass, he actually didn't quite believe it. In the morning, the city guard prepared a new household registration document for you, Brother Su. Although Feiyun City is half a level higher than several surrounding counties, the city guard can promote you to the 3rd-class noble citizen at most. Su brother, don't be surprised. It doesn't matter. I have been a commoner for so many years. To be able to transcend ordinary people and become a noble citizen is beyond Su's expectation. Guan Shen laughed loudly. Brother Su has a good spirit. Su Guang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Guan comes from a wealthy family, so naturally he doesn't understand the suffering of ordinary people like us. Hearing this, Guan Shen put down the wine bottle in his hand. Brother Su is joking. Guan is just a commoner. He has no family behind him. He even has no heirs. He is alone and can't compare to Brother Su. This time it was Su Guang's turn to be surprised. He had always thought that with Guan Shan's status, he must have an extraordinary background. From this point of view, the Guan brother in front of him was also a genius. Okay, the past is like smoke, no need to talk about it anymore. I came here today to ask Brother Su about his plans for the future. Guan Shan said in a low voice. With a calm smile on his face, Su Guan looked at Ji Xiaolu, who was talking to Su Chun in the distance. Honor your mother, take care of your wife, and have a few children. Guan Shan's face couldn't help but twitch. Is it wrong? You broke through and practiced visceral training at a young age, and that's how much you achieved. After all, this didn't sound good, so he said slowly, Brother Su, do you have any plans in the martial arts? For example, go and see the scenery above the Zhang training. Su Guang shook his head, I'm just starting to practice Zhang, and I'm still far from the peak of Zhang training. Brother Su, what you said is wrong. Martial arts practice is like sailing against the current. Once you set foot on this path, you are destined to provoke countless enemies. If you cannot become stronger, how can you protect the stability of your family? Su Guang glanced at Guan Shen calmly, Brother Guan has a plan. If Guan wants to find mystical skills, he should step on top of Lian Zhang to appreciate the scenery from high places. Guan's face showed some obsession. He obviously knew a lot, but Su Guang also inferred from his words that Xian Gong was needed to enter Zhang training. But what is this Xian Gong? It should be a higher level of Kung Fu than the Golden Willow Kung Fu and others. Su Guang was thinking in his mind, but then he thought of a question, Brother Guan, does he know the origin of those Zerg that appeared inexplicably outside the city and the living dead in the city in the past few days? Guan Shen smiled and said, I don't know, but Brother Su, don't worry. According to the elders in the sect, the insects cannot stay for a long time. They will disappear on their own in a short time. As for the living dead, they are actually a kind of thing that can be controlled. The three major forces have found the weird bug in the human brain and will announce it in a few days, so don't worry. Su Guan was a little surprised. But Guan Shan didn't know the details, he only knew this, and the city guard Duanju probably knew it too. Brother Su, you should know that there is a junior sister Su in our sect. This junior sister has a mysterious origin and a powerful background. Someone sent a letter a few days ago, asking junior sister Su to come over. If you want to pursue the ultimate limit of martial arts, you can come to Handao sect to find her. Me. Guan Shen finally revealed the real purpose of coming to Su Guang today. Win over Su Guang for that junior sister Su. Su Guang was a little surprised and had some deeper guesses about Su Yuchen's identity, but he still shook his head, I have made up my mind. Thank you Brother Guan for your concern, and thank you Miss Su for your concern. After Guan Shen left, Su Guang stood there for a long time. He was just a small person and could not see the situation clearly. All he could do was to strengthen himself. Another day, Su Guang quietly went to take a look outside the city. The strange insect had disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. It just disappeared completely, without even a trace. Only the ancient black monument standing on the Wei River proves that something once existed. The situation in Feiyun City is also constantly changing. 2 of the 3 major families were destroyed, and the 3 major forces at the top only took away the fattest parts. The rest was enough to feed the small families in the city. As the 6th commander of the Feiyun Guard, Su Guang has gained a firm foothold in the Feiyun Guard after these days of running around and showing his strength, with the support of Li Xiao and others, as well as the support of Duanju, are also eligible to participate in this carve-up feast. Su Guang took Ji Xiaolu as he walked through the inner streets of the city guard's mansion. It was not a bustling place. After all, there were fewer people. In this world of fireworks, popularity is needed after all. Uncle Su, we want to eat candy. Aunt Lu, Xiaodang also wants to eat. Soon, this lively feeling disappeared. The people who lived here were retired Feiyun guards or those on duty. The lowest position was a centurion. Naturally, there were many wives and concubines in their homes. Ji Xiaolu likes children. Every time he goes out with Su Guang, he will bring some candies to the children. Although Su Guang was indifferent, his wife liked it, so he let her go, and he always carried some with him. A bunch of unruly brats who still don't kowtow to thank Uncle Su. The person who spoke was Zhao Yu, who was a close confidant of Nai Yu. Su Guang and Nai Yu were neighbors and lived not far away. 2 of these children belonged to his family. The long street is endless fun. Su Guang only felt that his current living situation made him feel more relaxed than ever before. City Shaofu. This is the 2nd time Su Guang has come to the meeting hall of the city guard's mansion. This place is still so grand, majestic, and full of majesty. More people came this time. In addition to the people from Feiyun Guard, there were also the top leaders of the other 2 guards. Except for the Chen family, the other 2 families were wiped out. In their place, there was a martial arts alliance composed of martial arts masters from all the major martial arts schools in the city, as well as the Feiyun Lianyi Chamber of Commerce jointly established by 5 small and medium-sized families, Cheng, Song, Su, Wang, and Ning. From the moment Su Guang crossed the threshold, everyone's eyes fell on him. There were different emotions in his eyes, including envy, curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, and dissatisfaction. Su Guang turned a deaf ear to this. When he saw it, he only paid attention to 7 people. The combat power of these people was at the level of heroes in Zhang training realm. Among them, there are 3 Feiyun guards and 2 from each of the other 2 armies. There are actually many acquaintances in the lobby, such as Zhao Min from the Martial Arts Alliance and Chang Lianer from the Feiyun United Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Guang. Zhao Min waved to him. Su Guang showed a smile and stepped forward to offer a cup of tea, which made Zhao Min's face glow red, feeling quite proud among the 6 martial arts masters. There were originally 7 Zhang martial arts masters in the city, and only his apprentice, Zhao Min, became the commander of Feiyun Guard today. What an honor it was! Zhao Min's eyes were already filled with joy as he listened to everyone's compliments on him. Then he said hello to Chang Lianer and Guan Shan, and then walked towards the crowd of Feiyun Guards. Someone was already waiting to guide him to the chair where he should sit. Sitting next to him was Naiyu, the Feiyun Guards woman Dutong who had always been kind to him. Su Guan, did you choose a target when you came here? There are 33 cities in the outer city. If nothing else, 13 of them belong to Feiyunwei. Which 2 pieces do you want? Su Guan was stunned and shook his head in confusion. Li Xiao only informed him to come to the meeting, but he didn't know the content. Naiyu rolled her eyes at him. Su Guan was a little uncomfortable with her appearance. We have shuffled Feiyun City this time. The spoils must be divided up. The 3 major forces will divide the decades of savings of the 2 major families. Our 3 guards will take over their original territory, and the Alliance and Chamber of Commerce will take over their shops and land. Understand? While Naiyu was talking, Li Xiao very discerningly took out the map and placed it in front of Su Guang. Su Guang glanced at Li Xiao with satisfaction. This boy seemed to be convinced by him now. When I came here, Chief Li said that 1 person would get 2 square meters, and the profit from the remaining square would be given to the brothers who died in the army. Look, this is what Mr. Li wants, and this is what Mr. Wan wants. In the end, there are only 2 of us left. Which 2 markets do you want? I won't argue with you. Naiyu patted his rock-hard chest muscles. Su Guang's face twitched, he lowered his head and looked carefully for a long time, raised his head, looked at Naiyu and blinked. Which 2 do Naidutong think I should choose? He knew the rules and handed over the choice to Naiyu. After all, it was first come, first served, and this person was ranked before him. He had seen those markets, and they were not all the territory of the Han and Lu families. After hearing this, Naiyu placed his finger on the 2 places on the map. These 2 are pretty good. Except for them, most of the people in the hall were discussing in groups of 2s and 3s, probably sharing the spoils, and everyone seemed to be beaming with joy. This is a feast divided among the victors. While the 2 were talking, the giants of the 3 major forces also walked in at this time. The chatting atmosphere suddenly stopped and the air became quiet. Han Kaiyufeng, the leader of Handao sect, is a middle-aged man with a heroic appearance. He has a beard and a bit of elegance. There is no strong aura when he walks. In fact, after reaching the level of Zhang training, many people's pace has changed. As the saying goes, returning to nature, practicing Zhang in a county, even a strong person can establish a family existence. What surprised Su Guang was that he couldn't see the message from the master of Handao sect. Nothing to see at all. This person is not practicing dirty tricks. Su Guang's heart was pounding, no wonder. Then he eagerly turned his attention to Giliu, the master of the Xianyi sect. Like the cold autumn wind, he could not see his attributes. Gulu is an extremely handsome middle-aged uncle, with a handsome face and a tall figure. His mouth always seems to be smiling but not smiling, with an unfathomable feeling. Soon their direct disciples followed, and Su Guang had seen the young man behind Gulu. It was during the chaos in the square that day that the person who fought against the Vidra Dianzua was named Yu Liang, who was also a hero. He seemed to be aware of Su Guang's gaze. The young man turned his head and smiled at Su Guang and nodded, and Su Guang responded politely. Smile. Duanju didn't arrive until the end. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, with a calm posture and an indifferent temperament. He walked towards the chair between the 2 gate masters, and his momentum did not lose at all. Li Zongkang stood behind him with his sword in hand, looking like a patron saint. Duanju sat down on a chair, looked around the hall, smiled and said, I am very pleased that everyone can come today, so I would like to say 3 things. The first thing I want to tell you is that the previous RB officials had contacted the imperial court, so Feiyun City was still safe and Huang Tianjiao couldn't get in. The second thing is that there are still remnants of the Han and Lu families. One of them is named Shu Jun. He is a peak-level stranger. It is rumored that he has the power to control fire. Everyone must be careful. There is also another person named Guo Chong, who is also the same. This person is a strange person. This person has a secret method that can change his appearance. The power of his blood is that he makes strange screams from his mouth and can make people faint. It is very strange. Let the younger generations in the family pay attention. The third thing is a bit difficult to handle. The Han and Lu families were destroyed, and many people suffered. You are all the pillars of Feiyun City. I hope that you can take the initiative to take on the task of rebuilding Feiyun City. Su Guan listened on the sidelines and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he can be an official and still feel at ease in Feiyun City, where the 2 major sects are governed together. He can advance and retreat with the two major sects. Look at the art of speaking. The sharing of spoils was referred to as construction. After hearing this, everyone became a hero for the country and the people. It was really amazing. Su Guang sighed in his heart and signed up enthusiastically. Although Su Guang had no money, he was still willing to contribute to Feiyun City. After all, the materials required for the secret medicine of the Zhang realm are too expensive nowadays. If you continue to search for the wealth without an owner, it will only be a drop in the bucket. After all, the wealth without an owner is not the legendary treasure house of the previous dynasty, and you won't be able to get much money out of it. I don't want to. When it comes to murder and robbery, having a long-term channel is a good way to make money. The discussion was in full swing, and Su Guang listened quietly. Everyone had smiles on their faces, and everything seemed so prosperous at this moment of harvesting the results. Soon, the partition feast was over. Generally speaking, most people were satisfied. Su Guang was indifferent to this. His record in Fianwei had been spread, and the territory he gained was not very good, but not bad either. Just as he and Naiyu were about to leave together, someone suddenly spoke. Su Dutong is still young. I feel that it is better to hand over the Kongfang territory to me to manage it, so that we can prosper Feiyun City. The speaker was a man who was 7 feet tall, slender, and had a warm smile on his face. At this time, no one had left. These words instantly attracted everyone's attention to the two of them. This is a good show to watch. Su Guang hadn't spoken yet, but glanced at Li Xiao behind him, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Part of Feiyun Guard's territory is used to pay military salaries to his sergeants. Li Xiao and others are assigned to him, which means that he needs to bear their training resources. Kongfang is the richer one of the two in his hands, and now it is being asked for, haha. Naiyu's face turned cold instantly. Du Fei, Kongfang is our Feiyun Guard's territory, don't go too far. Du Fei chuckled lightly and looked at Su Guang with a friendly expression. I heard that Su Dutong was just a commoner, so I guess he doesn't know much about running a square market. I have always been helpful, and I just want to help Su Du. That's all. Su Guang glanced at the commanders of Feiyun Guard and saw different expressions on their faces. Some were angry, some were calm, and some were playful. Duanju, the city guard, had an expressionless face, as if he hadn't heard anything. Naiyu looked angry and whispered in Su Guang's ear, this man's name is Du Fei. He is a direct disciple of the ancient stream of the Xianhe sect and the third capital of the Xianhe Guard. He has a close relationship with Lu Dutong of our Feiyun Guard. Benedict. Su Guang understood clearly and glanced at Lu Dutong of Feiyun Guard again. His face was expressionless, but from the corner of his eye, he interacted with Du Fei from time to time. Oh, Your Excellency, are you saying that Su is a commoner and is not worthy to be seated alongside you? So, Su's territory must also be given to you? His tone was relaxed, and he stretched out a palm to look at it gently. Du Fei's provocation can actually be easily resolved by binding several commanders of Feiyun Guard with words. For the sake of the harmony of Feiyun Guard, Li Zongkong will definitely speak, and Du Fei will definitely regress. But this method will make his subordinates feel cold and will also make outsiders feel that he is soft-hearted. He will become the kind of rat who has status and strength but only sues his parents. Su Guang doesn't like it, at least with his current strength. There are not many people in Feiyun City who are afraid of him. Dumo didn't mean this, but if Su Dutong understands it like this, Du will have nothing to say. Du Fei said lightly. Su Guang took a step forward slightly and looked at Du Fei. What if Su doesn't want to? Does Du Dutong want to fight Su to the death? His tone was light, but his words were full of murderous aura. From around him, a powerful aura condensed. Although Su was born as a commoner, he is now a third-class nobleman. If Du Dutong wants to be prosperous, the swordsman in the ring can do whatever he wants. After a pause, he glanced across the lobby and smiled, everyone is welcome. He discovered that fighting to the death in the ring was actually a very good way to make a name for himself. Du Fei narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. He found out Su Guang's background and killed Yang She with one shot, but he couldn't do it. They are all colleagues of the 3 guards of Feiyun City, so there is no need to be so tense. At the critical moment, it was Gu Lu, the leader of the Xianhe sect, who spoke. Su Guang sat down again and glanced at Duanju again. He saw the city guard with a slight smile on his face and nodded towards him. The master of the immortal crane sect, Gu Lu, had the same expression from beginning to end, and the smile at the corner of his mouth never changed, as if he hadn't seen anything just now. If this man hadn't spoken just now, Su Guang would have thought he was a man of immortal character. Woolen cloth. It turned out to be an old silver coin. Su Guang thought silently in his heart. It seems that after the Han and Lu families were resolved, Feiyun City was still full of struggles even if the Huangtian sect retreated. Kongfang. This was the place where he would eat with his brothers in the future. Su Guang took this seriously and brought Li Xiao and others over after leaving the city guard's mansion. Boss, is this Kongfang really our territory from now on? The person who asked the question was a man named Yan Niu. The barracks led by Li Xiao is called Bengzi Camp, which is the famous Thornhead camp in Feiyun Guard. He is not the kind of capable Thornhead, but his martial arts qualifications are not very good and his background is not good. Thorny Head. It was originally managed by Li Zongkang, but after Subuang became the capital, it was completely assigned to Subuang's command. That's right, this Kangfang will be the place where we brothers eat together from now on. Daniel, you can serve snacks later, Subuang said with a smile. Yan Niu patted his chest. Don't worry, boss. Beng Jing was able to identify with Subuang so quickly because, apart from Subuang's demonstrated strength, there was another little-known fact, and that was his origins. Subuang's attitude towards the only stranger in Bengzi camp was pretty good. Yes, Yan Niu is a strange person, and his bloodline power is also very good. He is born with a strong body, has 2 hearts, and can produce nearly twice as much blood and essence as an ordinary person. He has great potential. Okay, Daniel, come with me. Let's get acquainted with the neighbors first, Li Xiao said from the side. Hearing this, Yan Niu patted his head honestly, clasped his fists and said to Subuang, Boss, I'll go over first. Go ahead. Subuang walked on the street with an unprecedented ambition in his eyes. The future tax revenue of this street belongs to him. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded, and then a man wearing Fianwei uniform was seen galloping towards him. When he was 15 meters in front of Subuang, he got off the horse and knelt down on one knee. Wang Zhan, a centurion of the Feiyun Guard's Yuzheng camp, has met Su Dutong. Nai Yu's people? Nai Dutong sent a humble official to ask Su Dutong to come over and discuss important matters. When Su Guan heard this, he didn't ask what happened to Nai Yu, so he asked someone to bring the horse and go to the universiade where Nai Yu was. After a while, Su Guan met Nai Yu. The woman's burly figure made it difficult to approach. Su Guan, you are here. What happened? Nai Yu frowned, as if he had encountered something extremely difficult. He backed away, then took out a secret letter from his arms and handed it to Su Guang. Just now, the Lord City Guard sent a secret message and found the traces of Guo Chong. You and I are going to capture Guo Chong. If we can't capture him alive, we will kill him on the spot. After a pause, she looked at Su Guang with a somewhat searching look in her eyes. This is a good job for free. You don't have to work hard. Li Dutong is responsible for capturing Xu Jun. You and I will join forces. All we have to do is hold Guo Chong back. That's all. Li Dutong will come to support us when the time comes. Indeed, within the confines of Feiyun City, Li Zongkang can be said to be invincible in his internal organs training. Su Guang pursed his lips and asked with strange eyes, I remember that Guo Chong is from the Han family, and the power of his blood is sound waves? Can he make people faint with just one sound? Nai Yu nodded. Yes, Guo Chong charged at Xian He Wei Yuping's army before. With this man's roar, dozens of people fell down. His method was weird. His brothers were not strong enough, so this time take action, you and I just go ahead. Su Guang's eyes flashed, and he became interested in Guo Chong. The power of this person's bloodline sounds very powerful. In his mind, he consciously ignored the order to capture Guo Chong alive. By the way, Guo Chong has always been cautious. How did the city guard discover Guo Chong's whereabouts? Nai Yu's tone became a little lower. Among the living members of the Han family, there is Archie. Without further ado, let's go. Sanyanfang has always been the territory of the Chen family. It has been managed by the Chen family for nearly 30 years. Unfortunately, the Chen family has made great efforts in the past few days. Although the bet on the right bet has yielded rich results, it has also suffered a great loss in power. Su Guang never expected that Guo Chong would hide here with the remaining members of the Han family. Based on his courage alone, this Guo Chong is truly a character. The place where Guo Chong is hiding is a large courtyard with 2 entrances and exits. Judging from the dilapidation of the courtyard walls, this place can be regarded as a cultural relic. Everyone is on standby. No one is allowed to come in or out without a signal from me and Su Dutong. If anyone from the Han family insists on charging, they will be killed without mercy. Promise. Nearly 100 Feiyun guards behind him whispered in unison. The moonlight was hidden in the clouds, and no light could be seen. Su Guang and Nai Yu jumped into a courtyard with light steps and disappeared. The two looked at each other, and then walked towards the back of the yard in perfect agreement. According to the intelligence, the Han family members were hiding in the cellar in the front yard, and Guo Chong was guarding the backyard alone. As agreed, Nai Yu walked in front while Su Guang watched from behind. The yard seems to be inhabited all year round. There is a small garden in the backyard, which is well taken care of. Even in late autumn and when winter is about to begin, it is still extremely lush. Is there really a traitor? Su Guang suddenly heard a low shout. This voice had a strange magical power, which made people feel irritated. Then an extremely disgusting feeling came to his heart, and even the beating of his heart was slightly affected. Qi and blood circulation is slightly stagnant. It's Guo Chong. Immediately afterwards there was the sound of weapons clashing, and Nayu was already fighting with Guo Chong. Guo Chong, person, combat power, elite level Zhang training realm. I'll fight. I'll fight. The yard was filled with Guo Chang's strange cry like a drake's throat, which contained a strange sound wave that even caused Nayu to sway constantly. Seeing Su Guang, Nayu quickly shouted, "Come and help." Guo Chong was powerful, and Nayu was constantly being suppressed by the power of his bloodline. His blood flow was stagnant, and from time to time he would be scratched by the long knife in Guo Chang's hand. Su Guang took out the big gun from his back and rushed forward, his eyes changing, thinking about how much strength he needed to use. The big gun shook and turned into silver gun shadows all over the sky in the night. Guo Chong was horrified when he saw this and shouted quickly, "I'll fight." Su Guang shook his head. His body was too strong, and infrasound waves of this level had little effect on him. But feeling the speed of the force in his body and the stalemate coming from some muscles all over his body, Su Guang became very interested in the power of Guo Chang's blood. Carrying a gun shows 70% strength, and the battle with Guo Chang is inextricable. With Su Guang's help, Nayu finally had the strength to fight back. Her face was red, as if she had been burned by fire, and white steam was rising from her burly body, like a furnace. When Guo Chang was entangled with Su Guang, he slashed his back with a knife. When Guo Chang turned to dodge, Su Guang shook his spear and stabbed him to the core. Nayu did not express any opinion on Guo Chang's death. Instead, he sat on the ground with resentment, took out a bandage from his arms and wrapped it around the wound. "The power of this bitch's blood restrains me and affects the operation of my skills. She is also an elite-level combatant, but she practices the blood coagulation technique taught by Fianwei. This is a high-explosion technique that requires high-speed movement of qi and blood." Guo Chang's noise affected the movement of her qi and blood, suppressing it. Her strength was why she was so unbearable in front of Guo Chang. Su Guang didn't laugh at her. He was busy refining blood. Guo Chang's blood was very powerful, and he was very powerful against high-explosive Zhang practitioners like Nayu. Just as Nayu was bandaging his wounds and issuing the agreed-upon secret signal to summon the Fian guards to catch the Han family's fish that had slipped through the net, a strange sound of footsteps came. Su Guang suddenly looked up and saw a figure in white standing under the arched door in the garden. His figure showed a twisted posture. His long dark green hair covered his entire face, and he could only see a pair of strange-looking eyes. Eyes of scarlet light. This is... what the hell? The moment Su Guang saw that thing, the hairs on his body suddenly stood up, and a kind of fear arose in his heart, just like the instinctive fear of a mouse when it sees a cat. This is... ghost. As a gust of cold wind blew by, the white shadow disappeared in a flash. "What's wrong with you?" Nayu asked in a low voice. She felt that Su Guang's expression was wrong just now, as if he had seen something terrible. The burst of blood in his body made her feel a little uncomfortable. "You didn't see it? What did you see?" Su Guang said nothing, picked up the gun and walked out, but suddenly found that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. "Is that silver moon flower there just now?" Nayu looked in the direction Su Guang was pointing, his expression slightly stagnant, and he was a little confused and said, "It should be here, right?" Su Guang continued to move forward, and suddenly there was a sound that sounded like crying but not crying, like a woman's cry, or like the wailing of some wild beast that he had never seen before. He suddenly stopped, and the big gun behind him suddenly shook. He used the gun as a knife and slashed downwards in an instant. Boom! The ground exploded, leaving nothing behind. But Su Guang discovered something strange. His face was solemn and there was deep fear in his eyes. Nayu finally discovered something was wrong. Her whole body turned red, and she felt as hot as a furnace. "Stop! Who are you?" Under the night, a strange figure walked silently, and Nayu shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, she ran a few steps quickly, turned into an afterimage, and chopped it off without hesitation. The figure split into two parts in an instant, but, like water, it slowly split apart and merged with the shadow under its feet. Become two people. Nayu was shocked by the scene in front of him, with horror in his eyes. Su Guang remained silent and disappeared into the darkness. A red line suddenly appeared on his forehead where no one could see him. This time, he saw clearly. The big gun turned into a silver dragon, making a buzzing sound in the dark night, and at the same time, a mysterious shot was fired from above, freezing a black shadow. Phew! A very strange piercing feeling came. Then there was a familiar feeling, like refining blood. But what came over was not the burning sensation of refining blood in the past, but an extremely cold and decadent feeling. A strange cry came, and another black image appeared in front of the two people as if it was being chased by something. Disappeared out of thin air. Just like that, disappeared. The two stood there in silence for a long time. It was not until a long roar came and Li Zongkang arrived with his people that they slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zongkang just glanced at Guo Chang's body, and then chased him somewhere. As if he knew where the black shadow was, he opened his mouth and sprayed blood mist under Su Guang's somewhat surprised eyes. The figure of the black shadow slowly reappeared and let out a silent scream again, like a beast that was about to be imprisoned, still fighting after being trapped. It's just that Li Zongkang's blood mist seemed to contain some qualities that Su Guang didn't understand. The figure of the black shadow became lighter and lighter, and finally disappeared completely. After doing all this, Li Zongkang looked at Su Guang, with a fleeting surprise on his face, which was caught by Su Guang. He stepped forward to ask, "Go and ask the city guard." This is Li Zongkang's answer. Su Guang stood silent for a long time. Unexpectedly, everyone in the Han family died. They died in strange ways, with no injuries at all on the outside, but no heart. City guard mansion, inner hall. Duanju had a smile on his face and seemed to be very interested in Su Guang's purpose. Of course, the shadow like Li Zongkang still stood behind him. Su Guang did not show off, and said softly, "The last general, Su Guang, has met the city guard. There is no need to be polite, Su Dutong. I don't know why you came to see me." Su Guang said softly, "The general intends to leave the city, but something has happened outside the city. The monument is born in the water. The general wants to ask the city guard for some advice. He also wants to know about the mysterious ghost." Duanju smiled slightly, but looked at Li Zongkang. "Let me tell you, Su Dutong is definitely not as cold as you." It seemed like a joke, but Su Guang felt something in his heart, as if he understood something. "Do you know the origin of the sky monument outside the city and the ghost figure?" "Of course, the two came from the same place, but the heavenly monument was brought out by my government with the official seal," Duanju said with a flat smile. But like a violent thunder, it exploded in Su Guang's ears. "Is the sky monument related to the Duanju in front of me? What about ghosts?" He was stunned. "What exactly is that monument? Is it the tomb of a strong man? Or something else? Is that ghost coming out because of adults?" Su Guang said in a low voice, with a tone that he had not noticed. "Tremble." Duanju shook his head. "I summoned the sky monument, but not the ghost shadow. I can tell you all this, but knowing it may hinder your future practice. Does Su Dutong want to hear it?" Su Guang glanced at Li Zongkang. His face was still expressionless, and he obviously had no intention of retreating. So, Li Zongkang knows? No wonder his expressions were indifferent when he and Naiyu told him things before. He said without hesitation, "The general wants to know." "Sure." Su Guang was speechless. He didn't realize that the city guard seemed to be quite chatty. He nodded silently. Duanju saw Su Guang's determined face and chuckled. "You are able to practice Zhang at such a young age, so you are obviously extremely talented, but you are only limited in your knowledge and vision. I don't think it will have any impact on you." Suddenly, he put away the smile on his face and looked at Su Guang with a serious face. "Talent is divided into yin and yang, and earth is divided into two realms. Have you ever thought that there is another world outside this world, like the one you are in now? The present world is thousands of times bigger, a world tens of thousands times larger." Su Guang was shocked. Duanju ignored the shock on Su Guang's face and continued, "Besides the present world, there is a world that seems real but not real, seems unreal but not false. It is called the mysterious world. The mysterious world and the present world are closely connected, just like one yin and one yang, there is me and you and me. You cannot see it in the mysterious world, but it is everywhere. Using vulgar words, you can think of the mysterious world as a strong man, and the current world as a woman. Only certain parts of the two can combine and pass through each other. The ghost shadow and the sky monument are all from the mysterious world. I came from this world, but the sky monument was attracted by me, but the ghost shadow was the handiwork of the great master Zhang Qing." When Duanju said this, he looked at Su Guang with a meaningful look. Su Guang was instantly confused and couldn't help but think of the statue in the temple deep in Qingyang Mountain. It made him feel as if it was coming from a certain world. The mysterious world can have an impact on the present world? Naturally, and very far-reaching, the heaven and earth have changed greatly, and most of the transformation of the earth dragon is due to the mysterious world. All kinds of theories about gods, demons and ghosts also come from the mysterious world. Even you warriors want to practice to the point of training the internal organs. On top of that, we also need some substances from the mysterious world. Duanju said slowly. "Do you know why those with perfect 5 internal organs are called seeing gods? After reaching the point of seeing gods, some changes will occur in the warrior's body, and his eyes can see some things that ordinary people cannot see, just like the legendary Riyang Yuan clan. The yin and yang eyes have ordinary blood, and regarding the mysterious world, generally those who have inherited it from their masters will only tell the disciples after they have reached the point of seeing the gods. The realm above Zhang training is called Gangsuan. If you sense the place of the mysterious world and draw the opportunity of the mysterious world, it is called Gangsuan. The Zhang training realm condenses the strength of the 5 internal organs, each of which has its own mystery. The first organ nourishes the energy, the second organ generates the energy, and the 3 internal organs transform the energy. It is easy to understand. The energy of the 4 internal organs is constantly generated in the body, building an internal circulation, which is also known as no leakage. In the eyes of outsiders, the breath is intact and the consumption is reduced. Just like a turtle, it has the effect of longevity. This state can increase longevity. As for the 5 internal organs seeing gods, Su Guang only understood today what kind of god it is. Su Guang was so distraught that he felt that all the worldviews he had built up in his mind over the years were completely shattered at this moment. He had always thought that this world was a normal world, but now he learned from Duan Zhuokao that gods, demons, and ghosts actually existed, but they were just in another world, but they were very likely to come to this world. Duan Zhu said calmly, "The heavenly monument was brought by me from the mysterious world with the official seal." The Yongzhen Weishui was also used to intimidate Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing's superb methods took advantage of me to lead the heavenly monument to appear, attracting a crowd of ghosts. By the way, the ghost shadow also has a name, called Heart-Eating Demon, but you don't have to worry, its strength cannot swallow your heart, and the mysterious world has various restrictions on these monsters from the mysterious world to the present world. Today, if you encounter one, you are lucky. However, your bloodline is extraordinary, and it is remarkable that you can cause harm to strange demons just by practicing your internal organs. In Feiyun City, there are very few mysterious monsters that can appear. The strange demons of the Suanxi world cannot be hurt or killed by people below the level of Gangsuan. It can be understood that the strange demons are not something that warriors below the Zhang level can encounter. So, the Suanyi Pavilion was built by the Imperial Court specifically to target demons? Yes and no, it is very difficult for demons to come into the world. The Suanyi Pavilion mainly focuses on the special places where demons come into the world. Su Guang was speechless. Duan Zhu's words reminded Su Guang of the changes in the Central Plains mentioned by Huang Silang before. Floods from the sky spread to 3 states. Did the flood also come from the Suanxi era? He felt a little heavy. The water in this world was much deeper than he imagined. Inexplicably, he felt that Suanxi was not that simple. 3 continents are flooded. What is the mysterious world? Why doesn't Zhang Qing come to attack Feiyun City? Duan Zhu took a deep look at Su Guang and said, "He is afraid that I will be destroyed together and cause the sky monument to fall." Su Guang was silent. The amount of information was too much for him to accept. Isn't this an ordinary feudal world? He walked in an unusual hurry, as if he wanted to verify something. Duan Zhu smiled and pointed in the direction Su Guang left, and said to Li Zongkang, "Your performance at that time seemed not as good as his." Li Zongkang said nothing, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Everyone in the world lives in their own world. No one can believe that there is another world outside this world. Especially after knowing how to practice Zhang, you need to perceive another world. This kind of difficulty is enough for people with weak minds to be born. Fear. I unconsciously asked myself in my heart, is it really possible to perceive another world out of thin air? It may even form an obsession and give rise to a fear of seeing the 5 internal organs. If Su Guang knew what Duan Zhu was thinking, he would have a more incisive explanation of this. There is a disease called autism. Su Guang is a time traveler after all. Although the mysterious thing of 2 worlds sticking together is unbelievable, he did know that there is a universe beyond the earth in his previous life. Although I understand that the 2 cannot be compared, it is not that difficult to accept it. Knowing that the appearance of the heart-eating demon was just a special case, Su Guang let go of his worries. After using a search device to test that what Duan Zhu said was true, he immersed himself in practice for half a day and finally suppressed his curiosity and random thoughts about the mysterious world. During this period, he gained the power of Guo Chan's bloodline. It's called soul calling, and the throat will produce some changes, which can make strange sounds, thereby affecting other people's bodies, especially the movement of qi and blood, causing fear, drowsiness, coma, etc. In a sense, it is an infrasound wave that has been strengthened several times. The new power of blood actually did not attract much attention from Su Guang. What really puzzled him was the change in the blood eyes. After refining and absorbing the blood in the Black Shadow's body, a strange gray air appeared in the blood's eyes, carrying a strong aura of decay and death. He had a hunch that after he opened his bloody eyes, this breath would be shot out by him like a hidden weapon. He didn't know how powerful it was, but he felt that this would be his trump card, a trump card that could resist the cultivation of the viscera and the Sengsuan realm. After hearing the news from Duan Zhu that he could leave the city, Su Guang walked around the city for another 2 days while practicing. He was sure that there were no demons from the mysterious world, and he was finally reassured to leave the city. He took his family out of the city to pay homage to his father. Han Qing was dead and his father's hatred had been cleared. All that was left was to find his 3rd sister Su Qiu. Everything was originally a good thing, but something happened that made Su Guang very sad. Su Guang's mother became ill. Seeing Ji Zila sitting by the bed and feeding medicine into his mother's mouth, Su Guang felt a little uncomfortable. "Brother Guang, what did the doctor say?" Su Guang squeezed her hand, shook his head and said nothing. Strictly speaking, Su's mother collapsed. Strictly speaking, it was not an illness. Su Guang was young when his father was seriously ill, and everything in the family was on Su's mother. Her body had collapsed long ago, and she had been holding on to it all these years. Originally, Su Guang thought that his mother would be well with his literary skills. But I didn't expect. Brother Guang. Mother Su's angry voice sounded. Su Guang stepped forward, held his mother's dry and cold hand. Mom, I'm here. He held back tears. Looking at his mother's skinny appearance, Su Guang still didn't know how long she could hold on, even if she found many life-extending medicines. You and Xiao Luer must be good to each other. You must work for the Su family as soon as possible to continue the incense. This is your father's and my lifelong wish. Su Guang knelt beside the bed, his eyes dim. He uses his search device to find a way to save his mother, but it takes 8,000 years. Immediately, he understood in his heart that his mother's fate had arrived, and the searcher's so-called rescue was resurrection. Su's mother finally went. She lived in exile for the first half of her life. After marrying Su's father, she lived a good life for a few years. Later, Su's father was summoned to serve as a servant of the army and civilians, and went to Tiananmen battlefield for 10 years. After returning, he finally had a farm at home. But within a few good years, Su's father was seriously injured. The burden was once again carried on the shoulders of this thin woman. At Su Guang's strong request, it was not until she was 13 years old that Wang Ning found a job for him, and she stopped working so hard. For the first time, Su Guang had ambitions for cultivation. He wanted to stand at the highest point. He wanted to resurrect his parents and see their voices and smiles with his own eyes. Su's mother's condition deteriorated very quickly. She suffered too many losses in her early years and lived under heavy pressure all year round. After Su Guang helped his father to avenge his father, his mood went up and down. The string in his heart collapsed. Now the hope that supports his survival may be just look at Su Guang and have his own children. From that day on, Su Chun lived in Su Guang's home and helped Ji Xiaolu take care of Su's mother. Chun Niang was also brought here by Ji Xiaolu. Wang Wen should have been happy because Xinghua was here. It's just that Wang Wen has been following Su Guang since he was a child, so he can be considered a young and mature person, and he also has sadness in his heart. But when Su's mother was seriously ill, Feiyun City was prospering. After the appearance of the Sky Monument, the Huangtian sect became completely honest. There were even no people in Feiyun City who openly believed in Huangtian. Ping and Fang and Confang were handed over to Li Xiao. Song Tao, who had nothing to do, also went to these two houses to integrate the underworld. Behind him was Su Guang, a strange man practicing viscera, and hundreds of Feiyunwei brothers. Now, everything is integrating smoothly. Su Guang didn't even visit once, but just stayed with his mother, Su's mother, for only a few days. What surprised Su Guang was that when Su's mother was seriously ill, Chang Lianer came several times and brought many life-threatening medicines such as ginseng. She didn't talk much, and she just put down her things and left every time. At the same time, he also established contact with Chang Lianer to purchase the raw materials he needed to practice the secret medicine. In terms of character, he believed in Chang Lianer. The days passed. Finally, one afternoon, Su's mother closed her eyes and never opened them again. Perhaps because the search engine was able to search, Su Guang was not as sad as he imagined, but rather complacent. He believed that as long as he practiced unswervingly and with the help of the search device, one day he would be able to reach the point of resurrecting his parents. The night is as dark as water. Su Guang, who had been busy all day with his mother's funeral, climbed into bed with Ji Xiaolu in his arms, and the two talked as husband and wife. He also talked about the farce when moving the graves of his parents. Brother Guang, eldest sister, is so majestic today. Su Guang hugged Ji Xiaolu tightly and said softly, when Dad passed away, the Wang family refused to let the eldest sister and brother-in-law come over. The brother-in-law moved out of the Wang family in anger so that the eldest sister could come back. Now my brother-in-law and I are in the city guard mansion. Once we have established our footing, the Wang family members are coming. It's strange that eldest sister can give them a good look. You don't know eldest sister's temper. Ji Xiaolu's eyes were bright, and he listened curiously to Su Guang's talk about Su Chun's past. Ever since she entered the family, both Su's mother and Su Chun have been very gentle to her. She has never seen the aggressive sides of Su Chun and Su's mother. Seeing that she was in a better mood and the sadness in her eyes dissipated unconsciously, Su Guang started talking about what happened when he was a child, especially Su Chun's shrewdness as a child, which no one in the village dared to offend. The woman listened with great interest, and at some point, the two hugged each other again. The night gradually became hotter. With a soft moan, Ji Xiaolu's delicate body trembled, and Su Guang let out a long sigh of relief, but his eyes were full of surprise. Just now, the blood eye has changed, and it has an extra, mysterious ability. It can not only refine blood, but also store the energy of life. Su Guang closed his eyes and tested it. This kind of life essence energy can be directly converted into essence and blood. Even if he practices with life essence, his body will not have hidden wounds like ordinary warriors. In other words, using this kind of life essence energy can directly transform into blood essence. The essence of life can increase the speed of Zhang training a lot. However, currently the only way to obtain the essence of life is through intercourse with Jixila's yin and yang. This is the same kind of death energy that was obtained by killing off the body of the heart-eating demon. Neither seems to be from this world. Su Guan quickly looked at Jixila nervously. Xiaolu, are you okay? Husband, do you still want it? I really can't do it anymore. Su Guan was speechless, but he still asked again, I'm asking if you feel any discomfort in your body. Even though they are an old couple, Jixila couldn't help but blush when she heard this. She buried her head in the quilt and said angrily, Husband, won't you come if you don't feel well? No, I just want to ask, have you felt any changes in your body during this time? Jixila heard the seriousness in the man's tone and cautiously stuck his head out. Husband, do you really don't want me anymore? Seeing that Su Guang's face turned dark, Jixila quickly hugged him and said, Speaking of changes, it seems that since that day in the outer city square, I felt light and I thought it was fear. When I left the city today, I followed my husband to see the monument, and I always felt warm and comfortable. When Su Guang heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. What kind of physique does Jixila have? The sky monument is something from the mysterious world. Can she be affected by it? He couldn't help but have a haze in his eyes. He didn't care to say anything more. He held Jixila's hand and exerted strength, feeling it carefully. As before, there was nothing, as if he was really just an ordinary person. Current search term, whether the impact of the sky monument on Jixila is good or bad. Related terms, safety, simplicity. Search range, 50 miles around Feiyun City. Current display results, 1. Searching, 2%, estimated duration minus 10 days. 10 days? The results became much faster this time, probably because he knew the news about Suanxi. The more knowledge he had in his mind, the shorter the time required for the searcher. This was something he had tested a long time ago. Su Guan breathed a sigh of relief. His mother had just left, and he cherished Jixila especially. On the third day, Song Tao came over alone, his tone mysterious. Any news? Song Tao nodded, his expression shocked. I saw the Yushi that Duke Ming mentioned, and it is indeed huge and terrifying in aura. Su Guan stood up with a happy face. Are there any arrangements? My subordinates have been buying intoxicating and stupor drugs on the black market in the city these days, and put 90% of them into the ancient well mentioned by Ming Gong. No matter how strong the beast is, it may not be uncomfortable. Song Tao said in a deep voice. Su Guangda is happy that now his strength has been exposed to some extent. Although he has gained a high position and stability, he has no long-term worries and must worry about the near future. He needs some backup, and the blood of transformation is a very important part. Yushi was the first backup plan he prepared for himself. Ever since Ping and Fang fell into his hands, he had asked Song Tao to stay near the ancient well in the deserted courtyard and come to him immediately if there was any movement in the well. Now finally there is good news. Su Guang immediately took Song Tao to the outer city. He took a closer look at the ancient well where Yushi was, and Song Tao also sent the prepared flesh and blood in time. Ming Gong, can you really do it alone? Song Tao put down the meat and asked hesitantly. He had encountered Yusu before when he captured Hiu at the mouth of Yingzui. He knew the terror of this alien species. Although Su Guang is powerful, but in this small well, Su Guang smiled, feeling pleased with Song Tao's loyalty. It doesn't matter. I never do anything I'm not sure about. Just go and watch outside and don't let anyone in. Yes. After Song Tao left, Su Guang stood at the mouth of the well. Even though he had seen Yushi several times, Su Guang was still nervous in such close contact. Take out a stone and throw it into the well. Yushi, who was sleeping, woke up instantly. Then his slender body suddenly lifted up, and he saw Su Guang's smiling face. As if he felt provoked, Yushi became furious instantly, opened his mouth, and spewed out a mouthful of cold mist. Su Guang's expression changed, the big gun in his hand shook, the air vibrated, and the cold fog dispersed. This alien species was so good. He was sure that Yushi was under the influence of Song Tao's medicine, and the speed at which its tail was raised was obviously slow. But despite this, the cold mist it spews out is still so troublesome. Seeing this, he was not surprised but overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and waved at Yushi. As if provoking, Yushi became even more angry. For sharp claws as sharp as knives suddenly stretched out from his slender body, along the walls of the well galloped up. Su Guangda shouted, "Well done." Immediately, he wielded the big gun in his hand and fought with Yushi. Yushi was huge, covered in scales and invulnerable. Every time the spear in Su Guang's hand was stabbed, it could only create a small dent at most, and in most cases it was just a small white dot. This guy is almost invincible among the Zhang mutants. Su Guang was certain in his heart. He was more and more surprised, and the big gun waved more powerfully, even activating the bloodbone state, and used his tyrannical strength to compete with Yutu. As the battle continued, Huang Yuan was almost completely destroyed, but Yushi's movement speed became slower and slower. Finally, it let out an unwilling roar, and the huge body fell down weakly. Su Guang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his tattered clothes and some bruises on his body. It was terrifying that he could still fight himself for so long before falling down after taking so many drugs. Yushi stared at Su Guang with hatred in his eyes from a distance. Su Guang chuckled, "Big guy, I won't kill you, I just want to treat you to something delicious." As he spoke, he took out the venison prepared by Song Tao and added his own essence and blood to it. "How's it going? Do you want to eat?" Yushi, who was originally disdainful and unruly, suddenly widened his eyes the moment he saw the meat, as if he had seen some rare treasure. His eyes were as white as copper bells. The blood of transformation is indeed the weak point of these strange beasts and species. As long as it is taken out, they will be as irrational as the monsters who met Tang Monk. He was generous and threw out a piece casually. "Please eat this piece." Although Yushi couldn't understand Su Guang's words, Su Guang's gesture made him angry. His actions were like feeding a dog, which made him dissatisfied. However, the covet in his heart made him suppress his pride. After hesitating for a long time, it finally lowered its head and swallowed the 10 kilograms of venison in one gulp. Seeing this, Su Guang showed joy on his face. This Yushi doesn't seem to be as arrogant as the legend says. After Yushi finished eating, he felt the transformation of the blood on himself, and his eyes suddenly opened wider. The hatred in Su Guang's eyes dissipated a little. Most of the alien species are not very intelligent, at least Yushi is like this. Su Guang picked up a piece of meat and shook it a few times. "Do you still want to eat it?" Yushi seemed to understand, and actually nodded. "If you want to eat, just listen to me from now on." Yushi didn't understand, so Su Guang followed his experience of recovering the crocodile in the swamp last time, slowly approached Yushi, and carefully touched its body. The scales on the surface of its body are not cold, but have a soft touch, like a woman's skin, and are very comfortable to touch. Yushi immediately turned around, and Su Guang shook the piece of meat again. "Listen to me from now on." Su Guang repeated again. Yushi is still confused. The man and the beast were in a stalemate for a long time, and Yushiu finally seemed to understand what Su Guang meant. Let Su Guang grab its body and climb on its back. It remained quiet and did not move. "It's done." Su Guang was so happy that he recovered a real alien species, even more powerful than Qian Cheng's former jade elephant. After guiding Yushi back to the ancient well, Su Guang straightened his clothes and walked out. After taming Yushi, Su Guang's overall strength became stronger again, and he was in a good mood. He took Song Tao to the underworld station in Liangfang for the first time. Song Tao didn't see Yushi. He was very discerning and didn't ask any questions. He just walked ahead and led the way. Along the way, gangsters kept saying hello to Song Tao, and there was no scene of bullying of men and women in the past. Su Guang admired Song Tao more and more. This is a talent. He is going to Suzhou to find his third sister Su Qiu. He will have to leave one day. Feiyun City is his home, and he must keep some trustworthy people. At this point, everything was back on track. After Duanju showed his trump card, Huang Tianjiao's great master Zhang Qing didn't know whether he was really afraid or fake. In short, Huang Tianjiao disappeared in Feiyun City. 10 days later, the search engine produced results. Current search results are as follows. 1. Ji Xiaolu has a special physique and is close to the Sky Monument. He can absorb life essence from the mysterious world and store it in his body. The current detection is harmless. Note, the current search results are only for the current world and cannot identify crises in the mystical world. Note, the current displayed result is 1. Su Guang felt a little calmer, but he still felt a little uneasy when he looked at the content behind the last word note. Since entering the visceral training realm, the bonus period brought by practicing the 5 exercises has finally passed, and Su Guang's practice speed has slowed down. However, with Ji Xiaolu here, if he can obtain the essence of life every day, it will increase. With the secret medicine for cultivating the viscera realm, his speed of training the viscera will not be much slower. In up to 3 years, he can achieve perfection in the 5 viscera. But in this case, he could only temporarily give up the idea of looking for Su Qiu. I don't know how third sister is doing there. Su Guang hesitated, so he went to the city guard's mansion to ask Duanju, the city guard. "Master Duan, I want to go to Suzhou to practice. Do you think my life is in danger if I walk around Dakian with my current strength?" Duanju gave him a strange look. "In the past, with your current strength, it was no problem to cross some weak states, but since the death of Emperor Qian 5 years ago, the world will be in turmoil. You want to go to Suzhou? Not a wise choice. If you are willing, I can write a letter of recommendation for you and recommend you to enter Taizhu Qingyun sect. With your talent, you will be able to obtain Xian Gong and step into Ganxian in a short time, and then you will be able to do it in the world." Duanju seemed upright, told the truth, and was even willing to arrange a way for Su Guang. Su Guang consulted Duanju several times and gained some understanding of the Sengsuan realm. The so-called Gangsuan means perceiving the mysterious world, casting the seed of a mysterious person, drawing the energy of the mysterious world, and causing incredible changes in oneself. After all, Duanju is not a warrior. He doesn't know much about the way to break through the mysterious world. He only knows that it requires mysterious skills, martial arts, and blood seals. The three are combined into one to create a mysterious seed. The three are indispensable. Xian Gong is the method of breakthrough, Wu Yi is the spirit of bounding, and blood seal is the way to the true self. Su Guang was silent for a long time, respectfully expressing his gratitude to Duanju. Duanju waved his hand, as if he didn't care. After pondering for a long time, Su Guang finally asked the doubt in his heart, "May I ask Master Duan, why do you treat Su so differently?" Duanju laughed loudly, pointed at Su Guang, and said to Li Zongkang, "I thought this kid would definitely ask me, but how long ago did he ask so impatiently? He seems to have a bad taste and likes to tease the taciturn Li Zongkang." Li Zongkang glanced at Su Guang with strange eyes, but remained silent. Duanju shook his head and looked at Su Guang. "You are good at everything, but you are too guarded, as if you are always worried that others will harm you." After a pause, his eyes moved behind Su Guang, gradually becoming dull, as if he could see what was happening in infinite distance. Serving as an official brings benefits to one party. In my early years, I was hanging out in the capital, and then I was demoted and returned to my hometown. I just wanted to spend the rest of my life helping my hometown cultivate a few outstanding juniors. The same is true for Zongkang, and the same is true for you. There is a lot of information in this sentence. Duanju's identity does not seem to be simple. He was suspected to have been an official in Kyoto in his early years, which also expresses that he has no ill intentions towards Su Guang. Seeing that Duanju had no intention of continuing to talk, Su Guang knew it and didn't ask any more questions. But in the end, he politely declined Duanju's good intention to recommend him to join the sect. He still had a long way to go in practicing Zhang. With the searcher around, he wasn't worried that he didn't have the skills. Although Duanju expressed some regrets, he didn't say anything. He just asked him to go back and think about it. If he wanted to join the sect, he could come to him to get a letter of recommendation. After returning home, before Su Guang had made a decision, good news came from home. Ji Xiaolu is pregnant. Su Guang had no choice but to give up the search for San Miai for the time being. He used a search engine to search for San Miai's whereabouts every once in a while to confirm that she was still alive, and then sent Xingxiao to Suzhou, hoping to contact San Miai. But the difficulty involved, Su Guang knew in his heart, Xin Xiao was stupid, there were many crises along the way, and meeting Su Chu was just a theoretical hope. But after all, it's just a thought. Chen Pan, a famous painter in the city, was invited to find Su Chun and draw Su Chu's appearance as a child based on his memory. He taught Xin Xiao to write it down and then released Xin Xiao. This is the only thing he can do for now. After Xin Xiao flew away, Su Guang opened the search engine again and began to search for the whereabouts of Xian Gong. In order to ensure that he could find it, the search range was slightly expanded to cover the 9 cities surrounding Feiyun City. The things he searched for exceeded Su Guang's current level and were related to the mysterious world, so the time was indeed very long. It takes a full year and a half. After all, it was about Ganxian, so Su Guang was not in a hurry. After all, he had not yet perfected his viscera training, so he would not be able to see the gods, and he would not be able to sense the location of the mysterious world after acquiring Xiangong. Winter turns to spring, and most of the year flies by. On the bow of the boat, Su Guang hugged Ji Xiaolu and looked at the woman in his arms with gentle eyes. Ji Xiaolu had a happy face, tilted his head and leaned on Su Guang's shoulder, and couldn't help but gently caress his lower abdomen with one hand. "Brother Guang, do you think our child will look like you or me in the future?" Pregnant women are always a little sensitive, and Ji Xiaolu is the same. She always likes to ask naive questions. "It's better to look like you. You're so beautiful. It wouldn't look good if you had 3 eyes like me." Su Guang chuckled. Ji Xiaolu's face turned red. "My husband is also very handsome." Su Guang laughed loudly as the ship sailed on the canal, turned again and came to Washui. In the distance, the towering black sky monument could be seen again. The closer she got to the sky monument, the better Ji Xiaolu's complexion became, as if there was a mysterious invisible energy nourishing her body. Su Guang was amazed every time he saw it. He was now certain that Ji Xiaolu's body could absorb the life essence from the mysterious world through the sky monument. Although Ji Xiaolu is now pregnant, because the life essence in her body is constantly increasing and she can even control it by herself, she still gives some to Su Guang in some charming ways every day. With the ruthless Duanju here, Feiyun City is now stable. In addition to practicing every day, Su Guang accompanies his wife out of the city to relax, and by the way, Ji Xiaolu absorbs the essence of life. Ji Ziyala seemed unable to take the initiative to absorb it. Every time they left the city, the two of them would sail around the Tianbei in a boat, like a spring outing. A huge black shadow loomed under the boat. As it entered the widest part of the Wei River, Yushi's huge figure emerged, holding a huge eel-like strange beast in its mouth. It was red and looked delicious. Ji Ziyala knew that this was the alien species recovered by her husband and was not afraid. However, Xiao He in the distance had his hair exploding all over his body. No matter how many times he saw Yushi, he was still afraid. Su Guang stretched out his hand, then pulled hard and dragged the strange beast onto the deck, and started making delicious food with Ji Ziyala on the boat. Su Guang gradually became addicted to this kind of life. This was the life he longed for, enjoying life and food with his wife and children every day. Husband, I feel. Ji Ziyala was eating fish, but his eyes suddenly fell on the sky monument in the distance. It seems like something is calling me. Su Guang stood up suddenly, looking nervous. Calling? Are you feeling uncomfortable in any way? Seeing Su Guang, who was so nervous about himself, Ji Ziyala smiled and shook his head, but pursed his lips as if he didn't know what to say. For some reason, Su Guang looked at his wife in his arms and felt a holy feeling from her face. Ji Ziyala's changes shocked Su Guang's heart. He even opened his blood eyes and looked carefully at Ji Ziyala's body. After several changes, the blood eyes are no longer what they used to be. Especially the most critical observation ability of the eyes has reached an incredible level of sensitivity. He could clearly see that a strange force field was emerging with Ji Ziyala as the center, which was full of vitality. Should not be a bad thing, Su Guang thought in his heart. This force field does not last long, only about 10 breaths. Ziyala, how do you feel? Ji Ziyala shook his head and just pointed to the sky monument in the distance. I seem to be able to communicate with it, but I can't understand what it is saying. Husband, I am so stupid, she said, lowering her head unconsciously. Talk to the sky monument. Su Guang's face showed shock. This was such an unbelievable thing. Ji Ziyala's physique was so extraordinary that he didn't know whether it was good or bad for her. It's okay, we will come here often from now on. Kindness. The boat sailed slowly on the river. Su Guang looked to the east of the river. The people of Huangtian sect had disappeared at some point, leaving only those simple villages, which proved that there were a large number of people here in the past. Su Guang went to the other side. On the plain nearly 100 miles away to the east of the river, Huang Tianjiao occupied another large city. He just glanced at it from a distance and didn't pay too much attention or enter the city. He just knew that Huang Tianjiao gave up his plan to attack Feiyun city and chose another city. Of course he understands the truth behind the death of Lips and Teeth, but he is not strong enough now and needs time. Lip is time. Kanfang, the largest restaurant in Suji Restaurant. This restaurant is now Su Guang's property. Since Su Guang used local distillation methods to make liquor last month, it has quickly caused a sensation in Kangfang, and it has become a big seller. Li Xiao and Song Tao discussed. The largest building in Jiangkangfang became Su Guang's private property. The name of the restaurant naturally came from the surnames of Su Guang and his wife. Because distilled liquor has never appeared in this world, it has become extremely popular since the restaurant started selling it. It can be regarded as the hen that laid golden eggs in Su Guang's hands. 80% of the money he spent on purchasing secret medicine materials came from here. Su Guang grabbed Kangfang's latest account book and looked through it casually. Sitting around were Song Tao, Li Xiao, Yan Niu, and other subordinates. This account book is all Kangfang's harvest in the past month. Money is a good thing no matter what world it is in. Beng Jing's brothers and Song Tao's men all ate with Su Guang, which he had to see. Capital, would you like to arrange for someone to read the article to you? Li Xiao whispered. Su Guang glanced at him and said, I can read. Li Xiao retreated silently. The harvest this month is very good. Li Xiao and Song Tao will tell the brothers that next month's monthly salary will be increased by 50%. Also, Daniel, how was your harvest from going to Liangjian Mountain? If possible, give me brothers also share more. They all work hard, eat more meat, and become stronger. Smiles suddenly appeared on the faces of the three people. They were still very convinced of Su Guang, the boss. He was not greedy for power or money, generous and powerful. This was almost a perfect existence. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Ming Gong. Su Guang waved his hand indifferently. After a pause, Li Xiao said hesitantly, by the way, boss, there was a big chaos outside the city. Many refugees from the other side came over and were beaten into slaves. Several families in the village sent people to ask if they don't want to do this kind of business. Su Guang was silent. Even though this was not a troubled time, people had already become commodities. His arms were thin and he could not bear the general trend. He nodded, let them do whatever they want. Then he added, let them not go too far. After all, it's all human life. Yes, Li Xiao responded in a low voice. Then he began to report on the goods that had arrived during this period. Some of them belonged to the Chang family and some to the Su San family. Su Guang asked them to put them up without much hesitation. After several people finished reporting, Su Guang leaned back on the chair to rest, with a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes. He was not a person of temperament suitable for running a powerful force, but his brothers all had families to support behind him. Duanju left them in his hands, and he had to take responsibility. Ming Gong, you asked me to find the place. I have some clues. Su Guang's expression changed. Where? Song Tao took out the map from his arms and said, just behind Qingyang Mountain, there is a crater in front of it. There is a cave in it that can reach the bottom. Su Guang's face was filled with joy. There were not many volcanoes in Feiyun City, especially the ones that could be entered. His martial arts with the gun had always been stuck at the bottleneck, always missing the mark. The materials for the Mingshen pill were also ready, but it has been difficult to find a suitable place for refining. Song Tao did have some good news. Okay, I understand. Su Guang took the map. Song Tao turned and left. Suddenly, there was a quarrel outside the building. Some strong female voices made people feel bored, and they were accompanied by a burst of crying. Then I heard the sound of fast-running footsteps coming from outside. Boss, something happened. Su Guang glanced at him. This man was a bone-forging warrior from Bengzi camp. He had been sent to protect his nephew Wang Wen. He asked in surprise, what happened to Xiao Wen? The man nodded. The young master sneaked out of the house with his maid Xinghua. My wife asked me to follow. Someone insulted the little girl Xinghua in front of the young master. He raised his head and glanced at Su Guang's face, and then said, the young master took out his bow and arrow and shot an arrow at the child opposite, killing someone. After Su Guang listened, his face was expressionless. What are the identities of the child's parents? The son of Centurion Lu Ren under the command of Du Fei of the Crane Guard. Su Guang narrowed his eyes and suddenly sneered. I thought Du Fei could be patient, but unexpectedly he took action. Of course he wouldn't believe it when a child was playing around. Soon, the people who were noisy outside came in, led by a middle-aged man with an unruly face, which was completely different from the low-key name of his name. I dare to ask Su Dutong how to resolve today's matter. He walked up to Su Guang who was sitting on the chair without any rules and asked in a rather condescending manner. Song Tao clenched his fists, bold. Lu Ren smiled contemptuously and looked directly at Su Guang. Su Guang suddenly smiled and waved to Wang Wen, who was holding Xinghua in the distance. Knowing he was in trouble, Wang Wen, who was uneasy all the way, felt relieved when he saw the smile on his uncle's face. He jogged up to him, raised his head and smiled ingratiatingly. Uncle, how does it feel to kill someone? Wang Wen trembled, not for fear of Su Guang, but for his mother Su Chun, otherwise he would not have caused trouble and not want to go home, but would have come to Confang to find Su Guang. Do you know where you went wrong? The mistake was, I shouldn't have killed anyone, but when he scolded Xinghua, it was so unpleasant that she made Xinghua cry. Wang Wen said a little aggrieved. Su Guang shook his head. The mistake was that I shouldn't have killed in public. Killing is actually nothing. My uncle has done it too. Wang Wen looked at Su Guang with admiration. Although he was young, he had watched his uncle step by step to where he is today. Su Dutong. Lu Ren shouted, as if he had been humiliated. Su Guang's face darkened and he stood up. As the blood in his body continued to increase and his blood essence became abundant, his height had already changed. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and looked down at Lu Nin. Centurion Lu, you are also one of Feiyun's 3 armies. Is it possible that you talked to Du Fei like this? Lu Ren's temples twitched, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. I don't dare, it's just that young Master Wang killed my son. How will this matter be resolved? Su Guang waved his hand. I remember that Danio brought in a lot of fire ox beasts a few days ago. Bring a plate over and let Centurion Lu and I have a good talk. No need. Lu doesn't eat beef. Lu Ren looked at Su Guang coldly. Su Guang smiled, as if he didn't mind this, and took out 2 glasses of wine from the side. Xiaowen is not sensible, Su will punish himself with 1 drink first, and Centurion Lu will take care of himself. Lu Ren sneered and actually took down the wine glass on the plate. Su Guang was still smiling, and he drank the wine in 1 gulp. Then he suddenly stood up, stepped forward, grabbed Lu Ren's collar, and the wine bottle in his hand turned into a dagger, stabbing into Lu Ren's chest again and again. Give me something shameless and don't eat beef? Blood splattered. Su Guang had no expression on his face as he watched Lu Nin's body fall slowly. He turned around and looked at Wang Wen. Xiao Wen, do you see clearly? If you can't kill his whole family, don't offend him. Wang Wen looked scared, but there was excitement in his eyes. My uncle is still the same as before, killing people with a smile, and he will do the same in the future. Forget it this time, don't be impulsive next time. Uncle, when can I practice martial arts? Wang Wen looked at Su Guang's expression and asked in a low voice. At least until you are 14 and your body has grown. Wang Wen suddenly became excited. Okay, I will study hard and practice archery and what my husband taught me, just like my uncle. Seeing his nephew's excitement, Su Guang said to the Feiyun guard who was escorting Wang Wen, "Send the young master back and tell my brother-in-law about the matter and say that I have taken care of it." Song Tao stood aside and asked people to carry Lu Ren's body out, and then asked in a low voice, "Ming Gong, what happens next?" Su Guang smiled and said, "Find something nice to write and write a confession for me and give it to Mr. Duan, saying that I drank without any reason and accidentally killed Centurion Lu. I am willing to pay 100 gold. Then Du Fei sighed. "He's just a villain. If he wants my territory, he only dares to use such despicable methods. He can't get anything on the table." Su Guang cursed, turned, and left. He didn't think it was a surprise. Returning on a snowy night, when Su Guang, wearing a black cloak, walked into the courtyard, Ji Zila was already waiting. She had a worried expression on her face, obviously aware of what happened during the day. "Husband, please ask me over there." "It's okay, don't worry, it's been taken care of." Ji Zila nodded, and then said, "There is probably someone behind this matter. Yesterday, the eldest sister came over and said that the Wang family wanted to let the brother-in-law go back, and also said that they wanted to find a second room for the brother-in-law. The eldest sister and the brother-in-law had a big fight. The brother-in-law then took people to the Wang family and crossed out his name from the Wang family." A look of ferocity appeared on Su Guang's face, and he suddenly knew Du Fei's intention. It seems that what happened yesterday inspired Du Fei to take action against his family. Wang Ming and Su Chun only have one child. Once something happens to Wang Wen, will it be possible for Wang Ming to marry his second wife? Tomorrow let Xing Xiao deliver the message and let Xiaoan stay with us. Yuxiu and Xiahe will be here to protect him. Kindness. Okay, it's late at night, let's go to sleep. Ji Zila was very obedient, returned to the bed, and gave Su Guang his extra life essence. Su Fang, Feishan Tower. Du Fei sat on the chair boldly, his face uncertain. Looking at the things Su Guang sent, his eyes flickered with irrepressible flames. Damn it, who is he? He dares to treat me like this. He is a commoner who dares to despise me. He read the words on the letter and vented the anger in his heart unscrupulously. Is it really coming from the city guard's mansion? Yes, the subordinate said carefully. No one could have imagined that Su Guang would be so brave. He had just killed Lu Ren with his front foot, and then he wrote a blood letter on his back foot. At the end of the year, he made an appointment to fight Du Fei. It was still a life and death battle. Du Fei gradually calmed down and asked softly, "Did Master say anything else?" "The sect master told you to make your own decision." Du Fei's face was cold, he suppressed the anger in his heart, turned around and walked towards the seat, returning to his usual gentlemanly appearance, sending 1,000 pieces of gold to Kangfang. "There is some misunderstanding between me and Su Dutong." "Yes." Su Guang distributed the money given by Du Fei to his brothers, and at the same time told them to be careful during this period and to go to Nai Dutong if anything happened. He rode the big green horse towards the outside of the city in the early morning light. After practicing Zhang, even if there is enough essence and blood, the improvement of strength still slows down. The uneasiness in his heart always urges Su Guang to improve his strength. He wants to go out and refine the Mingshen pill. "I rode very fast all the way, much faster than when I came to Qingyang Mountain before." Soon, Su Guang saw the elm forest where he met Huang Silang before. A big bird flew from the sky with a ferocious cry, and landed on Su Guang's shoulder like a swallow returning to its nest. The bird's head rubbed against Su Guang's head, with a hint of resentment. Su Guang cut open his palm, squeezed out a few drops of blood and fed it to Xin Xiao. "This little guy has been stationed here during this period, collecting iron sand washed out of the deep pool. This iron sand has good conductivity to force, and may have other unknown effects." Instead of rushing up the mountain, he followed Xin Xiao to a tree hole. A small pile of iron sand, estimated to weigh 10 kilograms, had been accumulated in the hole. "It's a bit short. After I finish refining the Ming Shen Dan, I'll try to find a way to have a look at the bottom of the pool." After hiding the iron sand again, Su Guang comforted Xin Xiao for a while, left the green horse behind, and walked towards Qingyang Mountain. The mountain road is not easy to ride on, so it is better for him to walk. Going up the mountain again, Su Guang walked very quickly. Outside Feiyun City, on the Wei River, Du Fei and a group of people stood on the bow of the ship with expressionless faces. "That boy is not easy to mess with." He looked at a man wearing a bamboo hat in the cabin and said, "Are you sure that Su Guang is a die-hard loyalist to Duanju?" Du Fei replied with certainty, yes, he had been forbearing and had been taken care of by Feiyun guards before. Even Li Zongkong personally spoke out. After breaking through to practice Zhang, he couldn't wait to join Feiyun guards, and was easily given a heavy responsibility by Duanju. Come to think of it, he has been Duanju's dog for a long time. Damn it! The man in the hat in the cabin cursed angrily, with murderous intent in his eyes. "Didn't he ask you to fight to the death? Why did you refuse?" Du Fei shook his head. "I don't want to fight for this kind of thing. He is also past the age of struggling for money. The man in the hat did not say anything. He was extremely angry. He finally found Zhang Qing and asked him to attack Feiyun City. However, he did not expect that Duanju resigned from the capital 3 years ago but did not return his official seal. He could still control Wei Shuitian. Monument. Damn it. Ruined the master's plan. When Du Fei saw that the man in the hat was silent, he reached out and took away the box that the man in the hat gave him, turned around and left. The man in the bamboo hat looked at Du Fei's back with gloomy eyes. The identity of the man in the hat is shady, and those who can accompany Du Fei are his cronies among his cronies. His name is Sun Mian. Sun Mian whispered, Du Tong, it seems that this person is indeed from Linyu, the capital of the state. Du Fei smiled disdainfully, so what, as long as he can provide me with Zhang training pills, I don't care what his identity is. Sun Mian paused and then whispered, you sent me to Suiyang City a while ago, and I heard a piece of news. Du Fei had a subtle look on his face when he heard this. Sun Mian was the secret agent in his hands. He was a descendant of the Sun family in Suiyang City. He had saved his life many years ago and had been following him since then. He relied on the Sun family and knew many unknown things. News. What news? Should the capital know the identity of Duanju, the current city guard of Feiyun City, right? This person once served as the Princess Xiaobao in the 3rd Division of Yaitong, but somehow he offended the regent. He abandoned his official position in anger and returned to Feiyun City. The imperial court intends to recall Linyu, the leader of Qingzhou Prefecture, to return to Beijing as an official. Duanju, who has the support and official seal behind him, is the successor to the leader of the prefecture. Du Fei turned around instantly, his eyes full of sparkle. He was not an idiot. Combined with the identity of the man in the hat, he immediately understood the complexity of the situation. There is no doubt that Huang Tianjiao is a traitor, but Linyu, the leader of the state, is also a traitor. The rebels rebelled, Feiyun City was destroyed, and Duanju died. Naturally, the matter of recalling Linyu would not be mentioned again. Although Huang Tianjiao is still rebelling now, Duan is definitely not dead. He suddenly whispered. No wonder they wanted to assassinate Duanju and asked me to find out about Duanju's best friend. So, that's it. For a moment, Du Fei was in a state of confusion. He suddenly realized something. He remembered that when he went to see his master Gilia yesterday, he accidentally said, it's time to take sides again. Come to think of it, he was thinking about how to stand in line. However, Du Fei soon no longer had to worry. As their boat reached the middle of the Wei River, a dark shadow suddenly appeared under the boat. The next moment, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the Wei water, and then a strange creature that looked like a black dragon sprang out of the water, opened its huge mouth and sprayed out a ball of white mist. The ship was destroyed and Sun Mian died on the spot. Du Fei's expression changed drastically. He drew out his long sword from his waist and tapped his feet on the wood of the broken ship. He was sweating profusely. How could such a ferocious alien be targeting him? And, it's in the water. With a low roar, Du Fei suddenly sprayed out countless green mist from all over his body, trying to confuse Yushi's eyes with the power of his blood. It's just that he thought too much. The power of Yuxi, like the legendary dragon, almost overturned the river. That is to say, the Wei River was too vast, but the water waves it caused were enough to cover all the green mist sprayed by Du Fei. Boom! A huge wave is coming. Debris from the ship was flying everywhere, and a moment later Sun Mian's body attracted countless fish and shrimps. As for Du Fei himself, he disappeared. Yushi in the water can almost instantly kill warriors below the 3 Viscera realms, even if Du Fei is a stranger. With Du Fei's body in Yuxi's mouth, it turned into an afterimage in the water and quickly disappeared along the Wei River. Until he returned to the dry well and vomited out the corroded corpse, Yushiu looked disgusted. He didn't understand why his master liked to eat this kind of thing. How delicious the venison is. Su Guang stood on the edge of the swamp again, with nostalgia in his eyes and a turnaround sound in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the swamp was stirred up, and a huge and terrifying monster rolled over the swamp, with its head like a broken board emerging. The predator seemed extremely excited to see Su Guang again. Su Guang laughed loudly, opened the wound without any care, and dozens of drops of blood dripped out. He found that the aura on the giant crocodile was a bit stronger, and its size seemed to have grown a bit longer after landing. I have grown up. Now his cultivation relies on the life essence of Ji Xiaolu. Although the essence and blood are not much, the consumption is also less. Most of them are used to cultivate alien species and beasts. Especially Yushi, who needs to eat a lot every day. He feels that some incredible changes have taken place in Yushi. It is estimated that Yushi will break through after feeding for a while. After dismissing the predator, Su Guang glanced at the depths of the swamp with some fear, wondering if the temple there had changed. But he was not in the mood to cause trouble, so he turned around and left. With a map, it was not difficult to find the crater. About 10 miles away, Su Guang saw the not-so-high volcano. There is no doubt that this is an extinct volcano. Through the map, Su Guang found the entrance. The entrance to the cave is very narrow, but standing at the entrance, you can feel waves of heat coming out, as if central air conditioning is installed inside. He took out the short blade from his waist, revealed the open eye, and Su Guang entered it carefully. Although Song Tao's news is that there is no crisis inside, Su Guang is used to being cautious, especially the more uninhabited the barren mountain is, the more dangerous it is. Walking along the way, as Song Tao said, there was no danger. After walking for nearly 100 steps, the entrance of the cave became narrower and narrower. I had to lower my body and crawl through it. After passing this hurdle, it became wider again. This is a cave as wide as a hall. The cave is blazingly hot, with a strong smell of sulfur rising. The heat almost instantly made Su Guang take half a step back. He used his inner strength to resist the heat. Only then did he look at the scenery in the cave. Half of it was the ground, and the other half was red magma. The magma spread to an infinite distance underground. Visible heat waves rolled up from above, distorting the cave. In just a moment, it makes breathing a little uncomfortable. Oxygen is too scarce in the cave. Su Guang had already reached Zhang training and his lungs had already been strengthened, so he could endure it. He took out various precious medicines for refining the Mingshen pill from the package behind him. The two most important ones are the blood of the Zhang training alien species and the crescent heart. Crescent heart is an ancient herbal medicine, but it is as hard as stone. It will break when hit by brute force. It can only be melted by being wrapped in the blood of a different species and placed in extremely high temperatures. Su Guang looked for a place suitable for alchemy, found a high platform in the cave, took out the prepared cold iron furnace that could resist magma, put various medicines into it, and started to make alchemy. This was his first time making alchemy. However, the Mingshen pill is not a difficult pill to refine. The difficulty lies in the preparation work before refining. There are various manipulation methods in the pill recipe, so everything is not that difficult. About half an hour later, Su Guang felt the crescent heart slowly melting through his strength, gradually merging with the blood of Yushi. Then he quickly took out the cold iron furnace and put several other medicinal materials into it, and then expressed his expression focus on the final refining. About a quarter of an hour later, the liquid in the cold iron furnace turned into a viscous shape and took on the color of the moon. Su Guang's face showed joy, and he used his strength to control the viscous liquid into a pill. This is the most critical step, and it tests one's control over the strength. If you are not careful, the pill will explode. After exploding 3 bombs in a row, Su Guang finally got the hang of it and completed the refining one after another. In the end, 4 pills were made in one furnace, but so many materials were not wasted. Su Guang breathed heavily. This alchemy was really a torturous job, and it was too taxing on his mind. Just as he was about to check out the surrounding scenery to relieve his fatigue, a change suddenly appeared in his eyes. In the cave, there are traces left by someone. On a platform deep in the cave, he actually saw traces left by someone. There was an altar-like thing placed on it. On the altar, hung a green-faced, fanged, hateful ghost sculpture with 8 arms and a body. It was filled with strange bloody scales and held different weapons in its 8 arms. Under the sculpture is the heart of an unknown creature, beating spontaneously, as if still alive. This strange and absurd altar that looks like a cult gives people an extremely sinister feeling. Su Guang's face turned ugly. A strange altar, a beating heart, a short blade appeared in Su Guang's hand, and his eyes were filled with solemnity. There are many strange people and strange things in the barren mountains. Could it be that this volcanic cave is a place where a strong man lives in seclusion? With this thought in mind, he had no time to think more and was about to leave. But suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be some changes in his beating heart. This heart is not the red color as generally imagined. There is a wisp of black energy at the bottom. This black energy seems to be thicker than before. Could it be that the man offered the heart to make it black? Su Guang made a guess in his mind and didn't want to cause trouble, so he turned around and cleaned up the traces he left. Then he cautiously walked out. Along the way, I was walking in fear for fear of encountering someone. After half an hour, Su Guang finally walked out. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked carefully along the mountain road. Out of caution, he used the power of his painted skin to transform himself into an honest hunter, holding a tattered axe in his hand. Qingyang Mountain is inaccessible, and I didn't encounter much as I walked quickly. Only, when he was about to walk out of the mountain, there was a gurgling stream. Su Guang turned around and took a look, and then his whole body froze. At some point, a figure wearing a light blue long coat and a bamboo hat stood over there. "Young man, are you going into the mountains to hunt?" The voice of the man in the bamboo hat was old and full of twilight. Su Guang turned his head, touched his head, and asked with an honest face, "Are you talking to me?" His heart was beating very fast, because he couldn't see the information about the man in the hat. This person is above all in practicing viscera. Of course. Is there anyone else here besides you and me? Of course, there are too many excessive taxes and miscellaneous taxes outside, so no one in Qingyang Mountain collects taxes. As if encountering random conversation in the mountains, Su Guang turned around and left. The man in the bamboo hat looked at Su Guang and said nothing. But at the next moment, light flashed in his eyes. No, this person is not a hunter. The next moment, a sonic boom suddenly sounded. The man in the bamboo hat rushed towards Su Guang with a ghostly figure, his body mingled with a red light. Sure enough, there is something weird. How dare you run away? His speed was so fast that he was like a ghost fox in the forest. His red power twisted like a python, causing trees to fall and dust to rise wherever he passed. Su Guang looked ugly. Seeing that the man in the hat was about to catch up, he turned around suddenly. Why are you chasing me? The man in the bamboo hat was slightly startled. Yes, why was he chasing Su Guang? Then he sneered in his heart. He was better than Su Guang, and he was interested in him, so he wanted to pursue him. Seeing that the hat man was not fooled, Su Guang finally became angry. With a long roar, he continued to run forward, causing countless birds in the sky to startle. The man in the bamboo hat chased after him. Su Guang turned around, black spots appeared on his hands, and his muscles swelled as he rolled around. He turned around and punched the man in the bamboo hat. The crimson power shuttled and twisted along Su Guang's arm like a top, and then suddenly exploded. Su Guang screamed in pain and ran back. There was a bit of surprise on the face of the man in the hat. You are actually an alien. Judging from your fighting power, your alien blood seems to be very good. You must have a very good heart. Boom! A circle of fog dispersed. Su Guang stood up with his arms folded, with fear in his eyes. Seeing the man in the hat attacking again, he blocked with one arm, but was hit in the chest by the man in the hat's palm stained with red power. The whole person rolled backwards. The man in the bamboo hat had an unruly expression on his face and stood in front of Su Guang with a loose body. You are just practicing your dirty work. If you can block my slap, you are worthy of pride. Su Guang was lying on the ground, covered with mud, looking extremely embarrassed. A few meters behind him was the swamp. Why, I have no enmity or grudge against you. It's just interest, just like a child crushing an ant from time to time. The man in the hat seemed to find this condescending feeling very satisfying, and was unexpectedly willing to share his feelings with Su Guang. Su Guang squinted his eyes and suddenly smiled. That's it. The man in the hat plays with the taste, that's all. Suddenly the hair on his body stood up, as if he was about to be put into the mouth of some vicious creature. When he turned around, he saw a bloody mouth biting him fiercely. What an evil beast! The man in the hat was furious, and red power surged, shaking the surrounding air, and waves of air billowing from the air. The giant crocodile let out a roar, and the scales on its head exploded inch by inch. It was also at this time that Su Guang stood up suddenly, with energy swirling around his body. A golden halo spread from his body, and his skin turned into a strange black color. His upper and lower fascia rolled, and powerful power spurted out. Then let me see how strong a warrior who has condensed his seal blood is. After breaking through the three Zangs, his combat power reached the hero level. In the past few fights, he found that the old man in front of him was not Gangsuan at all. At least, he did not have the almost unlimited suppressive power against Lianzang as Duanju said. A long knife appeared in his hand, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and before the man in the hat had time to dodge, he punched out. There were several black rays between the palms. Boom! The man in the hat rolled backwards, looking at Su Guang's changes. His eyes were about to burst. You! So insidious, you've been pretending to be injured. Su Guang said nothing, and the whistling long knife moved the air, making a harsh sound, like the roar of countless wild beasts. The man in the bamboo hat gathered the power in his hands, and the red power turned into a long dragon, standing in a stalemate with the long sword in the air. Su Guang's golden power attached to the long knife twisted, changed, exploded, and then disappeared, and the red power penetrated into the long knife without hesitation. This precious sword made of hundreds of refined steel actually shattered. The man in the bamboo hat looked pale, and wanted to retreat in his heart. He had not yet fully realized the mystery, and he still had to take the last step, but now, Su Guang rushed towards him again, triggering the predators to attack at the same time. The man in the bamboo hat turned into a snake with all his strength and pointed at Su Guang as if it were a real thing. Bang bang bang! Su Guang took a few steps back and released the huge force. Then he waved his palm up again without hesitation. The eyebrows were cracked, bloody eyes appeared ferociously, and at the same time a slight scolding came from his mouth. Divine power plus soul summoning, a standard control combo. The hat on the man's head was blown to pieces by the strong wind, revealing an extremely twisted face, with eyes one big and one small, strange horns on his head, and protruding lips, making him look like a demon. Ah! While he was stunned, he was bitten by a predator and dragged into the swamp. Su Guang took a step forward, and the power of the three internal organs that had been hidden turned into three different colors and emerged in the palm of his hand, blasting out fiercely. Boom! Puff! Blood surged from the demonic old man's mouth, and he shouted, "Don't kill me! Spare your life, little friend." Su Guang remained silent, and moved quickly with his feet. With an incredibly fast fist, he shattered the old man's limbs. At the same time, the force poured into the old man's body, destroying his internal functions, but he did not kill him. This was the first time he killed someone and left him alive, just because he was too curious about Gangsuan. After confirming that it was no longer safe, Su Guangke finally said, "Are you Gangsuan?" After the old man was crippled, he seemed to be stupid, with empty eyes. You deserve to die. I'm going to kill you. You have to die a good death." Su Guang got a little annoyed as he kept shouting these two sentences, slapping them with his palms and touching the corpse to refine blood, which was so skillful that it made people feel heartbroken. This blood refining was different from the previous blood refining. Only half a drop of blood was extracted. The color was black. Looking inside, you can see that the blood is covered with various complicated lines. This is blood seal. Instead of starting research here, he looked at other trophies. The old man has a lot of things on his body, and he actually has a secret. Generally speaking, unless he is a desperado who lives all over the world, no one will take the secret to heart. In addition, there is a diary. Su Guang looked strange, but couldn't wait to start watching. Let's look at the diary first. The old man didn't mention his name in his diary, so he temporarily called him Unknown Brother. The Nameless Brother is a disciple of the Sheep Demon sect and the 12 Earthly Branches sect. Because he is too old, he has been unable to break through and succeed in Zhang training. He abandoned his whole family and spent huge sums of money to buy the poison of Gangsuan, Hua Wuming. He poisoned and killed the elders of the outer sect of the Sheep Demon sect, took away the statue of the demon god that could connect to the Suanshi and a corpse of the Suanshi sheep demon, and hid here to practice Gangsuan. Just because the youngest member of the family died tragically and suffered from mental retardation, he went a little crazy and wrote a diary every day when he was awake. Su Guang looked at the days and sighed in his heart. No wonder, this Wuming brother is really not a serious person. Then he looked at the technique from the Sheep Demon sect. What disappoints him is that this weird technique called the Sheep Demon Sutra is not a real Xian Kung, but like the 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra, it contains many things about Xian, and it is extremely detailed. This skill is a way of alienating and sensing the mysterious world. By refining the demonic organs in the mysterious world, it forcibly connects with the mysterious world. The price is to become neither human nor ghost. Su Guang couldn't help but think of the 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra. It seemed that technique was probably created by some alienated person named Gangsuan. It was really full of tricks, teaching people to commit suicide, and he didn't know what the purpose was. At the same time, he also knew that the old man's state was not actually Gangsuan. It could be described as half-step Gangsuan at most. There are 3 basic requirements for Gan Xian, Xian Gong, martial intent, and blood seal. Martial intention merges with the seal blood, and under the guidance of Xian Gong, it condenses Xian seeds, thereby sensing the Xian world, receiving the supernatural powers of the Xian world, transforming the body, and feeling a sense of accomplishment. Demonic skills cannot guide him to achieve the mysterious seed, so he needs the heart in the cave to use the sheep demon's heart to grow a strange mysterious seed. This person has transformed most of the seal blood, possesses the Sheep Demon Sutra that can replace Xian Gong, and has also understood the step-like martial arts. He only needs to convert all the remaining blood essence into seal blood, and he will be a complete sense of Xian, and can perform the 3rd step, an introduction to transformation. Su Guang couldn't help but sigh secretly. In other words, he was still practicing dirty. But he was able to force himself to use almost all his means, almost forcing out his blood eyes, summoning souls, and painting skin. It was really terrifying. It seems that the heavenly eye is now unable to observe those who have sealed blood on their bodies. While looking at the secret manual, he compared the old man's physical condition and carefully studied the person's physical changes, and finally concluded that the alienated martial arts was garbage. This is a tricky way, using a part of the body of a strange demon from the mysterious world to replace a part of one's own body, using a little bit to bring out the face, so that one can break through the mysterious world. But this is not without its drawbacks. The strange demon is immortal. In addition to being destroyed by the power of the powerful Gangsuan practitioner, the alienation of himself by the strong Zhang practitioner will only become the host body of the strange demon. If the person is not mentally strong, he went crazy and became half human and half ghost. The goat demon in front of him had his mind contaminated by strange demons and became a little crazy. Of course, the real alienated martial arts wouldn't be so bad, it's just that the nameless old man in front of me is just rubbish. Worried that Gangsuan had any special tricks, he searched carefully again and threw the body into the swamp, letting the predator attract several crocodiles to cut the body into pieces on the spot. After watching the old man's body being swallowed by the crocodile, Su Guang relaxed and took out the old man's belongings. But just when Su Guang was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a homing pigeon. In the wild mountains and forests, who would use carrier pigeons to send messages? He immediately thought of the unknown brother, and immediately commanded Xin Xiao to kill the carrier pigeon in the sky, took out the envelope and looked at it carefully. This is indeed a letter written to Brother Wuming. The letter inquires about Brother Wuming's breakthrough and wants to ask him to assassinate someone. However, the target of the assassination is not specified, only the time and place. Su Guang put away the envelope and walked down the mountain. As for the heart in the crypt, Su Guang didn't care. According to the records in the sheep demon kung fu, no one absorbs that thing, and it will naturally wither and die soon. As for the sheep demon statue, the sheep demon sect has no control over it. If you feel it, you might get into trouble if you take it, and Su Guang doesn't want to touch that kind of weird thing. On the way, Su Guang thought about who the target could be assassinated by Senchu and Realm Masters. For some reason, he always felt that the person Brother Wuming assassinated should be someone from Feiyan City, but he didn't know who it was. On his way back, he passed by the water pool again. After hesitation, Su Guang decided to jump in and take a look for himself. The water pool was very deep and simply diving into it was very laborious, especially since the water pressure here was a bit ridiculously high. Thousands of meters away, Su Guang still couldn't see the bottom. The water here was already completely red. It's like molten iron turned from iron sand. After Su Guang thought about it, he immediately went upstream. His current strength seemed not enough to explore the bottom of the pool. Carrying the iron sand on his back and studying the iron ore carefully, Su Guang asked Xin Xiao to continue collecting iron sand. He planned to ask his master to melt the iron sand into a big gun after he returned. City Xiaofu. Duanju pinched the letter in his hand, with a little chill in his eyes. Sir, who do you think they are going to assassinate? Su Guang asked in a low voice from the side. Duanju looked at Su Guang silently and suddenly smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. By the way, you should be speechless, right?" Su Guang was silent. Duanju smiled slightly. When I met Zongkang, I was about the same age as you. Later I gave him the nickname Ninged. Su Guang seemed to understand something, clasping his hands in his fists. Please give me the words. Haha, what do you think of Yi Xian? You value friendship, have loyalty, and are reserved but not external. The word Yi Xian is just right. Duanju looked at Su Guang with a smile, his eyes filled with warmth as he looked at his younger generation. Thank you, sir. After a pause, Su Guang experienced a change in his mentality for the first time. Does Your Excellency have any arrangements for me to do? Go ahead and practice hard when you get back, don't run around. Su Guang was silent. He could see that Duanju's love for him came from the bottom of his heart. He had never felt this kind of emotion since Su's father passed away. For him, he has not known Duanju for a long time, but the relationship between them is like a father and a teacher. Duanju taught him many principles, some of which he agreed with, and some of which he found absurd. Is universal unity something that can be achieved in this world? The final general is actually, okay, your so-called strength is vulnerable to a strong person above Ganxian. Go back and practice. The first order was really bad. Su Jia's Wangzizhong. In an open space near the lake, Su Guang was holding a big gun, his face was calm, and his eyes were somewhat hollow. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Su Guang also started to move, and the shadows of guns danced in the sky, like snow all over the sky, with snowflakes floating in the air, like mountains. Suddenly retracted at a certain place, the images of the guns all over the sky seemed to gather together. The harsh sound of cracking inches appeared in the air, and the big gun suddenly stopped in the air. The air seemed to pause for a moment, and the catkins flying in the air slowly stopped. Su Guang opened his eyes burning, and a feeling he had experienced surged out again, and this time, it was extremely detailed. The spear has not been stabbed, but it seems that a big mountain can be seen falling from the sky. Before it arrives, dust is already everywhere and smoke is billowing. Su Guang firmly grasped the tail of the big gun with one hand and pushed it forward. A dying old man who looks like a gentle cloud. The surrounding airflow was like being stirred up by an angry tide, rapidly beating to both sides, and countless branches of the bear tree were suppressed. Is this the state of transcendence? Su Guang squinted his eyes and recalled the previous changes. I didn't expect that something as mysterious as martial intent has nothing to do with strength, but will. Physique 78.3, will 40.1. After condensing his martial will, his will attribute exceeded 40 points, and Su Guang felt the relationship between the two. Sure enough, none of the attributes displayed by the search engine are useless. Su Guang sighed secretly. When the gun came out, Su Guang could clearly feel the changes in himself. This was a state that could not be described in words. When he held the big gun was like an extension of his arm, and he could control the big gun to make some incredible attacks. Just as Su Guang was about to take the Mingshen pill again, Jin Liubu, who was also stuck in the bottleneck, made a breakthrough. However, his body suddenly felt a burning sensation. He had experienced this feeling several times. It was the feeling of blood awakening. It is Du Fei's bloodline, a bloodline called Kingian, which is manifested in the fact that it can spray a burst of green mist through its own pores. This green mist, with some adhesion, can slightly delay the attack of enemies in the green mist. shot speed, weakly strengthens itself. It's not strong, but it's weird enough to confuse people's eyes, and it can save a lot of flour in the future. Nowadays, Subwang not only practices a variety of techniques, but also has several kinds of blood power in his body, such as Heavenly Eye, Stone Skin, Weird Hair, Transformed Blood, Painted Skin, Soul Summoning and Kingian. With the power of 7 bloodlines, Subwang seemed to be able to feel the limits of certain aspects of his body. His body may not be able to accept infinite blood. For example, if the bloodline of some specific parts has stone skin, he can no longer accept the bloodline of another kind of skin. That means it cannot be replaced. Subwang felt a little regretful. However, he would not give up because of choking, but he would need to carefully screen when receiving the power of blood in the future. Ji Xiaolu, who was stroking his belly at the side, watched Subwang practice martial arts with a peaceful smile on his face. Subwang was about to go to his wife. A figure hurriedly walked in from outside. It was Song Tao. Ming Gong. Subwang glanced at his wife apologetically, and Ji Xiaolu pursed his lips. Okay, brother Guan, come over quickly. By the way, Sister Cheng sent a tube of Wanshao ginseng yesterday. You should come back early later. Let's eat together. Good. Under the care of Chun Niang, Ji Xiaolu walked towards the house in the distance, and then Subwang looked at Song Tao. What's the matter? You're in such a hurry. There are gangsters from outside who are selling everything. I asked people to use slanderous words to test them. They made bold words. There are mysterious skills that can only be used by strong people who have mastered the internal organs. Is Ming Gong useful? Song Tao whispered, this matter is of great importance. Subwang narrowed his eyes and was not impulsive. The search engine will produce results in at most half a year. Moreover, his current cultivation level has not yet reached the state where the 4 internal organs are incessant, and he is still far away from Xiangong, so there is no need to worry. Adventure. Let's take a look first. A caravan that can sell Xiangong is not someone to be trifled with. Song Tao nodded in agreement. Then I'll let the brothers keep an eye on it first. Good. The current situation is chaotic, but the more unstable the situation, the better the price for goods shipped from afar. Greedy people abound. Feiyun City will encounter some from the hinterland of Daqian to Yuan Jingzhou every once in a while. Although they did not say their purpose, Subwang seemed to be able to vaguely see that their purpose was to buy horses. Are you ready for Du Fei's funeral? Send 100 gold coins to our Bengzi camp to express condolences, and add another 100 gold coins to the wanted notice at the city guard's office. Subwang said with a sincere face. Song Tao was silent, and he gave Subwang a complicated look. He just looked stupid, not really stupid. Du Fei rebelled against his own lord and died violently within a few days. No one was seen alive or his body was found. Notices were even issued in the city, but there was still no trace. I still don't know whether he is dead or alive. Yes. From that day on, Subwang once again fell into spiritual retreat. In addition to interacting with Ji Xiaolu every day, he occasionally went to the restaurant to check the accounts and feed Yushi. In the blink of an eye, 5 months passed slowly. With some tentativeness, he decomposed some of the drop of seal blood in the blood eyes and fed it to Yushi. The changes in Yushi's body became more and more obvious. A layer of finer scales grew under the black scales, which changed day by day. I feel a little lethargic, as if I am about to undergo a transformation. As for Subwang himself, he felt excited as he felt the power of Filonggong that was almost full in the 3rd organ and the true power of Baidagong that was half filled in the 4th organ. Open the panel. Realm of the state where the 4 internal organs never stop. Skills, Golden Willow Step, Proficient 1%, Back to Mountain Spear, Superior 10%. Combat Power, Hero Level, Invincible. Feiyun City has a radius of 500 miles and among the 9 cities, I am invincible under Ganxian. Subwang felt a surge of pride in his chest. This was true invincibility. Little Luer, how are you feeling today? Is the little guy still so naughty? Ji Xiaolu lay on the bed, stroking her belly with a motherly look on her face, her eyes full of love. It's okay, kid, don't you have to be naughty? Being naughty is healthy. Subwang squeezed her palm and looked at Chun Niang aside. Perhaps in order to repay, Chang Lianer always sent a lot of supplements to Ji Xiaolu from time to time during this period, and the two got along very well. Subwang just wants to practice cultivation, but in life, there are always many things to experience, especially in this world of mortals. Socializing and other things are inevitable. The Martial Arts Alliance, with the support of City Guard Duan Ju, will hold a grand ceremony today. As the best junior in the Martial Arts Alliance, he naturally had to go over to entertain the guests, but Jiaomin felt that with his current strength, he should appear last to gain face among the martial arts masters. In the outer city square, where Subwang and Yangsha had previously faced off, there was now a sea of people and red flags waving. This is the first unrestricted battle since the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance. When Wu is the first, Wu is the second. The external reason for this gathering of martial arts competition was that the Martial Arts Alliance members had a change of heart. The The martial arts masters were not convinced, but they were afraid of hurting their harmony, so they agreed to compete among the disciples to compete for the position of the leader of the younger generation of the Martial Arts Alliance. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye can clearly see that this is the way for the Martial Arts Alliance to make its name known to the outside world after obtaining the consent of the city guard. There were many people coming, and people from various forces in the city, big and small, came to see the ceremony. In the future, the younger generations may also join the major martial arts academies. From today's competition, we can see the methods used by the martial arts masters to teach their disciples. Rarely, Duan-ju also came. After repeated pleas from the Martial Arts Alliance and the invitation of Zion Hemangiliu, he walked out of the city guard mansion. Brother Joe, who do you think will win this martial arts competition? Does this need to be said? Immortal Zhao has Su Buang, the commander of the Feiyun Guard, who has already won the battle without a fight. Didn't you say that the contestants in this competition are all in the bone-forging realm? Oh, that's all a lie to children. Do you really believe it? People around were talking a lot. Duan-ju and Li Zongkang finally arrived. At the invitation of the 6 Zhang martial arts masters, Duan-ju sat in the first place. Zhao Min's face was red, as if he had a second spring, and he was very happy at this moment. Today, while Zhao Min was talking, Gu Lu, who was sitting far away, turned his eyes unconsciously and looked in a certain direction in the city. Feiyun City belongs to the north, and every household in the city likes to dig cellars in their courtyards to store food. Even some long-abandoned yards still have cellars. While Zhao Min was speaking, countless people with red eyes crawled out from various courtyards and cellars. Their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red light, like devils crawling out of hell, choosing people to eat. At the same time, in some hidden places in the city, there are countless weirdos standing. From the appearance, these people look like incompletely evolved monsters. They may have animal heads on their heads, wings on their ribs, or green faces and fangs. They are terrifying and extraordinary. One of them was wearing a black gold-rimmed robe, with horns on his head, standing among the crowd, his eyes filled with fiery and greedy, turning around to look at the monsters around him. I have an order from Protector Zhou. I swear to kill Duan-ju today. Yes, of course, Su Buang had to participate in this matter, but according to Zhao Min's wishes, he wanted Su Buang to have a more shocking appearance, so he arranged for Su Buang to be the last to be present. It was just that Ji Zila was feeling a little unwell just now, so Su Buang took care of him for a while. The gongs and drums were beating outside, so he thought it was about to start, so he could only tell Chun Niang to take care of him. Su Buang packed up and planned to leave. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly came from nowhere, and then countless firelights were seen rising. The world changed drastically, and the sky turned into a strange yellow color. The age of Huang Tian has arrived, and the poor Taoist Jiang Qing, please ask the Suanqi Heavenly Monument to hide in hiding. From outside the city, there was a deep sound that seemed to come through infinite space. The world has changed. Su Buang suddenly stopped walking. Suddenly, there were a lot of footsteps at the door, and Li Xiao looked solemn. Boss, something happened, please leave quickly, brothers are waiting for you. Su Buang looked at Li Xiao's figure silently, leaning on the doorframe with one hand, holding the big gun. Then she whispered to Chun Niang, go find my brother-in-law and let him, my sister, and Zila go by water. Chun Niang never refuted Su Buang's words, but she couldn't help but raise her head at this time. Ji Zila wanted to speak, but Su Buang had already rushed out with his gun in hand. I remember, Li Xiao was sent by me to maintain order in the square, right? How could you go from the square to here so fast? Where are the rats, hiding their heads and showing their tails? Li Xiao's expression changed slightly, and the armor on his body slowly changed, like a liquid, and then a figure wearing red clothes was revealed. He had no horns on his head, but his face was like a rat, and his buck teeth and huge teeth looked inhuman. Haha, you can actually see that there are 2 brushes. XXX, person, combat power, Zhang training elite level. This aroused Su Buang's curiosity. It seemed that this man looked similar to the goat demon he met in the mountains. Why was there such a big difference in combat power? Without saying a word, Su Buang rushed over with his gun in hand. The buzzing sound of the spear sounded like the roar of a dragon. Li Xiao's face changed drastically, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Aren't you in the second Zhang realm? Phew! The big gun passed through the man's right arm, and the huge force instantly tore his right arm into pieces. The rat demon cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The tip of the gun fell on his nose, and a cold sound came from the same time. Where's Li Xiao? Died. What about the others? Only one named Song Tao ran away. Su Buang was silent. The big gun pierced the air and tore the man's body into pieces, but no blood was produced. But he didn't care. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Song Tao, covered in blood, running in quickly with several brothers. Boss, Ming Gong, what's the specific situation outside now? The Zion Heyman rebelled, Li Dutong was seriously injured, Duan Chengxiao was assassinated, and was taken to the secret passage of Kongfang by an old priest. In order to divert the pursuers, the old priest never showed up again. Song Tao took out a square box from his arms and carefully put it into Su Guang's hands. When Mr. Duan is dying, let us go outside and take it out and give it to you. Su Guang suddenly turned around. Duan Gong is really dead. Song Tao responded with some uncertainty. There is a force called the 12 Earthly Branches. They dispatched 3 masters of internal organs training. The master of the Zionese sect, Gu Lu, attacked from behind. The old minister of the city guard was seriously injured on the spot. Mr. Duan was knocked away with a palm and was later killed by the old minister. Save him. Ming Gong, we have to leave early. The Feiyun guard forces are currently being liquidated in the city, and several of them have surrendered. In the eyes of outsiders, you are a die-hard confidant of Duke Duan, and you will definitely be liquidated. Su Guang nodded, took the box from Song Tao, and lowered his eyes. For people like us, it's too difficult to leave. The only way to survive is to unite the forces in the city and fight out together. But before that, he quickly turned around, escorted the female family members to the boat, and left along the Wei River. Xiaolu, take this thing. This official seal can control the sky monument. If you encounter a being that Yuxi can't handle, throw this seal away. Although he believed in Yushi's fighting ability in the water, he did not dare to underestimate Gangsu and Jing. Separating from Ji Xiaolu was a last resort. He was Duan Ju's best friend and the sure target of those people. With Ji Xiaolu, there was no chance of life or death. On the contrary, if they traveled by water, their chances of survival would be greater. Su Guang gritted his teeth and asked his men to help him put on the armor. He roared again, attracting the green-scaled horse that he had carefully cultivated. Brothers, you want to leave Feiyun City and follow Su to escape death. If you leave like this, Su will have no complaints. His tone was sincere, and he thought so in his heart. Compared to him, these brothers from Bengjing were nothing more than unknown people. If they surrendered to the Huangtian sect, they would have a high chance of survival. What surprised him was that none of the dozens of people behind him flinched. Su Guang was a little surprised, but didn't say much. Let's go to the outer city first. There are 6 martial arts masters here, so the chance of escape is greater. Su Guang, riding a green-scaled horse and holding a big gun, killed them first. As soon as they walked out of the door, they could see a huge change. On the avenue of the city guard's mansion, which had always been heavily guarded, 2 distinct teams were fighting desperately for their lives. Su Guang knew both the commanders of the 2 armies. On one side is Handaemengwan Mountain, and on the other side is the ancient city of Zion Heman. The ancient crane guard seemed to be going crazy, killing old people, children, women, on the streets. They are all the souls who have perished under his iron heel. Su Guang saw with his own eyes that the child named Keitu, who always called him Uncle Su, had his head chopped off with a knife. The crane sect rebelled, and behind Gu Cheng were not only the crane guards, but also the undead. Su Guang raised his eyes and looked around, only to see blood flowing on the street, and the ground seemed to have been washed by blood. If the inner city is like this, the outer city must have been completely reduced to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Su Guang had no expression on his face. He looked at Guan Shan and then lowered his gun and shouted, Zion Heman has rebelled. Brothers, follow me to kill the rebels. As he rushed to kill, he looked at Wei Shui from time to time, and saw the iron thing like a submarine entering the water and being dragged away by a huge shadow. Not far from Su Guang, the ground breaks open from time to time, revealing a head looking in Su Guang's direction. Su Guang's heart relaxed, and then he passed the big gun in his hand and cut off an undead head. But he discovered that the undead man could still get up, but it was difficult to move. Have the Zerg inside them evolved? Su Guang guessed in his mind, and a haze arose in his heart. But for him, it's not a bad thing. He already knows that he can directly refine the blood of the undead. Moreover, the essence and blood in the body of an immortal transformed from an ordinary person is comparable to that of a master of skin resurfacing. These are all spiritual resources. He raised his gun and rushed towards Gu Cheng. This man was a big medicine to him. He was not avenging those old, weak, women and children who died tragically. It's a pity that Gu Cheng of Zionese sect retreated back after seeing Su Guang. The distance was a bit too far and Su Guang couldn't catch up. But the remaining disciples of the Zionese sect did not have that kind of lightness and speed, so they could only be slaughtered one by Su Guang. In a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Su Guang's body was not even bloody at all, as clean as if he were on a spring outing. After countless attacks, all the strength in the body has been exhausted. Now the energy for fighting comes from blood essence. Zhao Min's face was solemn, he held a sword in one hand, and under the blessing of golden willow steps, he had an immortal demeanor, and he really lived up to the name of the Immortal Academy. A disciple standing next to him fell down again. The energy inside the 5 internal organs was swirling, squeezing the essence and blood, and turning it into new energy, but Zhao Min didn't know if he could wait until that moment. There was another volley of arrows, and the densely packed arrows seemed to be endless. Zhao Min, who had consumed everything, was knocked down from his sword, and one of the arrows that he could not avoid pierced his chest. As for such a rain of arrows, as long as you can't avoid one of them, it is natural to be hit by arrows in the future. Zhao Min looked a little desperate. Ding! A light steel sword poked out from an unknown place and cut off 2 arrows. Zhao Min didn't look back, he knew who was behind him. Why do you want to come back? Junior brother Zhao doesn't want to leave, so of course I want to come back. Zhang Wu's tone was relaxed and unruly. His face had many wrinkles, as if he had been weathered. Zhao Min was furious. Originally, the martial arts alliance was united, but he didn't expect that there were traitors among the 6 martial arts masters. As a result, everyone could only work together in 2s and 3s. He let Zhang Wu leave and take his son with him. Unexpectedly, neither Zhang Wu nor the cowardly son in his heart would have the courage at this moment. Zhao Min seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and a strange red light appeared on his entire face. My son and my disciples can do this, so what do I, Zhao Min, have to fear? Accompanying him was Dragon Claw Gong Huang Ryu, who was also a powerful martial artist in the realm of the 3 internal organs. Old Zhao, how are you? Can you still hold on? After a round of arrow rain, the people outside need to recock their arrows. This short period of time is the only time they can breathe. Zhao Min casually picked up a sword from the ground and whispered, we have to find a way to rush out, otherwise we will just sit here and wait to die. But we have consumed too much, and we were poisoned again in the square before. It is not easy to rush out. Huang Ryu's tone was low and full of twilight. The reason why the 6 martial arts masters parted ways was because of the poison in the tea, but everyone looked like they were poisoned. This can only be attributed to the fact that some people were pretending to be poisoned. In a life or death situation, a crisis of trust is always the most fatal. Zhao Min sighed. Dianzhou has an order to arrest them alive. Suddenly there was a sharp sound outside, and then strange people in yellow linen clothes were seen pouring in from the outside. Their faces were ashen, their eyes were lifeless, and they had strange wounds of varying depths on their bodies, as if they were undead. Generally speaking, he held the weapon numbly but firmly and walked towards Zhao Min and others. The courtyard is full of sunshine, in bright light. Zhang Wu finally moved, and he also broke through Li Yanzang. The light of the sword mixed with the sunlight, and the figure passed through the figure. Blood began to flow, and heads rolled. However, no one fell. The strange people in yellow clothes are like the legendary Xingtian. Even if they are headless, they can still move. However, without the overall control of the brain nerve center, their walking looks weird and awkward, like maggots crawling. Master, come with me. Let's go to the rockery. Zhang Wu whispered. Disciples from the 2 major martial arts schools around them gradually gathered around. They were like aliens who had plunged into the yellow river. Some people kept falling down and some were drowned by the yellow color. Xiao Wu, please take Ah Hai away. Zhao Min whispered. Zhang Wu shouted coldly, Master, don't you understand? These Huangtian monsters just want to capture us alive. They must have a big plan. Even if we die, we must not fall into their hands, even if it is a corpse. He said extremely firmly. So what should I do now? Hold on. These people are all miscellaneous soldiers. No master has come here. Someone in Feiyun City must be holding back those masters. We just need to hold on. Zhang Wu said nothing. He's gambling. If the people from Feiyun City lose and they persist, they will only be the people from the Huangtian sect. Hey! Zhao Min leaned against the rockery and finally had some relief. Disciples Susu and Han Wan hurriedly stepped forward to serve him. What everyone didn't expect was, when Han Wan reached out to massage Zhao Chan became furious. Did you poison me? Zhao Min's beard and hair were spread out like a mad lion. Except for a few great martial arts masters in the Martial Arts Alliance, only his closest disciples could get close to him. His face turned pale, and he didn't expect it to be Han Wan. I hate you so much. I wish I didn't listen to Xiao Guang and kill you. Zhao Min pinched Han Wan's neck with one hand and said with a ferocious expression, Master, have mercy on me. I just want to live. They forced me. Zhang Wu just glanced at it, snorted coldly, and flew out the long sword in his hand, drawing a swordlight, wrapped in golden power, and Han Wan's head flew out instantly. Master, I told you a long time ago that you don't want to be kind to women. Zhao Min didn't want to listen to his apprentice's lecture, so he turned around, with a bit of pain in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end the strength turned into slashing with his sword. After facing these Huangtian sect monsters, slashing and killing almost became instinctive because they couldn't communicate with them. Behind the city Shaofu, there is a small mountain that is listed as a forbidden area by the city Shaofu. This mountain is called Feiyun Peak. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The Huangtian sect and the demon sect unite to recruit mysterious demons to attack Feiyun City. Quickly inform Kanda City with the Xian formation, and Lingyu, the leader of Qingzhou Prefecture, informs the Zhenxian army to join forces with Xuanyi Pavilion to lead the army to suppress the rebellion. Qin Tianxi's formation failed and the message could not be delivered. On the mountain top, the boiling emotions calmed down. The old man at the head looked pale and asked in a low voice, "Where is Duan-ju?" Duan-gong was seriously injured in a sneak attack. Mr. Sun wanted to take Duan-gong to escape, but he was attacked by Gu Lu and his whereabouts are unknown. Repay. Mr. Sun returned and sent Xianzang back to sit at the foot of the mountain. For a moment, the mountain peak fell into complete silence. Everyone understands what this means. There are many large and small interfaces between the mysterious world and the present world, and such interfaces are called Xian Cave. In each Xian Cave, there are people from the Suanyi Pavilion holding Qintianji and Xianzhen to suppress them. There are rebels inside, alien insects attacking people, and outside there are the Yellow Sky Demon Party and the Earthly Branch Demon Sect. Trapped alone, with no way to call for help. They couldn't even accurately determine where the enemy was coming from because it all happened so suddenly. There was no preparation in advance and no clues. The only ones who can do this are the state leader Lin Yu and those who conspired against Feiyun City. The leader of the old man looked ferocious. Lin Yu is rebellious. Mr. Ning, people from the 12 earthly branches are rushing forward. Every warrior stationed at Feiyun Peak is at least a master in the bone forging realm, and with the help of the Xian formation, they can demonstrate their Zhang training prowess. But a hissing sound suddenly came from the ground, and the throat of a Suanyi Pavilion soldier was instantly cut open, and then countless blood spurted out, sprinkling the face of the man opposite him. Snake Demon Sect. Shi Hui. I've seen Mr. Ning Ji. Mr. Ning's eyes were solemn, with strong murderous intent. Devil Sect, you should die. Kill them. There was chaos on Feiyun Peak instantly. The people in the Suanyi Pavilion kept falling down, and then stood up again under the stimulation of the Xianzhen, using up their last vitality. At the foot of the mountain, Gu Lu stood among the crowd with a dull gaze. Some of the Zion He sect disciples lowered their heads. They carry shame and guilt, but also inexplicable pride and pride. Dagon is corrupt, they will follow Master Zhang Qing to overthrow Dagon and build a new world. Today's sacrifices are all worth it. Whoever can survive in this world will protect hope while they are alive. With the Suanyi Pavilion falling, they will once again shoulder the responsibility of guarding the Xian Cave. What kind of people are they? If Huang Tiancheng succeeds, they will be heroes in the history books. Gu Liu's eyes moved, and he seemed to be able to see the almost majestic figure. He was condescending and determined the Xian Cave with just one word. What a grace that was! How do the generals of the Zhenxian army compare with the ritual sacrifices of Qin Tianxi? Thinking of Lin Yu bowing his head in front of that man, Gu Liu's eyes showed a hint of determination. Heaven is dead, Huang Tian shall stand. Su Guan didn't know this. He only knew now that he was going to fight his way out. This may have been his first full-scale kill. This is the first time since I started practicing big guns that I know how terrifying this long weapon can be on the battlefield. He will die if he touches him, and he will be injured if he knocks him. Under the cover of Song Tao and Feiyun guards, his gun is invincible. But he was not in a good mood, because he discovered that the strange worm that could parasitize people seemed to have evolved. After cutting off its head, it actually persisted for dozens of breaths, and his face was gloomy. This is not good news. Tens of breaths of time are enough to kill several people. Guan Shan in the distance looked at Su Guang's fierce killing of enemies with a bit of horror in his eyes. Judging by the killing alone, Su Guang was almost comparable to the giant spirit generals galloping on the battlefield in the past. So Yuchen had an inexplicable look in her eyes. Han Dao sect also played a less glorious role in this rebellion. She didn't want to do this. She had heard about Duan Ju's reputation. Although he was a scholar, he could control the official seal of a mountain and river, which showed that he had superhuman will. Pity, but what can she do? On the way from Jizhu to Qingzhou, she experienced too much. During those difficult days, she told herself countless times that in this world of cannibalism, she was just a woman who only wanted to control her destiny. Soon, Su Guang encountered the first enemy who could withstand one of his moves. This is a person with an extremely ugly face. His body is filled with strange yin fire, as if his whole body is covered with green scales. Damn! After one move, Su Guang looked surprised. Who are you? The man raised his head proudly. Lu, the outer sect protector of the rat demon sect. Su Guang's big gun pierced the air, and before the ugly figure finished speaking, he felt a gust of evil wind in his head. He quickly dodged to the left. Something crossed the side of his face, and the strong wind made his cheek hurt. You! Without martial ethics, how can he attack by surprise before he has finished speaking his name? Su Guang ignored him, swung the big gun in his hand, and the green-scaled horse took a step forward like a human being. The black shadow on the ground moved strangely. Lu XX, person, combat power, elite level internal organs training realm. 3 breaths. Kill you. In the shadow of the gun all over the sky, Su Guang's arm muscles were pumping high, and he was concentrating and holding his breath. The big gun seemed to be intelligent, turning abruptly in the air. Arrogant. The ugly figure's blade flashed, the energy and blood boiling all over his body, and the strength wrapped around the blade and slashed forward. At the same time, he spread his fingers, gray dust scattered in the air, explosions continued, and strange blue will-o'-the-wisps were produced. Boom! Following the inertia, the big gun flew out like a boomerang. I've used dirty tricks before, but not like you. Su Guang's figure no longer changed, he just stood in place. You! The ugly black shadow took a few steps forward, then suddenly paused. He felt his heart throbbing, as if someone was holding him tightly. Mean! The ugly figure was frightened and angry. It backed up and wanted to run away. Su Guang rode in pursuit, and the big gun danced in a straight line from the air. Their bodies separated as soon as they touched each other, and they passed by each other. Swing the big gun and refine the blood. Not long after, the ugly figure fell to the ground and died, with a big hole opened in his chest by the silver gun. It was exactly the fourth breath when I drew the gun. A set of smooth and flowing killing moves that shocked everyone who saw it, including Guan Shan and Su Yuchen. After beheading the ugly figure, Su Guang rode his horse forward, and the strange hair at his feet quietly followed the green-scaled horse back to his body. Then he rode his horse and approached Guanshan with dozens of Feiyun guards behind him. The distance between the two is very ambiguous, neither too close nor too far away, as if they are guarding against something. Brother Guan, will we fight together? Guanshan did not reply, but looked at Su Yuchen behind him. Su Yuchen nodded gently, okay. Su Guang glanced at Su Yuchen thoughtfully, and then the big gun in his hand fell to the ground as if it didn't matter, slashing open the corpses one after another. Go to the martial arts academy first. The cold wind howled. Han Kaiyufeng stood in the wind, and his eyes swept over the faces of the disciples behind him calmly. Among them was his son, but it was just this one glance. The knife was like water. With a biting chill, Han Kaiyufeng looked at the old man in front of him. Mr. Ding, do you really want to sit back and do nothing like this? The old man's face was gloomy, and his whole body seemed to be a passage connecting two lives. Qi, blood and strength surged throughout his body at the same time. If you want to take care of it, go ahead, but Han Dao sect is not your Han Chu Feng's Han Dao sect. Han Kaiyufeng was speechless. Ever since he disobeyed the opinions of several ancestors of the Han Dao sect and accepted Su Yuchen as a close disciple, he was no longer the steadfast leader of the section. Ding Laosuang stared at him, as if forcing him to make a choice. Han Kaiyufeng looked at him the same way, but this was the first time he stared directly at the elders who controlled him. Old Ding gradually lost his battle and turned around, hearing the sound of the cold autumn wind. Those who work for others should not freeze to death in the snow. Listening again, the figure of Han Kaiyufeng has gone far away. As a powerful person with the sense of mystery, Han Kaiyufeng cannot fly, but he can glide dozens of meters with one step on the roof, which is comparable to flying. He was in the air, watching Feiyun City below being reduced to such a desperate state. There was smoke and dust everywhere, but there were collapsed houses, mutilated corpses, and crazy undead people. My heart is sad. Suddenly, behind a puff of smoke, he saw a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes with green light. Hiss, no, it should be he. The head of the state has an order to leave no one behind at Han Dao sect. A long whip like a snake's tail was thrown out of the void, carrying rolling in fire that would never go out. Boom! Han Kaiyufeng turned sideways to avoid it, but behind him, a fist appeared again. The entire person was blasted into the ground. Han Kaiyufeng is dead. The sharp female voice was distorted, and it almost resounded throughout a large area nearby. The cold autumn wind fell to the ground, and a chill rose in my heart. The 12 earthly branches sect actually sent out a strong man from the second transformation realm. It was really crazy. In Sengsuan realm, the mysterious seed is used to induce the supernatural power of the mysterious world to transform itself. Every time it transforms, the warrior's body will undergo incredible changes. Every change is a comprehensive transformation from body to strength. Once it changes, everything changes. The Handao sect crisscrossed Feiyun City, and at its peak, there was only one transformation powerhouse. He stood up quickly, ignoring the noisy wailing and painful cries around him. Escape quickly into the distance. The whole city is wailing. In the Martial Arts Academy, Zhao Min has already ushered in the first wave of reinforcements, who are from the Chamber of Commerce Alliance. Led by Chang Lianer and Su Sanduo's second uncle Su Nian, they discussed how to escape with solemn faces. Now the city is full of weird undead people from the Huangtian sect. In addition, there are countless demons from the 12 earthly branches. Heads are rolling and blood is flowing into the river. The canal, which used to be quiet and peaceful and filled with colorful boats, has long turned red. Zhang Wu stood in front of the two of them, looked at the map in their hands, and said softly, "We can't go out from the east of the city. Although the east gate is close to here, the Feiyun Peak Soigny Pavilion is located over there. We can't take risks." Senior brother Zhang is right. If you want to leave, you can only go through the south gate. Although it is the farthest, the south of the city is the poorest, and the guard force there should be the weakest. Chang Lianer had no expression on his face and just said softly, for all of this, we have to deal with the Zhang Zhang realm demons outside. Otherwise, we won't even be able to get out of the yard. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Those demons outside are trying to kill everyone in the courtyard, but there are experts inside. Encircling 3 and missing 1, they drove the people from the Chamber of Commerce to where the Martial Arts Alliance was, making the two suspicious of each other and not daring to risk their lives to break out of the encirclement. This is a strategy to attack the heart. Although it is possible for the people inside to unite as one, with the presence of the immortals from the Huangtian sect, their physical strength will soon be exhausted. Suddenly, there was a cry of murder outside, and some thugs were shouting wildly, "It's Su Buang, Duanju's close confidant, this person must be killed. Kill Su Buang. The man on horseback and holding a gun is Su Buang, charge me." Everyone in the hospital looked excited after hearing this. Su Buang always likes to hide his trump cards. Can he lead them to break out? Su Sanduo was the fastest, stepping on the gap in the wall, carefully looking at the situation outside the hospital, and then shouted, "Junior brother is here to save us." Zhang Wu, Huang Aryu, Chang Lianer, and Su Nian looked at each other, and their eyes sparkled almost at the same time. Kill out. The color of the sky and the earth changed, and Su Buang seemed to be tireless. He didn't know how many people he had killed, nor how many people had fallen behind him. He only knew that there were always enemies in front of him. Opposite him, there were several people standing with their arms crossed, all with strange faces. Only the leader had a handsome face, as if he was practicing authentic martial arts. Su Dutong is indeed worthy of his reputation. He killed Yang with one shot and splashed blood on the Yuan Yang Tower. He is indeed a hero of Feiyun City. Come to think of it, the Feiyun Lord Huang Tianjiao has been looking for is also you, right? For a moment, those who heard it were in an uproar. Is it Su Guang who killed Qian Cheng of the Jade Elephant Dianzuo? Su Guang said nothing and danced with the big gun in his hand. There was a person behind the noble young master who seemed to be very disdainful of Su Guang, with a cold look in his eyes. How could a mere frog in a well have seen such tricks as mine? He jumped out of the attic, his eyes sparkling. He held several black balls between his fingers, and suddenly threw them towards Su Guang in the air. Boom! Explosions came one after another. Smoke and dust instantly enveloped everything, and the next moment, his body was provoked by a big gun and flew out. The majestic and invincible man just now turned into a corpse in an instant. Su Guang's face was ferocious, his arms were swollen, and more than half of his armor had broken into pieces, with black spots showing on his skin, which looked ferocious like blood. Su Dutong, I'll give you a chance to survive. The Archmage always cherishes talents. If you are willing, I am willing to guarantee that you will join the Huangtian sect and you will not be inferior to the Dian seat. The noble prince waved his folding fan and looked at Su Guang with a dull expression as he picked out the rabbit demon. Su Guang looked towards the yard and saw Zhang Wu and Su Nian leading the crowd to fight out. Huan Shan and Han Daoei were also fighting among them. He suddenly smiled, with a somewhat ferocious color. Recruit me? The noble prince shook his head with a faint smile. It's not solicitation, it's recovery. The ferocious look on Su Guang's face suddenly changed, and the muscles all over his body suddenly bulged. The half-broken armor around him was instantly stretched open by the muscles, and then exploded inch by inch. A kind of blood energy that looked like an ancient demon suddenly appeared in the scene, and bits of terrifying power gathered in it. Su Guang lowered his eyebrows, his voice was not human. Let me see why you are so crazy. He jumped up suddenly, his feet touched the back of the green-scaled horse, and then he flew into the air, shaking the big gun in his hand 6 times in succession. Huishan Liu Qiang has already reached the state of perfection. This kind of change is far beyond what most people can resist. There was a coldness in the eyes of the noble master. He clapped his hands and folded the fan into its sheath. Countless light blue energy rolled around his body. The king of hell wants you to live, but you want to die. Waves of terrifying power gathered in the air, as powerful as a dragon, surrounding the folding fan and heading towards Su Guang. Su Guang held a big gun and kept dancing in the air. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the big gun and the folding fan collided countless times. The surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. Su Guang stood on the ground, and then his expression changed slightly. He was like a phantom, spinning several times in mid-air, like arcs falling from the sky. The noble master quickly raised his arms, and the strength from his body gathered in his palms, like little snakes. The folding fan holds the big gun, and we are evenly matched. There was a slight change in your face. He had already seen the divine consummation, and had even taken half a step on the road of condensing the seal blood, but at this moment, he actually fought with Su Guang, who had not yet reached the consummation, and it was just a draw. Boom! Circles of air waves exploded like ripples. The folding fan and the big gun flew out at the same time. The noble prince's complexion changed slightly. He looked at his palm, and dense blood spots appeared. There was a hint of horror in his heart, but then his expression changed, and he slapped his chest with a palm. On his chest, a small black dot was squirming crazily. Damn! I have changed my mind. You will die today. The noble master ignored it and took 3 steps forward. The ground exploded and air waves emerged. Immediately, he circled Su Guang and punched fiercely, as if with great speed. In just 3 short breaths, the two exchanged more than 30 moves. The explosion caused by the powerful collision caused the corpses around them to shake around, as if they were about to be resurrected. In this kind of head-on fight, Su Guang's level was finally lowered, and the noble master took some advantage. Wave after wave of force continuously broke through Su Guang's stone skin and poured into his body. Snapped! The noble prince fought hard to receive a slap in the face, and then punched Su Guang under the arm. Call! After one blow, both of them retreated. The nobleman's hair is disheveled and he is no longer as handsome as before, but he has a smile on his face. As for Su Guang, his face was cold, and numerous cracking textures appeared on the armor on his body. What is the state of your body skills? The speed that he had always been proud of was nothing in front of this person. Haha, it's just the beginning of Xian Gong's secret technique, but it's enough to kill you. Your young master showed a bit of disdain, but it just didn't fit with his current image. You have been hit by my pulse-cutting divine fist and you still have 10 breaths left to live. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I will give you the antidote. Pulse-cutting divine fist? Can you only live for 10 breaths? Su Guang took a step forward. Suddenly he laughed out loud. Then do you feel that your heart is cramping? Your young master's complexion changed slightly. You still have 5 breaths left to survive after being hit by my heartbreaking palm. Do you want to try? The two of them stood still as if in a confrontation. Su Guang took back his big gun, and the noble prince patted it on his chest with a solemn expression. Suddenly someone shouted, 1 breath, 2 breaths. Su Guang's big spear suddenly thrust out from the void as if passing through a space barrier. Your young master's expression suddenly changed, but the pain in his heart suddenly intensified. His strength was condensed and there was a moment of sluggishness, and the big gun passed through his body. Didn't you say 5 breaths? Su Guang held the butt of the gun with a sarcastic look on his face. Do you believe what I say? You said I can live 10 breaths, but I don't believe it. You are so naive. Base. The big gun was pulled out, there was no blood, but the noble prince fell. As he passed by, he scratched the man's clothes with his big gun, picked out the trophies and threw them to the green-scaled horse. The horse had its own intelligence and put it in the package behind it. Su Guang licked his lips and looked at the remaining practitioners above his head. It's all my blood. He charged straight forward with a gun and shot people to death. But a master of the Zhang realm can be called a master in a big city after all. Although Su Guang was fast, he was able to let several people escape while the big gun was dancing. Su Guang looked regretful and refined the blood of the people he killed one by one. Then I looked back. In the distance, his subordinates cooperated with the Martial Arts Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce Alliance to stabilize their formation, keeping almost all the undead out. Su Guang took a look and said nothing more. But the faces of the people behind him were complicated. Guan Shen, needless to say, Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang both looked complicated at this moment. Su Guang was the one they watched to get started. It has only been over 2.5 years, but the strength Su Guang has shown is enough to dominate one side. What a difference! Chang Lianer's expression was even more complicated. Ever since Su Guang saved his life that day, she seemed to have been constantly communicating with Su Guang. Of course, to a large extent, it was she who took the initiative to make friends with Ji Xiaolu. She didn't know why she was like this, but she just felt that Su Guang was a little special compared to others. But what she doesn't know is that there is a kind of woman who is born with a love brain. She doesn't understand her own heart. Several parties joined together, forming a team of nearly 1,000 people, which looked very eye-catching in the city. Su Guang closed his eyes, looking a little thoughtful. He had his own way out. During his retreat, he recovered many alien species, including a mountain beetle monkey. This beast was very good at digging holes. After a few months, it had already dug many secret passages. This is because he is worried that Xian Gong will appear in Feiyun City and be able to take him away without anyone noticing. Unexpectedly, before Xian Gong was found, he was attacked by Huang Tian and the demon cult. It's really not as good as God's calculations. The reason why he took these people with him was not only because of the kindness between them, but also because he wanted to kill people and store more blood. After leaving Feiyun City and taking his family to a stable place, he will abide by the rules, practice well, try not to do anything murderous, and strive to be a good citizen. Before that, he needed to store more blood essence. Everyone in the demon sect and the Huangtian sect in front of him could kill and steal their blood. Of course, when things go wrong, he will attract the mountain beetle monkey and escape on his own. Guan Shen rode his horse to Su Guang's side. Brother Su, Miss Su wants to talk to you. Su Guang was a little surprised when he heard this. He looked at Suyetchin, who was protected in the crowd in the distance and looked like an ordinary person, with a strange look on his face. Suyetchin, person, combat power, hero level internal organs training realm. This woman has a heroic level of combat power, and at certain times, she even gave him a crisis comparable to that of Li Zongkang. His intuition has always been accurate. This is the old silver coin he has encountered since his practice, which is more tolerant than him, and he is very afraid of it. But now the two of them were cooperating, so he rode towards Suyetchin. I wonder why Miss Su came to see Su. Suyetchin looked at Su Guan, who was almost naked. From a distance, she could feel the masculinity emanating from his body, and her face turned red. Su Dutong, please put on your clothes first. Song Tao brought a set of robes at the right time. Su Guan put it on nonchalantly. Miss Su, can you speak now? Suyetchin chuckled lightly and then said, Su Dutong is a man who stands upright. What are his plans for the future? Su Guang's heart tightened, and then he said calmly, find a place where no one knows, practice hard, and have more children and more trees. Hearing this, Suyetchin, who had already prepared a draft, hesitated. She thought about what Su Guangui would say, which was nothing more than rising up. A man who lives in heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time? Or join the imperial court to avenge Duanju? Never thought that Su Guang's ideals would be so simple. Suyetchin glanced at him with complicated eyes, then opened her mouth softly. Su Dutong is really good at joking. Su Guang shook his head seriously. I'm not joking. Suyetchin's beautiful eyes changed. Seriously? After being stunned for a long time, Suyetchin finally admitted that Su Guang really seemed to have no ambition. Such people. After all, he is not a person suitable for living in troubled times, he just relies on the power of his blood to become powerful for a while. If one cannot reach the starting point of martial arts and Zhang training, he will have a desire to retire. Perhaps, he is really not the same person as him. Then the enthusiasm on her face disappeared, turning into a silence that seemed to exist forever. In that case, where does Su Dutong plan to go? Su Guang asked calmly, without any purpose, I wonder what Miss Su has to say. It's not about having high opinions, it's just superficial opinions. With Huang Tian's uprising today, the chaos will not be limited to one state or one place. In the future, the Great Qian, 3 capitals, 2 roads and 14 states will surely be turbulent, with countless heroes emerging, and the common people will no longer be able to a safe place. If Su Dutong only wants stability, Jingzhou is a good place. It is located in the far east of Daqian. It has a vast land and sparsely populated areas, so it is the most suitable place for recuperation. Su Guang smiled and passed by. He has already made up his mind about where to go. In the distance, Chang Lianer looked at Su Guang and Suyetchin talking with a complicated expression. Chang Dis said loudly, Miss, you. Chang Lianer shook his head and avoided talking. He just said, let's go out of the city first. Su Guang rode in the front, together with Guan Shan, Song Tao, and Guan Shan's lieutenant named Zhou Shun. After saving everyone, they became leaders without a doubt. After all, those people had been besieged for a long time and their strength was limited. Then as agreed, we will break out from the south gate, throw away everything we can on the way, and try to be as quick as possible. Su Guang and Guan Shan said. Good. By the way, do you smell anything? Guan Shan was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something, and explained, Zhou Shun was injured, so he used herbs. I see. Under the Wei River. In the submarine-like boat surrounded by iron barrels, Ji Xiaolu and Su Chun's family stayed carefully together. Wang Ming held a steel knife and looked wary. Su Guang entrusted the lives of his family to him, and he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Chun Niang carefully watched over Ji Xiaolu in the corner, while Wang Wen and Xinghua hugged each other. Su Chun looked at her husband like this, his eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't help but feel distressed. Okay, let's rest for a while, don't let the enemy come, you fell asleep. Wang Ming shook his head, with a look of remorse on his face. If I had known this, I would have broken through the Zhang training, and I wouldn't have become a burden in front of Erlang. Su Chun snorted coldly. Okay, you've already broken through 3 times. Can you break through if I give you another chance? Okay, let's rest for a while. Ji Xiaolu covered his belly and leaned against Xiao Hei's soft belly, also trying to persuade him. The sky monument in Wei Shui has disappeared. After Zhang Qing said something, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had returned to the mysterious world. But in the boat where Ji Xiaolu was, he could always feel some kind of strange calling, like, she did not tell her eldest sister and brother-in-law this extremely mysterious thing. Su Guang had confessed that she could not tell anyone about this kind of thing. She couldn't help but fiddle with the box Su Guang handed him with one hand. It seemed like there was a little life inside asking for help from her. Xiao Hei seemed to sense the impatience of his mistress, and carefully swung his tail and stroked Ji Xiaolu's back, as if to comfort her. Fine. Suddenly, the boat started to shake suddenly, then stopped and slowly sank to the bottom of the water. But a huge roar suddenly came from Yushi above, and immediately after, water waves rose up, sending the boat flying in all directions. The expressions of everyone on board changed drastically. Someone is catching up. What a beast, it turned out to be a climate. It's a pity that I met you. Okay, Taurus, it's important to find the official seal. Someone stopped him. Yushi's roar became louder and louder, and the airflow in the water continued to change. The cabin lost the protection of Yushi's supernatural power, and water gradually seeped out. Wang Ming's expression changed drastically. Su Chun whispered, Wang Ming, listen, the boat will leak later, you can take Xiaolu and Wang Wen away, and leave me alone. Chun you. Stop talking nonsense. There is my brother's child in the little deer's belly. If anything happens, you must promise me. Then she stopped looking at Wang Ming and hugged Wang Wen hard. Xiao Wen, follow your father to practice well. When your aunt gives birth to a child, you must protect your brother. Ji Xiaolu wanted to speak, but there was severe pain in her abdomen. Her face showed pain, and her white fingers couldn't help but tighten the box in her hand. Madam, what's wrong with you? Chun Niang's worried words came out in the cabin. Su Chun and Wang Ming quickly looked over with concern. Chun Niang, is Xiaolu okay? She was just an ordinary woman, but because Ji Xiaolu was pregnant and had learned some medical skills, she was a little at a loss at the moment. Xiao He also turned around with concern and crushed the wooden box. A square seal blooming in black rolled out and was caught by Ji Xiaolu. Immediately, there was a sudden vibration in the cabin. Ji Xiaolu's body flashed with gleaming light, like moonlight, with unparalleled life essence, washing over her body. Strange sounds of water flow and roaring came from her body's orifices. The changes in her body were extremely obvious in the extremely dark cabin, and everyone's eyes fell on him. Little dear, what's wrong with you? Su Chun's worried voice sounded. Ji Xiaolu didn't answer. For a time, the cabin became increasingly chaotic. Yushiu and the visitor faced off for a moment, and the person on the opposite side finally slowly retreated. After all, it was just a chance encounter. Although alien species are hard to find, especially once this kind of extreme alien species is domesticated, it is the best helper. Unfortunately, the timing is not right. They still have things to do, and fighting such a terrifying alien species in the water is not a wise move. Brother Su, can you tell me your current state? Guan Shan asked in a low voice as he beheaded an undead man. Su Guan was silent, and then said softly, the 4 internal organs are not yet complete. Guan Shan looked lost. Sure enough, the 4 internal organs are not yet perfect. In fact, in the 5 realms of viscera training, every time a viscera is condensed, mysterious changes can occur in the body. The 4 viscera will not rest, and all the breaths around the body will converge on themselves, and there will be no leakage of breath. Although Su Guang is strong now, he can't do it without leakage. Before, he just thought that Su Guang deliberately revealed his aura and showed off his momentum, but he never thought that his 4 internal organs were not perfect. It's horrible. Crossing Qingshifang near the south of the city, there are far fewer undead people around, and the buildings here are also better preserved. Su Guang's eyes showed confusion. Why didn't anyone come after him? There were no people from the demon sect, and there was not a single Dianzuo or Yangjun from the Huangtian sect along the way. How strange. Could it be that they have more important things to do? Cold Blade sect? Or is it a backup left behind by Duan Ju? Also, where is Li Zongkong? While Su Guang was thinking, suddenly there were footsteps in the distance. He turned around and looked around, only to see several figures leaping quickly on the wall, with the wind blowing under their feet and rushing towards them. His expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to take action, a dragnet suddenly appeared in front of him, mixed with countless lime, medicinal powder, and poisonous mist. The rabble consisting of thousands of people instantly became chaotic. Su Guang held a big gun and charged hard. Song Tao and Zhang Wu were guarding on the left and right. Fi Yun guards and the other disciples of Shenxian Academy stayed behind and rushed towards the defense line surrounded by soldiers. Don't be messy, follow Fi Yun Wei's rhythm. Su Guang shouted loudly, his big gun shook, blocking the rain of arrows flying from the sky, and he sent the big gun smoothly, swallowing with all his strength. Several soldiers wearing Huang Tianjiao service had their chests collapse on the spot and flew out upside down. As soon as the 2 died, someone else rushed to them soon. Wherever the big gun passed, there were corpses everywhere. Su Guang rode a green-scaled horse and galloped freely in the formation. Soon, he encountered an obstacle. An undead-like giant appeared in front of him. He was more than 3 meters tall, with a manic smell of blood on his body, and a strange wailing sound coming from his mouth. Not human. But Su Guang could tell at a glance that this man was a cannibal. There is a clear difference between a cannibal and a normal person. This person's eyes are red and chaotic. Almost at the same time, he thought of the corpses that disappeared in the city some time ago. Were they all eaten by people from the Huangtian sect? Could it be that those big pits found on the east coast at that time were also? His stomach couldn't help churning, and the big gun in his hand became more and more manic, flying with force like a silver dragon. Die! The giant held a Suanhua axe, uttered animal language, and slashed at Su Guang's head. The giant axe weighing hundreds of kilograms brought with it a stench of wind before it arrived, making the Feiyun guards behind Su Guang breathless and looking horrified. Su Guang raised the big gun in his hand and shook the giant axe away. Then he shook his head slightly and a wisp of black light flew out. It turned into an arrow and pierced the giant's chest. The giant let out a scream, as if he was crazy, dropped his axe, and scratched at his chest with both hands until it was all broken. The essence and blood in this giant's body is actually more abundant than the essence and blood in the body of an ordinary elite-level practitioner, but it is extremely violent. Su Guang was shocked. The group of people quickly passed by the corpse and reunited. He looked at the giants in the distance, licked his lips, and rushed out with a big gun. A quarter of an hour later, Su Guang pulled out a big gun from the chest of a giant and looked at Zhou Shun next to Guan Shan expressionlessly. Zhou Shun held Huoliaizi with one hand and held a soldier on guard with the other. However, Huoliaizi kept dropping debris where no one saw it. "What are you doing?" Zhou Shun was slightly puzzled. "I didn't do anything." He looked confused, first glanced at Su Guang, and then glanced at Guan Shan subtly. Guan Shan said quickly, "Zhou Shun is my confidant." Su Guang glanced at Guan Shan meaningfully and said no more. He just rode forward and said, "Brother Guan, let's separate here." Guan Shan was stunned, "Brother Su." But at this moment, I heard Su Yuchen's cold voice, "Zhou Shun, what is on the ground?" Guan Shan lowered his head and saw the fragments of Huoliaizi on the ground, and was a little puzzled. Su Yuchen glanced at Guan Shan with some disappointment. Although this man was brave, he was not cautious enough. She couldn't help but glance at Su Guang, the admiration in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Zhou Shun suddenly had to urinate urgently. He rolled and crawled off his horse and said as he walked, "This soaking in shit is really evil." But before he took a few steps, he saw a flash of sword light. Su Yuchen looked at his fallen body with cold eyes. Guan Shan seemed to be aware of it and looked back at the position where Zhou Shun's body fell, with a bit of shame and anger in his eyes. Su Guang looked at the frightened people around him. Not all of these people were warriors, some were family members of the disciples of the Immortal Academy, and some were ordinary people from the Su family. Many people were injured at this moment, and some had run out of strength. He knew that he couldn't go far with these people. This place is basically safe. The south of the city is a stable place. If everyone is willing, we can separate here. Su Guang said. He glanced at everyone and then said, "I am their main target. If you follow me, your chances of survival will be even smaller." I heard Su Guang say this. As expected, there was emotion on these people's faces. The south of the city is the poorest and has the most people. Hidden here, maybe Huang Tianjiao won't be able to find it for a while. They no longer want to work their lives with Su Guang. "Thank you, Su Dutong." A middle-aged man from the Cheng family was the first to speak. Su Guang's face was expressionless, and those around him looked confused. Finally, as the first disciple of the Immortal Academy left, like dominoes, everyone had their thoughts moved. Su Guang just watched and did not stop them. He was not the parent of these people. Being able to accompany them all the way was an act of kindness. At the foot of a hillside, everyone finally separated. Su Guang was followed only by Song Tao and more than 30 Feiyun guardsmen. They had long been accustomed to obeying orders, and they would always follow Su Guang if he didn't drive them away. "Master, what are your plans for the future?" Zhao Ming glanced at Su Guang, then at his son and Zhang Wu beside him, with fluctuations in his eyes, and said softly, "Find a yard and live in peace. I came from Yuzhou 10 years ago. I can't run away." Moved. "Xiao Wu, how about you?" Zhang Wu interrupted decisively, "I will follow the master." Su Sanduo looked at Su Guang with a bit of embarrassment. Su Guang glanced at the Su family behind him, and his eyes flashed. "It's okay, I can understand, there will be opportunities to meet again in the future." Su Sanduo nodded. As for Zhao Yong, he chose Su Sanduo. Su Guang didn't say much. It doesn't really matter if there is one more of him or one less of him, it's just that there is one less familiar person. Su Guang led Song Tao and Fi Yun Wei into pieces, echoing Guan Shan's team, like two groups of ghosts in the dusk. But at this moment, Su Guang stopped, and a person slowly walked out of the shadows more than 10 meters in front of him, in a place no one knows. Duanju's face was pale, and his whole body looked like a broken porcelain doll. His whole body was filled with various dark cracks, and was fused together by a strange force. Ever since he took charge of Feiyun City, relying on his control over the Swanyi Pavilion and the presence of the Waterguard seal, he had never been so embarrassed. No matter how fierce the commotion outside was, he thought he could protect Feiyun City. Duanju looked miserable as he could no longer remember too many things. Li Zongkang, who was also seriously injured behind him, had an expressionless face, but there was a hint of undetectable hatred in his eyes. "Giliu, why do you want to kill Mr. Duan?" "Ninged, help me up," Duanju whispered. Upon hearing this, Li Zongkang stood up silently, gently held Du Enju with both hands, and led him towards the city guard's mansion. Look, I told you a long time ago that Su Guang is more cautious than you and knows how to dig the secret tunnel in advance. It's really. Du Enju couldn't help but smile when he thought of the boy he had taken from Yuxuan. He needs to return to the city guard's mansion, and he wants to tell the world that he is still alive. He knows his position in the hearts of the people in Feiyun City. Li Zongkang was puzzled. In his opinion, if he returned to the city to guard the mansion at this moment, he would die. But he was used to obeying Du Enju's orders. At the end of this secret passage is the Sarong Pavilion of the city guard's mansion. The major affairs of the country are only sacrifice and military affairs. Du Enju wants to go back, bring back the news that he is alive, and use his last strength to do something to find a way out for all the people in Feiyun City. However, the two of them walked out from the end of the secret passage and just passed the rockery when they saw a figure standing under the sacrifice bell. He seemed to have been standing for a long time, and some fallen leaves had been piled on his shoulders, like a sculpture. Lin Yu, I didn't expect you to come in person. Lin Yu, the leader of Qingzhou, was a man who loved his people like a son. Du Enju was not surprised. In fact, he had already thought on the way that if the demon sect was gone, Lin Yu would naturally be there. In the end, I won. Lin Yu said the first sentence. Du Enju was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you win? What do you win with? You are just a chess piece in Zhang Qing's hands. Before, you were a chess piece in the hands of Ming Xiaochen, and now you are Zhang Qing's chess piece. In your life, no one can escape the fate of the chess pieces. Lin Yu looked angry. You shouldn't go back to Qingzhou. It was as if the darkness in his heart had been revealed, and his words were somewhat hysterical. He has been running Qingzhou for more than 10 years. He has too many visions to complete in Qingzhou, but since Du Enju came back, everything has changed. At first, he just wanted to get rid of Du Enju, but his connection with Zhang Qing became deeper and deeper. To this day, he can no longer escape. As Du Enju said, he is now a chess piece in Zhang Qing's hands, but to the outside world, he is not Zhang Qing's subordinate, but an ally. Du Enju smiled slightly. If I don't come back, how will I know about your ambition? Ambition? Ming Xiaochen has been in charge of the government for 7 years. Isn't he ambitious? Lin Yu finished speaking and reached out to pat the sacrificial bell. At the same time, he shouted loudly, since you talk so much about justice, why don't you go and judge Ming Xiaochen? Boom! The bell rings. You deserve to die under the sacrificial bell. Lin Yu said. This was an ambush specifically targeting Du Enju. Feiyun Peak was attacked, the city guard's mansion was cleared, and the sacrifice pavilion was the only place where he could make a comeback. Although many people swore to Lin Yu that Du Enju was dead, Lin Yu was always cautious and would not believe it. The moment the bell rang, it seemed that the cup was the trumpet. To the northwest, black smoke suddenly rose, condensing into the appearance of a giant ghost holding a knife. Ho ho! Countless ferocious flames instantly appeared in all directions, carrying the monstrous fire, and instantly enveloped the sacrifice pavilion, and the sacrifice bell, which symbolized the orthodoxy of Dakian, kept ringing. Du Enju's face was expressionless. I have always been curious about the reason why you stayed in Feiyun City and refused to leave. You are in the same position as the 3rd Division and are extremely noble. Your death is imminent. Can you explain it to me? Lin Yu's figure loomed behind several giant ghosts. Du Enju suddenly laughed. It's just some ideals. Ideal? I don't believe you spend so much time just for a bullshit ideal. Lin Yu shouted loudly, then took a step forward, his eyes blazing fiercely. Forget it, I'll ask you personally. Black light burst out, and giant ghosts came from all directions. Li Zongkang stood in front of Du Enju with a calm face. Kill me. Du Enju's figure slowly swelled a bit, the cracks in his body became more obvious, and his face became older in an instant. Everyone in the world thinks that literary skills are useless. They are destined to be unable to connect with the mysterious world in their lifetime. They can only live a long life without great power. But as everyone knows, literary skills temper their will. In the past, when Xiang used his soul to control Bihai, Duan was not talented, but he was willing to use his soul to control flying. Cloud City. The soul is a very special thing. A long time ago, someone studied the other part of the human body besides the body, but it was not ideal until the literary prime minister was born, enlightened in Bihai, and forcibly caused the soul to come out at the cost of his body. The aperture sealed the sky with the soul, causing no one in the Bihai area to be able to sense the mysterious for 100 years, and no demon from the mysterious cave appeared. Even those who feel Suanryu will be suppressed when they arrive in Bihai. In fact, the soul of a literati has no special function. As we all know, it is to maintain health and longevity. In addition, some people read thousands of books, and once they realize the power of the soul to leave the body, this is a power that belongs entirely to this world and is something that can be achieved in this world. The power of sealing the mysterious world. Now, what Duanju wants to do is to use his soul to suppress Feiyun City. He wants all the Sengsuan realm warriors in Feiyun City to be controlled. Lin Yu's expression changed. Then, the city guard was shaken, but after 2 breaths, the wind had not stopped yet, but the people had changed. From Duanju, a kind of moment emerged, not the powerful aura of a warrior, but a kind of closeness to nature and all things, as if this was a god. You've actually come this far. Lin Yu was shocked. Thousands of years ago, there was a strong man who conquered the world. Like a genius, he refined the power of the mysterious world into the mountains and rivers of the present world, leading the mountains and rivers to become a place where the 2 worlds meet. Using tyrannical means, he finally refined all things and guided the changes in the world. 365 seals were transformed. Some people say that the mystery of becoming a god is hidden in the seals. This god is the god of mountains and rivers. It is rumored that if you practice literary skills to the deepest level, you will be able to smelt the seals of mountains and rivers, and the way for mountains and rivers to become gods is to use people to control mountains and rivers, to transcend the 2 worlds of Xianchen, and to do the deeds of heaven. The official seal held in Duanju's hand is a seal of mountains and rivers. It's just that Duanju might have been prepared when he came. He extracted all the divine power from the divine seal, but left the divine seal and handed it over to Su Guang. My Duanju, now I use the human soul to seal the sky. The vast sound penetrated the invisible world and vibrated inside and outside Feiyun City. Everyone in the city could hear his words. Outside the city, Zhang Qing, who stood like a sculpture, suddenly opened his eyes, and through the many barriers, he seemed to see the person who sealed the sky. He admired silently, and then disappeared on the spot. Su Guang stood on the street, looking at the enemy in front of him. This was a burly figure wearing a bamboo hat. When he saw Su Guang, he walked slowly over. As he walked, the flesh and blood all over his body continued to tumble and swell, and his clothes tore apart and were replaced. He is a man with horns, more than 3 meters tall, and an aura as fierce as a wild beast. A kind of meeting on a narrow road appeared between the 2 people. The tall figure like a bull demon looked at Su Guang with lowered eyebrows, as if looking at an ant. There's something weird about you. I smell the scent of blood on you, but it doesn't seem to belong to you. Su Guang's face was expressionless, and he stretched out his hand and tightened the gun in his hand. This was a formidable enemy, a true master of the sensory realm. Fortunately, he had not yet achieved the mysterious body. He didn't know what methods Gangsuan had. He had never seen how Gangsuan dealt with the enemy, so he was extremely cautious. The bull demon seems to have defeated Su Guang, but this is also the case. He has already developed a sense of mystery, and his background is still shallow. Although he has not completed a transformation, he has already transcended the world. An existence like Su Guang can be killed with a snap of his fingers. So he was curious about the source of the blood on Su Guang's body. According to his perception, Su Guang's 5 internal organs have not yet been perfected and he has not yet seen God. How can he achieve the blood seal? Su Guang was silent. When he saw that the visitor did not rush over immediately, his heart moved, and he made movements with his feet ready to escape at any time. He looked calm and asked softly, "What kind of state is Gangsuan?" Ha ha ha. The bull demon burst into laughter, then suddenly raised his fist, vibrating slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to be changing. The treasure house of the human body has endless wonderful uses. Only the true essence of the Suanshi can mine the treasure. It doesn't matter. The master wants to capture it alive, so I will let you see what Gangsuan is. After he finished speaking, his body moved like a fallen leaf, with an indescribable momentum all over his body. This kind of momentum is like uniting the heaven and the earth, and also like refining the heaven and the earth into one body. A single punch can exert the power of 180,000. This is the peak power of Feiyun City at the moment. The gap between practicing Zhang and Ganxian is like the clouds and the sky. The sky seems infinite, with clouds in the sky. Neomo's casual punch combined his mind, momentum, and mystical skills to truly step into a higher level. This was a punch that was unparalleled in the world among practicing Zhang martial artists. It was also a punch that Su Guang was fascinated by. This punch almost locked Su Guang, and Su Guang's previous plan to escape was instantly foiled. Su Guang raised his gun and stood up. Countless blood drops fell from the big gun in his hand as he shook it. He was fighting for his life. He desperately wanted to explode the power of blood and bones in his body, and decided to do this at the first moment when there was no hope of escape. Fight for your life just to create a chance for yourself to escape. In the first moment of the fight, he actually discovered that the bull demon had not yet transformed, but was actually so powerful. There are 5 changes in Gangsuan, and each change is a new world. Ding! The fist and gun met in the air, making a strange crisp sound. The bull demon's fist is like divine iron. Su Guang's expression changed slightly, and he felt that the power of the person in front of him seemed to be carrying life force, constantly surging into his body, and would not stop. If his strength is compared to stagnant water, then the strength of the bull demon is an alternative existence carrying vitality. The two are simply not comparable. Only, he looked at the big gun in his hand. After getting the iron sand from the deep pool that day, he went to find a craftsman to smelt the iron sand into the big gun. Just now, the big gun had some resistance to the power of the bull demon and its absorption. The Neo demon looked at the gun in Su Guang's hand in surprise. Did your gun use mysterious materials? Su Guang's heart moved, thinking of the red iron sand in the deep pool. He knew what the bull demon was talking about. That iron sand should be a treasure that can only be obtained by those with a sense of mystery and above. The surrounding Fei-Yun guards rushed in, wanting to coordinate with Su Guang to kill the enemy. The bull demon frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice, "And a bunch of rats." Before Su Guang opened his mouth, he saw bloody and broken bodies flying in the air in an instant, killing and wounding all the few Fei-Yun guard soldiers. Floating and fluttering, blood fell into the world. Su Guang's eyes turned red. He saw Song Tao being knocked back by the bull demon's punch. Countless blood mist erupted around him, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. "My benefactor, I am willing to follow Minggong." These days, Song Tao has done a lot for Su Guang. He trusts him very much. Although they are master and servant, the two of them have a deep relationship. Su Guang has a reserved temperament and always takes emotional matters very seriously. He was supposed to leave, but as Song Tao didn't know whether to live or die, he stopped. How strong is Gangsuan? Suddenly, the big gun flipped and painted a dragon in the air. 4 different powers came out of the big gun, like a rainbow wrapped around it. The bull demon's face showed sarcasm, and he punched out the divine iron fist, and a sharp whistling sound came from the air, like a whale. After one punch, Su Guang retreated violently, his momentum stagnated, as if he had been forcibly interrupted, and countless cracks appeared on his skin. Boom! His body smashed into a wall, and his warm tongue licked his ankles. The mountain beetle monkey looked at him anxiously. He finally came to his senses. This man was invincible and needed to escape. But at this moment, he felt the sky shake violently. Click! Starting from a few meters around the bull demon, the sky and the earth collapsed, and a gap opened in the ground, like the mouth of a demon hidden in the human world. What roared inside was the surging hot magma. At the same time, a voice that sounded like a celestial being sounded. "My Duanju, now I use the human soul to seal the sky." Niu Mo finally panicked. He couldn't feel Xianzang anymore. In Fei-Yun City, he lost contact with Xianzang. Xianzang is the most important connection between the realm of Gangsuan and the mysterious world. Only by giving birth to the mysterious seed can one receive the power of the mysterious world. Whether it is cultivation or fighting, the mysterious seed is crucial to Gangsuan. Even because he suddenly lost his sense of mystery, he who had not yet reached the mysterious body transformation was unable to adapt to this change for a while. The life in his strength was also suppressed, like a siphon phenomenon, and his strength was flowing back. In other words, the gap between him and Zhang Zhang is being reduced. We have to finish things as soon as possible and leave Fei-Yun City. Niu Mo thought to himself. Su Guang felt the power of the bull demon being easily dissipated in his body. As if he saw an opportunity, he stood up. The panic of the bull demon made Su Guang realize that Duanju's sealing heaven had an impact on the bull demon in front of him, and it also allowed him to see an opportunity. With a calm look on his face, he raised his gun and stabbed out. His bloody eyes suddenly opened, and blood flowed like a river. The hair on the top of his head that had been cultivated for nearly a year was shot towards the bull demon. The bull demon's expression changed slightly, and then anger suddenly appeared. It was like an ant on the roadside biting him. He wanted to tear Su Guang to pieces in anger, and when his huge figure ran, he caused a stinking wind and noise. With one punch, the air wave shook the world and collapsed several houses. Su Guang blocked it with a gun, but was punched in the chest. More cracks appeared on the stone skin, but he smiled, because he discovered that the momentum of the bull demon was no longer so irresistible. Although its power is still terrifying, it has lost the momentum of the blessing of heaven and earth, making people timid without fighting. The lifelike feeling in the strength has been reduced too much. He knew what Duke Duan Fengtian meant. No one in Fei-Yun City could sense the mysterious world at this moment, including the bull demon in front of him. Nowadays, the quality gap between the two sides is not obvious. Strictly speaking, they are both in the stage of training the internal organs. It's just that Niu Mo is more powerful than Su Guang, and his physical body is more powerful than Su Guang, but Su Guang is not simple either. Practice dirty. As long as he practices viscera, Su Guang is invincible. He hypnotized himself, and the crack in the chest where he was hit slowly healed. The bull demon smashed a strand of hair with a punch, and a faint blue light appeared in the palm of his palm, and then suddenly swatted it, as if swatting a mosquito to death. The big gun shook, and Su Guang's Baidu Quan, which he had practiced for a long time, made great achievements at this moment. The power of the bull demon was far greater than his, so he could only use this method to relieve himself. Neo Emo looked surprised when he saw this, a little surprised at Su Buang's strength. He thought he couldn't stop this punch. You are indeed weird. Fortunately, I am here in person. It only takes 3 or 4 years for your strength to rise to this level. You are truly a genius. Su Buang's expression changed slightly. He knew that after his strength was exposed, some people would covet him. Originally, Duanju was behind him, so this coveting didn't matter, but now, Duanju doesn't know whether he is alive or dead, and now he can only rely on himself. The next moment, countless green mist suddenly rose in the air, and Su Buang's figure slowly disappeared from the mist. Bloodline, King Ian. Obtained from Dufai. The bull demon's complexion changed slightly, and he pressed forward, using his strength to suppress people, and rushed straight into the blue mist. When encountering a stone wall, he smashed it into pieces, facing the big guns that appeared from time to time in the blue mist. He wanted to withdraw from Kingview, but he had a vague feeling that if he did, Su Buang would escape. He wanted to catch him and interrogate his secrets. He can keep this secret for the rest of his life. Su Buang's strongest thing is actually not the powerful physique brought by his several martial arts fellow practitioners, but the power of his bloodline that grows more and more as he fights. In the green mist, strange hair surged from time to time, causing the bull demon to respond violently. This method is actually the most suitable for the bull demon, because after all, there is a huge gap between Su Buang and him. If there was any disturbance, he would test it with all his strength to prevent Su Buang from having any room to escape. This is the ability to grasp the battle situation that can only be possessed by strong men who have been fighting on the line of life and death all year round. But he never thought that Su Buang's original purpose was not to escape, but to kill. Su Buang remained calm from beginning to end. He saw the bull demon's thoughts and pretended to run away. This is a very powerful enemy. An explosion of blood and bones is useless, and any unnecessary emotions are useless. Only by staying calm can we find that glimmer of victory in danger. He never thought about being able to resolve the battle quickly, but fortunately, he didn't need to pursue speed. Suddenly, the cold voice of the bull demon came out from the fog, with a dark and ruthless air. Got you! But he was clearly chasing in another direction. Su Buang's eyebrows were beating wildly and nervousness flashed through his heart. Wrong! He moved quickly, leaving a layer of bloody skin on the spot. The next moment, the bull demon threw his entire body into the air like a carbine, and his giant hands that could life and death turned into thunder in the air. Phew! A trace of skin was left where Su Buang was. Bloody skin. Bloodline, painted skin. Su Buang's body was covered in blood, which turned into water vapor as he walked and ran, blending into the blue mist. His heart was pounding. The absolute gap in cultivation meant that he had no room for error. He needed to be extremely cautious and show off all his methods. For a warrior, life and death only last for a moment. Su Buang used his strong psychological quality to overcome this difficulty. He finally saw how the bull demon found him. It's a weird hair. The weird hair he had cultivated for nearly a year became the main reason for exposing him at this moment. Thinking of this, Su Buang shot out all the treacherous hair from his head without any hesitation, scattering it in all directions. As expected, the bull demon stopped where he was, with a fierce and gloomy look on his face. Base. While he was distracted and stunned, a large silver spear stabbed out from nowhere. The cold light is like ripples on water. At the critical moment, the bull demon turned his head to avoid the shot. But it also left a mark, a wound as hideous as a flesh centipede. The bull demon touched his cheek, put his hand to his lips, and licked it gently, then a sudden expression of disbelief appeared on his face. It's a good method. If you are allowed to grow, you will be a threat, but now, you are too weak. Baby, you pissed me off. He looked like a madman and rushed in the direction where the big gun was withdrawn. Su Buang's face flashed with light. Now. He waited too long. Rebuke. If thunder explodes in the blue mist, strange waves like infrasonic waves stir up circles of air waves, but in the blink of an eye, it seems like a pair of invisible big hands are caressing in the air. Bloodline calling the soul. At the same time, Su Buang let go of the big gun and stepped forward, his eyebrows bloodshot and his eyes wide open. Divine power. At the same time, a stream of gray air spurted out of Zai Shue's eyes, as if he had been waiting for a long time. The death energy stolen by killing the Suanshi heart-eating demon is exerting its power at this moment. The two bloodline powers of summoning souls and divine power seem to have a chemical reaction at this moment, doubling their power. However, the impact of the unstoppable control on the bull demon in the past is not worth mentioning at all. It only takes the blink of an eye. But that's enough. The gray air flow was like maggots on the tarsal bones, instantly clinging to the bull demon's body. An extremely terrifying scene happened. The huge body of the bull demon shook slowly, and then shook faster and faster, as if it had been poured with concentrated sulfuric acid. Suanshi Death Chi, damn it, it's Suanshi Death Chi, how can you use Suanshi Death Chi? He woke up, noticed the change in himself, and yelled with an unusual panic. This is the method used by Suanshi to clean up Xianzhong. Why can Su Guang control it? Naturally, Su Guang would not answer his question. He traced his finger on the big gun, and the big gun driven by the arm turned into a sharp arrow, carrying 4 different strengths and piercing straight into the heart of the bull demon. When Gangsuan dies, he looks the same as when a normal person dies. His tone was extremely serious, as if he was engaged in some kind of scientific research. The bull demon howled in pain, but Suanshi was filled with death energy and was nailed to the ground by Su Guangda's gun. The twisted body kept shaking. Someone will, help me take revenge. Su Guang was too lazy to listen to such words, which were not even as threatening as Pang Hong's toes. Feeling the speed of blood refining, he carefully groped the bull demon's body. After this guy's transformation, his clothes were bursting, leaving almost nothing that could be used. Only half of the blood in the blood eyes was emitting a strange magic light, and the surrounding essence and blood avoided it and did not dare to get close. At the same time, the strange hair that had been scattered around slowly gathered towards him like a black shadow. Su Guang threw away the poor man with a look of disgust, then put away King Liu and a few surviving strands of hair, and walked towards the body of Fi Yunwei beside him. The seal blood is not complete, as if a part of it is missing. Su Guang knows the reason. The bull demon is a metamorphosis. Part of the body belongs to the demon, and part of the seal blood naturally also belongs to the demon. What surprised him was that Song Tao was still breathing. As for the others, dead, all dead, even his blue-scaled horse was injured. Li Xiao and Yan Niu both died in the square, and most of the remaining Bengjing brothers also died in the hands of the Niu demon. He sighed. Looking in the direction of the city guard's mansion with a bit of worry in his eyes, Duanju was indeed still alive. I just don't know what his condition is. Seal the sky. It sounds like a word that requires a heavy price to pay, but at this moment in the city, Genxian was the real peak combat power. Even though he was invincible through Zhang training, killing the bull demon was a lucky move that he had to survive through underestimation of the enemy, confusion, and even various reasons. The Gangsuan people in the city must still be adapting to this change, so now is the best time to leave. He let out a long roar, and there was a noise on the ground. The mountain beetle monkey dug a tunnel out of the ruins. He forced a few drops of essence and blood into the mouths of the 2 beasts, and placed the unconscious Song Tao on the back of the horse. When Su Guang was about to leave, he saw the woman who had been chasing him on the other side of the river. This woman is with the bull demon. Although he couldn't see her face, Su Guang had a hunch in his heart. The distance was just too far, and chasing this woman would be a waste of time. After hesitation, Su Guang gave up. After killing the bull demon, he also made a big name. People in the city would definitely target him at the gate of the city. He could only escape in this way. In the distance, Ji Ying's footsteps were fast and she kept galloping on the eaves of the roof, as if she had encountered some terrifying and extraordinary creature. Terrible. Mr. Ox. Lord Ox actually died like that. Su Guang's face was deeply imprinted in her heart and turned into a nightmare. Su Guang looked at the sculpture of Duanju that had been erected in the square in the distance, with a plain face. Duanju was close to him, and he heard a lot about Duanju, including the affairs of Lin Yu, the leader of the state, and Huang Tian and Zhang Qing. In the past, Duanju publicly accused the powerful minister Ming Xiaochen in the court and angrily accused him of monopolizing military and political power. He also used a rather serious word: he has different intentions. The ending, of course, is that Duanju leaves the court and becomes the city guard of Feiyun City in Qingzhou. Ming Xiaochen is still Ming Xiaochen, the regent of Daqian, arrogantly laughing at the court and monopolizing military affairs. Su Guang could clearly feel the helplessness in Duanju's heart when he told this past incident, but he could not empathize with it. Now that Duanju is dead, it is difficult to explain whether Xiaochen did anything behind his back. At least Duanju once said that Ming Xiaochen was one of the few smart people in the world. Couldn't he see Lin Yu's intentions? After issuing 3 golden orders in a row, Lin Yu would definitely jump over the wall when he became angry. But why did Ming Xiaochen force Lin Yu to kill Duanju? Duanju is now just the city guard of Feiyun City. Is he worthy of being a filial minister? And he thought of Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't dare to send someone to assassinate Duanju, because Duanju used to be in charge of the Suanyi pavilion that suppressed the world's mysterious cave. Even if only 1 or 2 of the masters of such a violent organization were grateful to Duanju, Lin Yu didn't dare to take action. The assassination was too crude and easily offended. Therefore, Lin Yu wanted to cooperate with Huang Tianjiao, and the defender of Feiyun City died among the rebels. A good reason. It can appease Duanju's old subordinates and also enhance his own voice. After all, he will be the main force in suppressing the rebels. Su Guang was standing too low and too far away to see and understand everything clearly. This kind of thing will never happen in the history books and will never happen in the future. All Su Guang can do is stay away from this kind of thing, use the search device to reach the top, and do whatever he wants. Boom! In the distant sky, a figure suddenly fell, hit the house in the distance. It's Han Kaiyufeng, the master of Handao sect. Su Guang's face showed shock, and he saw many people at the same time, including Guan Shan in green robe and Su Yuchen in Qingcheng. If someone asked about the difference between the second transformation and the first experience of Sengsuan, Han Kaiyufeng used his life to test it. 6 breaths. It took him 6 breaths to drag out a way out for Su Yuchen. Su Yuchen's senses seemed to be very keen, and she realized that someone was watching in the distance, so she looked at Su Guang through countless collapsed houses. Her face was expressionless, but Su Guang's heavenly eyes could clearly see the sadness in her eyes that was not easily noticed. The cold autumn wind should be very important to him. However, neither of them made any move, so they turned around and started their own escape. The Wei River flows endlessly. This long river, rare in the world, runs through the 3 states of Dakian, irrigating countless farmlands and feeding countless people. However, its turbulence is known to the world. 10 miles away from Feiyun City, a gap suddenly opened in the ground. The figure of the mountain beetle monkey poked its head out furtively, and then several figures walked out of it. The leader was Su Guang. Song Tao had already woken up, but was too seriously injured to get up. The green-skinned horse was also seriously injured and was carrying one leg while walking. Fortunately, they finally came out. Song Tao leaned on the horse, his tone was low and his face was touched. "Thank you Minggong for saving my life." Su Guang waved his hands indifferently, suddenly took a step forward, stood on a big tree and looked at the Wei River. "I don't know where Yu Shiyu, Xiaolu, and the others have gone." Just as he was thinking about it, a violent roar suddenly came from the air. A huge bird with white feathers and red beak crawled from the sky. It was a letter owl. Su Guang couldn't help but feel happy. This is the letter owl that is guarding Ji's fawn. They are fine. Without further delay, Song Tao and the green-scaled horse were asked to walk at the end, and he led the mountain beetle monkey towards the Wei River. The sun sets in the west, shining so brightly that a layer of sticky blood appears on the official road. Flying clouds and sunset glow are like fire. By the Wei River, Su Guang met Yu Shi again. What made his expression change was the uneasiness on Wang Ming and Su Chun's faces. He didn't see Ji Xiaolu. "Where's the little deer?" Su Guang couldn't help but run a few steps quickly and asked in a low voice. Wang Ming looked hesitant. Su Chun gritted his teeth and whispered, "Something happened to Xiaolu, don't get excited." In an instant, Su Guang's face turned red, as if someone had stuffed a bomb into his chest. But facing his family, he suppressed his anger and asked one word at a time. "What happened?" Su Chun saw Su Guang's appearance and said, "I'll take you to see it." With that said, he led Su Guang towards the Wei River. The shoreline in this area is almost level with the horizon, but there are many rocks on the shore that look like rocks in the sea, forming wonderful caves. Under the erosion of the water of the Wei River for many years, the rocks on the shore reflect this gleaming blue light. Behind a stone pillar, a thin figure lay. It was Ji Xiaolu. Su Guang stepped forward quickly, reached out to support her, and asked repeatedly, "Xiaolu, what's wrong with you?" As he spoke, he tried to send the life essence and the blood eyes to Ji Xiaolu. Just for a moment, he was stunned, and then his expression became weird. The life essence in Ji Xiaolu's body almost overflowed. The eyes of the sky opened, and its unique power of seeing the truth fell on Ji Xiaolu. He discovered that Ji Xiaolu had a layer of brilliance that could not be seen by others. It was a light film condensed by countless life essences. It was like the moon, like an illusion, and it was mysterious and mysterious. Ji Xiaolu seemed to have fallen into some kind of mysterious lethargy and was unable to wake up. This wait is just one day. 30 miles outside Feiyun City, by the Wei River. Click! Lightning flashed across the night sky. The raindrops fell one after another, falling on the leaves and grass, making a splashing sound. In the cave, Ji Xiaolu's body remained unchanged and she was still unconscious. Wang Ming took the 2 fish sent by Yushi from the fire rack and handed them to Su Guang. "Erlang, please rest for a while. Chun Niang and your eldest sister are here, so it will be fine." Su Guang's eyes turned red and he smiled. "It's okay, I'm practicing dirty martial arts." Wang Ming said nothing. Su Chun glared at Su Guang. "Okay, you should rest quickly. If the little deer wakes up and sees you like this, she will be sad again. Don't forget that she is still pregnant with a child." Su Guang couldn't sleep, but he couldn't refuse his sister's kindness, so he changed the topic. "Sister, where is your maid Xia Ki?" Su Chun's face darkened a bit. "I gave her some money a few days ago and asked her to go to the south of the city to visit her, but she never came back." Su Guang was speechless. With the chaos in the city yesterday, Xia Ki was fine at home in the south of the city, but if she went out, more bad luck than good. "I hope there are fewer undead people in the south of the city. It's really weird. It's already winter, and there's thunder on a rainy day. It's really weird today." Wang Ming didn't want Su Chun to think of these sad things, so he stretched out his hand outside the cave and said with a smile. The night was dark, and the water vapor from the heavy rain blurred the mountains, forests, and Weha River, making it difficult to see anything clearly. By the way, eldest sister, you said that Xyla fell into coma after coming into contact with the official seal. What about the official seal? When Su Chun heard Su Guang's question, he also thought of this, and looked a little strange. It disappeared. In fact, it was not just the official seal. I wonder if it was my imagination. At that time, the water boat was shaking, and some places were leaking. There was a flash of light in the dark, and the deer seemed to be gone, but it reappeared after a while. Maybe it was my imagination. Su Guang frowned immediately when he heard this. Xila's physique is indeed related to Suanxi. In fact, he had noticed this since she was able to absorb the essence of life. Could it be that the official seal inspired her physique? Su Guang was shocked. He had heard Duan Zhu talk about the origin of the official seal. It is similar to the existence of the conferred gods list, but everyone is in charge of it on behalf of others. No one can refine it like Xilu? Could it be that the daughter-in-law found on the search engine was a born god? Is it just your luck? The fire burned slowly, dispelling the chill that came from the water from time to time. The night is getting darker. A groan with a bit of pain sounded out. Su Guang opened his eyes instantly, and then showed a look of surprise. Xilu, are you awake? Xilu had an expression of enduring pain, and his delicate facial features were almost twisted together, as if he was experiencing severe pain. Guang, brother Guang, you're back. I seem to be about to give birth. You. Su Guang showed surprise and said repeatedly, don't say anything, I'll call Chun Niang. Chun Niang. Chun Niang was always there. She was not in good health and couldn't stand for long. When she heard the call, she quickly came in. Madam is giving birth? She seemed to have encountered this situation before. Master, go and ask Aunt Su to come and boil some hot water with Master Wang. Madam is going to give birth. Half an hour later, Chun Niang's frightened shouts and Su Chun's scoldings came from the cave. Su Guang walked in quickly and looked at Xilu eagerly. Her expression was not pretty, with a bit of shame. Xilu, are you okay? Su Guang held her hand, opened his eyes to check carefully, and asked in a low voice. Xilu's expression became worse and worse. Child. Su Guang then looked at the child in Su Chun's arms, and then his expression was subtle. I saw that my child seemed different from ordinary children. Is it a pink, fleshy, meatball? If it weren't for the occasional beats and bursts of laughter, Su Guang wouldn't have thought this was his child at all. This, although foreigners are born extraordinary, isn't my child too weird? He immediately understood why Chun Niang was frightened and Su Chun reprimanded her. It turns out that my child is not a human. Su Chun handed over the meatball, hesitated to speak, sighed, and took Chun Niang out. Su Guang reached out and hugged the meatball. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and there was some contemplation in his eyes. You can feel the breath of life in the flesh ball, and you can also feel his closeness to your home. There is no doubt that this is my child, but why is this happening? Involuntarily, he looked at Xilu and counted the days. It had only been 7 months since Xilu was pregnant. It seemed that the time had not come yet, right? Xilu lowered his head and said softly, I obtained the status of the Wei Shui River God, and I obtained a power that can heal. I just wanted to give it to our children, but I didn't expect. Brother Guang, you don't know how to. Su Guang shook his head, picked up the meatball and put it against his face, and said softly, this is our first child. What do you think it should be called, little lure? Xilu suddenly raised his head, a smile appeared on his face. For a moment, his smile was as beautiful as a flower, and the light and fire flickered in the cave, which was not as good as it would have been. I listened to my husband. Su Guang caressed the child gently. After all, it is your child and mine. He was born a stranger. He came out of Feiyun City and had a difficult journey. He was not born well, so why not call him Su Zhan? Xilu blinked his eyes after listening to Su Guang's words, staring at Su Guang motionless. Xiao Luer, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. After talking about the children, the two of them remembered Xilu's guardian water river god, so Su Guang asked about her abilities. Xilu looked regretful. Wei Shui River God is a true god, and all divine power comes from the divine seal, which is the official seal given to me by my husband. No one has replenished the divine power in that official seal for many years, and there is very little divine power in it. I can only control a small section of the river now, and I know why I can control the status of Wei Shui River God. Husband, do you still remember that I said that my mother and I sneaked over from the water? I actually fell into the water that day, and I seem to have swallowed something. Later, my eldest brother tried to save me, and I was discovered. As she spoke, her tone gradually became deeper. Hearing this, Su Guang stretched out an arm to hug Xilu. It's okay. When we settle down, I will go find our relatives, including my third sister and brother-in-law. But his eyes were a little absent-minded. What kind of world is this world that he was reincarnated into? The reason is that it is just an ordinary martial arts world, with a combat power of Fen Jian's level at most. I didn't expect that such a strange existence would appear in Suanshi, and now there is even something similar to the conferred god. It's really bizarre. Then, he thought of Duanju's words of sealing the heaven that resounded throughout the city that day. The power of literature can make people's souls and wills stronger. So what's the follow-up? However, judging from the results, it seems that literary skills are not suitable for combat. He now has a guess as to the origin of the literary skills. Most of them are people who have practiced literary skills to a certain level and imprinted their will on it. He doesn't know much about will, but a warrior doesn't need to know everything. I believe in your husband, but I can also help you in the future. Ji Xiaolu's voice was a bit cunning. The woman in his arms was so beautiful that Su Guang couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. As the two hugged, Su Guang's expression became strange. It was like a chat software appeared in my mind, and beeps kept coming. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the bloodline that was awakening, and the blood eyes were asking him if he accepted it. There are 3 types. Su Guang didn't even remember the original owners of these bloodlines. He fought all the way from Feiyun City and killed too many people. He already had more than 20,000 drops of essence and blood in his body, and only 1.5 drops of seal blood. He carefully sensed the power of the 3 bloodlines. The first is Tree Heart. With this bloodline, if the heart is like Bodhi, it can take root and sprout, and can get close to plants, which is not bad. However, this bloodline will corrode the human body, make people become wooden, and their emotions disappear. This alienation cannot be changed. Su Guang hesitated and refused. The second type is the Shining Finger. With this bloodline, the middle finger of the right hand will become much longer. This finger is extremely dexterous and can control some incredible things and perform some incredible actions. The fingers became longer. Su Guang thought about it and accepted it. Compared with the alienation effect of Mu Xin, who was destined to lose his emotions, this alienation was acceptable. The most important thing is that he has painted skin and the finger can be hidden, so there are basically no side effects. The third bloodline made Su Guang look stunned. He had never seen such outrageous bloodline power. Glancing at Ji Xiaolu in his arms, he accepted. Let the alienation come more violently. 1 day later, Su Guang and Song Tao reunited and retrieved the treasure that had been buried outside the city. Although he has not been practicing for a long time, he has killed a lot. Many desperados in the mountains carry treasures with them. All in all, there are thousands of taels of gold, as well as some miscellaneous things. There are 4 large boxes in total. Su Chun looked at Su Guang, who came back with Song Tao, and opened a box out of curiosity. The shining gold almost hurt her eyes. You, Su Guang, what did you do? Su Chun was so excited that he directly called Su Guang's name. You went to steal money? You can't steal money as fast as you, right? Su Guang was speechless. Sister, you are so discerning, you really stole so much money. Even Ji Xiaolu didn't know much about this money. After all, she was pregnant, and Su Guang didn't want her to suffer too much emotional fluctuations. Chun Niang hugged Xinghua and looked at Su Guang carefully. Ji Xiaolu glanced at Ji Xiaolu with some envy. Things happened suddenly that day. In such a dangerous environment, this man arranged everything clearly. This is a skill. It is also a kind of responsibility. He arranged everything in an orderly manner, and it seemed that with him and everything, you could feel a deep sense of security. I don't know how far away they are from Su Guang and others, but there are 2 figures sitting opposite each other at this moment, with a chess game on the table in front of them. The man on the left looked serious, and suddenly seemed to notice some change. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. Qing Suanzi, the river god, has returned to his throne. You can go there for me tomorrow. The person opposite, who was called Qing Suanzi, was stunned. The god of mountains and rivers, who is called the poison of immortality? Is there anyone on earth who can become a god now? There's nothing wrong with it, it's just more difficult. That's all, I'll let you go for a while. I hope the new river god will be mentally resolute, and this world. Sighs slowly came from the wind. Su Guang and Ji Xiaolu were worried about the child. This little guy is just a ball of meat. He has no mouth and doesn't know how to breastfeed. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to need to nurse. Su Guang suspected that it was because the life essence in his body was too full that the child could no longer bear it, so he was born prematurely, but it was also caused by poor development in the mother's womb. After thinking for a long time, he remembered Neza from the myths and legends of his previous life. He seemed to be a ball of flesh when he was born. Later, he seemed to have transformed into a human form under the threat of his father Li Jing's blade, right? Of course he wouldn't do that. After all, no matter how the child was, it was Ji Xiaolu's birth and his child. Now he is just practicing Zhang, without the miraculous methods of Sengsuan realm, so he can only let it go and pray that the child is developing. Fortunately, as time goes by, the child becomes more and more normal, and interacts more with the couple. When the 2 touch him, a joyous emotion will spread, and some parts of the body will also the embryonic form gradually appeared, as if it was developing, but a little slowly. Su Guang also felt a little happy in his heart. No one thought that his child was not a human being. Putting aside the children, Su Guang began to think about the future. Feiyun City has undergone drastic changes. Several people have been displaced and have no home. In the past few days, since Ji Zila woke up, they have become much more depressed. No one is willing to leave their hometown casually, including Su Guang. He looked at Feiyun City in the distance. The city was still majestic, but the sky above it had turned a light yellow color. Like clouds, like fog. Countless jackdaws suddenly flew up in the forest, fluttering their wings and flying high, hovering in the air for a long time, seemingly unable to find anywhere to go, and then some returned to the branches in fear. Su Guang doesn't know what the future will be like, but thinking about it, he shouldn't be like a jackdaw. Erlang, where are we going? Wang Ming asked in a low voice from the side. Su Guang was silent, took out the map from his arms, painted out the original red circle, and pointed to a big city at the end of Wei River. Let's go to Yuzhou. Yuancheng is not a border town, nor is it the place where the Central Plains fought 4 battles. Let's live a good life as a family. Wang Ming looked at the map for a long time and suddenly pointed to a winding line on it. Is this Wei Shui? Su Guang nodded. He had to go here. Originally, he wanted to go to another flat city, which was more suitable. Below the county level, he has not considered it. Dakian's system is very chaotic. Sites like the county level seem to be one level lower than the county level and seem to be safer, but in fact they are not. The wind is strong, and the water is shallow, and there are many fools. Sect forces are entrenched in the county. Most county towns are attached to nearby sects, and most people in the county towns aim to join such a sect in their lifetime. And such counties are generally extremely exclusive. After all, when everyone from the officials to the people in a county belongs to the same force, xenophobia is an inevitable manifestation. The coexistence of Dakian, Kuasang, and Zong is not just a lie, but in all aspects, counties are governed by Zong, counties are governed by Kuasang, and only states are governed by Qinshi. A county can be called a country within a country. Ji Xiaolu has now become the river god. She seems majestic, but just like a god trapped on the list of gods, she is trapped in the land of Weishui. She must not leave Weishui for more than 1 day, otherwise the seal will collapse and the divine power will backfire. In fact, it is a good thing for Ji Xiaolu, at least Su Guang no longer has to worry. After 100 years, he is still young because of martial arts training, while Ji Xiaolu can only become a handful of Lois. Su Chun listened to the conversation between the two, looked at Feiyun City with some confusion, and asked in a low voice, Brother Guang, do you think we can come back after leaving like this? Su Guang was speechless. Mom and Dad must be lonely. Su Chun said again. Su Guang's mood also dropped. Don't worry, I will come back. When we find third sister, our family will come to visit our parents' graves. Su Chun said no more, she was just looking for her own comfort. No matter how hot-tempered she is still a woman. Faced with this matter of leaving her hometown, she is not even as tough as Ji Xiaolu, who has always been soft-tempered. Su Guang didn't say anything more, he just looked at the map and looked for the route. In fact, the map is useless. After all, their goal is the source of the Wei River. They can get there by walking in reverse along the Wei River. But this method is actually very dangerous. After all, Yuxiu is a large alien species in the river. Now that the Huangtian sect has united with the 12 earthly branches, they may capture the alien species along the way. Fortunately, Su Guang had tamed some strange beasts in the water before. Although his combat power was not outstanding, he could still carry things. Song Tao volunteered to drive a green-scaled horse along the shore, acting as a warning. The speed of the group was much slower than expected. Another day, a small boat floated on the water. Su Guang couldn't help but stood up, holding the big gun tightly with his fingers. However, when he saw the person coming, his face showed surprise, especially after seeing the person's dress. A sense of absurdity flashed across his face. The person coming is Li Zongkong. Li Dutong? Su Guang could tell that he seemed to have experienced an extremely tragic battle. Li Zongkong was leaning against the cabin, holding a jug of wine in his long arms. After following Duanju, he always paid attention to his appearance, but now he looked unshaven, like a savage. He looked at Su Guang, nodded slightly, and suddenly smiled. Su Guang looked complicated. Have you joined the Huangtian sect? I admire you, Li Zongkong said concisely. Su Guang then understood that he was now the admirer of the Huangtian sect, sitting on the throne. Those who could reach this status were either Gangsuan or half-stepped to Gangsuan. He sighed slowly and put his feet on the big gun on the ship. Li Dutong is here to hunt me down? Li Zongkong shook his head slightly and said softly, Duangong guessed that you can walk by water. Su Guang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Zongkong was no longer an enemy. Duangong asked me to leave Qingzhou before he was granted the title of heaven. I don't want to leave and stay to take revenge. Also let me give you a message, make good use of the mountain and river divine seal. So, you joined Huang Tianjiao? Su Guang was speechless. Duanju was good to him, and if he succeeded in his cultivation, he would help him get revenge, so he asked, "Who was Mr. Duan killed for?" Li Zongkang raised his head and looked in the direction of Feiyun City. "Mr. Duan is not dead. There are many people who harmed him. Lin Yu, the head of the state, and 9 of the 12 sects of the earthly branches are all accomplices." In fact, he did not tell the truth. On that day when Duanju Fengtian was under siege, he, Li Zongkang, was famous and naturally outstanding. The injuries on his body were caused by fighting with a Gangsuan. Later, Zhang Qing was brought to the scene in person. He cherished his talent and told the demon sect member to stop. Li Zongkang was able to leave. Duanju is actually considered dead. Sealing the sky with his soul is a taboo power of literary arts. Once it is used, both body and soul will be destroyed. Su Guan knew this, and also knew Li Zongkang's admiration for Duanju. If you see people from the 12 earthly branches in the future, Su will kill them. Li Zongkang was silent and slowly released the boat. The water surface was sparkling, causing countless ripples, but it made way for Su Guang. The boat slowly rowed across the water, and the two kept looking at each other. Under Su Guang's surprised eyes, Li Zongkang said softly, "Brother Yuxuan, walk slowly." Su Guang was stunned and clasped his fists. "Brother Ninged, take care of it." The road after that was smooth sailing, and they soon crossed the boundary of Feiyun City, and Su Guang felt relieved. These days, he sent out Xin Xiao from time to time to inquire about news about Feiyun City. Xin Xiao was too stupid to find out any useful information. However, it was not as he imagined, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood and Huang Tian slaughtering the city, so Su Guang finally felt more at ease. Although he was a little selfish, he couldn't bear to see his hometown turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After walking for about half a month, everyone stopped to repair the water temple built in a small village near Jingcheng, Chengzhou. The village chief is not a kind person. In fact, in this era, there are not many people who are kind to outsiders. There are some people with simple and honest folk customs, but more often than not, there are unruly people born out of poor mountains and harsh waters. After Su Guang knocked down a big tree with one punch, he gave the village chief 3 taels of silver and dismissed the people in the village. Along the way, everyone's faces looked a little tired, especially the 2 children, Wang Wen and Xinghua, who looked pale at the moment. On the other hand, Su Guang's child, Su Zhan, has become more and more human-like after several days of development and with the uninterrupted supply of life essence from his mother. Xiao Zhan is born extraordinary. He is indeed a natural stranger, Su Chun said while holding Su Zhan, who was as big as a flesh ball. Wang Ming was speechless. Knowing that his wife was nodding at him, he quickly changed the subject and asked Su Guang, "Erlang, what is Xiao Zhan's bloodline? Are there any great people in your Su family's ancestors?" Before Su Guang could speak, Su Chun said, "What kind of bloodline? My family doesn't even have a genealogy. My nephew's bloodline comes from Brother Guang. He will be the ancestor of our Su family from now on." Wang Ming and Su Guang looked at each other, speechless. Since Su Zhan was born, Su Chun has never disliked him and truly regarded him as a treasure. Su Guang could feel Su Chun's love and couldn't help but look at Su Zhan with pity. He didn't know if the little guy could bear the suffocating love when he grew up. Boom! An arc of electricity flashed across the sky. The weather this year is weird. It has obviously entered winter, but every few days there are still thunder and lightning, and sudden storms. Su Guang stood in front of the temple door. After waiting for a while, Xiao He came running from a distance with an elk in his mouth. "Why so slow?" Su Guang kicked this guy in disgust. Among all the exotic beasts raised, because of Ji Xiala's love, this guy has eaten a lot of transformation blood, but he is the most useless among them. He is neither powerful nor has special abilities. He just looks smart. What he is best at is acting cute to win Ji Xiala's favor. Xiao He whimpered in grievance. Su Guang patted its head perfunctorily as a comfort, then turned around and walked into the temple with the elk. "Everyone, let's take a rest here and bake something warm." While the venison was roasting, Su Guang and Wang Ming discussed matters. Suddenly, he heard an exclamation from Wang Wen, followed by a loud cry of a baby, which instantly attracted Su Guang's attention. Without thinking too much, he turned around and walked into the dilapidated inner hall. Then he saw Ji Xiala with a happy face, holding a baby like a young doll. The baby was struggling, as if trying to get off the ground, and was crying. Voice. "Xiaolu, is this Zhaner?" Su Guang's tone was trembling. Ji Xiala nodded and said with joy on his face, "There was thunder outside just now, and Zhaner's body suddenly lit up with fluorescent lights. Before I could call you, he fell to the ground like this." Su Guangda was overjoyed and stepped forward to hug his child. A feeling of blood connection emerged in his heart. He was genuinely happy that his child was not a freak. However, he could not see the power of Su Zhan's blood. He only knew that he could run around after turning into a human. Su Guang did not expect too much. With the searcher around, Su Zhan would have a bright future. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The road to Source City is only a quarter of the way. The sound of heavy rain, mixed with the sound of wind, and the sound of swaying tree branches came from the mountains and rivers, like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Since leaving Feiyun City, the group of people has matured rapidly, and Wang Ming has become much calmer in his speech. Ji Zila hugged Su Zhan, and Su Zhan pulled Xiao Hei's tail, making his face look hopeless. Chun Niang and Su Chun sat around the stove, using bone needles and katka to sew different animal skins together to make clothes and diapers that Su Zhan could use, even though the little guy had never urinated or defecated casually. Wang Wen took Xinghua and lay on the ground using a bamboo tube to blow on the fire to make the cave warmer. "Uncle, when will my brother grow up?" Su Guang smiled and said, "When you are as old as Uncle, Xiao Zhan will be able to play with you." Wang Wen, whose face turned into a cat's face due to the smoke, frowned and said a little aggrievedly, "It will take so long." Su Guang touched his head and said, "Okay, let's go eat. Xia He caught a cow today, it's delicious." "I don't eat beef," Wang Wen muttered while holding his mouth. Su Guang was silent. He suspected that he was too decisive in killing Lu Ren last time and was taught by his nephew. Soon, Su Chun's scolding sound came from the cave. "I asked you not to eat beef. I asked you not to eat beef. Do you want to eat it? Night is coming." Su Guang leaned against the mountain wall in the cave, his eyes clear. "Husband, why didn't you practice martial arts today? Is there something wrong?" Ji Zila was a little surprised that his man was quiet today. Hearing this, Su Guang quickly reached out and hugged his wife into his arms. "I just thought of something, don't worry, it's a good thing." "That's good." Ji Zila didn't ask, she trusted Su Guang. Running away all the way made her feel that it was the happiest time in her life, with her husband by her side and her son by her side. "If possible, I hope this journey can go on forever." Su Guang patted her back and quietly watched the progress of the searcher. Finally, current search results are as follows. 1. In the hidden cloud peak of the Two Arms Mountains, there is the place where Yu Chi Kao, a hermit in the past, sat and died. During his lifetime, he obtained 7 volumes of Xian Gong. He studied Xian Gong all his life and created the 9 disasters, demons and reverse chaos Xian Gong to use disasters. Planting the fruit will attract the tribulation power of the mysterious world. This can be called the mysterious mystic skill. The current position is as follows. Note, Yu Chi Kao is only in the realm of Zhang training. 9 disasters and demon rebellion Xian Gong only speculates on his skills, which may have hidden dangers. In addition, the place where Yu Chi Kao is seated has many institutions and may be in danger. 2. 90 miles east of Feiyun City, there is the Wei Shui Temple in the past. 30 years ago, the abandoned disciple Nangong of Daemun Yujing Mountain passed by this place. He felt something in his heart and left 3 volumes of scriptures here as gifts to the destined people. Among them are the Xiantian Taming Yin Yang Xian Gong. This is the secret biography of Yujing Mountain. The current position and form are as follows. Note, Nangong is an abandoned disciple of Yujing Mountain. His nature is dissolute and his actions are ruthless. He is known as the Nangong Old Demon. If you practice the skill, you may suffer disaster. 3. There is Lufengpo 800 miles south of Feiyun City. Daemun Taiping Dao preached here 100 years ago, and there are 21 volumes of scriptures left, including the Aquarius Sutra, Taichuan Sutra, Xiantian Pure Yang Fusion Treasure Book. The current location is as follows. Note, although Taiping Dao is called a Taoist sect, it is an alienated side sect and a demonic path. Each of the 3 mysterious arts has its drawbacks, and the place where the scriptures are stored is the Xiancheng Mysterious Cave. 4. Walking down the Wei River for thousands of miles, you will see a market called Shengxianju. There are alienated Suanyu people in it. They are all corrupted. They worship the immortal old mother of the Suanshi as their deity, and those who enter it cannibalize people. You can understand the mysterious gong of no death, no life, agelessness. Note, this skill is a alienated martial arts, and its cultivation requires worshipping the gods of the mysterious world, which pollutes the mind. Note, the current search results are displayed as 4. Su Guang slowly exhaled. Of the 4 options, the latter 2 can basically be eliminated, while the first 2, he could only choose one. After all, the master of Xian Gong was dead and his practice would not cause any trouble. In the current Dakian period, from the perspective of martial arts practice, the world is divided into 3 parts, Buddhas and demons. The Taoist sect is the most prosperous. There are powerful sects in the 14 prefectures of Dakian, Sanjing, and Dakian. Duanju had previously intentionally recommended Su Guang to join the Qingyun sect, which was the strongest Taoist sect in Qingzhou. The Taoist sect's most important inheritance, Yujing Mountain, Shaoyang Mountain, and Kunlun Mountain, are the 3 most powerful traditions of the Taoist sect today. If you inherit the Yujing Mountain inheritance, it will be revealed if you are not careful, and it will be too troublesome to be recognized by others. Although Su Guang is very interested in the famous Yujing martial arts, and the two items in the middle seemed to hide some ulterior secrets. He suspected that these techniques had been tampered with, and he was too lazy to go find these troubles. At least the first trouble is on the surface, it is just the institution where Yu Chikao was buried. Apart from that, there should be no other problems. As for the mechanism, since it already exists, just leave it to the searcher. Looking at the estimated time displayed on the panel, Su Buang smiled. Husband, what's wrong? You seem to be so happy suddenly. Ji Xila's senses were very keen and he noticed the changes in Su Buang's mood and asked in a low voice. Su Buang chuckled lightly and patted her on the shoulder. There is good news indeed, but we have to be separated for a while. I have to go out. If it is fast, it will take 10 days, if it is slow, it will take a month. Worry appeared on Ji Xila's face. After hesitating for a moment, he gently leaned his head on his shoulder. Then be careful, Zhanar and I are waiting for you. Su Buang touched her head. After Ji Xila became the god of the Weishui River, she had a strange temperament that made people unable to help but get close to her. Her facial features seemed to be more refined, with a hint of something vague. Divinity. Fortunately, she was still full of emotions, and the eyes she looked at Su Buang were still full of love. Don't worry, I'm just going to get something, it'll be quick. Ji Xila was worried, and so was Su Buang. In the end, in order to become stronger, he had no choice but to accept this risk. Fortunately, Yu Tu and Shanjiahe were there, so he didn't have to worry about it for a while. After all, this is a barren mountain and wild forest, and there are surging waters. Early morning. Ji Xila helped Su Buang tidy up his clothes as usual at home, and eagerly helped him tidy up his things, with a look of reluctance on his face that only comes when facing relatives. Don't worry about us. I am also the god of water guards now. Although I am very weak, I still have some divine power. With Yu Shi helping me, I will be fine. Su Buang touched her face and whispered, you can explain to the elder sister later. I'll leave first. Song Tao brought the green-scaled horse from outside at the right time and took out some medicinal powder from his arms. Minggong, these are some poisonous powders that I have recently refined. This one can make people sleep, this one can make people. Su Buang took them one by one, then got on his horse and galloped away quickly. A new thunderstorm fell, and the official road was filled with the smell of earth. Su Buang's heart was extremely calm. 10 days later, Su Buang arrived at the foot of the hidden cloud peak of the Two Arms Mountain under the attack of the green-scaled horses all night long. At this moment, the sky was clear, and the surrounding mountains and forests seemed to be breathing clouds and mist, brewing all kinds of extraordinary things. Su Buang walked among them, and his footsteps fell to the ground. There was a crunching sound from the fallen leaves. Zanjian Peak is not far from Feiyun City, only about 300 miles away. It is extremely steep and can even be called a cliff. The mountain peak is too steep, as if it were cut with a knife and an axe. The smooth mountain walls are covered with all kinds of strange plants, but it makes the entire Zanjian Peak even more eerie. The mountain seems to be infinitely high and disappears into the sky, so it is named Zanjianfen. This place is located deep in the mountains and old forests, and there are not many animals around. It is not a place where hunters often come. Su Buang held the knife in his hand tightly. He was still comfortable with long knives when walking in these terrains. Unfortunately, he seemed not to have a good understanding of weapons such as knives. The Filong sword was only proficient in it so far. If he wanted to condense the sword's intention, he was still far away. The mountains are high and the clouds are wide. Su Buang seems to have transformed into a great ape, constantly marching along the steep mountain wall, grabbing the surrounding vines and climbing up. I have to say that this place is called the Jedi for no reason. Simply going up the mountain is so difficult. Halfway through the journey, Su Buang couldn't help but sigh. Even the strength of his 4 internal organs had been consumed by more than half at this moment. He couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart what kind of person Yu Chikao was. According to the search engine prompts, it seems that he is also a dirty practitioner. How can he be so tyrannical? Is it possible that his energy and blood are stronger than mine? Su Buang was shocked, but he still struggled up. During this period, there were various small holes on the steep cliff, and the sound of snakes came from inside. As if he had expected it, at the moment a colorful venomous snake sprang out, a short blade appeared in his hand and slashed across it. This is the first danger of Zanjian Peak. It is a snake mountain with all kinds of ferocious and venomous snakes all over the peak. As the number of poisonous snakes increased, Su Buang's face gradually became serious, and his physical energy consumption also increased. Fortunately, entering a gentle slope finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, before he could react, he saw a cloud of mist suddenly floating out of the forest. It was yellow and did not look like a normal thing. Su Buang's expression suddenly changed. However, I saw 3 people walking slowly from a distance. The leader was a woman, dressed in white, with slightly pale skin. She wore a bead curtain-like veil on her face, covering the area below the bridge of her nose. Her exposed eyes looked like the autumn water is full of waves, the pulse is full of emotion, and it is charming. The remaining 2 people were all dressed as swordsmen in strong clothes. One of them looked fierce, the other looked pale, and there was an unknown fear in his eyes. The little girl is named Zhang Shu. Are you here to hunt for rare treasures? When the woman saw Su Guang, she didn't show any look of fear, and saluted slightly dully. Su Guang was silent. He was not a person who trusted others easily. Meeting in such an uninhabited place always made him feel a little uncomfortable. It's just that the blood eyes conveyed the fighting power of several people, but it seemed to tell him that there was no problem with the people in front of him. One is for training the internal organs and the other 2 are for training the bones, so they are not considered strong. Su Guang narrowed his eyes. He didn't like this feeling. Do you know who I am? The woman at the head who called herself Zhang Shu did not answer. She turned around very dully and said, if you want a treasure, come with me. Su Guang instantly sensed something was wrong. He suddenly drew his knife, and silver light spread across the area. Aha! The knife mixed with mysterious iron sand is very fast. Before the 3 of them had time to react, Su Guang beheaded them. However, there was no excitement on Su Guang's face, and he was even frightened. 3 people, inside the body. No blood. He could not detect the warm current of blood refining feedback. Then he leaned back quickly, and the next scene seemed like he saw something unbelievable. The bodies of the 3 people slowly blended into the rocks like water. Su Guang was stunned. Waves of chilly air rushed straight to his scalp, and his heart beat uncontrollably. He suddenly thought of Duan Zhu's description of Xian Cave. The Xian Cave is the place where the 2 worlds of Xian Chen meet. When the 2 lives fluctuate at the same time, it is very likely that the Xian Cave will be born. Different demons from the Xian world can enter the Xian Cave. In the Xian Cave, due to the intersection of the 2 lives, various unexplainable mysteries will arise. Strange event. It's just that most of the mysterious caves cannot survive for a long time. Those that can survive forever will be suppressed by the world's tyrannical sects or imperial courts, just like the mysterious cave on Feiyun Peak in Feiyun City. For the strong, the mysterious cave is actually an opportunity. It is too difficult to reach the cultivation level of 2 generations. To a certain extent, the mysterious cave possesses treasures that can only be found in the mysterious world. This is why those giant forces will guard Xian Cave. No one will do anything that is not beneficial. Su Guang suppressed the panic in his heart, looked around cautiously, and couldn't help but cursed in his heart. The searcher shows that there is a mysterious cave here, and this mysterious cave has been fed by Yu Chi Kao and continues to expand. He was careful enough and climbed along the cliff almost all the way, but he still didn't expect to be involved. In the years since Yu Chi Kao died, what kind of strange demons have been born in the Xian Cave? Su Guang suppressed these negative emotions. Yu Chi Kao also practiced Zhang, so he could survive in this mysterious cave. He also practiced Zhang, and he was as confident as Yu Chi Kao. After continuing a few steps forward, Su Guang's expression became strange. Just now, he seemed to have forgotten something. I thought about it for a long time and couldn't remember it. Forget it, let's go find Xian Gong first. But what exactly did you forget? Suddenly, there were sudden footsteps behind him, accompanied by a dull voice. The little girl is named Zhang Shu. Are you here to hunt for rare treasures? Su Guang still had a solemn expression as if he had just met him for the first time. After a while, he drew his sword and left. The little girl is named Zhang Shu. Are you here to hunt for rare treasures? An eerily familiar feeling came over me. Su Guang stopped, feeling like his hair was exploding. Turning around, Zhang Shu's strange face appeared in front of his eyes. He didn't remember seeing Zhang Shu, but he thought the woman in front of him was strange. The drop of seal blood from the bull demon in his eyes filled with a mysterious aura, and then he suddenly opened his eyes with a look of horror on his face. Why did Zhang Shu come back from the dead? The smell of her, it seems stronger. Su Guang's expression suddenly changed. For a moment, he thought of what he had forgotten just now, and he also understood what the weirdness of this mysterious cave was. This time, he didn't take action. Instead, he turned around and rolled backwards, running back quickly, running almost 1,000 meters in one breath before slowly stopping. Open your 3 eyes and observe your surroundings. Sit on the tree, close your eyes and meditate. He understood that the monster in this mysterious cave could resurrect the monster from the dead and blur people's memories, so that the monster could absorb the power of the blurred person and become stronger. Now it seems that it cannot affect the strong people in the realm of Gangsuan. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had killed the bull demon with all his might and thus obtained that drop of seal blood. Otherwise, he suspected that if he sank like this, he would become like Zhang Shu sooner or later. As if he had seen through it, Xian Ku stopped pretending. At a certain moment, the earth turned upside down, and the gray-yellow soil seemed to be soaked by rain, revealing a strange dark red color. A dark red wooden house appeared in the wet, with a layer of dark red airflow like clouds and fog suspended above it. It seems to be alive, drum after drum. As it moves, wisps of clouds and mist float into the air, making them undetectable. Su Guang's face was solemn, and a chill rose in his heart. What made him even more uneasy was that the location of the 9 disasters and demon rebellion Xiangong left by Yu Chikao actually overlapped with the wooden house in front of him. This means that if he wants to get the Xiangong, he can only enter the house. Su Guang stood there, and footsteps came from behind him again. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was the woman who called herself Jiangshu again. Not wanting to get entangled, Su Guang couldn't help but walk back, away from the wooden house. Just a moment later, he looked up, his eyes showing horror. The wooden house is actually getting closer. He changed direction and took a few steps forward again, but it was still the same. The outline of the wooden house has been completely seen, and the cloud above is also clearly visible. It can even be seen that it has naturally formed a strange fox-like face. It was as if he was hitting a wall when faced with a ghost, and he couldn't get out. An unprecedented sense of panic emerged in my mind, a kind of awe of the unknown horror. He suppressed his annoyance and turned around to pick up the knife. If you can't offend the wooden house, you'll have to cripple Jiangshu first. Jiangshu has been resurrected 3 times, and his strength has been upgraded from ordinary level to elite level, but in Su Guang's hands, he still can't survive 3 moves. After a while, Jiangshu's limbs became twisted and covered with dense wounds, but he was still alive and wriggling on the ground like a maggot. Su Guang observed for a moment and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Since wherever he goes, he is forced to move towards the cabin, then, he won't leave. He sat cross-legged and opened the search engine to search for how to obtain the 9 disasters and demons reverse chaos mysterious technique. It seemed that because he had some understanding of Fangxian Cave, the speed of the searcher exceeded his expectations. Just one day. Su Guang looked at the demand duration displayed on the panel and breathed a sigh of relief. One day, he could sit still. He showed unprecedented patience, silently flushing his 5 internal organs with his blood and life essence, while carefully observing Jiangshu's changes. As long as there is any slight change, they will be killed immediately. There is no sunrise or sunset in Xian Cave, and the light comes from nowhere, but Su Guang can guess the time from the progress of the panel. But he suspected that if he were someone with a weak mind and didn't know the passage of time, he would definitely become crazy in such a world. One day later. The searcher has cooled down. Current search results are as follows. 1. The strange manifestations of this mysterious cave are soul-stirring, distorted consciousness, and concentration. It was born from the intersection of the 10,000 poison stones of the mysterious world and the snake mountain of the earthly world. A different species of 10,000 poisonous cloud snakes were born within it. They can freely enter and exit this mysterious cave. They contain the 10,000 poisonous cloud snakes and enter the house to gain merit. Note, 10,000 poisonous cloud snakes are extremely aggressive. Su Guang looked at the display on the panel and his eyes suddenly opened. Alien species? His favorite is the alien species. It is still a poisonous alien species. If it can be tamed, it will be no less helpful to him than Yushi. It's just that this time the search engine didn't show the whereabouts of the 10,000 poisonous cloud snakes. Perhaps there was not enough time, and there wasn't even a picture. It only gave a rough description of the 10,000 poisonous cloud snakes' appearance and preferences. Su Guang looked at the display on the panel, and after thinking for a moment, he opened his palm with a short blade, and the essence and blood dripped out instantly. It was like there was a vision emerging around him, something that could drive alien beasts and species crazy. He just sat there and waited quietly. Judging from the information from the search engine, there should be no living creatures in this mysterious cave. At the same time, he also understood why Yu Chikao appeared here to create a groundbreaking Xiangong by practicing Zhang. Putting aside the danger, the characteristics of this mysterious cave are like a perfect place for enlightenment. Focus. A hissing sound came from the ground, Su Guang's heart moved, and joy rose in his heart. This 10,000 poisonous cloud snake is more greedy than he thought. A moment later, a hissing sound exploded in his ears. Su Guang turned around, his face changed drastically. In front of him, he saw a small snake about 2 inches long floating in the void. Depending on the angle, its color was constantly changing, as if it were ever changing, giving it a strange and unpredictable beauty. His whole body was tense, but he did not dare to make unnecessary movements. He carefully placed the blood essence in his palm on the short-edged scabbard and slowly sent it towards Yunshi. The cloud snake refused to refuse anyone who came, and its whole body turned into a strange gaseous state, wrapping the scabbard, and then the essence and blood above it disappeared. As if he knew the source of the essence and blood, Yunshi hissed at Su Guang, as if he was threatening but also acting coquettishly. Su Guang did not hesitate and squeezed out a few drops of transformation blood again. Just like before when he tamed strange beasts, for the 3rd time, he did not use the scabbard, but tried using his palm. The feeling of the cloud snake wrapping around the palm has a slight coolness and a wonderful touch. Touched it. It seems that it should be tamed. It seems that the cloud snake mentioned in the search engine is extremely aggressive, and it also affects people. He had to admit that besides his own heavenly eye, the blood of transformation was the second most powerful blood power. Its attraction to exotic animals and species is simply incredible. Too bad it can't be used on humans. Soon, he reached out and began to twist the cloud snake. Yoon's snake did not reject it. After realizing that there was no transformation blood, it began to curl up and twist in Su Guang's palm as if it was coquettish. Su Guang did not just accept it, but pointed to the wooden house in the distance, indicating that he wanted to go in. Yoon couldn't understand, but after Su Guang made repeated gestures, he finally understood. Twisting his body and leaving Su Guang's palm, he snaked in the void like a life of gas. Su Guang couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene again. The alien species born from the Xian cave are truly extraordinary, and it is unknown whether the cloud snake can still snake in the void after leaving the Xian cave. If possible, you need to train more in the future. The word 10,000 poisons of 10,000 poison cloud snakes is not a waste if it is not used. With such a small body, it is extremely powerful as a hidden weapon. Thinking in his mind, he followed Yoon. Before arriving at the door of the wooden house, the clouds above it suddenly opened their teeth and claws, and the fox-like face formed made silent roars. The cloud snake raised its neck and hissed continuously as if in a confrontation. Finally, the clouds and mist rose silently. Yoon hissed at Su Guang, as if beckoning him to follow. Crack! The moment he pushed the wooden house open, a smell of decay, dampness, and dilapidation rushed out, as if it had not been inhabited all year round. Su Guang stared at everything in the house with his mouth open. This place looks like a shop that sells paper-shaped figures. There is only an empty counter with countless small paper-shaped figures placed on it. In the corner, various sundries are piled up. These paper-pierced people have different shapes. Some are sitting with their heads bowed and thinking like an old scholar, some are wielding swords and chopping and practicing martial arts, and some are hugging each other and doing indecent things. There are all kinds of them, just like all kinds of shapes in the world. Among them, Su Guang saw a paper-tied man who looked similar to Zhang Shu. He couldn't help but feel cold. Then he looked at the old scholar sitting on the futon. Could it be that this was Yu Chi? He didn't dare to look at these paper-jammed people, he just felt that this mysterious cave was weird. He shifted his gaze to the pile of miscellaneous items in the corner. There were all kinds of things in it. What moved him the most was a piece of leather with small writing written on it. This skin is human skin. I flipped it over with the scabbard and saw 9 disasters and demon rebellion Xian Gong written on it. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Is there something wrong with the search engine? This skill is obviously in the Xian cave, why doesn't the searcher show it? With a look of dismay on his face, he picked up the human skin and asked Yoon's opinion with gestures. Yoon's snake didn't seem to express any reaction to him taking away the things. Su Guang felt happy, untied his clothes, and packed up all the valuable sundries in the corner. Hiss! As if urging. Su Guang quickly followed Yoon and pushed open the wooden door. The next moment, the world changed drastically, and the surrounding environment changed dramatically. In a forest, the strange dark yellow mud around them disappeared. There is another wooden house behind him, but the strange cloud is missing from it. Is this coming out? With a thought in his mind, he looked at the wooden house behind him. Could it be that this is where the searcher displayed the technique? Animals could be seen in the forest. He caught a mouse and threw it into the wooden house. The mouse actually got in through the gap under the wooden house. Click! There was the sound of a hidden weapon being fired from the house, accompanied by the squeaking of mice. Su Guang was speechless. At the same time, he confirmed that he had accidentally gotten involved in the Xian cave and that there was nothing wrong with the search device. He caught a few rats again, destroyed the mechanism in the wooden house, and Su Guang pushed the door open and entered. The ground at the entrance is densely covered with poisonous arrows and steel knives. In the corner is a shelf stuffed with books and periodicals, a futon covered with smoke, an old low table, and a few candles that have long been burned out. This is where the ascetic hermit spends his time. It's a place. Right. Su Guang was rummaging around on the bookshelf. The books that Yu Chi read were very miscellaneous, some about institutions, some about poisons, and the unfinished 9 disasters and demons rebellion Xian Gong recorded on bear skin. In comparison, they were not as radical as those recorded on human skin. Should have been created when he was sane. He rolled his eyes a few times casually, but Su Guang strangely wrote down the Xian Gong. Then the 2 animal skins and human skins carrying the Xian Gong were broken at the same time, and then turned into powder and slipped from his palms. Xian Gong should not be taught lightly. Duanju's words flashed through Su Guang's mind. He sighed silently and bowed gently to the futon. After all, Yu Chi was regarded as his mentor, which was a pity. The cloud snake turned into a ray of light, got into Su Guang's sleeves, and wrapped around his arms. The cold touch made his hairs slightly open. A slight tingling feeling emerged, and the cloud snake actually bit his arm, as if it was looking for the blood of transformation. Of course Su Guang would not forget his life-saving beast, but he also did not want to endanger himself by feeding this guy. And Yoon seemed to be too presumptuous. He could give it, but Yunshi couldn't steal it. After scolding the cloud snake for a few words and watching it twist in his palm in a grieved manner, he forced out the blood of transformation and fed it to him. After a while, he climbed up Su Guang's arm, fell on his shoulder, and fell asleep. Su Guang touched the little thing and felt very happy. During this trip, not only did he acquire Xian Gong, but he also tamed a mutant species that could poison Lian Zhang to death. An uncontrollable smile appeared on his lips. It's time to go back to find your wife and children. Arrive at Source City as soon as possible and start practicing. About a day later, Su Guang leaned under a tree and silently adjusted the search engine to search for how to get started with 9 Catastrophes in Demon Rebellion Xian Gong. This Xian Gong was created by Yu Chi Kao in the Xian Cave. It is extremely miraculous. It uses calamity to condense the Xian Gong. Every time a calamity is passed, the strength will develop an attribute. According to Su Guang's guess, this kind of calamity strength should be similar to Suanqi Death Chi. The only thing that gives him a headache is that it has no prerequisite skills, which means that it is difficult to get started. If he were left to think about it on his own, it would probably take decades, but fortunately, he has not yet seen his 5 internal organs, so he could use this time to search for a way to get started. In the distance, green-scaled horses dug holes by the river in search of grass seeds, which they ate along with some insects in the ground. It is estimated that if Su Guang continues to raise this horse, he will have to eat meat in the future. Just as he was thinking about it, the Xin owl in the distance suddenly let out a violent cry and fell from the sky. Su Guang stood up and understood what Xin Xiao meant. Someone is coming from a distance. He got up and climbed the tree, standing on a high place and looking in the direction where the owl was flying. Soon, a long queue was seen walking along the official road. These people do not look like serious businessmen. There are many women and children among them, but they look like people who have left their hometown and moved. The most important thing is that Su Guang saw many familiar faces in the team. Cheng Lianer, Su Sanduo, Master Zhao Min, and some people from the United Chamber of Commerce and the Martial Arts Alliance. Su Guang was a little surprised. Why did they come out? Thinking in his mind, he called the green-scaled horse to hide, got up and followed him. This time I went to use Hu Yuan Cheng and I didn't know how long it would take to come back. When I ran into an old friend, I had to go up and say a few words. After all, after this separation, we may never meet again in our lifetime. Su Sanduo felt a little depressed and hid in a place with Zhao Yang drinking. Junior brother, I know you are angry, but we are lucky to be able to leave Feiyun City safely. Su Sanduo was speechless. Anyone who had all their property taken away would be depressed. But this order was given by Jiang Qing, the current owner of Feiyun City, and they could not disobey it. The two of them were drinking in the corner when they heard a voice above them. The two senior brothers were hiding and drinking, but it made it easy for the junior brother to find them. Who is it? The two of them looked up at the same time, and their faces suddenly lit up when they saw the person coming. Junior brother Su. Su Guang fell from the tree with a smile, landing silently like a flying swallow. Junior brother Su, why are you still here? Didn't you leave? Su Sanduo's series of questions came like a barrage of cannonballs. Su Guang had no choice but to answer one by one, but he didn't explain clearly. He just said that after sending his family away, he would come back when he remembered something. You didn't know, but you are wanted now. Hearing this, Su Guang was silent for a moment. What crime? Sneak attack on Feiyun City's Duanju. When Su Guang heard this, he clenched his fists and felt a surge of air in his chest. What about Huang Tianjiao? They entered the city in a grand manner. What does the court mean? Su Sanduo sneered. Jiang Qing pays homage to the Qingzhou division, leads Huang Tianhou, and controls the 23 cities of Qingzhou. You don't know how corrupt the imperial court has become. These days, I heard that rebellious forces like the Huangtian sect have been ordered to stay by the imperial court. Only now do I know how much Duan Changshao has done for Feiyun City. If he had not been here, Feiyun City would have been reduced to Huangtian sect Xingqian like other cities. Zhao Yang sighed and continued, the imperial court is now dominated by treacherous officials. Lin Yu, the leader of the state, has completely become a lackey of the Huangtian sect, and Li Zongkang. Don't mention that person. Su Sanduo shouted flatly. It was Li Zongkang who led people to expel them all. I originally thought that Li Zongkang of Feiyun City was a hero of the world, but I didn't expect that after the death of Duanju, who treated him like a father and a teacher, he was willing to act as Jiang Qing's lackey. No one avenged the city guard Duan Gong. Su Guang's voice was not calm. He did not explain Li Zongkang's actions to the two of them, but he vaguely guessed Li Zongkang's intention, and thought of the word Xingqian used by the two of them when they mentioned other cities. Xingqian, the city of faith? Perhaps Li Zongkang drove them away because he wanted them to survive. Hey! Su Sanduo shook his head and suddenly sneered. He glanced at Su Guang sarcastically. Why not? Mr. Duan was killed by junior brother Su in a sneak attack by you. Aren't you already wanted? Forward. What's the court statement? There is no explanation. I didn't read the nonsense said by Lin Yu, the leader of the state. However, an elder from King Yun's sect came here. I heard that he was a good friend of Duke Duan. He said something to Zhang Qing after entering the city, and then, Li Zongkan led his army to drive away us people. Su Sanduo said with a gloomy expression. In a few words, Su Guang understood the current situation in Feiyun City. Judging from the situation of these people, the situation in Feiyun City was not good. Then, where are you planning to go? Su Guang asked with a bit of hesitation. It was somewhat impolite to ask about such a runaway matter. We are still discussing. We just decided to go out of Qingzhou first, maybe Yuzhu or Taizhu, Su Sanduo said casually. He naturally has great trust in Su Guang. Su Guang smiled and said casually, okay, maybe we can meet again in the future. Su Sanduo didn't say anything. He thought in his heart that Su Guang should stay in Qingzhou and most likely join the Qingyun sect. After all, everyone knows how much Duanju, the city guard, appreciates Su Guang. By the way, I'll call Miss Lianer. She's been looking for you many times since you left. Su Sanduo suddenly remembered something and stood up. Hearing this, Su Guang quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. No need, this is a farewell. I don't know when we will meet again, so why should I bother them? Su Sanduo's smile was a little lewd. Can't you see that she likes you? Su Guang was silent. He was already married. After having sex, he was naturally not blind. But does he have love for Cheng Lianer? Thinking about it, there shouldn't be one. Since there isn't, it would be best to just forget about each other. Senior brother Su, please don't make any mistakes. I'm a wanted criminal now, so don't delay others. Hearing this, Su Sanduo said nothing more and just reached out and patted Su Guang on the shoulder, just like before. That's all. After thinking for a while, Su Guang took out several secrets of Zhang training techniques that he had obtained on Zanjian Peak from his arms, and handed them over. Here are some secrets of Zhang training techniques. You two will pick first. It's time to give her a copy. Let's use it in the name of my little dear. She took great care of the little dear before. With Su Guang's current strength, he easily modified the secrets for practicing the Zhang level on the road using a search engine. Su Sanduo said without any pretense, okay, my family is lacking this kind of foundation. When I find a place to stay, I will support senior brother Zhao Mor so that he can also build a family. He has a bold temperament, and the anger he felt along the way dissipated when he saw his old friend. He took Su Guang and went to drink. Su Guang did not refuse, and the three of them drank happily in this small mountain kernel. Until the setting sun, finally parting. Junior brother Su, we have been separated for many years, and I don't know when we will meet again. I have nothing to give you. This piece of warm jade was taken from the belly of a mutant species that was slaughtered by my family. It can nourish the fetus, and when the time comes, my siblings will give birth. I'll give it to my little nephew as a meeting gift. Su Sanduo thrust a purple-shaped jade pendant into Su Guang's hands, turned around and walked away without waiting for him to refuse. The wind is still blowing, and thousands of branches are swaying with the wind. Old friends are far away, and they will eventually become strangers. Su Guang sighed and moved with the wind, disappearing from the spot. Winter has passed and spring has come, and another new year is approaching. Su Guang had already met his wife and children at a young age. To his delight, nothing happened, except for a few mountain frog thieves who came out to drink water. By chance, they saw Su Chun coming up to tease him, and they were swallowed up by Yushi. When talking about this matter, Su Chun's eyebrows lit up without any trace of panic. It was impossible to tell that he was from a farming family. To Su Guang's surprise, Su Zhan was able to speak and walk very steadily after only 3 months. It's just that I still can't tell what bloodline it is. Su Guang has looked at it many times. Maybe he needs to wait until he is older before it can manifest. Of course, in addition to this, there is another happy event. Wang Ming broke through and practiced dirty. The man was beaming with joy, and when he saw Su Guang, he opened his mouth to discuss matters. It was just that Su Guang showed his strength and penetrated half a foot of his body. Wang Ming immediately stopped and said no more, but looked at Su Guang with a strange look from time to time. I remember that he took good care of Su Guang in every possible way, but in just a few years, the world was in decline, and his brother-in-law would not even hit him with his hands. Seeing Wang Ming's expression, Su Guang couldn't help but comfort him. Don't worry, brother-in-law, you are already very strong. Although I only use 10% of my strength, without using my blood, weapons, or my best punch, at your age and with such ability, it is already worth it. So proud. Wang Ming became even more autistic after hearing this. When they arrived at Su Guang, everyone naturally continued on their way. The road to Yuzhu is not smooth, and everyone is walking by water, so it is easy to be seen. In many places with gentle water flow, you will always encounter water bandits. Wang Ming volunteered and took the lead every time. Occasionally one day, I encountered water bandits again. They were latecomers. When they came, there was already a group of merchant ships coming down the river. They seemed to be going to sell goods elsewhere, but they were stopped by the water bandits. Su Guang didn't want to take care of it, but the water bandits didn't want to let go of their fat sheep. Wang Ming took action again. Unexpectedly, there were strong people among the water bandits this time, and the leader turned out to be a master of the second Zhang realm. Wang Ming was defeated and could only greet Su Guang. Su Guang stabbed him to death with one shot. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Just as Su Guang was calling Yashi, who was hiding in the water, to continue pulling the boat up the river, a small boat emerged from the caravan on the opposite side. There was an old man standing on the bow of the boat. Old Sun Deming, chief escort officer of Sun's escort bureau in Pingchang, thank you very much for your help. Su Guang didn't want to pay attention to these things. Wang Ming liked to be in the limelight, so he stood on the bow of the boat and chatted with the old man. Sun Deming was actually very curious about the origin of this boatman. After all, boats usually travel from upstream to downstream, and it is rare to see people traveling from downstream to upstream. But according to the rules of the world, he would not ask these questions casually, he would just express his gratitude. It's okay. It's normal to travel around the world and draw swords to help. Wang Ming tried his best to act calmly, but said with a tone of voice. He also introduced himself and Su Guang, a certain surname is Wang. He is the sixth eldest son in the family and is known as Lialang. This is my brother, Su Erlang. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered that Su Guang mentioned that he was wanted by Feiyun City when he came back, so he changed his words temporarily. Sun Deming did not dare to neglect him. After all, Wang Ming was so young, but the strength he had just shown had already reached the level of practicing viscera. There was no doubt that he was a genius. Your Excellency is very powerful. It is naturally a small matter to you, but to my Sun Escort Agency, it is a huge matter. Sun Deming is very good at talking, and he can praise Wang Ming so much that he can't hold back his words. So he pretended to be humble and waved his hands. Actually, it's just average. Sun Deming continued to compliment a few words, took out a wooden box from the boat, and said, this is a special herbal medicine from Pingchang. It's called 3-year-old practice. It can strengthen the muscles and bones. Seeing that there are children on your boat, it is best to use this herb to lay the foundation. Nothing better. When Wang Ming mentioned the child, he immediately took it. Sun Deming looked at the small boat with a few people, and thought about making a good relationship, so he said, I see there are a lot of people on the boat. The escorts we are escorting this time are not many. If Brother Wang doesn't dislike it, I will change to a bigger boat. How about some boats? Wang Ming looked at Su Guang sitting on the bow of the boat, feeling a little moved. Indeed, this boat was just a fishing boat that Su Guang had hidden a long time ago. It was only about 10 square meters, and it had to store all his belongings. The location was extremely crowded, and it only had a small cabin that could protect it from wind and rain. Su Guang looked at his eldest sister and his wife and nodded. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunday. With that said, he took out dozens of gold and handed it to Sun Deming. Sun Deming refused to accept. Brother Su, aren't you treating me as a shabby grandson? How can I get paid for saving my life? Su Guang looked at Sun Deming with thoughts on his face. Judging from the reactions of the rest of the team, it seems that they are not cruel or secretive people, at least they are good and orderly people. So he stood up and took a step forward. There are family members, wife and children on board. I wonder if Mr. Sun can conveniently let Su come on board. A moment later, standing on Sun Deming's boat, there was only a young man about 20 years old rowing. Noticing Su Guang's eyes, Sun Deming's eyes showed a bit of pity. Ahan has a bad ear. Brother Su has something to say, but it doesn't matter. Old Sun should be able to tell that we are not from Yuzhou. I just want to ask Mr. Sun if he knows anything about the major forces in Yuzhou. Su Guang asked softly. Out of caution, he did not ask about Yuan Chang. Hearing this, Sun Deming's face showed surprise, and he said, I see, Brother Su has asked the right person. Although Sun is low in strength, he has traveled far and wide and seen a lot, and he really knows things that others don't know. To say that the most powerful person in Yuzhou is the Red Lotus Holy Land. It is said that this holy land is located near Jingbian City in Yuzhou and resists the invasion of barbarians from the desert in northern Sibei. The people in the Holy Land dress up like Buddha, with the mark of red lotus between their brows, and every move of their hands and feet. Those with Buddha nature are the people of the Red Lotus Holy Land. Then there is the Yao Mo gang, which is notorious in Yuzhou and even Dakian. Many of them are extremely vicious people. It is said that the martial arts within the sect are extremely exquisite. They can condense the strength, energy, and blood in the body like crystal jade, and are extremely pure. It can be refined by fellow sect members without any hindrance. The gang adheres to the method of cultivating gu and practices bloodthirsty and cruel techniques. The massacre in Yuchun City in the past was caused by this gang. The people in the gang all dress up differently, but they all wear medicine. Knives, please be careful when encountering them. The third is. Su Guang listened quietly and asked questions from time to time. After all, Sun Deming is an experienced escort agent, and his activities range widely. According to him, he has always liked to make friends, so he has some friendship with the forces in some big cities along the way. Gradually, Su Guang gained some understanding of the overall image of Yuzhu. This is a land in the far east of Dakian, bounded by the endless desert in the east and north of the Great Wall, and is invaded by northern barbarians from time to time. Therefore, almost every family in Yuzhu raises horses, martial arts are common, and the folk customs are fierce. The strongest force, the Red Lotus Holy Land, also pays attention to hard training in order to save the Red Lotus karma. On weekdays, it concentrates on dealing with the northern barbarians and almost ignores the wind outside. Rain or shine, the Yao Mo gang made trouble everywhere, but was resisted by all the sects and families in Yuzhu. Therefore, they circulated frequently in the 16 major cities in Yuzhu, mostly for martial arts competitions and exchanges, so all kinds of forces and schools gathered here to give birth to various powerful martial arts. In Yuzhu, families like the three families in Feiyun City cannot be called aristocratic families at all. The so-called aristocratic family refers to a family whose bloodline can be spread stably and is famous enough. For example, the Mingxiao Ding family of the 6 major forces in Yuzhu has a widely circulated and envied Mingxiao bloodline. Sun Deming spoke eloquently and endlessly, telling everything from the power to the customs in each big city. Later, Wang Ming also came over and asked questions along with Su Guang. In the eyes of Su Guang and Wang Ming, the big state of Yuzhu gradually became fuller. Because of the convenient communication between cities, the forces here are complicated. Most of the forces in each big city have roots in more than one big city. This is obviously much better than the isolated Qingzhou. However, Su Guang could also understand that Lin Yu's purpose in going to Qingzhou was impure, and he naturally did not want more people to go to Suiyang City, lest it ruin his good deeds. By the time the three of them parted ways, it was already early the next morning. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for clearing up our brother's doubts. Otherwise, we would probably be confused and take many wrong paths when we arrive in Yuzhu. It's just a trivial matter. It can't compare to the life-saving grace of the two of you. It will take about 3 months for Sun to be alive after this escort trip. If the two brothers don't dislike it, they can settle in Pingcheng by then. I can be considered a good person in the city. A bit thin noodles, Sun Deming said enthusiastically. This old man's character is somewhat similar to that of 6th senior brother Su Sanduo. He is full of chivalrous loyalty and can easily make people fall in love with him in just a few words. Compared with Su Sanduo, he understands people better and is better at talking. It's no wonder that even if he changes the ship, none of the fellow escorts objected to the matter. Su Guang and his party have changed to a big boat, which is much more comfortable. Erlang, if what Mr. Sun said is true, then when we get to Yuanchang, we can open a martial arts school and make a living. Wang Ming whispered from the side. Su Guang thought in his heart and felt that it made sense. After all, Yuzhu is a martial artist, and all major cities do not exclude foreign martial artists. That's it. In Yuzhu, there is a tradition of opening a martial arts gym to compete in the gym. However, if you want to live comfortably, you must show your strength to avoid being looked down upon by the younger generation. When you get to Source City, ask about the situation first. If possible, it might be a good idea to open a martial arts gym. Zhao Min opened a martial arts gym in Feiyun City back then, and the money came in very quickly. Su Guang was prepared for a rainy day, thinking that when he arrived in Source City, he would have to make money to buy training resources. Money, wherever it is a good thing. Opening a martial arts gym is indeed a good job. It not only shows off your muscles to the outside world, but also has a way to make money. Wang Ming was gearing up and was already fantasizing about Yuanchang, where he would compete in various martial arts gyms in Yuanchang. The Wei River was not turbulent all the way, because we changed to a larger boat and the boat was much calmer. In order not to tire Yushi, Su Guang tamed 2 more giant catfish in the water. This kind of fish should be regarded as a strange beast. It has distinctive characteristics, is large in size, and powerful, but it looks a bit ugly. Originally, Su Guang thought it would take 3 or 4 months, but 2 months later, the ship arrived at Yuanchang, the birthplace of the Wei River. Wei Shui originates from Yuan Mountain outside Yuan City. In addition to Wei Shui, there are also several large rivers that originate from this mountain. When it comes to Yuzhu, many people's first impression is that it was a place of the 4 wars, facing invasion and plunder by the northern barbarians at any time. However, although Yuan City is considered a border city, the natural chasm of Yuyuan Mountain is here, so there is no need for barbarians from the north to appear at any time, which is far less dangerous than Jing border city. Pingcheng is actually not bad, but the central city is a bit far from Weishui. Not many refugees from the central plains came to Yuzhu, so Yuanchang seemed very open. It was just a small village on the edge of Weishui, and there was a quite prosperous dock. The people passing by are either travel-worn outsiders or locals transporting catches. Occasionally, you can still see some bald monks with ring scars, but there are no red lotuses between their eyebrows. They should be Buddhist monks near Yuanchang. Of course, there are also Taoists wearing Taoist robes, and some wanderers in bold clothes. What surprised Su Buang was that he could see arenas at regular intervals, which was comparable to the frequency of basketball courts in urban life in his previous life. Most of them were surrounded by a large group of people, and the two people inside were either competing, boxing, or practicing swordplay, and bursts of cheers erupted from time to time. The martial spirit is evident. Judging from the liveliness of the Yuanfeng Pier alone, you can see that Yuanchang is full of vitality. The happiness people feel when walking is unmatched by Feiyun City. This is the difference between open and closed. Su Buang sighed in his heart. There is no doubt that Duanju is a good official, but he is not a warrior, and is controlled by Linyu. He cannot do much for the people in the city. If the people of Feiyun City cannot collapse after encountering the impact of refugees, they have already it is full of difficulties and dangers. An hour later, Su Buang followed a middle-aged man with a Yuzhou accent to the front of a small village. Guests from afar, this is the best house in my Xiaohe village. It used to be the place where our boss lived. Later, our boss moved to the city and we thought about selling the yard. Zhuangzi is on a small hillside, with a cliff about 10 meters behind. Below is the Weishui River. The original owner was very elegant and built a plank road under the cliff, a small dock that can park boats and several small from the front door of the pavilion. There is a bamboo forest connected to the side and rear of the village. There is a small road in the middle. The village is also very large, almost 100 acres in size. There is also a small school ground in the backyard specially for people to practice martial arts. Although it is not in Yuanchang, the environment is beautiful and Su Buang likes it very much. How much? Su Buang asked. The middle-aged Yazi rubbed his hands, looked at Su Buang's appearance, gritted his teeth and said, 3,000 gold. Su Buang looked at him silently. Zhuangzi, a rich man in the village, wanted 3,000 gold, so he thought his money was blown away by the wind. In Su Buang's slightly sharp eyes, Yazi slowly changed his words, 1,000 pieces of gold. Su Buang still didn't speak, just looked at him. He was killing people like hemp, and a picture like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood jumped into Yazi's mind. He knew he had met a master and had no choice but to avoid Su Buang's gaze. Master, I'm afraid of you. Our boss asked us to sell it for at least 300 gold. You can pay it as you see fit. Su Buang couldn't help but curse. Damn it, you want to sell me something worth 300 gold for 3,000 gold? He even doubted that the 300 gold price could continue to go down. 300 gold is equivalent to more than 3,000 taels of silver, which is actually reasonable. After all, although this place is a little out of the way, the surrounding environment is beautiful and the buildings are complete. The construction cost is no less than 2,000 taels. Including the land and other things, 3,000 taels of silver is very reasonable, even a good deal. Thinking of this, he whispered, then 300 gold. There was bitterness on Yazi's face. Then I heard Su Buang continue to say, by the way, help me let the wind go. I just said that a martial arts gym will be opened here. Anyone who is interested can come here to sign up in 10 days. In the first 3 months, we will accept 10 disciples per month. We will see the follow-up. Hearing Su Buang's words, Yazi was stunned and looked at Su Buang anxiously and carefully. Do you know the rules of the martial arts club? Su Buang glanced at him with a half-smile, and suddenly stretched out a hand, with green light lingering from the palm of his hand. Practice dirty. Setting up a stick is the rule for opening a gym in Yuzhou. Whenever you open a gym, you must set up a stick and a flag. On the day of the opening, other martial arts masters in the city will come to watch. The martial arts master will send his disciples to kick the gym. If they are blocked, it will be considered as a stick. If it fails, then give up the idea of opening the restaurant. Generally speaking, one has to practice dirty martial arts to be qualified to open a gym. Young master is mighty and has extraordinary strength. I am a member of the nearby CAO gang. Since I intend to set up a stick here, I decided to give this village to you as a filial piety. Yazi suddenly became extremely enthusiastic and said with a flattering face, it's a blessing for you. This gift of teeth to Zhuangzi is not just a gift to Zhuangzi. After all, Su Buang made a bold statement about setting up a stick. According to Yuzhou tradition, the martial arts masters in the city are coming to kick the gym. When Su Buang sets up a stick, it will be with Zayako. It is always a favor when a good relationship is formed. If the stick failed, Su Buang would have no choice but to leave the road in despair, while Zhuangzi would still be in the same place and unable to escape. Su Buang naturally did not want to get involved in these matters, so he motioned to Song Tao, who was holding the horse beside him, to take out 100 gold coins and give it to Yazi. At this point, both money and goods are lost. Before Yazi left, he suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, I wonder what the public name of my martial arts school is. Hearing this, Su Buang looked thoughtful. Inexplicably, the old man's face flashed in his mind. Then he sighed softly. Yuxuan, let's call it Yuxuan Martial Arts Hall. He actually doesn't know much about Yi Xian's character, and this is the easternmost part of Yuzhou, so there's no need to be too cautious. Okay, I will pass it on to you today. After buying Zhuangzi, Su Guang asked Song Tao to bring the horses in first, and he turned around to pick up his family members who were still on the boat. Time goes back to a month ago. Outside Feiyun City, Chang Lianer looked at the Kung Fu secret book in his hand, staring at Su Sanduo with his eyes. Did Su Guang ask you to give it to me? Su Sanduo nodded silently. He didn't even know why Chang Lianer fell in love with Su Guang. Maybe it was because of Su Guang's strength and genius. Geniuses never lack confidants. Chang Lianer glared at Su Sanduo. Where has he gone? Su Sanduo shook his head, feeling that he had no secrets in front of this woman. I told him that we might go back to Yuzhou or Taizhou, but he just said that we might meet in the future. After hearing this, Chang Lianer took out the map from the side and carefully distinguished the map of the 3 states in the eastern region drawn on it. Su Guang has a cautious temper. It doesn't matter that there is a turmoil in Taizhou, so he probably won't choose to go there. That is Yuzhou. Chang Lianer's eyes sparkled. As for Yuzhou, she remembered her grandpa saying that there would be frequent exchanges between the big cities over there, and when the time comes. One day later, rumors spread in the city that a foreign martial artist wanted to set up a stick in Ziahe village. Yuzhou was practicing martial arts. This news was like top gossip. In just one day, the flow of people in Ziahe village was much larger. Zhuangzi's backyard. Ji Xiaolu looked at the huge yard and had a headache. The yard was too big. Seeing Ji Xiaolu's difficulty, Chun Niang couldn't help but said, "Madam, the village the master bought seems to be too big. We need to recruit more people." "Then let's do it. I'll talk to my husband tonight." In the bamboo forest behind Zhuangzi, Su Guang closed his eyes and concentrated. After more than 3 months, the search engine finally produced results. Current search results are as follows. 1. Start by killing, find a place where demons gather, enter the game alone, wipe out all the demons in that place, and survive the evil calamity. Note, this method is full of dangers. Only those demons whose realm is higher than themselves can be called tribulations. In addition, the tribulation of demons is the general outline of the 9 disasters and is indispensable. 2. Getting started with disasters, Su Guang practices 5 internal organs training methods, which can disperse the power of the 5 internal organs, condense the blood between death and life, and survive the dispersal calamity. 3. Start with martial arts, condense the 9 kinds of martial intent, take poison pills to break the martial intent, and survive the tribulation of breaking the intent when the consciousness is depressed. 4. Start with love, kill your wife and sacrifice your children, seem crazy, go to the extreme of love but stop being in love, go to the extreme depression and then use martial arts to survive the ruthless calamity. Note, the current search results show 4. Of the 3 ways to get started, Sangong Ji seems to be the most suitable. The 4th item was directly ignored by Su Guang, and he was so perverted. Su Guang silently searched for the same question again. Now that he has a search device, among the 9 calamities, except for the ruthless calamity, he wants to choose the strongest among them. The searcher started working again, and Su Guang began to practice with confidence. On the road, every day he would take Ji Xiaolu out to live in the world of 2 people. With the essence of life, his 4 internal organs were already perfect. There is no leakage in the whole body, no breath at all, just like an ordinary person. Next is, the 5 internal organs meet the gods. In the bamboo forest, Su Guang slowly closed his eyes. Cloud snakes were playing in the forest, as if they were elves. There was also a big horse with green scales, neighing. In the distance, a huge black tiger lay lazily on the ground, with a support on its back, and a small child sitting there. The little baby made gurgling noises from its mouth. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The flag of Yi Xian had already been hung high in front of Zhuangzi. At the foot of the short slope, there was already a sea of people, and the long queue wound around for several times. There are men, women and children in the team, and more than half of them are boys and girls, all of whom intend to become apprentices. Although I don't know whether Su Guang can successfully set up the stick in 2 days, it is better to bow in advance than to wait for others to set up the stick later. In fact, starting from the next day, people came to visit him, but Su Guang never opened the door. When he opened the door today, he just handed everything over to Wang Ming and Song Tao. Wang Ming simply liked to watch the fun, so he gave himself the title of second master. Su Guang let him go. After all, he was his brother-in-law. If his eldest sister liked him, he would pamper him. A very ordinary night. After putting his son to sleep again, Su Guang held Ji Xiaolu and did some elegant things. After the essence of life poured into the blood eyes seemed to have reached a certain limit. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme comfort burst out in Su Guang's limbs. The next moment, the bloody eyes suddenly opened, shining with a coquettish red light in the night. Su Guang didn't care to pay attention to this at the moment. He saw a corner of an absurd world. It was a world of only gray, silent, but with a kind of shock that could not be described in words. The silent giant statue, the giant gray tree, the endless gray fog floating. It's like, for the first time, a child looks up at the universe through a telescope and sees his own insignificance. This feeling disappeared quickly. No matter how Su Guang opened his bloody eyes, he could not see the changes in the world. The description of meeting God doesn't seem to be like this. At most, it is that you can vaguely feel another world. But just now, I have directly seen through the two worlds. The only pity is that I saw too few things. Is the mysterious world gray? Su Guang felt a little regretful and felt something was wrong, but the changes in his body made him excited. Entering the realm of the 5 internal organs. When you see the divine perfection, you can try to survive the San Gong tribulation and practice the 9 catastrophic demon reverse chaos mysterious gong. He had high expectations for the description of the power of disaster in this mysterious art. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed, and the opening day of Yuxuan Hall arrived. On that day, there was a sea of people outside Yuxuan Zhuang. At the front were various large and small martial arts schools in Yuan City, with a group of people holding a sign. Qingyu Martial Arts School, Liulai Martial Arts School, Beishan Martial Arts School. Go and check the plaque again. The drum over there is reoriented, and the drum ring is facing away from the person. Xiao Lu, have you bought everything you ordered? Song Tao watched from the sidelines as the workers hired from the village worked, their feet never leaving the ground. Su Guang stood on the top of the mountain and took a quick look and saw these famous martial arts schools in Source City. The biggest forces in Yuan City are actually the city Xiaofu and a sect named Jingshaozai. These martial arts schools are the forces under the city Xiaofu and Jingshaozai, which are equivalent to the 3 major families of Han, Lu, and Chen in Fiyian City. Su Guang stood in front of the manor with his hands clasped behind his back. His painted skin showed a much more mature look, and he looked about 30 years old. Wang Ming was standing next to him, looking at the people below with a smile, and his eyes were a little eager. He has never seen such a battle before. According to Erlang, he is the main force guarding the battle today. He wondered when Wang Ming had ever had such a majestic moment in his life. In front of the two of them was a huge arena, with Song Tao at the front clasping his fists and greeting many warriors. A sound similar to a suana sounded, and the sea of people moved. Make way for a few roads like a diversion. The sedan carried by 4 people slowly walked out from the branched road. There was a person holding a flag at the front, with the word Qingfeng painted on the flag. The second master of Qingfeng Martial Arts School, Yulia Chuan, is here. Before Su Guang could say anything, the sedan curtain suddenly opened, and a figure emerged from it. This was a middle-aged man with a heroic face, looking at Su Guang with a bit of disdain. You're the one who wants to open a restaurant? I'm a big city in Yuanchang, and cats and dogs come to set up sticks. You really don't know how high the sky is. Come up, the man shouted loudly. Wang Ming glanced at Su Guang, rushed out, and stepped onto the ring in 2 or 3 steps. Su Guang was surprised that Yulia Chuan was actually an elite Zhang practitioner. The second master of Qingfeng Martial Arts School has such strength, and the strength of Source City is by no means weaker than that of Fiyian City. Yulia Chuan was a veteran martial arts practitioner, so he took action first without waiting for Wang Ming to announce his name. The technique he practices is Qingfeng Martial Arts School Qingfeng Jin, a boxing technique that is not known for its strength, but Yulia Chuan has practiced this technique to be extremely fierce and powerful. What Wang Ming practices is a technique called Iron Thread Kung Fu from Fiyian City Wenkou Middle School. Among them, the Iron Thread Fist has always been fierce, and is good at using force to overwhelm people. If it has the slightest upper hand, it can crush them layer by layer, and continuously expand the chance of victory. It's a pity that I met Yulia Chuan. The two of them flew around the ring with all their strength, and when their fists landed, they blasted a small crater out of the ring made of bare stone. After only 10 rounds, Wang Ming had no chance to win and was hit in the right arm by Yulia Chuan. Yulia Chuan kicked him off the ring, his face turned red. Su Guang quickly helped Wang Ming up, checked his injuries, and then narrowed his eyes. I have 2 brushes, but it's a pity that you are not qualified to open a martial arts school. Yulia Chuan put his hands behind his back, looking unruly. He has always been a martial arts fanatic, and he shouldn't have come to do this kind of thing. Since he was recruiting foreign martial arts masters at the request of the city guard, he just came because he wanted to fight with others. The crowd became uproar, followed by countless compliments. Master Yu is worthy of being Master Yu. I heard that Master Yu is now in charge of the teaching at Qingfeng Martial Arts School. Of course, Master Yu is a seasoned martial arts practitioner. How can a cat or a dog be provoked? Su Guang listened to the voices of the people around him and looked at the domineering Yulia Chuan on the stage. But he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, living a stable life requires showing strength. Just like he could live a stable life after killing Yangsha with 1 shot in Fiyian City, the same needs to be the case in Source City. He originally thought that Wang Ming would be qualified to open a gym if he showed off his Zhang training skills. Now it seems that he was a little naive. The local martial arts gym is a little too rude. The next moment, his figure blurred, like a willow leaf, floating and falling on the ring. I have to say that his performance is really extraordinary. He is dressed in white training clothes, hunting in the wind, and has a unique temperament. Just the act of taking the stage made Yu Liuchuan look solemn. Who are you? For the first time, he asked Su Guang his name. He is not a fool. Ever since Su Guang took the stage, he has not been able to detect the slightest breath on his body. This posture and appearance can't help but remind people of the state where the 4 internal organs are incessant. He is just a third-level uncle. Su Guang chuckled. Come to play in the gym, don't you know who I am? You are, Su Yuxuan? Yu Liuchuan's voice was solemn, and he immediately clasped his fists. Yu Liuchuan of Qingfeng Martial Arts School, please give me some advice from Master Su. He consciously calls Su Guang the master of the hall. After all, it is extremely easy to open a hall in the 4 Zhang realm and become a teacher. Su Guang chuckled, but did not look at him. Instead, he looked in one direction among the crowd. He was an extremely fat man with almost the same height and width. Your Excellency has been watching for so long. Do you want to come up and join Master Yu? Yu Liuchuan's pupil shrank when he saw that person, and then his face became solemn. This person was actually the master of Bengshan Martial Arts School, Yu Qian. Yu Qian was fat, and even if the road he got out of the way was wide enough, he still seemed to be squeezed out. No need, we recognize Master Su's strength, so we won't show off to him. Yugen smiled and looked like a Maitreya Buddha, with a kind face and a friendly attitude. Su Guang did not speak, but looked at Yu Liuchuan again and said softly, if that's the case, then Master Yu is the only one who plays in the gym? There was a hint of regret in his words. Yu Liuchuan suddenly showed an angry look, arrogant. Su Guang's face was cold, he looked at Yu Liuchuan's fist showing science strength, and said in a low voice, one punch. A fluttering punch is like a weak willow supporting the wind, letting the wind flow freely, but it is also like a mountain, unable to resist or unload its strength. Yu Liuchuan's expression changed drastically. Boom! The one who flew out was Yu Liuchuan. The surrounding audience's expressions changed. The power of a punch is so terrifying. Su Yuxuan's name became famous in Yuancheng. Su Guang stood there calmly and looked at Yu Liuchuan with a smile. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so weak and use too much strength. After a pause, he glanced at his brother-in-law and said softly, it seems that you just took advantage of my brother-in-law's tired body. The implication is that Yu Liuchuan was defeated by force. After all, everyone knew that Su Guang and his party came from other places and wanted to rush here, causing the previous martial artist to be injured. Wang Ming was moved in his eyes, knowing that Su Guang was trying to save him face. Yu Qian's pupil shrank, and then he said with a smile, Mr. Su really opened our eyes. Congratulations to Master Su for opening the museum. Those who responded were like clouds, and the mountains roared and the tsunami roared. Congratulations to Mr. Su for opening the museum. Su Guang held his back with one hand and spread his other hand forward. Comrades, if you still want to play in the gym, you can give it a try. The words echoed slowly. But at this moment, Yu Liuchuan learned from the past, many martial arts masters are not as good as Yu Liuchuan, so how can they be willing to go up? With just one punch, Yu Liuchuan was knocked several meters away, making him vomit blood. With such strength, even masters from top martial arts schools would have to give in. Yu Qian glanced at everyone and said with a smile, Master Su, don't think too much. We just heard that the Yixian Martial Arts Hall has opened its gates, and we are just here to see the ceremony. His words were like a step, so representatives from several martial arts schools around him responded one after another. That's right. I'm here today not only to pay tribute, but also to invite Master Su to join our Yuancheng Martial Arts Association. Su Guang smiled and invited several martial arts masters who were originally planning to kick the gym but were now watching the ceremony to lead them into the manner. Everything outside will naturally be left to Song Tao to deal with. The Yuancheng Martial Arts Association is an alliance of martial arts schools within a 300-mile radius of Yuancheng City. They communicate with each other and help each other. At critical moments, they can also assist the city guard to fight against the northern barbarian safari cavalry. Su Guang didn't want to worry about this. He just wanted to live a stable life and practice with peace of mind. However, he wanted to integrate into the life in Yuancheng, so after thinking about it, he joined the Martial Arts Association. What he is responsible for is the public security of Xiahe village and the 2 surrounding towns. In this regard, when the time comes to accept a disciple, someone will naturally do it for him, but Su Guang didn't pay much attention to it. On the second day, the gate of Yisuanyu Hall was open to recruit disciples. Su Guang selected more than 100 people. When he accepted his disciples, he did not look at their qualifications, but only their character and wealth. He would just keep a dozen or so of these 100 people. Handing everything over to Song Tao for investigation, he fell into practice again. As spring passes and autumn comes, golden yellow covers the entire Yuan city, and there are convoys harvesting wheat and various miscellaneous grains everywhere. A carriage slowly passed through the gate of Yuanchang. In the car, Su Guang and Ji Ziyala sat opposite each other. Ji Ziyala was holding Su Zhan, who was almost 1 year old, in his arms. Ji Ziyala's eyes were a little blurry. He looked at the bustling streets on both sides through the gauze curtains and said softly, "Husband, I feel like my life now is like a dream. It's so good." Su Guang smiled softly and whispered, "It will be better in the future. When I was in Feiyun City before, I felt like I had fallen into a honeypot. Now this life is even more unbelievable to me." Ji Ziyala smiled slyly. The friendship in her eyes made Su Guang very happy. Living a lifetime and making the people around you happy is satisfaction. Then he heard her say again, "I don't know how the Osmanless cake at Osmanless Blossom House is made. I never tire of eating it. We'll let eldest sister steal the food later. The food eldest sister makes is delicious." The couple looked at each other and smiled like two foxes. Su Zhan was babbling at the side, always feeling that his parents' smiles were a bit bad. Dad and mom are bad. "You little bastard, you eat the most every time." Outside, there was a lot of people, and there were people carrying weapons everywhere, but there were not many fights. The people in Yuanchang are fierce, and because it is located on the border, they have been plundered by the northern barbarians for many years. Weapons are not prohibited here. Su Guang is very satisfied with his current life. He cultivates every day, takes care of his wife and children, and accompanies his son to grow up. Yuanchang has not been affected by the civil strife in the Central Plains, nor has it suffered any unprovoked disasters. Except for the gangsters who can be found everywhere, the rest are very peaceful. "Good. Brother Su, here." As soon as the carriage arrived at a restaurant, someone shouted, "It's Yu Liu Chuan." Yu Liu Chuan is a martial arts fanatic. Since he was defeated by Su Guang last time, he has come to Yuquanzhuang several times since then, and his friendship with Su Guang has become deeper. Su Guang frowned and opened the sedan curtain. "Brother-in-law is waiting for me." Yu Liu Chuan didn't pay any attention to the confusion in Su Guang's tone. "I heard from the disciples below that you have the habit of bringing your wife and children into the city for dinner, so I made a special trip to wait for you here at the Osmanless Blossom building." Su Guang signaled Ji Ziyala to put on his bamboo hat and get out of the car, then picked up Su Zhan and followed Yu Liu Chuan upstairs. "I wonder why my brother-in-law is looking for me." When Yu Liu Chuan heard this, his face became a little gloomy, and then he whispered, "Brother Su is from Zhongyuan. Have you ever heard of Huang Tianjiao?" Su Guang's heart moved slightly and he said calmly, "I heard something, but I wonder what happened." Since last winter, the Huangtian sect has broken through Qingzhou and separatized most of the land in Qingzhou. Then it began to spread around like locusts. In just over half a year, its tentacles even spread to Yuzhou, Taizhou and Minjia Road. In late last month, in a few under the warning of the big forces, it stopped expanding outwards, but due to its influence, countless villains and bandits appeared. Among them, there was a group of people who fled to our Yuanyuan city area and became notorious. They claimed to be righteous party members, but they were actually righteous thieves. In just over 10 days, dozens of wealthy families died unexpectedly. All the men were dead and all the women were missing. Among them, King Yi Town Xiangxi Martial Arts Gym. Yu Liu Chuan's tone was solemn, as if he meant something, warning Su Guang. After all, Su Guang's martial arts gym is also outside the city. Su Guang was silent. Hearing the good intentions in Yu Liu Chuan's words, he felt a little more favorable towards this person. Then what kind of cultivation is the so-called righteous party? I don't know, I just know that there are divine martial arts masters among them. Maybe there are higher ones, maybe not. Yu Liu Chuan said. There is no representation from the city? Of course there is. 2 of the 3 directors of our martial arts association were dispatched. Jing Shaozai and the imperial court also sent strong men, but the Yi party disappeared. According to their past habits, they would do something big before leaving. Now it is too late. Haven't moved yet. Su Guang thanked Yu Liu Chuan for his kindness, packed some sweet-scented Osmanless cakes, and left the city. Since leaving Feiyun City, Su Guang's cultivation has not stopped for a day. The 5 internal organs seeing the divine perfection are enough to illustrate his efforts. Although the combat power on the panel still did not reach the transcendent level, he knew that if he encountered Niamo's half-baked sense of mystery again, he would no longer be so powerless. In fact, he also wanted to know his current strength. In order to transfer to the 9 catastrophic demon reverse chaos Xian Gong, he was about to lose his power. He was worried that the energy and blood requirements would be too high by then. He also wanted to find a place to kill some scum to accumulate essence and blood, but he did not expect that someone would come under his nose. You might as well give it a try. It is our duty as warriors to punish rape and eradicate evil. Su Guang became somewhat interested in the so-called righteous party. It only took 3 days for the search engine to search for the whereabouts of the rebel party, which showed that there was a high probability that among this group of people, there was no sense of mystery. Su Guang chooses. Go straight up. The autumn wind is bleak, blowing red maple forest, and the maple leaves are very red, like blood. From UN City to UN Mountain, there is a dangerous place called the Valley of No Return Miasma. No one can tell where the danger in this valley comes from, but it is said by word of mouth among the people that there is no return to the valley, and there is no return to the valley. Crossing the maple forest, Su Guang saw the legendary Valley of No Return. The valley was filled with thick fog, which persisted over the years and gradually turned into a strange miasma. Su Guang erased his facial features with paint, held a big gun, and slowly entered the valley. The cloud snake hissed in his ear, and then without Su Guang's attention, it bit his palm. The transparent snake teeth were filled with red and sticky blood. Su Guang didn't mind. This little guy has the word 10,000 poisons in his name, and he is a mutant born from the Shen cave. He is truly extraordinary, and has the ability to swallow poison even better than Song Tao's bloodline. And every time it drinks blood in this way, Su Guang's resistance to toxicity will be strengthened, and it will increase every time. According to Su Guang's estimation, if the cloud snake is kept alive forever, maybe he can be immune to all poisons. The valley was empty, except for a few large trees with unknown names growing alone in the miasma. The forest was quiet, like a world of gray mist without life. If the search engine hadn't been located here, Su Guang would have thought he was in the wrong place. With extreme vigilance, he slowly entered the valley. After entering the valley, I tried to take a breath of miasma, and found that it was quickly expelled by the body's self-circulation function. The changes the 10,000 poisonous cloud snake had on his body made him excited. This snake is truly extraordinary. Deep in the Wobui Valley, there is a temple built by an unknown person, and a group of 6 people are sitting around it at the moment. The leader was a silver-haired young man with blazing eyes and an extremely stable look. Beside him, there was a male lion lying. Its head was nearly 1 meter long, and its huge body was looming in the miasma. Lin Zi, who is pretending to be us? It's so hateful. A young man in purple clothes next to him said in a low voice. The silver-haired boy shook his head. I don't know, we have offended too many people along the way from Suandu City. What a shame. There is a mysterious fire born in UN Mountain, and it is related to Lin Zi's way of understanding the mysterious. Now that you have offended UN City, I don't know how many people are going to do bad things. At this moment, another little fat man wearing a Taoist robe and playing with the 6 lines suddenly raised his head and said, in the forest, someone has entered the valley. This is a bad sign, and the person who comes is not good. While several people were talking, they saw a figure with smooth skin on his face and no facial features standing quietly on a tree in the distance. The faceless man was holding a big gun and looking directly at himself and others. The silver-haired young man known as Lin Zi slowly stood up and looked at the visitor with a slightly solemn expression. The faceless man said softly, "Righteous party? Who are you?" Su Guang was surprised. He had thought that this group of righteous thieves was very strong, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. There are 6 people in the group, 4 at elite level and 2 at hero level, all of whom are practicing visceral cultivation. Judging from the ages of these people, they are clearly geniuses who come from big forces. How could they be the gangsters Yu Liu Chuan described as committing many evil deeds? Su Guang couldn't help but doubt Yu Liu Chuan's words. He had doubts in his heart, so naturally he wouldn't try his best, but he hadn't done anything for a long time, so when he saw the few people in front of him, he couldn't help but feel happy. The big gun suddenly passed through the sky, and 5 kinds of power wrapped around the gun barrel to appear in 5 colors. Then the miasma exploded, causing ripples and piercing the silver-haired boy. An angry look appeared on the silver-haired boy's face. Who are you? When have our brothers ever provoked you? After saying that, he pulled out the sword from his waist. The sword's blade turned blue and shone with a faint light. He stood up from the ground and stabbed the sword sharply with the tip of the spear. Damn! The tips of the 2 weapons touched each other, and the silver-haired boy still stabbed Su Guang stubbornly with the sword in his hand. The spear was too long, and it was too late to turn it back and stab again, but Su Guang was so familiar with the spear that he exerted force horizontally, and the spear immediately turned into a long stick and swept across. Boom! The huge force pushed the silver-haired boy across the sword body to stop the sweep, but the tremendous force carried on the gun barrel caused him to retreat a few steps back and stop in place. A strange black stream of light rushed into the chest of the silver-haired boy and burrowed into his body like a snake. Su Guang moved forward as fast as lightning, as fast as a ghost. The big gun in his hand was spinning in the air. He held the middle of the gun with one hand and stabbed the silver-haired boy in the forehead with the gun in an instant. At the same time, he spoke in a low voice. The soul-calling bloodline made the silver-haired boy unable to stop for a moment. Suck! The silver-haired boy's complexion changed drastically, and the blue sword in his hand was as bright as water. Under Su Guang's slightly shocked eyes, it caused violent changes in the air. His whole figure was like a pump, sucking all the surrounding air into his belly in an instant. His whole figure began to inflate like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye his height and body width were almost the same. The next moment, the tip of the gun arrives. Damn! An extremely weird feeling emerged, and the spear pierced the young man's body and sank into it. But the strange thing is that there is no blood on the wound, giving it the feeling of being pierced into rubber. The silver-haired boy said in a sullen voice, "Let's go." Then he opened his mouth wide at Su Guang. Su Guang felt something was wrong, so he continued to press forward. Call! A strong wind of level 8 suddenly blew in his face. At the same time, several of the silver-haired boy's friends took out a bag of lime-like powder from their arms and sprinkled it towards Su Guang almost at the same time. The powder and miasma were mixed together, and the air seemed to become thicker. Coupled with the strong wind, Su Guang felt that it was difficult to move. I could only watch the 6 people running away in the distance. The righteous thieves you are looking for are not us, someone is pretending to be us. Before leaving, the little fat man among the 6 shouted at Su Guang, and then left without looking back. After taking a few hundred steps back, the strong wind subsided, and the sticky feeling in the air slowly dissipated. The cloud snake slowly fell from the tree onto Su Guang's arm, and then bit Su Guang's arm, sucking the blood. At the same time, the poison in the 6 people's medicine powder was absorbed. Su Guang squinted his eyes. He didn't kill him just now. For some reason, he always felt that these 6 teenagers were not as evil-doing as Yu Liuchuan said. At least when the silver-haired boy was fighting with him, the look in his eyes was the grief, anger, and grievance didn't seem to be fake, and the powder those people sprinkled at the end was not poison, but a kind of intoxicating drug. Otherwise, the silver-haired boy would definitely die if he just commanded Yun Shi to attack in a sneak attack. Maybe, it's really a misunderstanding. Su Guang looked at the big gun in his hand and thought to himself that he had to put the training of the second weapon on the agenda. He turned around, picked up the big gun and walked out of the valley. Unexpectedly, when he walked out of the valley, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of him, and then he saw dozens of clusters of small darts shooting towards his face. Su Guang's face was slightly cold, and he danced with the big gun in his hand, his sleeves danced wildly, and a sound of ding-ding-dong-dong came out. Small and delicate darts landed one after another, with a faint green light flashing on the dart surface. The dart is poisonous. This is the person who wants his own life. Su Guang was instantly furious. Since he came to Source City, he has lived a regular life every day and never provokes anyone. Even if he is short of energy and blood, he still tries his best to restrain himself. Why do we always encounter these things? Looking in the direction from which the darts were shot, he swung his arms and the 4-meter-long spear shot out like a javelin. The air was torn apart, the surrounding vegetation bent down, and the strong airflow even caused ripples in the air. Whoosh! The guns roared away. The next moment, a masked man dressed in black jumped high from the trees. Before he could find a foothold, he saw Su Guang rushing towards him like a tiger. The masked man's expression changed drastically. He was in the air. Facing Su Guang, he could only rush to meet the enemy. His hands kept tumbling in the air, turning into a wonderful palm print, and the power flowed between the palms. "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. What a mistake." Su Guang came angrily, and black appeared on the surface of his fists, turning into raindrops in a continuous stream. Bang bang bang. Under the continuous bombardment, the marks composed of strength on the palms of the black-clothed masked man were beaten to pieces, and the remaining fists fell on his chest like raindrops. Boom! The two fell to the ground almost at the same time. Su Guang's foot stepped hard on the chest of the man in black, causing him to vomit blood. Poof! Why do you want to kill me? When the man in black heard this, he spat out a mouthful of blood again and said with great grievance, "It wasn't you I killed. It was really a misunderstanding." Su Guang's face was cold. "Then who are you going to kill?" "The righteous thief Lin Xiu. He has done many evil things, and I am trying to get rid of him for the people." Boom! Su Guang crushed the man's chest with his foot. "I came here to kill a thief. If I let you leave alive, wouldn't I become a thief?" Su Guang was extremely skilled at refining blood, and reached out to search for various hidden weapons, poisons, a wax-sealed secret letter and an exquisite small porcelain bottle on this person. With the presence of the cloud snake, Su Guang is now not afraid of hundreds of poisons, and he doesn't have to be so nervous when touching the corpse, as it is very fast. He took the things away, flew up, and pulled out his big gun from the tree, and then floated away. Half an hour after he left, a middle-aged man rushed out from the forest in the distance. Soon, the body of the man in black was found in a tree hole, and he carefully observed the strange things on the body. There was a flash of understanding in his eyes, but also a bit of solemnity. Someone was involved? Is it possible that someone else knows about the mysterious fire? The middle-aged man looked ugly. Thinking of the organizational punishment, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. After remembering the death status of the man in black, he stood up and left, but suddenly felt dizzy. "You still have 30 breaths, tell me something that interests me, and I can spare your life." A chilling voice suddenly came from behind. "Who?" The middle-aged man fired a series of darts without looking back. At the same time, he spread a handful of lime to confuse his vision in the air. Seeing the poison dart again, Su Guang couldn't help but feel a little angry. No matter who he provokes, he will serve him with darts when he meets him. These people are definitely not good people. They are trying to catch a righteous thief. They are clearly thieves themselves. They carry so many poison darts and sprinkle lime powder on them. What a dirty trick! With a cold snort, he reached out and took out the flying dragon dart from his arms, raised his hand and threw it out. Phew! The sound of the dart sinking into flesh and blood was very pleasant. After the lime had dissipated, the middle-aged man leaned on the stone, covering his chest with a painful expression on his face, and his limbs squirmed on the ground. Tell me, who are you? Give me the antidote. I want the antidote. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and kept saying while suffering unimaginable pain. Tell me. Yes, it's Suanhuo. Lin Xiu knows that there is a place in Yuan Mountain where Suanhuo is hidden. We want Suanhuo. Who are you? The sad winds. They call us the sad winds outside. The middle-aged man spoke quickly as if he knew everything, and then began to ask for the antidote again. Su Guang squinted his eyes, thinking about the truth in his words. This group of people looks like they have received strict training. Even if they are tortured, most of what they say will be 1% true and 9% false. Just as he was about to continue asking questions, he saw that the middle-aged man suddenly foamed at the mouth and died. Su Guang was speechless and looked at the cloud snake swimming in his palm with some surprise, as if asking for credit. This little guy's poison is really strong. Regardless of the poison on the middle-aged man's body, he squatted down to break open his body and refine the blood while it was still hot. One of the 2 Zhang and one of the 3 Zhang realm Bei Feng people provided Su Guang with about 300 drops of blood essence. Compared with the results when he fought out of Feiyun City that day, it seemed a bit insignificant. But he didn't dislike it. After refining blood and touching the corpse, he found a geomantic treasure place where wild beasts could find it, and buried the 2 of them. Along the way, he was thinking about what the middle-aged man said before he died, and seemed to have figured out something. The Bei Feng people should be the righteous thieves mentioned by Yu Liu Chuan. The group of white-haired boys should be the real righteous thieves. The righteous thieves want to ruin the name of the righteous party so that they can no longer stay in Source City and are forced to leave, looking for the mysterious fire. This is the intrigue of the world. I hope the Bei Feng people pretend to be righteous thieves and don't pretend to be on their own head. Suanhuo, what is it? Returning to Yuxuan's Wang, Su Guang had no clue. Instead, he rented a yard in the inner city and asked Wang Ming and Su Chun to take their disciples to the inner city. Yuan City is different from Feiyun City. There is no canal in the city. Ji Xiala cannot leave Wei Shui too far and can only stay in Yuxuan's Wang. But externally, he had announced that he was going to the inner city to study for a period of time, but in fact, the whole family of 3 stayed in Zhuangzi. He is going to start practicing meditation in seclusion and pass the tribulation of practicing martial arts. Practicing Kung Fu will inevitably have an impact on the body. For example, people who practice Golden Willow Kung Fu all year round will unconsciously carry some marks when they walk, and some leaf-like marks will appear on their waist and legs. The so-called dispersing power means to erase all the marks of one's own practice skills, and at the same time, to dissipate all the energy in the skin, flesh, bones and organs without disturbing the meridians. Of course, ordinary people will become disabled, which will cause great harm to the body. But Su Guang had the 9 disasters, demons and reverse chaos mysterious technique, which was mysterious. During this period of time, he searched for the Sangong tribulation and finally found the way. At the moment when all the strength is exhausted, wash yourself with a large amount of essence and blood, try your best to preserve the vitality of the body, and at the same time survive in danger and condense the seal blood. There is a small cliff behind Yuxuan's Wang, and there is a waterside pavilion below. During this period, the family of 3 lived here. There is Yutu as a guardian, and there are some small fish in the water that act as eyes and ears. Xialuiar, I'll work hard for you during this period. Take good care of Zhaner and wait for me to come out of seclusion. When retreat is approaching, the wife must be comforted. Ji Xiala nodded, raised his arms and clenched his fists. Come on, husband. Su Guang gave a bad laugh and said, you learn very quickly. They were an old married couple, and there was not much exchange of greetings. Su Guang turned around and walked into the water cave that he had prepared before. This water hole was dug by him using domesticated animals. No one except Ji Xiala knew that half of the ground in the hole was water and half was dry ground. In the hole were placed some yellowing books and plundered over the years. Purchased exercise secrets. Su Guang lit the incense that had a concentration effect on the side, then came to the desk and took out the prepared medicinal herbs, including century-old ginseng, century-old polygonatum, century-old polygonum multiflorum, and so on, and placed them one by one. Although the probability of an accident was low, with these life-saving medicines, it was enough to hold on until Ji Xiala came to give him the essence of life. With everything ready, Su Guang knelt down on the futon in front of the desk, concentrating, and the method of dispersing his energy given by the searcher flashed in his mind. Dispersing power is exactly the opposite of practicing. It is to dissipate energy first, that is, starting from the internal organs and working from the inside out. Source City, the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association. This is part of the Aquarius Martial Arts Manor. It has always been extremely mysterious and has always been a meeting place for martial artists. Even the disciples of the Aquarius Martial Arts Hall, few people enter this place. In a small area of lush bamboo forest, there are several exquisite and elegant bamboo buildings with unique charm. At this moment, in a small building, wealthy families from the inner city and famous martial arts masters gathered here to discuss how to capture the righteous thief. Among the people who came this time, there were many wealthy people. A martial arts club requires a living, and practicing as a master in the Zhang realm consumes a lot of medicine. The benefits gained from recruiting disciples alone are not enough, so they will reach certain deals with wealthy households in the city. It is not limited to spending more money to let martial arts masters take care of their own children, spending money to cooperate with certain martial arts schools, solving some Jianyu issues, etc. The Yixian Martial Arts Hall has not been open for a long time, but Su Guang's ability in standing up sticks and flags is enough to make the Yixian Martial Arts Hall a bright new star in the city. The house was full of guests, and the person sitting at the head of the table was none other than Zhao Fang, the owner of the Liulai Martial Arts Hall. Ha ha ha, it's the time for us to gather again. Our Yuanchang Martial Arts Association has become more and more prosperous. In the first half of the year, not only did the number of Master Su from the Yixian Martial Arts Hall increase, it's really gratifying to have a powerful master chef and a wealthy chaebol like President Wang. Wang Ming sat at the round table. Speaking of it, this was considered some of the benefits of the Martial Arts Association, and it was also a two-way choice between the Chamber of Commerce and the Martial Arts Academy. Naturally, the Chamber of Commerce can also choose to change the cooperative martial arts gym, but it must go through the Martial Arts Association. The larger the martial arts gym, the more powerful the financial resources of the Chamber of Commerce it cooperates with. Zhao Ning stood in the corner, holding a wooden sign representing the Chamber of Commerce in his hand, his eyes a little confused. This is the first time she represents her family's Chamber of Commerce in the Martial Arts Association. Since her father passed away due to illness, the Tiger Martial Arts School's attitude has been somewhat ambiguous, and it has repeatedly offered to pay more fees, both openly and secretly. After being rejected by her, the family business ran into trouble. Some rival merchants who compete maliciously continue to squeeze out their products, and some even hire gangsters to disrupt their stores, resulting in continuous losses in recent months. As a last resort, she asked the Tiger Martial Arts School for help, but was rejected. She came here today because she wanted to be affiliated with a martial arts school again. This was her last hope. Her family's business is in the rouge gouache business, which can only be regarded as average among the major chambers of commerce in Source City. Fortunately, because of some special secret recipes, gouache and other products have many loyal customers in the city. Zhao Ning's eyes unconsciously scanned the faces of all the martial arts masters. She wanted to find a new affiliated martial arts gym to solve this problem. But the leader of the Tiger Martial Arts School is a martial arts master of the three internal organs. Anyone who dares to take over cannot be worse than this. Ninger, have you made your choice? If not, I will go back and beg the master. A woman with a cold voice and a veil said softly next to her. The veiled woman's name is Linhe, and she is a disciple who respects Xiaozai in the city. Zhao Ning declined her friend's kindness. Linhe was able to become a disciple of Jing Xiaozai only because of her family's legacy in the early years. Her position in Jing Xiaozai was already in jeopardy, and she did not want to trouble her friend. Zhao Ning looked carefully at Wang Ming, who was sitting behind a sign that said Yisuanyu Hall. Xiaohe, what do you think of Master Su from Yisuanyu Hall? Linhe glanced at Wang Ming, then curled his lips. His aura is leaking out. Although he is powerful, he is still not as good as Thunder Tiger. The two were about to talk when they heard people around them calling Wang Ming, seemingly Master Wang. Zhao Ning's face showed joy. Is it possible that there are two visceral martial arts masters in the Yixian Martial Arts Hall? During this time, she was very worried about her family business, and she really didn't know the details of this newcomer to the martial arts school. After a while, Wang Ming held a sign that read Ruyafang in his hand, with a puzzled look on his face. He strictly abided by Su Guang's instructions and only cooperated with drug dealers, and would not take the initiative to reach out to others. Su Guang didn't even come, so I didn't expect that someone else wanted to be affiliated with the Yuxuan Martial Arts Hall. Master Wang, sometimes, don't overdo it. While Wang Ming was deep in thought, he heard a gloomy voice coming from his ear. When he turned around, he saw the martial artist known as Thunder Tiger looking at him with gloomy eyes. Wang Ming was immediately angry. Is it possible that Master Lei has any objections? Boom! Leilahu slapped the table hard. No one in the city knows that Ruyi Square has always been under the name of my Menghua Martial Arts School. It has been more than 10 years. When the old owner died, it was my Menghua Martial Arts School who buried him. Could it be Master Wang? Did you use a beauty trick to charm that little girl? Wang Ming put his hand on the table and tapped it lightly with his fingers. How about you, Master Lei? Give me the sign of Ruyafang. Lei Hu stood up with astonishing momentum, like a fierce tiger. Naturally, Wang Ming would not give in. After all, today's martial arts alliance is to reveal the secrets of the major martial arts schools, and he must not retreat. Don't you see, every year during the alliance, martial arts masters will fight, and there will be casualties. It seems that Master Lei has convinced me. Thunder Tiger raised his head and snorted coldly. Haha, I'm injured. Let's wait until my Erlang comes out of seclusion and we'll have a battle. Wang Ming didn't even blink when he said this. Along the way eastward, he had already figured out Su Guang's temperament. If you encounter trouble, just kill him. If Su Guang came over today, he would probably be dead after leaving the house. Thinking in his mind, he couldn't help but look at Thunder Tiger with a bit of pity. Zhao Ning stood in the corner, watching the farce caused by her, with uneasiness in her eyes. She didn't expect that Lei Hu would not let her go. Could it be that he knew the secrets of her family? Lin, he whispered from the side, the momentum has dropped a lot. I think you are a little dizzy when you choose Yi Suan Yu Hall. Zhao Ning said nothing. She had just learned about the origins of Su Yuxuan of the Yuxuan Martial Arts School. This person was able to bring his family from the Central Plains and dared to set up a stick and flag on the first day after arriving. He must have extraordinary means. The most important thing is that he not only brings his family with him, but also has loyal subordinates. Judging from his behavior, he never abandons him all the way and does not leave anyone behind when encountering crises. It is enough to see that he values love and justice. But the word Yixian looks like the word Zi. In the Central Plains, many people like to have names. This Su Yuxuan is not a simple person. Being able to use righteousness as a character can show his character from the side. She doesn't want to meet another Thunder Tiger. On the other side, Wang Ming's fight with Lei Hu was finally stopped by Zhao Fang, the old owner of Liulai Martial Arts Hall, but his tone was ambiguous. Two of you, today is not the place for fighting. I want to compare notes. Please don't scare the presidents another time. Wang Ming was non-committal about this, and Lei Hu was furious. Yu Liu Chuan whispered from the side, Brother Wang, you are a little impulsive. I will give in to a rouge and gouache seller. This Liu Hu is a good person and has close friendships with many martial arts masters. Wang Ming sneered, Brother Yu thinks that if I retreat today, will I have to retreat again in the future? Yu Liu Chuan said no more. It's just that my evaluation of Yi Suan Yu Hall has gone up to a higher level. In the cave, Su Guang sat with his eyes closed, his body like a hollow river, constantly making roaring sounds. It's like a river turning upside down, a tiger and a leopard thundering. Dots of light spots appeared through his body, like the Tyndall effect, making his body look like a leek. Starting from Zhang Jin to the bones, and then to the skin and flesh, all the traces of his practice are dissipating, turning into extremely pure blood essence, which is dissipating rapidly. This is San Gong. It's just that his San Gong seems to be a little different from ordinary people. The essence and blood that should be dissipated are actually absorbed by the blood and bones. Su Guang didn't seem to notice the changes in himself, and still fell into a state of neither happiness nor sadness, gathering together and sorting out the rhythm that emerged after practicing the exercises. In this rhythm, he wants to learn Xian Gong and experience the calamity of San Gong. At a certain moment, as if it had reached a certain limit, the light spots on the body suddenly enlarged, emitting a coquettish blood-colored light. His blood is shining. Su Guang was overjoyed and activated his blood eyes, pouring all the essence and blood stored in them into them without reservation. I don't know how long it took, but a drop of blood that looked like blood but not blood, with a somewhat solid shape, slowly emerged in the heart. The blood is like an extremely carved glass, with brilliance shining on it, and the surface is filled with patterns that would make ordinary people dizzy just by looking at it. As soon as it appeared, it was like a spring. As the heart beats, bits of wonderful energy surged through the meridians and flowed to the whole body. The feeling of weakness caused by San Gong disappeared in an instant. An unprecedented power emerged. Su Guang slowly clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with light. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he suddenly had a whim in the bone-forging realm and practiced several more techniques. Otherwise, he might not be able to comprehend the San Gong tribulation of a single technique so easily and condense the seal blood. What surprised him was that, for some reason, the blood and bones condensed by the 5 exercises he practiced did not dissipate with the dispersion of the exercises. Instead, they became scarleter due to the gathering of essence and blood. He didn't think too much, but focused on the new blood seal. Is this seal blood? Next, you only need to continue to see God, practice Xian Gong, plant Xian seeds in the seal blood, and connect with the Xian world, which will be regarded as the Sengsuan realm. If you can induce the mysterious energy of the mysterious world to change your body, it will be a change. Su Guang stretched out a palm and spread it, a different color flashed in his eyes. The power generated by self-sealed blood is indeed different from the power generated by ordinary viscera training. His strength also showed signs of life. This kind of life is like attributes and effects. This is like what is described in 9 Catastrophes in Demon Rebellion Xiangong. The blood of the 9 Catastrophes seal is produced, and every shot is filled with calamity. Now he can only survive one catastrophe by sealing blood, calling the tribulation of dispersing power. Can you block this punch, Sangong? All in all, his current state has reached that of the sheep demon he met in Feiyun City Mountain, which should be called half-step Gangsuan. If you are willing, just wait for enough seal blood to give birth to a mysterious seed, and you will be Gangsuan. The corners of Su Guang's mouth slowly raised. And after Ganxian, continue to draw on the power of the mysterious world, which is the realm of Ganxian's 5 changes. Each step of change is comparable to the Great Pass. Gangsuan has 5 transformation opportunities. In the first transformation, he sheds his mortal body and develops his mysterious body. The second transformation is to have golden muscles and jade bones, and the breath is intact. The physical body can withstand strong winds without being destroyed, and can be exposed to water and fire without being invaded. It can gain the power of a dragon. The third transformation, also known as transformation, becomes more and more fantasy. The energy in the body and the power of the mysterious world achieve an internal cycle, endless. The control of the energy becomes more and more tyrannical, and mysterious things are born in the body. The energy not only has life, but also can be tangible. The fourth transformation is also called the Tonkin transformation. After reaching this state, the energy in the body is infinite, and it constantly intersects with the mysterious world, condensing a realm-like existence around the body. In front of the powerful fourth transformation, the first 3 transformations are just easy and can be destroyed with a snap of a finger. The fifth transformation is also called the transformation between heaven and man. This transformation varies from person to person. It is also the key point for people to cross from the earthly world to the mysterious world. They need to survive the 5 declines of heaven and humans. Anyone who succeeds in the 5 declines can be called a heavenly person and travel through the 2 realms. The 9 disasters and demon rebellion mysterious technique can only be practiced to the 5th transformation, the transformation between heaven and man. But it is really extraordinary, and Su Guang is still unsatisfied with the secret of it every time he thinks about it. He also doesn't know what kind of mental state Yu Chi was in when he created it. He turned around and grabbed a pack of prepared herbs and swallowed it in one gulp. This is the medicinal powder required for the practice of 9 catastrophes and demons reverse chaos Xiangong, which is prepared before retreat. The effect of Disaster Breaker is very simple. It activates the blood of the 9 disaster seals, causing the blood essence in the body to be converted into the blood of the 9 disaster seals faster. Daily practice requires the consumption of 3 portions of medicinal powder. Each portion requires extremely precious medicinal materials and is extremely expensive. During this period, only dozens of copies were produced, and the money brought from Feiyun City was almost consumed. Su Guang finally understood why the martial arts masters cheated their apprentices and charged high tuition fees when they were in Feiyun City. He was already extremely economical. After all, with his blood eyes, he didn't need to take medicine to increase chi and blood all day long. This virtually saved a lot of money, but the medicinal powder needed for practice was still needed. As Su Guang came out of seclusion, Ji Xiaolu also walked into the cave holding Su Zhan. Ji Xiaolu seemed to be aware of Su Guang's changes and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Husband, have you become stronger again?" Su Guang nodded with a smile and glanced at the super combat power displayed on the panel. "It has become a bit stronger. Except for a few people in the inner city, I should be able to beat all the invincible opponents in Source City." Ji Xiaolu believed in Su Guang and just put her head on his shoulder. "My husband is really awesome." Su Guang laughed. The Beifeng people pretending to be loyalists did not come to cause trouble for him, so Su Guang released Xin Xiao and asked Wang Ming to bring his disciples back. "Don't worry, Miss Zhao, my Erlang has a good temper and won't embarrass you." On the carriage, Su Chun held Zhao Ning's hand with one hand and spoke very cordially. I have to say that Zhao Ning's gouache is very effective. After applying it, Su Chun seemed to be several years younger, which also made her favorability towards Zhao Ning skyrocket. Wang Ming sat across from the two of them. Hearing Su Chun's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Erlang has a good temper? Thinking of the Roadhog water bandits that Su Guang had killed along the way, it was not enough to kill them, but he had to go to the village to silence them all. He wished he could shake all the eggs in the village to pieces. Wang Ming couldn't help but shook his head. "Thank you, Sister Su." Zhao Ning held a wooden box in his arms like a treasure. He was a little uncomfortable with this kind of closeness. Su Chun's husband and younger brother were both martial arts masters. When Su Guang saw Zhao Ning, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Zhao Ning was specially dressed when she came. She had long legs, a thin waist, a high chest, a long skirt with bare shoulders, and a long fox fur vest hanging around her neck. She looked charming but not seductive, but full of charm. The sweet scent of the opposite sex. "I heard from my brother-in-law that Miss Zhao came here to tell me something. I wonder if you can tell me what it is." Zhao Ning glanced at the people around him with ulterior motives. They are all members of Su's family, but Miss Zhao said it doesn't matter. After hearing what Su Guang said, Zhao Ning no longer insisted. She knew that Wang Ming had a conflict with Lei Hu because of her family's affairs. In order not to be abandoned by Su Guang, she decided to tell her family's secrets. Master Su, have you ever heard of alien space? Su Guang suddenly opened his eyes flashing with heat. Miss Zhao, alien space? Could it be Xian Cave? Zhao Ning nodded affirmatively. Master Su, did you know that businesses like gouache and rouge can easily be squeezed out? But the reason why my family's gouache business has endured for a long time is because my grandfather entered a mysterious world when he was young. In the space, a kind of scent-seeking insect was obtained in it. No matter what method I used over the years, the scent-seeking insect could not be cultivated, and now it is old. Su Guang narrowed his eyes. So, Miss Zhao told me the whereabouts of that mysterious treasure land, and I want to help you bring back another fragrant insect? A flash of panic flashed in Zhao Ning's eyes, and he nodded with some shame. Exactly. Su Guang thought hard. Yes, but not for the time being. Su still has some things to do. Zhao Ning nodded repeatedly and took out a wooden box from the carriage. This is the map recording that treasure place. Master Su can go there when he has time. After sending Zhao Ning away, Su Guang opened the wooden box left by Zhao Ning. It turned out to be all gold. This wooden box was not big, but the density of gold was extremely high. A whole box of gold weighed nearly 300 kilograms, or more than 3,000 taels. What a big deal! Su Guang massacred the bandits when he was in Feiyun City, but in the end he only accumulated so much. Ninger, how much did you give Su Yuxuan? As soon as Zhao Ning returned home, Lin He arrived. Zhao Ning stretched out 3 fingers. 300 taels? That's not much. It seems that Ji Suanyo Hall is not that greedy. Lin He patted his towering chest and said. Zhao Ning shook his head. It's 3,000 taels of gold. I gave him all the gold I had accumulated at home. What? Lin He couldn't help but screamed. Are you crazy? With so much money, even if you seek shelter from the inner disciples of Jing Shaozai, you can barely do it. Why would you want to find a country martial arts gym? Lin He didn't understand very much. He just felt that there was something wrong with his best friend's brain. Zhao Ning shook his head gently. No, I think Su Yuxuan can be trusted. That money is both an investment and an investment. Lin He became more and more confused and could only sigh. Even if the money is given, she will not get it back. After all, she is just a bone-forging realm warrior. Night. Su Guang hugged Ji Xiaolu and told her good news. Really? Brother is still alive? Ji Xiaolu cheered, her towering breasts rubbing against Su Guang's shoulders, making him feel ready to move. Ji Xiaolu's brother is named Ji Chongming. Su Guang searched for his whereabouts before retreating, and the searcher already had results when he came out of retreat. Ji Chongming is actually in Yuzhou now. Well, there is news. I will take you to find your brother-in-law tomorrow. When Ji Xiaolu heard this, he became more and more emotional and hugged Su Guang tightly with his soft arms. Soon, a man and a woman were hugging and rolling together. Su Guang looked at the panting Ji Xiaolu and felt helpless. He couldn't help but ask, Xiaolu, you are the river god now, why are you still so weak? Ji Xiaolu rolled her eyes at him. I, the river god, am just a decoration. The divine power in the divine seal is too little. Who can withstand a brute like you? Su Guang chuckled. I don't know what the effect of this divine seal is, but what Ji Xiaolu has shown now is to control Wei Shui to create some small waves and absorb the life essence of the mysterious world across borders. There is no god ability at all. In the early morning, Song Tao acted as the driver. The carriage drove slowly through the streets of Xiahe village. Pedestrians encountered along the way gave way. People always like to pay attention to those high-ranking figures to show their extraordinary knowledge. Of course they knew the owner of the Yi Suanyu Hall when he traveled by carriage. And where they were going, the silver-haired boy Lin Xiu was looking at the map on the table with a serious look on his face. Fat man, how are you preparing your things? Obtaining mysterious fire is never a simple matter, and a lot of preparations are required beforehand. Whether it is treasures to resist the mysterious fire or treasure medicine to recover the mysterious fire, all need to be considered one by one. The fat man put away the 6 yarns he was playing with and said, there should be nothing missing. The key now is how we determine whether there are strange demons near the Suanhuo. Our strength is still not enough to face the strange demons. Lin Xiu was silent. While he was talking, he heard someone outside showing off suddenly rushed in. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Someone is coming towards us. Looking at the sign on the carriage, it should be someone from the Yuxuan Martial Arts Hall. Lin Xiu's expression changed slightly. Ever since he was impersonated, they had been encountering people from these martial arts schools who were eliminating demons and protecting the way. They were really brainless. Chongming, you take a few junior brothers and leave first. Ziyu and I will stay. Brother Lin, go ahead. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Lin Xiu calmed down and then walked out with Fat Zio. When Su Guang saw the person who opened the door, his heart skipped a beat. Why was it them? Your Excellency, you are the owner of Yi Suan Yu Hall? I wonder if Master Su is here. Why do you want to do so? Lin Xiu asked politely. Although he felt that Su Guang was somewhat familiar, he never thought that Su Guang was the faceless man he met in the Valley of No Return. After all, the size difference is quite big. Su Guang clasped his hands and said softly, "May I ask my brother, is there a person named Ji Chongming in the house?" When the silver-haired Lin Xiu heard this, he said in a somewhat stiff tone, "No, Master Su probably found the wrong place." Su Guang squinted his eyes, and some bad guesses arose in his heart. Su has no ill intentions. Ji Chongming and I have a family history, and he just came to see someone. Lin Xiu's eyes were solemn and he was thinking rapidly. He remembered that when Chongming came, he said that he had no family, so why? Sorry, Master Su, I really don't have anyone named Ji Chongming here. Su Guang squinted his eyes, the breeze floated on the ground, and wisps of black shadows swam on the ground, just about to take action. But I heard Ji Xiaolu suddenly shouting as he got on the carriage. Brother! Everyone looked away at the same time. Among the group of 7 or 8 people, Ji Chongming's eyes were slightly red and his tone was trembling. Little sister? Is that you? When Ji Xiaolu got off the carriage, Su Guang quickly went over to support her and led her towards Ji Chongming. Brother Lin, what should I do? He seems to really know Chongming. Fatty Ziyu said softly. Lin Xiu nodded and put aside his speculations. It seems that he is really here to find someone. Night covers the earth. In Yuxuan Manor, Su Guang and his wife, Wang Ming, and his wife sat together with Ji Chongming and Song Tao. Ji Chongming is about 25 or 26 years old, about the same age as Wang Ming, but he is thinner. His long-term travel has made his face look deeply tired, a bit vicissitudes of life and desolation. Brother, this is the meat of exotic animals that my husband hunted from the mountains. Eat more of it. Ji Xiaolu felt a little distressed by his current appearance and greeted him. Then he took Su Zhan out and said, Xiao Zhan, call me uncle. Su Zhan has been smart since he was a child and has already understood many things. Hearing this, he immediately clapped his hands and applauded. Uncle, I have an uncle now. Su Zhan, who had always envied Wang Wen's uncle, did not hesitate at all. It made everyone present laugh. After eating, Ji Chongming told what happened after he and Ji Xiaolu were separated. Although Su Guang knew something about it from the search engine, he still listened very seriously. After he escaped from Feiyun City, he rescued a disabled old man, and by chance, he and the old man depended on each other. Later, the old man died. After that, he met Lin Xiu and his party, and traveled around Taizhou, Qingzhou, and Pingzhou, seeing people displaced along the way. When evil people run rampant and act chivalrously, they simply call themselves the Righteous Party. Unexpectedly, we encountered a demon in Guangcheng, Taizhou, Ji Chongming said in a serious tone. Knowing Su Guang's strength, he did not hide it. As for what a demon is, he can't explain clearly. After all, his current cultivation is only bone forging, which is not comparable to Su Guang. The imperial court is now too busy to take care of itself. The Ming dynasty's filial minister made the imperial court a mess and actually named Shi Zhuangguo, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, as a national master. Brother Lin said that from now on, there will be more and more strange demons in the world. After saying that, he felt happy about Ji Xiaolu's final destination. Su Guang's love and care for Ji Xiaolu can be seen in every word and deed. The two have another child and live a happy life. Brother, since we met this time, don't leave. Stay in Zhuangzi, recruit some disciples, and live a good life. Su Guang said. Ji Chongming shook his head, took a sip of white wine, and couldn't help but grin. Erlang, this wine of yours is really strong. If there is no answer, it is naturally a rejection. Ji Xiaolu wanted to speak, but Ji Chongming had already raised his glass again. Erlang, it's our first time meeting you, but Xiaolu is left to you. I feel relieved. Let's raise our glasses and drink together. Everyone present raised their glasses and drank. Early the next morning, Ji Chongming was about to leave. He had made it clear yesterday that he planned to follow Lin Xiu and the others. Su Guang saw what he was thinking. This man had great ambitions and didn't want to live under anyone else's roof. He could only give him a letter owl. Brother, this bird is a letter owl. After my training, it can read thousands of miles. If something happens in the future, just ask the letter owl to send a message. A letter on weekdays can also relieve the little deer's pain of missing his relatives. Good. Ji Chongming turned around to get on his horse, and suddenly said before leaving, Erlang, Brother Lin is a good person, but he is a little more cautious now. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will introduce him to you. Su Guang smiled and said nothing. Lin Xiu calls himself a righteous party, but he doesn't know whether it is a righteousness of loyalty or a righteousness of rebellion. He actually didn't want Ji Chongming to go there, but Ji Zila had already agreed, and he wouldn't say anything more. He could only give him some resources and let him take care of himself. He knew that Lin Xiu's purpose this time, to obtain the fire of the mysterious world, was dangerous. When the time comes, the only thing is to follow him, while protecting his brother-in-law, see if he can also capture a mysterious fire. Add another calamity to your 9 calamity seal blood, Suanhuo calamity. During this period, Song Tao bought some old books through some connections on the black market, which contained descriptions of mysterious fire. In the mysterious world, there are strong winds that never stop, thunders that continue all day long, and mysterious fire that never goes out all year round. And these wonderful elemental things can cross the 2 realms of Xianchen under certain special circumstances. Once they come from the Suanxi to the mortal world, their power is greatly reduced, but they contain too much wonderful power from the Suanxi, which can be used to temper the body. It could not be better. There are even rumors that the process of tempering the body with mysterious fire can activate one's bloodline. Of course, the biggest effect on Su Guang is to save his seal blood from another calamity. Su Guang felt the extremely thin essence and blood in his blood eyes. The dispersing skills in cultivating the seal blood consumed a lot of energy and blood. He was not used to it now. Just at this time, I received a letter from Zhao Ning. During the previous conversation, Zhao Ning said that whenever there were few people on the street, no matter day or night, there would be people causing trouble in Ruifang. Those who did not allow businessmen to do business were all scum. Yuan City is different from Feiyun City. Its outer city is open, that is, there are no city walls. In this case, security is even more difficult. According to Zhao Ning, when the store was smashed, police officers came several times, but nothing happened. At this time, Lin He and Zhao Ning stood together in Ruyi Square, looking at the dark crowd in the distance with some fear. Here we go again, it's really lawless. What do the people in the government do for food? Lin He slapped the counter with a bang. If you continue to lose money like this, your Ruyafang should close down. Zhao Ning smiled and said, it's okay, I'll inform Master Su. He is strong, but his disciples have only been practicing martial arts for a few days, and there are so many of them. Lin He muttered. Before Zhao Ning had time to speak, he heard a bang. The windows of the shaking storefront rustled, accompanied by an extremely arrogant voice. Young lady named Zhao, please agree. As long as you marry my gang leader, your family will be the only gouache shop on this street from now on. What do you think? Zhao Ning pursed his lips. Ruyafang is not the only store. She can't just sell herself to just one store. Fuck your mother. Wang, I'm telling you, if you can, just do it, I'll make you pay with your life. Lin He yelled at the side, like a shrew. The arrogant voice outside chuckled a few times, so Mrs. Lin is here too. You are a person who respects fasting, so we don't dare to offend you, but my gang leader is here to propose marriage. There is an old saying that goes, Ning Kaishai, if you don't break up a marriage in a temple, you can't do this kind of thing to beat the Mandarin ducks. Lin He yelled again, fuck your horse. Take your people and get out of here. Yo yo yo, for those who didn't know, I thought Madame Lin was the master of Jingshaozai. The gangster named Wang laughed loudly, which immediately caused all the gangsters to laugh, and the laughter shook the street. Whoosh! A sound breaking through the air suddenly came out. Immediately afterwards, an extremely sharp flying knife shot out from a distance, and the next moment, it pierced directly into the chest of the bastard named Wang. The smile on his face has not yet subsided, and a big hole has been opened in his chest. Falling to the ground, the body twitched. For a moment, there was silence. Zhao Ning's eyes lit up and he whispered, he's here. In the somewhat surprised eyes of Lin He and Zhao Ning, they saw a figure walking slowly from the corner of the street in the distance, with bare hands. His face was plain, and his long clothes were gently blown by the wind behind him, as if he were an immortal wandering around the world. Why did he come here alone? Lin He was a little surprised. Zhao Ning shook her head. She guessed that Su Guan would come, but she didn't expect that he would come alone. Who are you? Among the gangsters opposite, a burly figure walked out. He was 2 meters tall, like a little giant. Su Guang smiled, as if meeting an old friend. Don't you know that I am covering Ruyafang? The man looked horrified. You are a martial artist from the Yuxuan Martial Arts Hall. It seems that you guys know me, but you still come to visit me. You really don't respect the strong. The local gangsters are so rude. Su Guang murmured in a low voice, but his voice penetrated the air and reached everyone's ears. The face of the gang leader changed drastically and he was about to speak. I am. Su Guang looked back at Ruyafang and said, cover your ears for 30 breaths. Lin He and Zhao Ning looked at each other in surprise. Shouldn't you close your eyes if you don't want to kill someone? Phew. The next moment, countless blue mist suddenly appeared from his body, almost covering the entire street. Immediately afterwards, I heard countless screams and the sound of fists touching flesh, and I was thinking wildly. Stop. I am the Tiger Martial Arts School. Click. The green mist gradually dissipated, replaced by broken limbs and grotesque corpses all over the streets. Lin He and Zhao Ning seemed to be stunned. How can this be? Su Yuxuan, is he a human? Seeing Su Guang walking slowly carrying the body of the gang leader and kicking the body away, the shock in the hearts of the two women could not be greater. But in the middle of the street, Su Guang stopped. Whoosh! A dart was shot from a distance, and when he looked up, he saw a figure quickly stepping on the top of the building in the night, rushing towards here. After a while, he landed and confronted Su Guang. You actually killed them all. Zhao Ning's expression changed slightly, and Lin He whispered, Thunder Tiger is indeed up to something behind the scenes. Su Guang looked surprised. If you harass my shop in the street, I'll kill you. The city guard won't say anything. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on his face, and then a cold murderous intent appeared on his face. It seems that your excellency is on the same side as them. The next moment, his body exploded. How brave! A look of anger suddenly appeared on Lei Hua's face, and then he took a step forward. Gray-red energy gathered on his fist, and he rushed towards Su Guang. He is extremely confident. He has just broken through the realm of the four internal organs and has been in Source City for many years. He is confident that both his strength and blood essence are far superior to that of a young boy named Su Guang. Subdue him first, and then slowly process it. If he is willing to be a dog for you, then let him live. Only. Boom. Click. Two crisp sounds sounded almost at the same time, causing Lei Hua's complexion to change drastically. His hand bones seemed to be broken. At the same time, the black power surging on Su Guang's fist surface, with a strange sense of stagnation, poured into his body, and his proud skin grinding and bone forging collapsed. It's like relaxing. You! Severe pain came, and Lei Hu shouted loudly. Su Guang looked calm and raised his fist. Master Su, wait a minute. This is a misunderstanding. I am also a member of the Martial Arts Association. Opening. Before Lei Hu finished speaking, Su Guang's fist punched out. Under the force, it seemed to suddenly expand in a circle. He didn't care to say anything and raised his arm urgently to block it. Boom! Circles of miasma exploded from the sky, turning into circles of ripples that spread around. Thunder Tiger vomited blood on the spot and retreated. The muscles of his arms were sunken. The black force was like maggots in the tarsus, looming in it, and patches of blood were condensed. He was horrified and retreated quickly. But that's too late. Fists like raindrops poured out from all directions. Bang bang bang. Thunder Tiger's limp body was like rags, slowly slipping from Su Guang's hands. Su Guang pinched Thunder Tiger's neck with one hand and lowered his eyebrows slightly. What did you say? I said, I am Thunder Tiger. The thunderous tiger's energy is like gossamer, and there is blood when he exhales. Su Guang's expression changed slightly, as if he had discovered something shocking. A bold maniac who dares to impersonate Master Lei of the Tiger Martial Arts School is seeking death. You! Click! Thunder Tiger finally died. Su Guang secretly sighed in his heart. The vitality of the Zhang martial artist was so strong, he almost crippled his entire body. He took so many punches and had his neck broken before he died. The two people exchanged only a dozen moves at lightning speed. In the eyes of Lin He and Zhao Ning, the two people exchanged bodies like lightning, and then Su Guang pinched Thunder Tiger's throat. Seems dead? The famous Thunder Tiger in Source City died so easily? When the two women looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Where did Master Su come from to have such terrifying skills? But seeing Su Guang approaching, the two women quickly put away their small thoughts. Zhao Ning walked a few steps quickly, clasped his hands into fists, and said very respectfully, "Thank you, Master Su, for your help." Su Guang waved his hand. "I came here when I saw your letter. Is this a group of people? Are there others? Since they are here, let's deal with them all at once." Zhao Ning's pupils shrank slightly, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. The talkative young man in front of him turned out to be so cruel. Does solution mean physical destruction? Zhao Ning shook his head. Thunder Tiger has been killed by you, and most of those people won't dare to come. Su Guang nodded. Since it's gone, let's just end this matter and let people clean up the body later. Now, with his improvement in realm and understanding of bloodline, he no longer worries about others suspecting that the blood on the corpse is missing. After all, there are various kinds of blood power in the world. He, Su Guang, is born extraordinary. His body is as strong as fire, and he can evaporate the essence and blood in the human body in an instant. Is it reasonable? I don't think the gentleman in the original city would be in trouble with him, the owner of the alien hall, because of this matter. However, this can be regarded as a test for Zhao Ning. If she can wrap up the matter and the news cannot spread, it means that this woman is available. If word gets out that the corpse has no essence and blood, Su Guang glanced at Zhao Ning meaningfully. Just when he turned to leave, Lin He suddenly spoke. Since you are so powerful, the death of Ning'er's father is related to the leader of the Black Wind village outside the city. Go and help him investigate. Su Guang frowned and ignored the woman. Some people are born with brain problems. Master Su, I'm talking to you. Su Guang was too lazy to pay attention to her and nodded towards Zhao Ning. If you are free in the future, come to Zhuangzi often. My eldest sister likes you very much. He turned around and walked out of the store, disappearing into the night. Lin He was a little crazy and wanted to scream, but thinking of Su Guang's identity, he finally held back. Snort. When I got home, as expected, the lights were still on in the room. Su Zhan had already fallen asleep. Ji Zila was sitting on the bedside. When he saw him, he got up and came over to greet him. Husband, you are back. Why aren't you sleeping? Su Guang held her hand and stopped her from approaching. I smell. Ji Zila smiled nonchalantly and said, what's the matter? You are my husband. Aren't you just going to draw blood? In the past few years, I followed the elders in the family and ran around. I have long been used to life and death. Husband, please don't think too much about me. So weak, now I am the river god. Su Guang laughed loudly. He really liked a woman like Ji Zila who was devoted to him. Where's Zhaner? I've gone to bed long ago. Ji Zila replied, then lowered his head slightly and said shyly with a red face, isn't it that my husband has always wanted me to wear that kind of clothes? Su Guang's eyes lit up. While escaping along the Wei River, I saw many river god temples. There were both male and female river gods. Su Guang liked the clothes on one of the sculptures, but Ji Zila always disagreed. Unexpectedly, he was suddenly given a surprise today. You are the only river god. River god Ji Zila was still defeated in the end and fell into a deep sleep. Su Guang leaned on the bedside, caressing the softness of the woman beside him, but he was thinking in his heart, the blood essence and blood that these low-level gang warriors can obtain is really not enough, so they still have to kill. Involuntarily, he began to miss the time when a book of eunuch skills in Feiyun City provoked a war. Although Huang Tianjiao was behind it and there were many crises, it was really fun to refine blood. Su Guang closed his eyes, circulated the seal blood in his body, strengthened his own seal blood, and began to practice. It is a pity that the seal blood of the bull demon and the nameless sheep demon he absorbed cannot be refined like blood essence. It is as if the life contained in the seal blood cannot be absorbed before he can destroy it. Let the searcher take its time. The city guard of Yuan City is not a scholar like Duanju, but a Suan Yu warrior. In a borderland like Yuzhu, the higher the status of the person, the stronger the strength is generally. The city guard's name was Xiao Yu. He couldn't help but feel irritated as he watched his subordinates discussing trivial matters. Xiao Yu is only in his 40s this year, but it has been nearly 4 years since he entered the sensory realm, and his accumulation has been extremely profound. Now that changes are imminent, he would have been involved in the distribution of benefits in the inner city, but he has no such intention now. Let's talk about the order from the state capital and what we are going to do. A few days ago, Qingyun City, the junction between Yuzhou and Qingzhou, suddenly asked for help from Yuzhou, trying to unite the Yuzhou army to resist Huang Tianjun. The head of the state thought for a long time, sent a message to the 16 cities of Yuzhou, and finally decided to summon the city guards of the 16 cities to discuss how to resolve the matter. Xiao Yu has a headache now. He wants to hear the opinions of his subordinates, but their appearance makes him upset. It's a pity that his strength and prestige are not enough to suppress his subordinates in the Sengsuan realm. What do you think of the news coming out of the state capital? A burly man sneered, what does it have to do with us in Yuan City? Huang Tianjun won't be able to defeat us in a while anyway. Is it possible that we have to sacrifice our lives? Don't you understand the principle of dying lips and cold teeth? So what? At the worst, I can just change my position and become the commander. The burly man's tone was extremely vulgar, but Xiao Yu was so angry that he couldn't even say anything. Then something suddenly moved in his heart. Since his subordinates reacted so violently, why not? Thinking in his mind, he cast his gaze on everyone, his eyes looking meaningful. Early the next morning, the major events that happened on the streets of the outer city caused shock in Yuanchang. The owner of the Manhwa martial arts school, one of the top 10 martial arts schools, Lei Hua did not return after going out all night, and was later found dead. Overnight, people were panicked. The Tiger martial arts school offended many people, and there were originally many suspects. But because there were also senior officials of the Xianxi gang who died together with Lei Hu, many people knew that the leader of the Xianxi gang was a disciple of Lei Hu and had been doing things that were difficult for Ruyafang recently. As a result, there are far fewer targets for suspicion. The name of Su Yuxuan of the Yuxuan Martial Arts Hall was once again heard by distinguished ears. The master of the Liulai Martial Arts School was sitting in the courtyard, holding a teacup in his hand, listening to the reports from his disciples, with playful eyes and a sneer. Today's young people are really amazing. I am publishing an obituary in the name of the Martial Arts Association. Master Lei Guan worked hard and made great achievements, but he was killed by a righteous thief. Anyone in the martial arts guild who encounters a righteous thief will be killed without mercy. In fact, few people would bother someone over a dead person. Of course, except for Lei Hu's relatives, it's a pity that at the moment Lei Hu's body was discovered, Lei Hu, who had been acting domineeringly for many years, now became a street rat that everyone yelled at. In just 3 days, Lei Hu's family left Source City under the escort of the second master. In front of the outer city gate, Song Tao clasped his fists and said to Sun Ping, the second master of Tiger Martial Arts School, "Thank you, Master Sunday." Sun Ping was speechless for a while. He saw with his own eyes Song Tao holding a knife and walking into the forest where he placed the children of the Lei family. Now that the blood on Song Tao's knife was not drained, words were no longer needed for what happened in the forest. Song Tao ignored Sun Ping's silence, took out the money he had prepared, and placed it on the ground. "This is 1,000 taels of gold. My owner promised it to Master Sunday." Sun Ping was speechless and paused for a long time. It was not until Song Tao rode away that the sound came out. "No need." At this time, Su Guang was holding a long sword and dancing in the courtyard. Faced with some situations, the big gun is not suitable to use, and Su Guang needs to gather 9 kinds of martial intent if he wants to overcome the tribulation of breaking the mind. All the previous Mingshen pills have been used up. Su Guang then thought about practicing another weapon. He didn't have the talent to use a sword, but he had always looked down on the long sword. After playing with it a few times, he became very good at it. Really helpless. He finally practiced the Golden Lukong sudden rain sword technique for the first time just when he was about to experience it, but he made rapid progress. In the courtyard, Ji Xiala planted many flowers and plants. Summer was about to begin, and now it was already lush and green, with hundreds of flowers blooming in full bloom. But that bastard Su Zhan tore the flowers that his mother had managed to feed into pieces, and was finally taken away by Chun Niang, so the courtyard was finally quiet. The sun is falling, and the petals are all over the ground, shining a little halo. Su Guang practiced the shower sword technique several times again, and finally mastered this sword technique to perfection. Ji Xiala walked towards Su Guang with his coat in hand. Although his body was now immune to the cold and heat, he took great advantage of his wife's concern and patiently put on his coat before heading outside. There is a small school ground connected to the outside, and now there are many practice equipment, such as wooden stakes, rolling stones, bronze figures. It's a mess, everything, and most of it is funded by the families of these disciples. After all, it's for your own children. Master Su is out. A disciple who was practicing in the field saw Su Guang and shouted quickly. Originally, he should be called the master, but the second master is the master's brother-in-law. He was worried about the second master's face, so he could only call him by his last name. Su Guang smiled and nodded, responding one by one. These disciples vary in age. The oldest is 20 years old, about the same age as Su Guang, and the youngest is only 15 years old, which is old enough to practice martial arts. Su Guang is quite attentive to these disciples, just like Master Zhao back then. He would come out to teach them from time to time. Everyone stop. Su Guang stood in the crowd with his hands behind his back, his expression a little ugly. The flying dragon skill is practiced at the lower body, and the strongest one is the explosion. The so-called flying dragon is in the sky, overwhelming people with its power. You guys are so understated, how can you practice the flying dragon skill well? There is also the mountain return skill, which is strong in defense. He practiced many techniques, and these disciples spent a lot of money on them. Naturally, he did not skimp on the techniques and let them choose one from Filong Kung Fu, Wushan Kung Fu, and Baida Kung Fu. They will also choose exercises that suit them based on their physique. There are a total of 11 disciples in this group, but unfortunately there is no stranger. The most talented one is a little fat guy named Fang Jin. Although he is young, he is extremely talented, and his family is rich, so he has a good foundation. He has already lost his ability in just half a year. He is approaching the completion of skin resurfacing and may become a man of his own one day. Su Guang walked to the bronze man they were practicing on. His physical body did not change at all, but he kicked up a huge boulder. The boulder flew high into the air and then landed on the ground. He bent down slightly, with his hands in a hugging position, and his lower body squatted slightly. There was no flow of blood or strength in his body, but he was able to catch the rolling stone steadily. This is the back to the mountain technique. Next, he used his own way to demonstrate Filong Kung and Baida Kung Fu one by one. All the disciples were stunned and felt that Master Su was so powerful that he should have a place among the top 10 martial arts masters in Source City. Su Guang didn't care about the shock of his disciples. He turned around and sat down on a chair on the high platform in the school ground. He was just like Zhao Min back then, lazily looking like an old man in his twilight years. While half asleep and half awake, he thought about his next step in spiritual practice. The seal blood has almost been condensed. After a while, he can try to breed a mysterious seed to break through the sense of mystery. However, the 9 calamities are now just condensed scattered power calamities. He needs to find a way to survive the remaining calamities. 9 catastrophic demon reverse chaos Xiangong only requires 1 level of calamity to break through Sengsuan, but the first transformation is the best, because he has too much blood in his body, and he needs to survive at least 3 levels of calamity. Among the several catastrophes searched before, in addition to the catastrophe of breaking the mind, there are also catastrophes to choose from. As for the demon tribulation, Su Guang also had some thoughts in his mind. If the realm is stuck in a state where a mysterious seed is about to be born, and the combat power reaches its peak, it is almost certain to survive the evil tribulation. Su Guang thought of the arrogance of the 12 earthly branches sects when he was in Feiyun City, and his eyes were a bit cold. There are some grudges, and it's time to settle them. Just looking at the several suitable places for magic tribulation listed on the search engine, Su Guang was a little unsure. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Then wait a few more days, the seal blood will be abundant, and the strength will be perfect, then go out to slay the demon. What he didn't expect was that early the next morning, Zhao Ning in the city sent someone to deliver a message to him. Lei Huhu also has a daughter, who is young and beautiful. In her early years, she followed a supermaster who transcended Zhang training realm. A few days ago, Ru Yifang intercepted a letter from Lei Fang, saying that she is now in Pingzhou, and 1 year later will be on the way home. It's so annoying, why aren't you all orphans? Su Guan was irritated. He always paid attention to eradicating the weeds, but he didn't expect that there would still be fish that slipped through the net. It seems that it is necessary to cultivate Yushi to the level of mysticism as soon as possible. When the time comes to follow my brother-in-law and the others and survive the mysterious fire tribulation, I can leave Source City with peace of mind and embark on the road to find my little sister Su Qiu. The Yuanshan mountain range is not as broad as the Tuarm mountain range, but it is deeper. There are more than 700 named mountains within it that have been discovered. Under an unknown mountain peak, Lin Xiu and his party of 4 fought through obstacles and finally came to a cave. Lin Xiu took out the map and read it carefully, then his face lit up with joy. It's here. In the past, 2 powerful Tongxian warriors fought here, which caused a strange fire in the mysterious world. There must be a seed of mysterious fire in it. When Fatty Ziu, who was dressed in Taoist robes, heard this, his small mung bean eyes couldn't help but shine. That's great. Brother Lin, if you get the mysterious fire seed, and with your status as an alchemist, our brothers will have a chance to understand the mysterious. The other 2 couldn't help but look happy on their faces. Lin Xiu's origins are mysterious, his bloodline is strong, and he has the inheritance of alchemy. This is one of the reasons why they are willing to follow Lin Xiu all the way. Fat man, see if there are any strong people nearby. We need to be careful. Lin Xiu said. The fat man nodded and took out something like a compass from his arms, with a pointer placed on it. Zio opened his palm, and a drop of blood dripped. Then the pointer rotated rapidly, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. If you can't detect Xian Zhong's qi, even if someone follows you, the most you can do is practice your internal organs. Our brothers can handle it. He patted his chest with great confidence. Don't forget the faceless man we met last time. We still have to be careful. A red-haired boy next to him said. When Lin Xiu heard this, a shadow appeared on his face. He thought of the faceless man he met in the Valley of No Return that day. Although he had no intention of fighting that day, the strength shown by the faceless man made him endure it, constantly giving birth to fear. There are at least 3 bloodlines, and they can comprehend the meaning of the gun very quickly, which is simply a perfect existence. The last time we met the faceless man was probably an accident. He probably wouldn't follow us. Zio seemed to have remembered something. Brother Lin, do you think that some of our people? He thought about last night when Lin Xiu suddenly woke him up in the middle of his sleep, and a group of 4 people climbed the mountain overnight. Could it be that Lin Xiu was suspicious of the people in the team? Lin Xiu's face became more and more gloomy. He thought that his personality charm was very good, but he didn't expect that someone would betray him. Fatty Zio stopped talking. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of fighting in the forest, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Lin Xiu took the lead, pulled out the blue sword and walked towards the forest. Then they saw a scene that shocked them extremely. I saw that the forest was shrouded in green mist at the moment, and a demon-like figure came and went at will in the mist. Every time it entered, a corpse was thrown out. Lin Xiu took a quick look and saw the corpses of at least 3 strong men above the 3 internal organs being thrown out, which showed the terror of the man in the fog. A moment later, a faceless man, holding a large gun, walked out of the slowly dissipating green mist. Fatty Zio counted carefully. There were 11 corpses in total, at least half of which were internal organs training. He couldn't help but take a breath. From the time he heard the noise to the time the faceless man walked out, it seemed that only 30 breaths had passed. How strong is this faceless man? Is he really just like them, practicing dirty tricks? The faceless man's face twitched, as if he was smiling. Meet again. Lin Xiu slowly raised the sword in his hand. Who the hell are you? Su Guan was silent for a moment. After chatting with Ji Chongming, he had a good impression of Lin Xiu and his party. I admit that it was a misunderstanding last time. These people followed you to express their apology. How about that? This group of people calls themselves the Righteous Party, and they have indeed done a lot of good things along the way. Lin Xiu regained his composure upon hearing this. There is no need to apologize. I just want you to tell me what you mean by following us. Su Guang said softly, these people said that your excellency wanted to introduce the mysterious fire into your body. I just wanted to follow him to see him. He had no ill intentions. After a pause, the twitching on his face became more exaggerated. Of course, if you don't want to, I will have no choice but to be a villain for once and kill you all. His current personality is exactly like this. Saying nice things makes it appear that he has evil intentions. His goal has always been Suanhuo. Lin Xiu and others were instantly furious, but thinking of the terrifying strength of the faceless man, they finally regained their composure. Your excellency also wants mysterious fire? Su Guang nodded without hesitation, and then added, I won't compete with you. I heard that once the Suanhuo is born, there will not only be one kind of fire, but I will only need one of them. After hearing Su Guang's conditions, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and showed a generous smile. He didn't trust Su Guang, he just didn't want to be his enemy. At least, he was not the opponent of the person in front of him. If he lacks strength, he can only obey. He understood this truth when he was very young. As for whether what Su Guang said is true or false, let's see what happens next. If what you said is true, Lin is willing to explore the mysterious fire with you. He is a character who can bend and stretch. Su Guang commented in his heart. The group of people merged together in such a wonderful way and walked towards the cave in the mountain. Brother Lin, do we really want to go with him? Lin Xiu whispered, this person has such strength, I have a hunch that if what he says is true, we will have a good relationship. But, he was with us before. That's a misunderstanding. Lin Xiu said softly, with a somewhat inexplicable tone. Although they were far away, Su Guang still heard a few people discussing quietly and narrowed his eyes. I hope Lin Xiu means these words sincerely. The cave is very deep, like a cave in the netherworld that leads directly to the ground. Su Guang and Lin Xiu walked in front, chatting like good friends, but the distance between them seemed extremely ambiguous, as if they were always on guard against each other. I don't know your name, so I'll call you Brother Wuming. No, it's unlucky. Su Guang said softly. Ominous? Su Guang did not explain, the title is not important. Lin Xiu's expression paused for a moment, then he smiled, indeed, the title is not important. From the look of your excellency, do you want to collect the mysterious fire? Su Guang turned around and glanced at him. Brother Lin, what do you think? Suanhuo is a rare treasure of the Suanxi world. It is not that simple to absorb Suanhuo into the body. Lin Xiu said rather mysteriously. Su Guang smiled and said nothing. To practice his skills, he needed to endure 9 disasters, and fire could be one of them. Since the last time he went to Wubui Valley and learned about the mysterious fire, he used a search engine to search for the mysterious fire. Combining it with the general outline of the 9 disasters, he was able to deduce the disaster caused by the mysterious fire. Therefore, Suanhuo, he wanted it very much. This cave is mysterious. After walking several thousand meters, you will pass through a long corridor and you will find a new world. The top of the head is filled with extremely bright stalactites, and on the ground is a huge pool. In the middle of the pool, 2 full moons are reflected strangely. The waves of the full moon lake were as bright as a mirror, but not a single figure could be seen looking up. Everyone was surprised. Water will reflect human figures. This is the law of heaven and earth. There was no shadow in this pool. There is a stone above the head, which is not reflected in the water. There is a person by the pool, but still no shadow. There are only 2 moonlike shadows in the pool, as quiet as phantoms, silent and unmoving. Su Guang took a few steps back slightly, hiding his figure behind Lin Xiu. He didn't understand this place, so he might as well let others protect him from the wind and rain. Lin Xiu didn't pay attention or simply ignored Su Guang's movements. There was ecstasy on his face, and then he took a step forward. A blue flame suddenly appeared on his body. Strangely, this blue flame did not burn his body. Clothing. As if there is intelligence. Fatty Zio on the side snorted coldly, looked at Su Guang and said, "Don't be so evil, my boss didn't use all his strength last time." Su Guang ignored his question and looked at Lin Xiu's expression intently. Suddenly, there was a shaking in the cave, like an earth dragon turning over. Fatty Zio's expression changed drastically. Damn it, there is indeed a strange demon lingering here. The mysterious fire cannot burn forever in the mortal world, and strange demons cannot stay in the mortal world for a long time, but it is difficult to go back. Therefore, where the mysterious fire exists, there will be strange demons dormant next to it, using the mysterious fire to survive. Lin Xiu and the others seemed to have expected this, as a roulette wheel appeared in Fatty Zio's hand, dripping with sticky blood. Su Guang looked solemn and quietly opened his eyes. Creak! In the empty cave, there was a sound like the opening of a wooden door. When they turned around, everyone suddenly appeared in another place. This is a small room with a wardrobe, a wooden bed and a simple dressing table. Is this like a woman's boudoir? There were no patterns on the simple dressing table. There was only a bronze mirror placed in the center, with a few candles lit next to it. There were clusters of pink powder sprinkled in front of the mirror, like the perfume used by women. Judging from the color, it had been left there for too long. Su Guang remained calm, the blood on his forehead blinked. The scenery he saw with his 3 eyes was completely different. What the eyes see is the boudoir. What the heavenly eye could see was the bronze mirror in front of him. In the bronze mirror, a green-faced, fanged, evil ghost-like creature was about to move. As if aware of Su Guang's spying, the strange demon roared at Su Guang and disappeared in the mirror. Are all these mysterious monsters good at this kind of illusion-like method? The same goes for the heart-eating demon before, and the same goes for the strange demon here. He's really good at pretending to be a ghost. Call. Suddenly a gust of cold wind blew through, and the light of the candles in the room suddenly swayed. Lin Xiu's whole body suddenly moved. The sword in his hand drew a faint blue sword light, opened the door of the room with one sword, and then rushed out with the people. Su Guang walked last. Outside, it was not a cave, but an empty corridor, extremely deserted, with an aura of decay and dilapidation. Your Excellency, help me take good care of my brothers. After Lin kills the demon, he will fulfill his promise. Lin Xiu suddenly spoke. Before Su Guang agreed, he saw the man rushing out. The sword energy was awe-inspiring, and sword shadows filled the air. Woo-hoo! Waves of women's cries came, which was extremely miserable. Lin Xiu looked calm, raised his sword and rushed towards the direction where the cry came from. Su Guang stood there without moving, his eyes bright. This caused Fatty Zio and the 3 of them to look at each other with a bit of shock. Is this the first kind of bloodline power that the faceless man has revealed? I don't know how long it took, but Fatty Zio suddenly heard a scream. Where's Sangzi? There was fear in his voice, as there were only 3 of him, but at some point, only 2 of them were left. Lin Xiu came back from chasing the devil. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but change his expression. At this time, it is obviously unacceptable for a person to disappear. Your Excellency, you did not abide by the agreement. Lin Xiu's tone was somewhat questioning. Su Guang turned a deaf ear to this, and passed through the non-existent corridor with his celestial eye and directly saw the location of the strange demon. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips. Got you. Die. The big gun in his hand swept across, passing through the corridor like a mirage. In the air, there was a bat-like strange demon with a green face and fangs, and 5 claws tightly clasped on the top of the rock wall. It was holding a person in one hand and was about to stuff it into its mouth. The big spear and the blade struck the strange demon, and sparks flew out. There was silence in his ears, and no sound could be heard anymore. There was no other strange monster in front of him. This shot actually missed. What a speed! Su Guang's heart was shocked, not only shocked by the speed of the strange demon, but also shocked by the difficulty of the strange demon. This strange demon, under his soul summoning, the wailing sound actually drove the summoned soul away. But, when his eyes caught the strange demon for the second time, he never found its whereabouts again. The next moment, there was a fierce light in his eyes, and the energy in the blood and bones suddenly exploded. The blood on the seal was trembling, and the temperature on the surface of his body increased rapidly. This is the first time he has used the power in his blood and bones since Sangong. The big gun spun around and swung wildly around his body. With full firepower, the energy in the seal blood was quickly converted into strength, which passed through the meridians of the body and was spit out with a big gun. The big gun clearly made a deafening roar. It even made him unable to hear clearly what Lin Xiu was about to say. This shot was directly nailed to the leg of the strange demon. The strange demon immediately screamed and screamed like a girl. Su Guang sneered, power surged in his eyes, and he quickly refined the blood essence in the strange demon's body. Like the previous heart-eating demon, it can kill Gangsuan's Suanqi Death Qi. The strange demon seemed to be aware of the loss of its origin, and waves of panic flashed across its green-faced and fanged face. He actually waved his right palm, cut off his right leg, and ran away with a wailing cry. Su Guang raised his gun and caught up. Lin Xiu and others on the spot looked at each other in confusion. The methods Su Guang showed were too shocking. Brother Lin, are you sure that the faceless man is really practicing dirty tricks? Lin Xiu nodded with an ugly expression, although he didn't want to admit it. Why do I feel that he is much stronger than you? Fatty Zio couldn't help but muttered. Lin Xiu retorted silently, moved his lips, and said no more. Fatty Zio also noticed his gaffe and kept silent. After the strange demon left, the strange buildings around them slowly dissipated, as if the snow was melting, and they also saw the missing companion. Sangzi, it's great that you're okay. Sangzi's eyes were full of fear. He was almost eaten by a monster. When the illusion completely disappeared, they saw Su Guang sitting cross-legged in the distance, with the big gun across his legs, as if it had always been there and never left. The strange demon seems to have never existed. Your Excellency is really good at this. Lin Xiu couldn't help but admire. Su Guang's voice was cold and he just said softly, "Brother Lin, it's good if he can keep his promise." Lin Xiu straightened his face and clasped his fists. "Please rest assured, if there is only one mysterious fire, you can recover it first." Fatty Zio couldn't help but glance at him. "Brother Lin." Lin Xiu was not concerned about this. He looked at Su Guang with a solemn look in his eyes. Because of his family's bloodline, he knew that this was not the only place where the mysterious fire was located. If he could make friends with the faceless man in front of him, and the investment would be heavier, he could accept it. His background and family's changes in honor and disgrace made his vision higher than that of many others. Sangzi had some guilt in her eyes and couldn't help but lower her head. If it weren't for him, Brother Lin wouldn't have backed down. Lin Xiu's words made Su Guang look at him high again, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, Lin Xiu gave in, perhaps because of loyalty, or because he had to make concessions after seeing his own strength. It's possible. He was never afraid to speculate on human nature with the utmost malice. In front of the full moon pond, the 5 people stood quietly. Lin Xiu pinched the seals with both hands, and powerful force surged from his palms, causing blue flames to rise in the air. Then he jumped into the pool. The moment the blue flame jumped into the water, a change occurred. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it's like an invisible hand reaching into the pool. Like a paper cut, the pool of water parted, not at a physical level, but more like a molecular level. Dots of green flames surged, then suddenly rose with a bang. 1, 2, or 3 clusters of green flames dotted the pool, carrying a terrifying temperature. Fatty Zio whispered from the side. "It's Quidden Suanhuo, the Suanhuo most suitable for refining elixirs." Lin Xiu also looked happy when he saw 3 clusters of mysterious fire seeds, but he stretched out a hand in a very elegant manner, indicating to Su Guang to choose first. "Your Excellency, please." When Su Guang listened to the fat man's words, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xiu strangely. This Lin Xiu can also make elixirs? The two looked at each other for a long time, and finally Lin Xiu understood. He entered the pool first and reached out to touch a mysterious fire. Seeing him like this, Su Guang released the cloud snake on his body and let it hide in the pool before entering the pool. He stretched out his hand to touch the mysterious fire, and the burning sensation caused pain to appear on his entire face. The green flames poured into his body like moths to the flame. In just a moment, first the 7 orifices, and then the skin all over his body, surged out with green mysterious flames. The fire and blood of the seal are expanding rapidly, and it is like refining elixir. Impurities are being driven away, and the power becomes more and more pure. The amount of energy that can be accommodated in the body is also increasing, and it is slowly flowing to one place. The energy leaves the 5 internal organs and returns to the sea. This sea is the Danshan Sea. The Sea of Danshan can usually be fully opened only when the sense of mystery changes, but Su Guang actually opened it in advance. Although it is only a small amount, it is quite rewarding. The sky eyes suddenly opened, and a strange emerald green color appeared in the blood eyes, as if a flame was burning. It is the blood eyes that have changed, but the real ability to evolve is the blood of transformation. He can directly feed his own seal blood to alien beasts, which can greatly increase the probability of alien beasts becoming alien species, and can also allow alien bloodlines to evolve again. At the same time, Su Guang's physical attributes were also improving rapidly, and they soon broke their original attributes. An extremely powerful feeling surged into my heart. The strength of my physical body exceeded 100,000 kilograms. He has not yet reached Gangsuan, but he possesses the power that only Gangsuan can have. It is simply unbelievable. If he wanted to, he could easily tear down a street without even taking a breath. At the same time, the seal blood was divided into 2. One of the drops of seal blood was originally blank, but soon a little flame pattern appeared. The flame pattern kept changing on the seal blood, and it was called Mysterious Fire Tribulation. Lin Xiu on the other side has now completed the process of entering the body with mysterious fire. But unlike Su Guang, a ball of emerald green flame strangely emerged from his palm. This flame gave Su Guang an extremely mysterious feeling, just like the mysterious species described in Xiangong. Is this person using mysterious fire as his mysterious seed? Generally speaking, the greatest ability of Suanhuo is to temper the body. This powerful effect can even trigger bloodline transformation in advance, but I have never heard of anyone being able to use Suanhuo as a guide to grow Suanhuo mutants. Su Guang's face showed shock. This person. Greed for Lin Xiu's bloodline arose in his heart, but he was quickly cut off. Mysterious Fire Seed is not as good as his 9 Disasters Mysterious Seed, so there is no need to be jealous. And he had a very good impression of Lin Xiu, at least not an enemy. Lin Xiu, is your surname really Lin? Su Guang suddenly spoke, wanting to ask the next question, is it really not Xiao? Unexpectedly, Lin Xiu's face froze, and then he showed a wry smile. Your Excellency knows a lot more than I imagined. Su Guang responded in silence, and Lin Xiu stared at Su Guang for a long time. Suddenly he laughed. Did you guess it? Su Guang was non-committal and didn't know how to answer. Lin Xiu stared at Su Guang for a long time and suddenly said, "There is also a fire. Lin is willing to pay the price to take it away. This can be regarded as making friends with you. What do you think?" In fact, before entering the hole, he had thought about using his trump card to kill Su Guang. But after Su Guang saved Sangzi's life and killed the strange demon, he suddenly felt that becoming friends with Su Guang was also a good choice. "What can you come up with?" Lin Xiu whispered, "The greatest function of the mysterious fire is to awaken the bloodline. After 1 year, I can deliver to you 3 creation pills that can awaken people's bloodline." Su Guang suddenly opened his eyes, filled with shock. He had obtained one of the creation pills in his early years, and after taking it, he awakened the stone skin bloodline. "Can you refine the chemical elixir?" Lin Xiu shook his head. "It's not possible now, but it will be possible after I understand Xian. The implication is that he will break through Gangsuan within a year." Su Guang took a deep breath. "This is an out-and-out genius. What do you want from me?" Lin Xiu smiled. "What do you think I look like?" Su Guang was speechless and couldn't help but take half a step back. He was like this, how could he meet a pervert? Seeing Su Guang's movements, Lin Xiu's mouth twitched slightly and said quickly, "Lin has a sister." "Matchmaker?" Su Guang's face suddenly became weird. "There is a wife and children in a certain family. A real man has 3 wives and 4 concubines, not to mention you are so talented. Aren't you afraid that I am an old man?" Lin Xiu said with great confidence, "That won't happen. Your Excellency will not be more than 30 years old at most." Su Guang still shook his head. "No, you don't need to make friends so deeply. Sister Lin is very beautiful. She was once called the most beautiful woman in Jizhu in the past." Su Guang picked up the big gun and walked out quickly. "I'm not interested. In a year, I will ask you to get the good fortune pill." After a pause, he whispered, "Someone will pay me." Since he is making friends, he cannot take advantage of others. After Su Guang left, Fatty stood beside him and whispered, "Brother Lin, this person is really weird, but he is really strong. What happened today?" Lin Xiu nodded. "It doesn't matter. He has too much blood in his body, and it is too difficult to transform. As for what happened today, he saved Sangzi's life. Since I, Lin Xiu, have promised him, I will not regret it." Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Indeed, the more blood there is, the more powerful it will be after transformation, but the more mysterious energy will need to be absorbed. It is much more difficult for him to transform than for ordinary people. It is a pity that this person is so young, but it is very likely that he will waste half his life due to transformation. It is a pity, but it is a pity that that person will definitely not want to join us. Forget it, don't talk about him. Use the remaining mysterious fire to temper your body, condense the seal blood as soon as possible, and plant a mysterious seed. Lin Xiu said. "Wait until a few people are gone." Su Guang's figure slowly emerged from behind the tree, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xiu did not resent himself for stealing the mysterious fire. On the contrary, rather than seeking revenge on himself, he wants to win over himself. Is it because Lin Xiu has a bigger picture? Or does he have a deeper plan? I'm not sure, I'll just have to watch it later. Su Guang returned home with a full load and was in a good mood. Even the disciples of the Yi Xian Martial Arts Hall can clearly feel that Master Su is in a good mood recently. After experiencing the Xian fire tempering body, the 9 calamities were added to the Xian fire tribulation. The strength contained fire poison and burned everything. Targeting the strength, it seemed to be somewhat repetitive with the Sangong tribulation, but Su Guang saw that they complemented each other. Think about it, while your opponent is fighting with you, you suddenly find that your strength is burning. When you want to suppress the fire poison, you find that your strength automatically collapses like a dissipation of power. It must be devastating. Moreover, Suanhuo-ji can also target oneself, purify the strength, and remove impurities from the body, which is quite good. Su Guangjian has enough blood and can try to cultivate mysterious seeds. However, he is not in a hurry, but plans to search for the gathering place of the alienated warriors of the mysterious existence realm in a few days. This is the requirement of the demon tribulation. Not only must he defeat many enemies with one, but he must also cross the border to kill the demons. Fortunately, the genus of monsters, in addition to the monsters of the mysterious world, also includes alienated warriors who contain part of the monsters of the mysterious world in their bodies. In other words, in his eyes, alienated warriors are also demons. It is very difficult to overcome the evil tribulation, but if you think about its effects, you will not be disappointed. One day later, suddenly someone came to the city guard's mansion. The visitor called himself Hu Yang, and he was the son-in-law of a 1,000-man captain in the city guard's mansion. He was now serving as a centurion in the Yuan Chang army. The conversation was full of arrogance, and there seemed to be resentment in his eyes. "Master Su, do you want to give some explanation for Master Lei's death?" Hu Yang is about 30 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and a very perky but that cannot be blocked by a loose gray robe. Su Guang sat on the chair, stretched out a hand with a smile, asked Song Tao to bring him a cup of tea, and then said softly, I am also very sorry for Master Lei's death. I only know that gang members attacked our Yi Suanyu Hall that day. Our ally Ruyafang had no choice but to take action after repeated advice. Hu Yang looked ugly and said uneasily, why did Master Lei's body die with those gang members? Su Guan looked surprised. If Hu Beifu doesn't come, I really didn't know that Master Lei was killed by the Xianxi gang. I didn't expect that Su helped the people get rid of harm and avenged Master Lei. After a pause, regret appeared on his face, and he sighed, it's a pity that martial arts masters like us are still human after all. Master Lei is a hero, but he died in such a miserable way. Hu Yang was very poor at cultivating qi. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stood up and pointed at Su Guang. Centurion Hu, there are some words that you cannot control. It is taboo to say nonsense. Su Guang took a slow sip of tea. Hu Yang snorted coldly, but the anger on his face strangely dissipated a bit. Humph, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and left. Su Guang narrowed his eyes and Song Tao whispered from the side, Ming Gong, is he coming? Most of them are here to blackmail me. They first tell me that someone is causing trouble for me because of Thunder Tiger, and then hint at benefits so that they can help me settle things. What they rely on is just connections and connections, a broker. Su Guan didn't care. Waved his hand. This kind of person usually has some connections in the city, and uses this kind of connections to help others earn profit by the way. They are the so-called political brokers in official circles. Hu Yang's appearance was naturally fake, using anger to express his emotions, and deliberately making the matter serious so that Su Guan would pay more. It's a pity that his cultivation level is too poor. Otherwise, after Su Guang's soft threat, he should have drawn his sword and stood up instead of leaving in despair. I see. Then Ming Gong thinks that someone is here to cause trouble. Is it true or false? Su Guang glanced at Song Tao and said meaningfully, it may be true, it may be false, who knows, but since you are back, it is probably false. Song Tao didn't understand, but Su Guang didn't explain. Hu Yang's arrival seems to be just to scare Su Guang in order to extort some benefits. As for what the people behind him thought, Su Guang didn't bother to guess. The moment Zhao Fang, the leader of the Martial Arts Association, issued the obituary, Lei Hu's death was sealed, and the city guard would not pursue it. Especially the fact that Thunder Tiger was exterminated today is destined to spread, and by then, these brokers will not come again. After all, a strong viscera practitioner is not scary. What is scary is that this person will retaliate for his anger. He is like a madman who will attack everyone if he offends him. Most people will be afraid of ruthless people. After Song Tao left, Su Guan quietly opened the search engine and looked at how to absorb the seal blood. Current search results are as follows. 1. There is a secret technique in the Jingxiaozai library called Yunsanju Xiao, which was created by Du Xingyu, the former left guardian of the Yao Mo gang. Du Xingyu was seriously injured and hid in the Jingxiaozai. Before his death, he left the skills he created in the library. Jingxiaozai Library. 2. The Yao Mo gang has a secret medicine called Hua Gong powder. After taking it, it will consume the will of the blood seal in other people's bodies and refine it into Yao Ren, which can be absorbed and refined by the Yao Mo gang's members. 3. Forcibly fuse 2 equally matched seal bloods. After consuming part of the seal blood, the will of the seal blood can be consumed and turned into pure seal blood. 4. There is a strange beast with a sense of mystery in the source mountain, called Hu Tao. This beast can forcibly absorb the seal blood. To tame this beast, you can use the refining seal blood. Note, the current search results show 4. There are still 4 options, but obviously the first option should be the easiest. Suddenly it occurred to me that Zhao Ning's best friend Lin he seemed to be someone who respected the fast. It's just that that woman is too brainless, and Su Guang doesn't like her very much. Su Guang thought for a while and wrote a letter to Zhao Fang of Liyulai Martial Arts School in his own name, asking him to help build a bridge. If he wanted to enter the Jingxiaozai library, what would he have to pay? The next few days were uneventful. As expected, Zhao Fang refused. After all, after Lei Hu's death, Su Guang's reputation in the Martial Arts Association was not good. It was Zhao Ning who learned about this. In Ruyi Square, Zhao Ning and Lin he sat opposite each other. Zhao Ning's tone was pleading, Xiao He, I'm asking you to do me a favor. What do you think? Lin he was a little surprised and asked, don't you have Master Su? What else can I help you with? Zhao Ning said softly, I want to ask you to build a bridge so that people can see your Master Wanqiao. Lin he was not a fool. He knew who Lin he was building a bridge for. After hesitating for a long time, although he was very unhappy with Su Yuxuan, he finally agreed. Later, with Su Guang's surprised expression, Zhao Ning took over the task of building the bridge and said that he would help him contact a leader in Jingxiaozai. Su Guang looked at Zhao Ning for a long time and nodded. 5 days later, Su Guang suddenly opened his eyes. His expression became extremely ugly, with a look of horror. Yesterday, he had already searched 4 places where demons gathered, so he searched again for the location of the third sister. Unexpectedly, Su Qiu, who was still in Linza City in the hinterland of Suzhou during the last search, now ran to the edge of Yuzhou, and the third search showed that her position was still moving. Su Guang took out the map. The more he looked at it, the uglier his face became. The Suzhou where Su Qiu started is in a straight line with the current location, and will soon pass by a place where demons gather. And Su Guang had a vague feeling that Su Qiu's goal seemed to be that place where demons gathered. Is it possible that Su Qiu practiced magic skills? Or was he caught by the perverts at the gathering place? Su Guang's face became extremely ugly. He had already planned to set off to find his third sister, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. You know, he had just searched for Su Qiu last month, and he had been at Sansu Taoist Academy. How could he have traveled thousands of miles to Qingzhou in just 1 month? He couldn't help but regret in his heart. He had originally thought of establishing a firm foothold in Source City before picking up third sister back. Unexpectedly, it was just an inattentive move, and third sister actually ran away. It's really not a worry. Before he had time to think about it, Su Guang let out a long roar and put away the cloud snake that fell from the sky. The green-scaled horse galloped from a distance. For a moment, the strange beasts kept in zhuangs and moved at the wind. Even Xiao He, who had always been a waste, was a little bit ready to make a move, but he had completely become Su Zhan's plaything. Before he could get up, the little devil held his fate by the throat. Xiaolu, I encountered something important and I need to go out for a trip, which may take 3 to 5 months at most, or 1 or 2 months at the earliest. Before Ji Xiala had time to ask more questions, Su Guang had already jumped onto his horse, and she could only shout at his back, "Husband, be careful." Hopefully, with the speed of the green-scaled horse, Su Qiu should be able to be found in front of where those people gathered today's alienated warriors. Wild mountains and forests, secluded trails. There was a sudden strange cry, and then several strange-looking figures emerged from the forest, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves and various screams. Among the several weirdos, the leader has the head of a tiger and the body of a tiger. His hands are like claws and his body is like a wild bear. His body is nearly 3 meters tall and looks like a big mountain. Ha ha ha, Elder Shiming of the Snake Demon Sect is planning to hold a feast of blessings and fortune, so we are going to join in the fun. We worked hard all the way and carefully selected more than 50 neat cubs. Master Tiger is mighty. Master Tiger is getting more and more powerful now, but is a change coming soon? Mr. Hu's face was triumphant and a little excited, and he pretended to be humble and said, "It's still far from enough." The younger brothers on the side praised him one after another. At a glance, these people turned out to be strong Zhang practitioners. There are many disciples of the 12 Earthly Branches sect, because Elder Shiming lives a long life, and they come from Yunzhou, Suzhou, Yuzhou, and even some big states further away. Ouch, let me go. Mr. Hu, you are so humble. The ones you brought are all virgins. They are good materials for the Fulu banquet. This refreshing feeling of having someone discover his secret unintentionally made Mr. Hu's beard almost grow into a braid. I just wanted to prepare a surprise. You have a sharp eye. Master Hu, you are really like this. A metamorphosis warrior who was born with 2 horns and practiced Zhang realms said obediently. It's just 50 virgins. How did you catch them? Is it possible that the troops didn't care about them? Mr. Hu snorted coldly, with a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. If you don't go to the city to arrest someone, what are you meeting on the road? Is it possible that they will come to arrest me? I hate that old man Zhang Qing in Qingzhou for promising Lin Yu to let us go. They collect meat, but after taking control of Qingzhou, they turned against each other and wanted to expel the heroes of our 12 sects. It's really abominable. Old Zhang Qing is hateful. But Mr. Tiger is so lucky that he is the lucky star of this world. Brother Hu laughed loudly and then waved his hand. Elder Shi has 1 month left on his birthday. Let's take advantage of this time to prepare a blessing banquet for him. I thought about it for a while. Why don't we build a temporary market here first, call it Fu Lufang? What do you guys think? Listen to Brother Tiger. Okay, let's prepare first. I remember there are many caves ahead. During this period, the brothers ate meat and drank wine. In the distance, a huge deer-like monster was dragging a huge carriage with dozens of beautiful women densely packed on it. Su Qiu, with a ferocious and ugly face, was squeezed into the crowd at this moment, with no fluctuation in his eyes and full of death in his heart. After nearly 10 years, she finally escaped. But it ended up like this. She was taken away by Mu Yorong 9 years ago. She thought that Mu Yorong was a good person and she would be able to survive. However, she did not expect that Mu Yorong, who had high hopes after discovering the Mu family's bloodline while living outside, did not wake up when she was 16 years old. The Mu family bloodline was deprived of all expenses. She was one of the kind of expenses, and was given to another young lady of the Mu family. Thinking of the woman named Mu Hanshuang, Su Chu couldn't help but feel a trace of hatred on her face. If she hadn't asked him to accompany the guests, he wouldn't have had to pretend to have fallen into the fire and deliberately disfigured himself, so that he wouldn't have died and escaped overnight. But everything is meaningless. Falling into the hands of those alienated warriors in the distance is no different from falling into the hands of alien demons, and it is even worse. She fell limply to the ground, like a puddle of mud, and like a silent, broken doll. There are many such women in the prison van. There was despair on their faces. "Sister Chu, I'm scared." A little girl about 15 or 16 years old stood tremblingly next to Su Chu. A touch of tenderness appeared on Su Chu's ferocious and ugly face. She felt pity for this girl she met on the road who had almost the same experience as herself. "Don't be afraid, it will pass soon." There was a lot of despair in his tone. About half a month later, a big green-scaled horse galloped along the mountain road like a sharp arrow. In the secret path of the mountain road, there are two strange people wearing shabby clothes, with fat heads and big ears like fat pigs, one yellow and one white skin, and slightly protruding noses. They look like pig monsters. Walking on the mountain path, I soon heard the sound of horse hooves. "Boss, look, is there someone there?" Huang Zhu whispered. "The second one has good eyesight, but he looks like a man. Elder, she likes virgins the most, so don't bother with him." Another white pig was leaning against the tree lazily and responded casually. Huangzhu said, "Elder, she doesn't like it, so we can't make a fula banquet, but we like it. I see that the person on the horse has fine skin and tender meat, it must be delicious." The white pig finally came to his senses. "Yes, Elder, she won't eat, but we can eat. Let's go over and play with him. Walk." Su Guang galloped on his horse and walked towards the direction shown by the searcher. In the past half-month, he has basically not stopped and has been on the road. In just half a month, the green-scaled horse galloped at least 20,000 miles. If he hadn't fed it the blood of transformation mixed with a wisp of seal blood, it would have been tired. "Get down." Even so, at this moment, when the green-scaled horse was running, there was foam at the mouth. Fortunately, for some reason, Su Chu's figure finally stopped in the distant valley half a month ago. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly frowned and saw two extremely fat figures slowly walking out of the forest. The breath is all at the level of Zhang training. With just one glance, Su Guang could tell that the two men had used a trick to practice the internal organs. They should have replaced the internal organs of pig-like strange demons, and the alienation had already affected the outside. When the two saw Su Guang, they took a closer look at Su Guang's horse. "Good horse, really good horse." Another said, "What a handsome man with a hippie and tender meat. He really has good meat, good meat." When they opened their mouths, before their voices could be heard, they smelled an extremely strong odor floating in the air. Su Guang was silent. The two demons were even more aggressive, as if they were teasing. "Boss, this kid seems to be scared to death. Hey, this frightened meat is not delicious. Look at me teasing him. Boy, you have a lot of ideas. I'll leave it to you. I don't want to eat meat that scares me to death. Rest assured." Su Guang suddenly smiled, his eyes filled with chills. "May I ask you too, where are you from? Have you ever seen a woman? Women? Brother who has captured a lot of them. I don't know which one you are looking for. Why don't you follow us and I will take you to find them?" Su Guang heard the words and said no more. He took a step forward and wrapped his hands with strength, like two swimming dragons, roaring in the air. Before the two of them could react at all, a palm hit their chests. The black fire tribulation and the scattered power tribulation poured into the two people's bodies almost at the same time. Boom! In just an instant, the two of them flew backwards. Just as he was about to shout something, Su Guang knelt down and whispered, "Those who do small tricks will have to swallow 1,000 needles." His voice was so cold that even though the two of them were rough-skinned and thick-skinned, they couldn't help but shiver at this moment, feeling the cold air rushing into their brains. "You are from the 12 Earthly Branches sect? Where are you taking me?" The pig man, who was tortured by the fire poison, was blushing at the moment. When faced with Su Guang's questions, he quickly poured out all the questions. "We are disciples of the pig demon sect. We are going to take you to the meat shop established by an inner disciple of the tiger demon sect. We would like to invite you to come and eat meat." Yes, Brother Tiger likes to make friends the most." Su Guang was silent. He knew that alienated martial arts was not the right path, but he did not expect that these people had become so perverted. Eat human. It's even turned into a business. Really? When did you start eating people, and why did you eat people? A few years ago, there was a flood in the Central Plains, and the world changed. The elders of the sect said that eating humans regularly is a living sacrifice method. It can be offered to the gods of the mysterious world and gain the power of the mysterious world. You're just practicing your viscera. What's the point of using the power of the mysterious world? White pig was speechless. On the other hand, the yellow pig spoke sharply and blurted out, "Brother, please spare my life. I was wrong. In order to blend in with these demons, I can only eat people." The white pig's face turned red. You fart, you told me last month that eating people can increase your strength. Su Guang sighed, placed his palms on the two pig heads, and exerted slight pressure. You really deserve to die. Well. The heads of the two men were pulled out firmly and continuously by Su Guangsheng, bringing out a series of spines. It was the first time that Su Guang killed someone in such a cruel way, but there is only pleasure in my heart. These people, no, cannot be called humans, they should be demons. Damn it! Looking at the two corpses below, Su Guang hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand to peel off the skin of the two people, endured the nausea, and used the skin's blood to drape the flesh on his body. After a while, a pig man swaggered into the mountain. Soon someone came to ask, "Hey, yellow pig, didn't you go on a mountain patrol? Why are you back now?" It was a warrior who was thin and looked like a mouse. Su Guang was silent for a moment, and then said softly, "My eldest brother has gone, I will come back to have something to eat." Hee, I don't know you yet, tell me, do you want to find your rabbit sister? You don't understand. In Wangxiang Cave, Yellow Pig even visited Sister Sheep, and she didn't mind the sheep smell on her body. The key is that the smell of pigs is not good either. By the way, Yellow Pig, call your big brother tonight. I caught a woman with a big butt today. Don't you like your butt the most? I'll give you my butt then. Every sentence was heard, and Su Guang dealt with it one after another. It's just that the killing intent in his heart keeps boiling. Everyone here deserves to die. Moving forward over another hill, Su Guang suddenly felt that he had entered an eerie dense forest. After walking a few hundred meters, he heard countless shouts and even moans coming from above his head. Looking up, I saw naked bodies hanging on the branches, some still dripping blood. He finally understood why there were so few inheritances of alienated martial arts in big cities. I think the Imperial Court has been cracking down hard on these alienated demons. But now that the traitors in the Imperial Court are in power, Dakian's control over the region has almost collapsed, and sects such as the 12 earthly branches have become so rampant. But we have to admit that it is inevitable for many people who have no hope of breaking through Zhang training to choose the path of alienation in Dakian, which represents the status of strength. Compared with the authentic martial arts, this method of alienating the internal organs makes it too easy to practice the internal organs. Along the way, Su Guang saw at least a dozen Zhang demon practitioners. Deep in the dense forest, there are hollowed-out caves, and at the same time, a strong and extremely strong smell wafts from a distance. This is an ultimate fragrance that makes people's blood rush after smelling it. The voice of a demon came from the side. Brother, who cooked this pot of Fula feast dishes? It's really exciting. Just smelling it makes people feel happy. They can't even imagine how fragrant it will be after eating the meat. Only she, a person like the elder, can enjoy such a feast of fortune and wealth. Su Guang instantly felt his stomach churn. It's so, damn. Su Guang clenched his fist, looked at the spot where Su Chu's whereabouts had been detected yesterday, and walked quickly over. Yellow Pig, what are you going to do? Brother Tiger said, no one is allowed to touch these virgins. In front of a cave, a demon practitioner holding a steel fort blocked his way. Su Guang suppressed the murderous intention in his heart. I just went in to take a look. If you are worried, come in with me. Thinking that the yellow pig in front of him belongs to the same 5 sects as himself, and that his eldest brother has a good relationship with him, the devil holding the steel fort finally nodded. Okay, but it's okay to go in and have a look. You can only touch it at most, but you are not allowed to move around. Brother Who said, these women must be virgins before they get into the pot. Su Guang was silent. Walking into the cave, it was like purgatory on earth. The smell of blood was so thick that it made it difficult to breathe in the nose. On the side of the stone slab like a table, there were piles of naked corpses. Further away, there are cages made of bamboo and wood. In each small cage, less than 5 square meters, there are more than 10 women huddled. They are trembling and desperate. Su Guang looked at the scene in front of him and turned around suddenly. Countless power surged from his palms, causing the surrounding airflow to change. He covered the head of the rat-like demon holding a steel fork with one hand. You guys deserve to die. But at this moment, a loud shout came from the direction of the cave entrance. You damn rat, who asked you to lead a yellow pig into a virgin hole? Damn it, are you impatient with life? An extremely arrogant voice, muffled. At the same time, the sound of footsteps came. Immediately afterwards, a strong man about 2 meters tall walked into the cave with his head lowered. When he raised his eyes, he saw Su Guang killing the rat demon. You, how brave! Boom, accompanied by an explosion, Su Guang's figure disappeared in an instant, and countless black energies with the power of terrifying disaster surged out of his body. Cover your arms, move your palm forward, and press down hard. Before the tiger demon in front of him could react, he was slapped on the head by Su Guang. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and Su Guang slapped his head hard into the chest. Su Guang silently operated his heavenly eye to refine the essence in blood. Then he turned around and walked towards the cages. Soon, he stopped in front of a cage. The women in the cage all had frightened expressions on their faces. The pig demon in front of them was killing people without blinking an eye. The two masters were slapped to death by one of its palms, and they couldn't help but be afraid. Su Guang didn't pay attention to these people. He just stared at the thin figure holding a 15 or 16-year-old girl in the corner. Her face was covered with traces of burns from the flames, and she was twisted like a demon. This is Su Qiu. Su Qiu, like most of the women in the prison, curled up and avoided his gaze, not daring to look at him. A sudden surge of air surged up in his chest, and long-standing memories echoed in his mind. The pretty little loli who followed me all those years has now turned into this. He didn't know what happened to Su Qiu, he only had a violent feeling that wanted to destroy everything. He reached out and tore off the bloody skin on his body. The blood suddenly appeared, but it was quickly absorbed by the skin and turned into water. Tick-tock, tick-tock, chew, chewer. Su Guang's voice was a bit choked, hoarse and not like a human voice. Su Qiu in the corner suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Guang's appearance. Memories gradually emerged in his mind. Why does the person in front of me look so much like my second brother? It's just that when I got lost, my second brother was just a little kid. How could he become so powerful? The Mu family was a large family in Linzi City with blood heritage. During the years she had followed Mu Yorong, she knew many things that the lower class didn't know. This group of man-eating demons are at least masters of the Zhang realm, including the two guards, and it is obviously even more impressive to be able to kill the person in front of them with one palm. Is it training the viscera, or on top of it? She didn't dare to recognize him for a while. Chewer, second brother, take you home. Hearing these words, Su Qiu suddenly looked up, with shock in his eyes. Could it be that he is really the second brother? At the same time, following Su Guang's words, an excitement called hope appeared in the eyes of the women around him. The little girl in Su Qiu's arms raised her head and whispered, Sister Qiu, he seems to know you. Su Qiu turned a deaf ear and just stared at Su Guang with his eyes. Su Guang inserted his hands into the gaps between the bamboo poles of the cage and used gentle force to destroy the cell, looking at Su Qiu's appearance. Sorry, second brother is late. Su Qiu suddenly turned his back. You recognized the wrong person. She was a little overwhelmed and escaped from Linzi. She just instinctively wanted to return to her hometown. She just saw her relatives, but she didn't know how to recognize them. Su Guang took a step forward, wanting to touch Su Qiu, and froze his palms in the air. Wait for me, I will take you home. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. He has always been a person who doesn't like to express his emotions. If he stays with Su Qiu any longer, he is afraid that he will cry when he sees Su Qiu's appearance. After the reunion, he didn't want to start with tears. I got to see my third sister today, and I thought, I would be a demon in this place. Su Guang turned around as if he had never appeared before. After he left, the cave fell silent again. The hopes in the women's eyes seemed to be shattered, and Su Guang finally left. Su Qiu had already burst into tears. She knew what Su Guang was thinking. When she turned around and wanted to stop him, Su Guang had disappeared. The emotions in my chest are like a tide. Sister Xiaokaio, are you okay? There was a trembling voice of concern from the little girl in her arms. Su Qiu just shook his head and burst into tears. The little girl wiped away Su Qiu's tears sensibly and did not dare to ask any more questions. Just looking at Su Qiu's performance, a hope arose in her heart that she did not dare to think deeply about. Su Guang walked out of the cave and looked towards the busiest cave not far away. In a daze, Su Guang saw the high platform over there. A group of warriors sat around, and at the head of the seat sat a burly man with tiger stripes on his face. He had the aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was wearing armor, his features were majestic like those of a ghost, and his eyes were emitting a faint green light. The coldness emanating from his eyes was enough to make anyone who dared to look into them feel heartbroken. But what surprised Su Guang was that this tiger demon didn't seem to be the protagonist. A group of warriors surrounded a young man who was dressed in fine clothes and seemed to be weak and boneless. He was the one that everyone was vying to fawn over. Young master, she has come just in time. This Fula banquet has been prepared for more than half a month. Young master Shi, do you want to take a look? The handsomely dressed young man had a smile on his face and his eyes were full of arrogance. Since this is a big soup cooked for my father, I have to take a good look at it. But we'll have the Fula banquet later. I heard that brother who caught a lot of virgins, so I'm actually a little interested. Hearing this, the tiger demon showed a smirk on his face. Of course, I will send someone to pick out a few clean ones right now. Mr. Shi snorted coldly and proudly, then picked up the wine glass. The wine in the glass was red in color. Drink with Mr. Shi. The tiger demon laughed loudly. This cup of wine is also mixed with virgin essence and blood, supplemented by fermentation with large medicinal herbs. It is delicious and mellow, and should be enjoyed as a human being. While several people were talking, they heard a sharp shout. That guy over there, what do you do? Who let you in? But he saw a fat man looking at Su Guang. who was slowly walking in from outside, with burning eyes. Su Guang didn't even look at him, he just looked up at the high platform. There were 11 demons in total, and the leader was none other than the Sengsuan realm tiger demon. As for the she demon, he was only practicing his internal organs, but his combat power had reached the level of a hero. Seeing Su Guang like this, the tiger demon suddenly became interested. Are you here to find me? Are you here to defect? As the words fell, the demons around them laughed out loud, as if they were excited to have another partner. Su Guang shook his head slightly and looked at everyone on the stage. You are all talents. Since I started practicing martial arts, I have always thought that I have some understanding of people's evil, and I think I should be very receptive to it. I never thought that people can do such beastly things. From a certain aspect, after all, you are all talented people. Su wants to ask you, have you ever heard of the demon tribulation? I am facing a calamity, please help me. Let's see, is it your calamity that belongs to Su, or is it your calamity that belongs to Su? Since practicing martial arts, he has met many enemies, but there has never been a moment when the murderous intention in his heart was so boiling. Now, he only had one thought in his mind: send these demons in front of him to die. Everyone on the high platform was suddenly stunned, as if they had heard some unbelievable joke. They all looked up to the sky and laughed, swaying with laughter. Su Guang's expression remained unchanged, and he took a step forward. The muscles and fascia around his body slowly rolled, and he immediately activated the blood-bone state. The next moment, the practitioner closest to him was smashed in the head with his palm, and his blood was everywhere. Blood splattered on his face, and he looked up again, with a ferocious smile on his face. None of you can leave. Kirigakur. The green mist rose instantly, almost covering this very wide cave. The tiger demon only felt angry, while Mr. Shi was calm, with a playful expression on his face. Your Excellency, are you a little too arrogant? You really put the face of my 12 sex at your feet. Sir, let's see if I kill him. No, this person is very interesting. I want to stay and play slowly. Hearing this, the tiger demon showed a ferocious smile and twisted his head. Don't worry, young master, I will break his limbs right now and leave them to the young master to deal with. Su Guang smiled. What are you laughing at? A practitioner who looked like a pig demon sect was extremely angry. He touched his hand from the side, and a huge horse-killing sword appeared in his palm. With the power of the sky, he jumped up from the high platform and split Huashan Mountain with one stroke. Come towards Su Guang's door. Laughing at you. All the thoughts in Su Guang's eyes suddenly condensed into one. He suddenly stopped, blood spots appeared on his skin, and his palm suddenly swelled, like a roulette wheel. Boom! You are laughing at your overestimation. Finally, the tiger demon couldn't sit still any longer. He flew up and said, be bold. There was a roar, and in an instant, the tiger demon's body suddenly expanded and became larger under the action of the abundant energy and blood. Countless black furs sprouted from under the skin, covering the whole body, like a tiger coming to the world. Take a step forward and slap him on the head. Su Guang's expression finally became solemn. He was indeed worthy of respect in the Sengsuan realm. This kind of momentum cannot be achieved by practicing Zhang. Pity. He is not an ordinary visceral practitioner. The blood in the heart is beating rapidly, and the energy in the danshan is constantly surging. One person and one demon were just like this in the cave, punching each other without any scruples. After a while, the two figures separated. The tiger demon had a serious look on his face, and Su Guang's face boiled with murderous intent. The black hair unknowingly entangled the tiger demon's arm, and he reached out to pull it off. But seeing Su Guang charging towards him again, the tiger demon raised his fist to stop him. A low shout suddenly came. Come away! The soul calling and blood eyes exerted their power at the same time, and the tiger demon fell into a trance for a moment. Suddenly, a flush flashed across his face, and he regained his consciousness. He raised his hand like a leaf fan in an attempt to stop it, but it was too late. In the blood-bone state, nearly 200,000 kilograms of power exploded, instantly knocking the tiger demon to the ground, disappearing from the neck to the chest. Puff! Blood splattered in all directions, reaching the high platform. Mr. Shi was stunned, and unconsciously stretched out his slender tongue to lick the blood on his face. The sweet smell of blood suddenly woke him up. He stood up and looked at Su Guang. After a moment, panic appeared in his eyes. You all come to this young master and kill him. Damn! In an instant, Su Guang climbed onto the high platform, with black twisting power clinging to his fists, like little snakes that chose people to eat. Facing these demons who were no longer human before him, he even gave up the idea of using weapons to kill them. Only punching to the flesh can make his heart happy. Dang bang dang dang dang. In just a few breaths, dozens of collisions and splashes of blood and flesh piled together like waves. The high platform was festering, the pillars were broken, and there were groans and wails of pain. Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the darkness, like a nimble rabbit, and slashed at Su Guang's head with a short blade. This is a young man with a delicate face, his eyes are red, and there is a joy that is completely different from his face. He looked at Mr. Shi with a bit of excitement on his face. "Don't worry, Mr. Shi, the villain has already killed this." Boom! Before he finished speaking, the young man's entire head suddenly disappeared. In front of Mr. Shi, less than 2 meters in front of him, the young man's entire head disappeared. The green mist finally spreads. Mr. Shi is worthy of being a heroic warrior, and the power of his bloodline is naturally extraordinary. In extreme panic, he finally successfully activated his bloodline. A piece of snake-like skin was left on the spot, and he himself had disappeared from the spot. A moment later, Mr. Shi stood at the entrance of the cave, panting violently, with frightened fear in his eyes. Snap! The top of his head seemed to be hit by something, and then a drop of blood dripped down. A human head appeared on his head, like a tall hat. The young man's lips were slightly opened and he placed them quietly on Mr. Shi's head. The blood slowly flowed down his forehead and temples, converging into bloody roads. Gyelyalu. The boy's head fell off and rolled on the ground. Su Guang's voice was close to his ears, and a broad palm pressed on the back of his neck. "Be good, pick up your head." Mr. Shi's mind went blank and he could not hear Su Guang's voice at all. Boom! There was an explosion in the cervical spine, followed by Su Guang's somewhat irritable voice. "Pick the head back up." Mr. Shi finally died. He seemed to be scared to death. Su Guang was a little bored, but he still cut off his head, but he struggled a little while cutting off his head. After killing all the demons in the cave, Su Guang felt empty in his heart, not knowing how to face his third sister. He sat on the ground as if he had lost all strength. As a large amount of blood essence was refined, the blood on the seal fluctuated again, like water droplets splitting, forming another layer. The third drop of seal blood belongs to the seal blood of Dang Mog. At the moment when the third drop of seal blood appeared, Su Guang suddenly opened his eyes as if blessed to the core, and silently recited the general outline of 9 disasters, demons and reverse chaos Xian Gong in his heart. Mysterious changes appeared in the seal blood, and his third eye opened unconsciously. Su Guang seemed to have seen the gray world again. This was a change in the body's seal blood that was about to give birth to a mysterious species. Su Guang suppressed his urge to break through. "This is not a safe place to break through. Turn around and walk towards the cave where Su Qiu is." In the cave, even though Su Guang had demolished a cage, only Su Qiu and the girl beside her dared to come out. The rest of the people were already frightened out of their wits. Su Guang has no feelings for these people. Maybe there is a ripple of sympathy in his heart occasionally, but that's it. After entering the cave, Su Guang stood still and looked at Su Qiu, who was standing not far away. He was speechless. However, Su Qiu suddenly smiled, and her ugly and ferocious face made people think that she was in a good mood. "Second brother, can you take me home?" As soon as he said this, Su Guang couldn't help but his eyes turned red, and then he nodded heavily. "Second brother, take you home." Su Qiu moved lightly, pulling the girl beside him to follow Su Guang. As for other people, people like Su Qiu have long been accustomed to the warmth and coldness of people. Although the second brother's love for him is the same as when he was a child, he is not the capital to show love at will. She didn't want to cause any rift with her second brother because of these things. After all, judging from the ruthless method used by the second brother to kill 2 people just now, he is not a good man or woman. "I just didn't expect it when I was about to walk out of the cave." Su Guang stood still, and his voice had a strange penetrating power. Although it was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of every woman in the cave. "If you want to leave, follow me, and we will live and die according to our destiny at the foot of the mountain." In a rare act of kindness, he led these people down the mountain. There are many people who practice alienation magic in the mountain. These people cannot get out on their own. Surprise appeared on the faces of everyone in the cage. Su Qiu glanced at Su Guang, turned around, picked up an axe, split the lock on the cage, and released everyone. They rushed to express their gratitude to Su Guang and their respect for Su Guang. But after all, some of them were smart people who thought they were pretty and wanted to seduce Su Guang. Su Qiu saw that these people had impure thoughts, so he stood in front of Su Guang and stopped them one by one. Coming out of the cave, Su Guang let out a long roar, which elicited a violent cry from the air in response. A moment later, a large green-scaled horse was seen galloping from a distance like blue lightning. Behind him, there were 2 warriors following. Seeing the extraordinary appearance of the green-scaled horse, they wanted to take it back. They are all people who practice magic. Su Guang took out a big gun from the side of the horse, rushed over and swept past. The expressions on the 2 people's faces were frozen. In a daze, they saw a headless corpse, which looked familiar. It seems like they are themselves. Su Guang's face was expressionless, and dozens of women behind him remained silent. As the group went down the mountain, Su Guang transformed into an evil star and killed 3 Zhang training demons again. Until evening, it ends at the foot of the mountain. Su Guang ignored the women's pleas and just took Su Qiu and the little girl beside her away. On the long official road, 2 little girls were sitting on green-lined horses. Su Guang was holding the horse and chatting with Su Qiu. "Chuer, aren't you in Suzu?" Why did you suddenly end up in this devil's cave? Also, your face. Su Qiu looked at Su Guang, who looked worried, hesitated for a moment, and then told what happened to him. Su Guang was silent. The Mu family. Actually, the past few years were not very difficult. Although Mu Yorong didn't have a good temper, he didn't treat me badly. Moreover, I was able to escape thanks to her. Su Qiu's words attracted Su Guang's attention. Did she help you escape? Su Qiu was silent. After a while, he shook his head and nodded again. In the early years, she punished me to raise horses because of some trivial matters. I was very familiar with a scaly horse in the stable. On the day of my escape, Mu Yorong was going to let her out of the city. I found an opportunity by inviting Mu Hanshuang. Su Guang was speechless and clenched his fists. Do you think she let you go on purpose or unintentionally? I don't know. Su Qiu was also a little confused. But I hope she means it. Su Guang saw that Su Qiu was somewhat resistant to the memory of the Mu family, so he didn't ask any more questions. Second brother, how has your family been doing over the years? And how have you become so powerful? Last year something happened in Feiyun City. Your sister-in-law, eldest sister, and brother-in-law and I went to Yuzhu together. Our current home is in Yuancheng. Su Guang said softly. Su Qiu suddenly exclaimed, second brother, are you already married? Well, not only do you have a nephew, but you also have a nephew. Thinking of his family, Su Guang couldn't help but smile. Su Qiu listened to Su Guang's story, but did not mention his parents. He couldn't help but ask, what about the parents? The smile on Su Guang's face disappeared, and then he said slowly, they're all gone. Su Qiu was silent, with tears streaming down his face. Arriving in front of a temple, a huge cow-like creature was already waiting. This was a mutant in the Viscera realm. It was born with intelligence and amazing strength. The power of its bloodline was a magical pocket in its abdomen that could hold thousands of kilograms of things. This beast is called Black Bull. Su Guang took out some exotic animal meat from the belly of the cow and said, sure, you're hungry. Let's rest here for a while. We'll be on our way tomorrow. Let's go home. Yes. Su Qiu nodded heavily, holding nearly 10 kilograms of exotic animal meat, and couldn't help but yearn for home in her heart. Su Guang released the cloud snake, and then found a place to slowly calm down and prepare to break through the realm of Sengsuan. Su Guang knelt down behind the statue, and the cloud snake hung on the beam of the ruined temple to protect him. He silently recited the general outline of 9 catastrophic demons and reverse chaos Xian Gong in his mind, and controlled the collision of seal blood in order to plant mysterious seeds. His background is too deep, just once. Then he trembled all over, from an inexplicable place. Thousands of mysterious energy dropped from the sky, and little bits of scarlet light emerged. A mysterious seed that is shaped like a rhombus, with the demon on top, the mysterious fire on the middle, and the dispersing power on the bottom. The 9 disasters have their own mystery. The upper 3 disasters are natural disasters, the middle 3 disasters are earth disasters, and the lower 3 disasters are human disasters. The last 3 disasters are headed by demons, which can condense good fortune. The 3 disasters are headed by mysterious fire, which can transform into magical powers. The next 3 disasters are headed by San Gong, which can be a wonderful method. Su Guang closed his eyes tightly, feeling the changes in himself all the time. The barrier to the limit of Zhang training was broken through, and wisps of unseen catastrophic power in the mysterious world poured into his body. The amount was too small to trigger changes, and eventually became dormant in his body. But he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. And the realm on the panel also turned into Gangsuan at this moment. Name, Su Guang. Bloodline talents, blood eyes, stone skin, weird hair, transformed blood, painted skin, soul calling, green hide, shining finger, dragon root. Physique, 9 disaster mysterious body, 1% during transformation. Will, Gan Xian. Xian Gong, 9 disasters, demons and reverse chaos Xian Gong, 1% of Gan Xian chapter. Skills, returning to the mountain 6 spears, 14% to become a master, golden willow step, 2% to be a master. Combat strength evaluation, transcendent. The body is like a treasure house, where all things are hidden. The sensory realm has finally arrived. The panel has undergone a huge change. All the previous Zhang skills have been eliminated, leaving only 1 Xian Gong. In terms of skills, only those at the superb level appear on the panel. Among them, Su Guang has some understanding of the changes in physique. The transformation of the sensory realm is to shed the mortal body and transform into a more powerful mysterious body. Each mysterious body has a magical function and can draw in different powers in the mysterious world. As for combat power, Su Guang was very satisfied. Just when he first came to Gangsuan, his combat power reached the transcendent level. This was the accumulation and foundation he had accumulated during this period. The 3 calamity seal blood and multiple bloodlines are enough for him to kill a Suan Yufu with a sense of realm change. If the opponent practices magic skills, it will be even easier to kill him with the restraint of the demon tribulation. Mr. Shi's bloodline overlapped with that of the painting, and it was ultimately wasted. Su Guang has no regrets, he already has enough blood. Next, he needs to continuously accumulate the power of calamity in his body, use mystical skills to induce physical changes, and supplement it with qi and blood, and start his first transformation from the mortal world. Xian Gong is very important to the realm of Ganxian. After breaking through Ganxian, if martial arts training is compared to building a road, then Xian Gong is the route, and the power of the Xian world activated by Xian Zhong is the roadbed, and the road is deep, but it comes from the blood and body. After all, warriors, in the final analysis, are still exploring their own infinite potential, and the power of the mysterious world is just a step to make themselves more powerful. When his third eye opened again, he once again felt the great changes in the world. He seemed to be able to see the back of the world, and things related to the mysterious world were clearly visible in his eyes. There was a bit of shock in Su Guang's eyes. He closed his heavenly eye and turned it into a pattern like a cloud pattern. Unless he opened it, nothing strange could be seen. He was a little surprised that the sky eye had such ability before it evolved. In his eyes, the mysterious treasure in the barren mountain was no less than fireflies flying at night. I have many bloodlines, and I don't know what kind of changes will occur after one change. Bloodline will change with the improvement of martial arts realm. But precisely because of the large number of blood in his body, the power of the mystical world he needs to transform into a mortal is much more than that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Su Guang couldn't help but feel helpless, thinking about the effect of destroying the demon. It seems that if you want to complete your transformation as soon as possible, your energy should be focused on destroying the devil. The demonic tribulation is different from the previous two tribulations. The effect of the demonic tribulation is very overbearing. It is a calamity power that can directly draw traction with the mysterious world. It seems that someone in the mysterious world has also mastered this power. There are three types of effects. One is that anyone who practices alienated martial arts and has alien organs in their body is a demon. When facing him, his strength will be naturally suppressed, so it is called a demon. The second is that every time he slays a demon, the power of disaster caused by the mysterious world will become stronger, speeding up his transformation. The third is that all things in the mysterious world are demons to him in the mortal world, and they can be suppressed by any evil force. This weird feeling made Su Guang feel a little confused. He had already had doubts about the 9 disasters Kung Fu. Even though this kind of Xian Kung was not as good as the Xian Kung of Yu Jing and Kunlun, he still determined that ordinary sex could do it. Su Guang even felt that if the 3 disasters of heaven, earth, and man were strong enough, even top inheritances such as Yu Jing would not be able to touch them, especially the calamity of destroying demons. Xian Gong is named after demons, and it is a calamity that must be overcome. It is obvious that the founder of the method deeply hates demons, Yu Chi Kao. It seems a bit mysterious. However, the 9 calamity technique should not be bait released by the Yao Mo gang. After all, the power mixed with the 9 calamities is not the Yao Mo gang's target medicine man. Searching for the true origin of Xian Gong, there is indeed a big secret in it. 25 years. A very scary number. After all, it was just a name, and it took a full 25 years to search. Su Guang couldn't imagine that person's cultivation and strength. Su Guang cancelled the search and chose to practice the 9 disasters. As for its true origin, we can only wait until the search engine becomes more powerful in the future to explore. However, according to Su Guang's understanding of Gangsuan, this skill is considered to be the most authentic one. Although it has been practiced for a long time, there is no danger of going crazy, and there is no sign of contamination of the mind. The person who created this skill, he shouldn't be a bad person. If this skill belongs to that person's Dao Tong, it's hard to say that he can be considered a person with a background. Su Guang smiled and shook his head to drive this thought out of his mind. He has no habit of relying on others. Second brother, we're going out to eat. Su Chu's hoarse voice came from outside. Su Guang stood up and walked outside. After all, they are brother and sister. Even if they haven't seen each other for many years, when facing Su Guang, Su Chu can't help but let out the side of her younger daughter. Some complained, second brother, what kind of meat is this? Why is it so difficult to roast? Xiaoxiu has picked up firewood more than a dozen times, and it's barely cooked. The closeness of the third sister made Su Guang very happy. What he was most worried about was that after many years of separation, relatives became strangers, especially when Su Chu was lost at a very young age. It should be a kind of beef. It's quite delicious. Your little nephew Wang asked. He likes it now. Is my brother-in-law good to my eldest sister? Of course it's fine. Su Guang glanced at Su Chu's face. When I get back, I'll find someone to help you see if your face can be cured. Su Chu shook his head, but looked at Su Guang very seriously. Second brother, can I practice martial arts with you? Of course. My brother-in-law and I have opened a martial arts gym in Yuanchang. When we add you, they will have to call you Junior Auntie." When Su Qiu heard this, excitement appeared in his eyes. In Linzi City, she had a deep understanding of the effects a warrior could produce. Kindness. The originally long road back home gradually became less boring because of the chat between Su Guang and Su Qiu. During the chat, Su Guang also learned about Xiaoxiu's origin. She was somewhat similar to Su Qiu's experience. She was also abducted, but she got lost just last month. She escaped by herself and met Su Qiu again. The two they have always been together. It's considered a disaster. Su Guang didn't think too much about Xiaoxiu. This girl's appearance was not too outstanding, but she was very good-looking, her behavior was a bit noble, and she seemed to have an extraordinary background. The journey back was no longer in a hurry, but Su Qiu wanted to see her eldest sister and her nephews whom she had never seen since birth, so she kept urging her all the way. A month later, the three finally returned to Source City. Seeing Su Qiu, Su Chun naturally exchanged pleasantries for a while, and the two women held each other's arms and cried. Su Qiu had experienced a lot and was stronger than Su Guang imagined. She came to Su Guang the next day and wanted to practice martial arts. Su Guang could only let her take good care of herself first, and he would help her start practicing in the skin grinding realm after a while. But what pleased him was that after being with his family, Su Qiu became much more lively, a little more lively than when he was a child. Every time he saw Su Qiu's appearance, he felt heartbroken. Fortunately, he now knew an alchemist and searched for Ji Kongming's whereabouts on the search engine. Fortunately, Su Guang had brought Xian Xiao to where Ji Chongming was. Night. Su Guang sent a messenger to write to Ji Chongming, informing him about Su Qiu and asking him to find a medical expert. Seeing the letter all fly out, Su Guang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I hope Lin Xiu has the means to treat third sister. Of course, he will also use the search engine to find solutions. Everything became stable again. In the stone room of the waterside pavilion in Yuxuanzhuang, Su Guang closed his eyes tightly, as if he had entered another world. His aura was erratic, and all kinds of bad luck, disaster, and disasters were surging around him, but he himself was a solemn treasure, full of righteousness, and invincible. Invade the body. But there is a strange fusion between the two, which is both contradictory and unified. Su Guang could feel that in the seal's blood, there was a mysterious seed that seemed to be in a different dimension. It was constantly absorbing the power of disasters in the mysterious world and integrating with his body in an incredible way. But he found to his despair that the speed at which he was able to absorb the power of disasters in the mysterious world was frighteningly slow. In other words, because there are many blood vessels in his body, he needs a lot of disaster power, which makes his speed of receiving it extremely slow. If the power of the mysterious world required for a transformation is converted into a percentage, the power of the mysterious world that he can absorb by practicing hard for one day every day can probably reach 1/10,000th of the power of the first transformation? This is too slow. Su Guang was speechless. Of course, he might feel gratified if he knew that Xiaoyu, the guardian of Yuanchang City, had no bloodline, but had accumulated 15 years of experience from feeling mysterious to transforming. After all, he had suffered 3 disasters, and his own bloodline was complex, so the power of the mysterious world that he had absorbed was actually much more than the ordinary sense of mystery. It seems that, only with the help of the demon tribulation can I improve quickly. The demons in the world are all my calamity. He was joking in his heart, but he honestly opened the search engine and searched for ways to speed up the power to attract disasters. After he used it countless times, the searcher changed again. The search results were incremented by 1 again, and the time required was greatly reduced. There was also an additional filtering function. Su Guang could not see the use of this function, so he put it aside. Su Guang walked out of the cave and Ji Xialo had finished practicing. In addition to condensing her divine power every day, she also practices literary skills. According to her, it is the literary practice that can enhance the speed at which she can condense her divine power. Su Guang doesn't understand. He only knows that she is very good as a river god. Under the power of his dragon root bloodline, unable to fight back. Husband, Miss Zhao Ning from Ruyafang came to see you just now and said that the matter you entrusted to her has been settled. When Su Guang heard this, he immediately remembered what happened. Nowadays, the effect of essence and blood on him is not very great. He killed nearly 30 Zhang practitioners along the way and collected nearly 5,000 drops of essence and blood. However, when converted into seal blood, it only expanded slightly. The biggest role of these blood essences is to feed domesticated alien beasts. He had previously asked Zhao Ning's best friend Lin He to borrow books from Jing Shaozai Library, and he thought he had news. Hearing Ji Xiala's words, Su Guang joked with his wife and walked out. Zhao Ning was dressed in a smart outfit and her straight and slender legs were very attractive. When she saw Su Guang, her eyes lit up. For some reason, she felt that the aura of Master Su was more and more attractive, and she felt like a spring breeze as she walked towards him. Master Su, Xia He's master is out of quarantine and would like to see you. Her expression was respectful. Although Ruyafang's business was now back to normal, the spice output had decreased due to the aging of the scent-seeking insects, and the daily profit was actually not high. However, she did not rush Su Guang. Su Guang smiled and remembered this matter, but did not mention it. "Thank you, Miss Zhao." "Master Su, you're welcome." Different from Feiyuan City, Jing Shaozai is actually the largest force in Yuan City, much stronger than the city Shaofu. The sect guards a permanent mysterious cave named Khan, and there are many masters of the Gangsuan realm in the section. Lin He's master Wan Yanran is one of them. He has a very high status in Jing Shaozai. Jing Shaozai is divided into 6 halls, and Wan Yanran is the head of Miofa Hall. Su Guang met Wan Yanran in a small courtyard in the inner city. Not quite what you imagined. Wan Yanran is about 35 years old, but she looks like she is in her early 20s. Her skin is like jade, and she exudes youthful vitality. A monk-like Taoist robe is slit high in the middle, revealing her smooth, jade-like, plump and slender legs. The loose clothes on her upper body are held up high, as if she cannot withstand some pressure. At first glance, the dress looks a bit slutty, but upon closer inspection, it has a sense of solemnity and treasure. There is a kind of erratic feeling in the body, as if a part of it does not exist in the world. Su Guang himself also had this feeling. It was an ethereal feeling that could only be found in the sensory realm. Practicing martial arts can extend your life. Once you reach the state where the 4 internal organs are incessant, you can lock down the consumption of the whole body. However, this is generally just a life extension. If you want to keep your appearance like Wan Yanran, you can only reach the mysterious sense state and complete the transformation. Only a warrior can remain youthful like this. Obviously, Wan Yanran has reached a transformation. Jing Shaozai's background seemed to be more tyrannical than he imagined. Because women's bodies develop faster than men, they can practice martial arts earlier. However, in most cases, women's martial arts practice speed is much slower than that of men. This is caused by differences in their innate physiological structures. And this gap will slowly narrow until it disappears after the Zhang training is completed. But Wan Yanran was able to reach such a state at such a young age, which obviously shows that her background, at least before practicing Zhang, was as fast as that of geniuses among men of her generation. When he was looking at others, Wan Yanran was also looking at him. The woman's expression was shocked, and she was equally surprised in her heart. Su Guang was introduced by her disciple Lin He. She originally thought that it was just some emotions between her younger daughters, so Lin He made the request and was just a junior. But he didn't expect that the master of Su Guan had already stepped into the realm of Gangsuan. I didn't expect that Master Su of the Yixian Martial Arts Academy would be so young. What's even more surprising is that at such a young age he is already a strong man in the sensory realm. It's really shameful. He really is a hero from a young age. Su Guan clasped his fists with a smile on his face. "I'm ashamed, I don't deserve a lot of praise. I just made a lucky break by chance." Perhaps because Su Guang's strength has been recognized by her, Wan Yanran no longer thinks of Su Guang as a junior, and her tone is a bit casual when discussing among peers. As they talked, the two walked towards the courtyard, led by Wan Yanran, and sat under the shade of the trees in the courtyard. The courtyard is extremely elegantly arranged, with a rockery in front and many willow trees planted around it. The breeze blows and the willow branches move slowly, which is a unique feeling. As she sat down, the teasing smile on Wan Yanran's face disappeared. Her face straightened up and her words were as clear and moving as a jade drop on a plate. "I heard from my incompetent disciple that Library Master Su wants to come into my Jingshaozai library to borrow books." Su Guang admitted frankly, yes, Su came from a humble background and had many doubts about the common sense of spiritual practice. Hearing that Jing Shaozai is a 1,000-year-old sect, Su shamelessly wanted to enter the library to have a look. Su is willing to do this, pay the price. When Wan Yanran heard this, her beautiful eyes moved slightly, as if she was thinking. Su Guang was not in a hurry and waited quietly, and even poured her a cup of tea. Suddenly, Wan Yanran spoke. "I understand what Master Su means, but according to our rules, only our disciples are allowed to enter the library. Master Su wants to enter." Hearing this, Su Guang stood up and said, "In that case, I won't bother you today." Jing Shaozai was not the only way to solve the problem of Yin Shui's will, but it was the best way for him to take at that time. But Wan Yanran has no choice, and he will not die on this road. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Wan Yanran behind him let out a sweet laugh, her chest trembling as if the ground was shaking. "Master Su, don't be impatient. Although the library pavilion only allows disciples of our clan to enter, Master Su can become a disciple of our clan." Hearing this, Su Guang shook his head slightly. Su is used to being free and loose, so it's not convenient. Wan Yanran shook her head slightly, put her hands on the stone table to support her cheeks, like a young woman next door, and said softly, "Master Su has misunderstood. I have always been kind to people, and I have cooperated with the Martial Arts Association where Master Su belongs. Many martial arts masters have the position of outer sect protector in our Jingshaozai. Master Su can consider it." Su Guang's heart moved and he asked in a low voice, "May I ask Master Wan, what does this outer sect protector need to do?" Wan Yanran showed a sly smile, like a little fox. "Don't worry, what you have to do is also a good thing. Get married to a disciple in my sect. If you have children, you will be given priority to worship me and keep a fast. That's all." Hearing this, Su Guang suddenly realized. "Then I couldn't help but sigh to myself, what a good trick. Of all the winds in the world, the wind next to your pillow is the most murderous." Marrying a disciple of Jing Shaozai seems to be a good thing, but the martial arts masters are relatively old and have great strength, so it is difficult to conceive children, but once a child is born, there is no need to worry about talent. Moreover, if a child pays homage to a master and observes fasting, because of the fetters of family ties, the child's martial arts father or mother will unconsciously prefer Jingshao to fasting. This is a huge hidden power. No one knows how many of the wives of the martial arts masters in the city come from Jingshaozai. Of course, some martial arts masters are either infertile or don't care about having children, but they are only a minority. Jing Shaozai only needs to capture the majority. It's no wonder that there are many female disciples in Jing Shaozai and they can still stand in Yuanchang for nearly 1,000 years. But Su Guang was not interested in this. He just shook his head and said, "Su has been married for a long time, and you can't abandon your wife. Su can't agree to this." Wan Yanren still smiled coquettishly. "My disciple Jing Shaozai is not a jealous wife, nor does she have to be a legitimate wife." Su Guang looked serious and still refused. "This is not a matter for a legitimate wife to be an equal wife. Su must respect his wife." When Wan Yanran heard this, she looked at Su Guang with a strange look. Warriors have always indulged in lust but not emotion. Many strong men will have many women, and women will also have many faces. This is not an uncommon thing. Figures like Su Guang are rare. He seemed to be really passionate about his wife, which inevitably made Wan Yanran a little surprised. If Wan Yanran were a man, he would most likely feel contempt at this moment. Warriors indulge in lust and are ruthless. The love between children has no intention of practicing. But Wan Yanran happened to be a woman, so instead of being disdainful, she was somewhat curious. "Master Su, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Maybe you will meet a good match in my Jingshaozai." Su Guang shook his head and walked out. Whoosh! There was a cracking sound in the air, but it wasn't loud. Su Guang reached out and took it. It was a wooden sign with the word Shao written on the front and a piano engraved on the back. His eyes were confused. Wan Yanran smiled and said, "If Master Su wants to read a book, he can only become an outer sect protector first. This token is the protector of my Miaoan Hall. As for getting married, it depends on what Master Su wants. After all, Master Su is a strong man in the sensory realm. The strong will always receive preferential treatment. What do you think, Master Su?" She smiled slyly, more like a fox.